Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Expansion by Matthew Peed, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn and Nicole Poole. Chapter 1. Regan. 3 days before the meeting at the Guildmaster's office, I was busy cleaning up a mess I had made. My little black hole wasn't an actual black hole. It had just pulled everything into my dungeon through a tiny hole that I'd opened. I added some gravity to mimic the effects of crushing anything that was drawn through the gravity well. I had successfully killed everything I'd pulled through except the last necromancer. Amazingly, he was still alive, if only barely. Once we made it back to my dungeon, I let my body fade back to mana. It was the first time I realized I preferred being in my core mental form to having an actual body. It felt like a wetsuit or chains that were keeping me contained. I looked at the mana gain from all the people still in the dungeon. It was quite a bit, and I realized that I needed to get more people to this town. While my devices certainly helped and would always be reliable, mortals really seemed to be the more powerful of the options for immediate gain. It even increased when the mortals cultivated mana inside the dungeon. I don't know if the tier of my main core had anything to do with it, but I felt like I was gaining more from people than normal. I felt a flow of mana from deeper in the dungeon and sighed. I really hadn't expected the necromancer to survive the pseudo-black hole that I had thought up. I moved down and saw a crushed body surrounded by debris. I wasn't able to absorb it due to his aura, so I moved some automata into the room to clear the debris in order for me to get to the man. I considered how I was going to control him. The easiest method would have been just to kill him. He deserved it, in my opinion, but then I would lose out on some valuable information. Sigh. I really wished Reed would wake up already so I could see how the effects of the mind control script were doing in regard to the state of his mind. After a few minutes, the automata had cleared the rubble away, exposing the man. His entire body was crushed. Any ordinary mortal would have been dead already. Green sparks were flashing over him, and his head was encased in a globe of green mana. The sparks would hit a part of his body, and the place would repair, but it would be noticeably dead. Gray, mottled skin covered gnarled muscles and organs in the spots that had already been fixed by the magic. It looked painful to me, but I couldn't tell from his expression, given that it was a mess. There was torn skin for the upper part of his face, followed by a missing jaw. Where there should have been hair were only bloodied holes, as if each hair had been pulled with tremendous force. Oh, wait, it was, I thought with a small chuckle. I considered what to do while studying the magic at work. I wanted to know my enemies, so their magic was a good place to start, in my opinion. Their reasons could come second. I mean, what was a good reason for destroying life as these people knew it? Then it struck me. I had 3 perfect examples of their magic and runes in Puppet's hands. He was on his way to his training room. I had told him to keep watch on the people who were in the dungeon, but they'd mostly left by that time, as a few hours had passed and it was well into the day. I mentally sent for him to throw the collars on the ground so I could absorb them. A moment later, with 3 clanking sounds, the collars were tossed from his belt, and I absorbed them, making sure to keep my eye out for any harmful effects that might have been able to affect my dungeon. Knowledge flooded into me. Quite in-depth knowledge at that. I finally had a semi-grasp on the necromancer rune system. The runes seemed to be sketchy. They were the same runes, according to my absorption, but they were written differently, much like English to Japanese. They spelled out the same thing, but in different ways. I finally found a reference point in the origin point of the target. The rune for person was the same, if slightly altered, but I was able to figure the rest out from there. It seemed that the necromancers borrowed some knowledge from the demons, if I understood the magic correctly. Unholy mana seemed to be a combination of dark and demonic. I wasn't sure if that was only in the beginning, or if it was still like that because there were quite a few necromancers by that time, according to Luella and the Marquis. It seemed to me that the mana had grown into its own branch, much like a mutation in genetics becoming a dominant gene if the people desired it. I put that aside for when I had access to more information, which would hopefully be soon. Then I looked at the nearly dead necromancer. Now that I had a basic understanding of unholy mana and magic, I could see that he was trying to turn himself undead while maintaining his intelligence. A lich, I suppose. I couldn't have that. I made a table to work on the collar nearby. I pulled up the collar schematic in my mind, then looked through it to make sure that it had me designated as the master. I also made it out of mithril and light metal, as that would channel my mana better than the dark blood steel stuff it had been made of before. I understood from the knowledge I'd gained that to make the steel, they had to sacrifice a virgin. I didn't feel like using that today. I reworked a few more sections with my own script and adapted the enchantments here and there. Mainly it appeared the collar was designed for dungeon core avatars, so there were whole sections that dealt with keeping us stuck in our physical bodies. Once I was satisfied with the rework, and having looked over the schematics at least a dozen times, I decided it was ready. As I looked at the collar, I felt that the attempt I'd made with the leg was child's play for the person who designed the collar. After I read the runes in the collar, I was worried that I may have put Reed into a coma. There were certain limitations in using the collar, but for my purposes it would work quite well. I moved over to the man, who was still trying to fix his body. I probably took half an hour working on the collar, and he had only managed to fix his neck and part of his chest. He was actually rebuilding his body so that it functioned, for the most part, normally. I remade my avatar and grabbed the collar from the table, then grabbed the top of his head to lift him off the ground. I wasn't usually a mean person, but I really had little tolerance for my enemies. The man started, but it was literally a dying man's last efforts. The golden metal with green circuit-like designs were roughly attached to the man's neck. I was expecting it, but the man started to scream bloody murder when red sparks started bouncing off his body. I think he realized what had happened a moment later, because right after that the sparks died down and he stopped screaming. It seemed the dungeon had designated him as one of mine now, and mana started to heal his wounds. I made sure to restrict the mana from helping further than healing his wounds, though. This left him with a half-lich, half-living body. I contemplated tossing him to the ground, but decided to set him down, as he really couldn't fight me now. After a few minutes, he seemed to have healed enough to be responsive. He opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. I watched to make sure that everything was working correctly. He finished looking around, then directed his gaze at me. "Master," he said with evident hatred in his voice. I saw his face twinge in pain for a moment. "Welcome to Dungeon Automata, my humble abode," I said in an annoying voice that I hoped equaled his hatred. "How about we start simple? What's your name?" There were another few sparks of red before he finally spoke. "Rakras." "Good, good. Now I'm sure you're not important, since you were sent to a place like this, but let us see if you know anything valuable," I said as I rubbed my hands together. Considering they were made from metal, it sounded like knives sliding against each other. "Just kill me," Rakras said with annoyance. "No, that would be too easy on you. What, you don't want to be tortured like, say, all those others you've no doubt tortured yourself?" I asked with mock surprise. I can't say anything even if I wanted to," he started to say when surprise appeared on his face. "Oh, you caught that, did you? That's right, I know about the Necromancer Silence Curse. Though, thanks to the collars you gave me, I was able to understand and remove it," I said, nodding in sympathy. "Free. I'm free," Rakris shouted all of a sudden, catching me by surprise. "You okay there, man?" I asked, concerned.
Okay. You try being unable to say certain things, and sometimes not even being allowed to think them for nearly a decade. Helicilia is a bitch. Ha! It worked, damn it. I hated that wench from the bottom of my soul. I don't give a flying fuck if you are the leader. You should listen to me every now and then. Ah, this is so liberating."
Rakris gabbed on once he realized that the curse was gone. This continued for several minutes, him ranting and raving about people, places, events, and all sorts of things. "Ah, would you shut up for a minute?" I shouted over him talking basically to himself at this point. The collar kicked in and forced him to be quiet. I sighed in relief. I might have released something I shouldn't have. I turned back to him. "Who is the leader of the necromancers? I think you said Helicilia?" His eyes widened, but then he sighed and nodded.
Whoops.
"Are you a necromancer by choice?" I asked in confusion, considering his ranting just now.
Yes, nearly 20 years ago. People were getting close to the center circle, so they enacted the silence curse,
he answered, explaining, for some reason, why he had the curse. "I see. Why?"
Why? I have forgotten after all this time. Power, of course. I was young and beaten down when a brother of the necromancer following reached out to me and asked if I wanted revenge. I said yes, and here we are today.
Well, whatever. What is the necromancer's next plan of action? I said, letting it go.
Don't know. We operate with a severe lack of information when on assignment. The only ones who know the big goals are the Council and Helicilia.
He seemed to be done, but the collar sent sparks across his body.
Ouch! All right. I do know that there were plans in the works to destroy one of the capital cities,
he explained further. "Which one?" I demanded, worried about the implications this could have on the dynamics of this continent, which was already a balancing act.
That, unfortunately, I don't know. I was never going to be part of it, as I was too low tier,
he answered with a shrug. "Low tier? You're almost high tier too," I said, surprised.
Yes, and the ones going will mostly be beginner tier 3, with a few mids mixed in, he said as he nodded.
I thought of the automata I had at my call. It looked like it was time for an upgrade into some real high tech. I needed to be prepared for the worst that should happen if the necromancers decided I was a real threat. If you considered the fact that the valley wasn't captured by the necromancer party that had attacked, they would know that they'd failed and would most likely send another attempt, and this one would be stronger. "How long?" I asked Rakris, in case he knew.
Hard to say, but around 6 months, give or take a month.
Okay, next question. How did you have enough collars for all of us? We had only come out of the dungeon a few days ago.
We have a few mages who are making them day and night, so each necromancer carries around 3 or 4. They can be used on most entities, according to the higher-ups.
Is that how you have Alara?
How do you know that? No, never mind. You're the closest dungeon to her now, so you must have talked to her.
He paused for a few seconds.
So that's why they sent us to this brand-new dungeon,
he muttered in a low voice. I cringed at the memory of her trying to talk to me and the collar activating. "Get some rest and finish fixing your body. I have a lot of work you're going to be doing, willingly or not," I said after the memory faded.
"As my lord commands,"
Rakris said with a mocking tone, earning him a few golden sparks. I chuckled and turned to leave. Time to get to work. Necromancer Council Meeting. In a room, 5 people sat around a large table. Their faces were cloaked in darkness, except one person's, a beautiful woman with pale skin and blazing green eyes. As in actual flames outlining the eye like some type of demonic mascara. She was tall and slender, with a body that many men would kill to make theirs. She seemed to pull the little light that was in the room to her. Many would say she had yet to pass 20 winters. A man who was obviously elderly looked at the woman. He seemed to be contemplating what to say. It was hard to believe that such an old person would be afraid of the young person in front of him. After a long moment, he seemed to decide on what to say.
"We lost the group in Central Valley,"
the man said, a drop of sweat falling into the light.
"Why?"
the woman said with an almost honey-like voice. The man gulped and answered,
We don't know yet. All the operatives have gone silent."
"Find out," the woman said quietly.
"Yes, ma'am,"
the man said, bowing. The woman looked over to another figure at the table. This one had a complete set of plate armor on, covering every centimeter. It was pitch black with jagged spikes on what seemed every couple of centimeters or so. The figure returned her gaze without flinching, unlike the elderly man.
"How goes the other offering?"
"No problems as of yet. The individual will succumb on schedule,"
the figure answered in a gruff voice that sounded like it had been through quite a lot over the years.
"If we can manage this offering, we will be able to effect a great change on this status quo that has been going on for far too long,"
the woman explained, as if talking to children.
"Have no fear. I will not fail, unlike others,"
the armored figure said, while sending a glance to the elderly man. The old man growled in dissatisfaction, but held his tongue.
"I accept nothing less. Now, return. I don't want to see any of you until the next ritual," the woman said, waving her hand.
"Yes, Master Helicilia," the figures said in unison, and started to break into motes of shadow that seemed to melt into the background. Helicilia got up from her seat and made her way out of the room. In a hallway that seemed to go on forever with innumerable doors lining it, she walked for several minutes. With each step she took, it seemed that she had moved dozens, if not hundreds of meters. Finally, she stopped in front of a door that had black chains lining it. Helicilia whispered an incantation, and the lock holding the chains floated in the air as if waiting for her to pass. She stepped forward and walked through the chains and door altogether. Inside the door was a massive room that would remind people of a cathedral. It had the pews and altar, only instead of the white that most gods use to represent themselves, this altar was utterly black. The darkness was moving as if alive, seeming to reach out to anything living that might come near it. Helicilia moved toward the altar, passing the pews as she made her way. In the pews, as if there to witness a sermon, were thousands of black orbs. Each orb had a flickering flame inside, with some being bigger than others. The closer to the front of the cathedral she got, the more prominent the flame inside each orb got. After almost 5 minutes of walking, she arrived in front of the altar just out of reach of the living darkness. The darkness pulled back, revealing a figure that was consumed by the living shadow. There kneeled a woman with pitch-black wings that would be nearly 20 meters long if she stretched them out. A black halo sat on black hair that went to her waist. The halo was pierced by 2 horns that went several centimeters out. Cracks seemed to war between the halo and the horns. She was kneeling in front of the altar, as if in prayer. This was a flugel, an angel that has left the celestial realm to live as a mortal. She was the previous Necromancer Council's greatest achievement, and they used her as an ornament. She watched the soul flames of the followers. Still, she was stuck permanently at pseudo-Tier 3, which some people were never able to get to. Morka Nalanezo, the party that went to Central Valley, did any survive? Morka opened her eyes. Green flames, similar to Helicilia's own, lined them. She stood up, reaching nearly 2.5 meters and towering over even Helicilia. She turned to glance at the pews for only a second. 2 remain, she answered in a whisper that might have given normal people nightmares. Who? Helicilia demanded. Rakras and Julie, Morka replied. I understand. Go back to your duties, Helicilia ordered, having gotten the information she needed. As the dark commands, Morka said while bowing. She turned back to the altar and kneeled in front of it again, letting the darkness consume her once more. Chapter 2. Regan. I was out of mana. The last week had been hard on my reserves. I'd upgraded Puppet, made way too many mithril items, played around with black holes, not to mention undertook my regular maintenance costs of just dealing with the adventurers. While the foundry made the automata for the floors that were currently being dived, I still had to charge them a tiny amount at the end of the assembly line, or they would just be sturdy toys. I was able to recoup some mana, as most of the town was in my dungeon. It was still only a drop in the bucket. I needed a tremendous amount to work on even some of my more straightforward ideas for the upcoming events. That's why I was glad that Rakras was still supplying me mana. In fact, he was giving me more than I would typically get, I realized after I thought about it. I wasn't sure if it was due to being locked up, or to the collar, or to some combination of both. Just another thing to test. The field dungeon covering the town was basically at a standstill. I was diverting all the mana into my main core to rank up, after all. I supposed I should redirect it back so that I could claim the rest of the town. I set the mental command back and, like a rubber band that had been pulled taut, the aura of the field dungeon started to spread like water. After a few minutes, nearly 1 kilometer more of the town was claimed. My mana income spiked. I was disappointed that it hadn't spread further. Another kilometer, and I would have claimed the whole town, including the Mage's Tower. Even though I couldn't affect anything inside houses and buildings, I could look, and they were places I wouldn't have minded checking out. I watched my mana pool, it was more of an ocean at this point, fluctuate from the loss and gain from various sources around the dungeons. I thought about various ways power was generated back on Earth. Some I wanted to test, but they would require better access to the sky. With the materials I had on hand, I could make it out of the atmosphere to set up solar collectors. My machines back on Earth used these to pull in almost all the different forms of energy in cosmic waves. I decided it was time to do some bioengineering. Scientists back on Earth had genetically modified plants to produce electricity a couple dozen years before the world had been lost. Trees were the main plants used, as they were the longest lasting once altered. Plankton and ocean-covering plants were used at first, but it had resulted in some interesting mutations in the sea life. Electric sharks, for example. I hadn't worked on a new floor in a while anyway, so I felt it was an excellent opportunity to do some labor. I moved down to the 16th floor and looked at what I had to work with. I started absorbing the stone until I was pulling in around 1 ton a second. It was only a few hours before I had removed nearly 2 kilometers worth of area for the floor. I let my absorption run on auto for the rest of the floor and got to work designing. In the very center of the room, I added a large mana crystal. I added silver lines throughout the room that reminded me of circuit lines. Then I linked the grid into the mana stone and added a script that would gather electricity and other types of energy that hit the ground. The mana stone was quite big, so I needed a way to keep adventurers from trying to remove it. I added a ruined temple over the top of the stone. I designed it like I remembered Greek temples to be before the country was razed to the ground. I decided to be creative and added a statue of Zeus in the center with his lightning bolt pointing toward the sky. While I was looking over my handiwork, I got an idea. I added a tablet that had text in his other hand. "Strike my bolt. Strike, and a storm to grant you power will come. Strike my bolt. Strike, and let your will be known to all. Strike my bolt." Basically, I thought it meant that if a lightning mage were to strike Zeus's lightning bolt, a storm would be generated in the room. This would give them a leg up while cultivating mana, especially being in the dungeon. I added a few more ruins and such around the room to complete the effect. Now for the hard part. I looked through my mental list of trees. I wasn't sure if what I wanted to make already existed in this world as some elemental tree or some flaming bush. I decided to ask my trusty flying sidekick, who I seemed to have ignored the last few days. I hoped she wasn't mad. "Ignia, I need to ask you something," I called through my mental link. She appeared a moment later, and I was surprised by what I saw. Ignia was bigger by a few centimeters and was looking more steampunk than cyberpunk, as she had when she was born. She hovered a meter off the ground in front of me, but her wings weren't moving. 2 jewels were glowing in the center of the wings. "Ignia, what happened?" I asked, confused. "Well, Father never needs me, so all I do is cultivate mana," she complained with a pout. "I'm sorry. I think it should be safe for you to go outside with us from now on. I'm out in the open with my identity, so someone would have to really be brave to try to do anything to you," I replied as I tried to cheer her up. "That's not the point. I'm a dungeon fairy. I'm supposed to help you, but you're doing stuff I have no idea how to help you with," she shouted, then broke into tears. "I feel so useless." I summoned my avatar and held her to my chest like one would an upset child. "Shh, it's okay. I understand now. I will try to find something for you to do. If it makes you feel better, I do want to ask you something," I said as I stroked her hair. She sniffed and flapped her wings, returning to the air. She turned away from me, then rubbed her face with the heel of her palm to remove the tears. After a moment, she turned back around with a smile on her face. "I'm holding you to it, Father. Now, what do you need to know?" "Do you know of any plants that produce lightning or deal with the elements?" "Well, yeah, dungeons usually make them eventually, considering stuff mutates with concentrated mana in the environment," she replied while flying around my head. I considered that for a moment. Hopefully that meant this part would be easier than I'd first thought. I grew a few trees a few dozen meters apart. Then I was about to start injecting mana when I felt a tap on my head. I still had my avatar, so I was surprised momentarily. I looked behind me and saw Ignia wanting to say something. "Yes?" I asked with curiosity. "Did you forget you have a huge room upstairs that has a bunch of trees already pumped full of mana?" she asked with a tilted head. I smacked my forehead and dismissed my avatar. I went up to the room I had made for making charcoal. When I had gotten coal, I had stopped using the room but never removed it. It was a couple 100 meters square, so a couple 100 trees were in here. When I arrived, I was stunned, as there were only a few of the original trees left. I moved forward and saw trees made out of metal. One was grayish silver, which I thought was tungsten, and others were bronze and copper-colored. It seemed like there were trees that had a bit of most of the metals I had in the dungeon. The only ones I didn't see were mithril and orichalcum. When I reached the edge of the middle of the room, an interesting-looking tree came into view. It seemed to be made of a layer of metal with gears sticking out in places. I used my dungeon sense on it and saw that the gears ran throughout the trunk of the tree. There seemed to be some type of crystal near the center. When I was a few meters away, the tree started to move. I stopped and backed up a bit, as I wasn't sure these were loyal to me or not. I had summoned their original trees into the dungeon, but it had been a while. The tree stood up much like a treant would from those fantasy books I'd read. I was actually surprised there was a horrendous screeching sound of the metal moving so weirdly. It moved forward, and a spot near the top cracked. A red bot could be seen. It looked at me for a moment before it raised its arm. I jerked back some more before I remembered I was an incorporeal entity right now. A figure flew past me and landed on the treant's arm. Ignia was sitting like she had been here before, which I realized she had. I sighed and moved back over. "How long has this place been like this?" I asked. "A few weeks, give or take. I usually roam the dungeon, and one day I saw that the trees were full of mana, so I started dropping off gifts to help them. This one," she patted the treant's head, "had taken a liking to me. I think, anyway. I named him Clunker, since he clunks when he walks." "See, you're not useless. Look at all the change you've done in here, while I completely forgot about this room," I said with a mental smile to her, then turned to Clunker. "Take care of her, Clunker." The treant gave a shake, which I took to mean it agreed. She blushed. "I was afraid you would be upset. Most dungeon cores would be," she said, looking away. "Well," I said, drawing it out and causing her to get worried. "It's fine, honestly. As long as it doesn't affect the dungeon overall, I don't think it will be a problem," I finished, getting a sigh from Ignia. Ignia smiled and went to play with a few other treants that were slowly moving over. I left her alone and went to the grove of unaltered trees. Even with all the trees Ignia had helped evolve, there were still plenty to work with. At times like this, I was glad I was a dungeon, as I was able to use all the elements I wanted. I wasn't stuck to a single or dual alignment like the mortals. I moved to a tree and started inserting lightning mana without picturing any type of attack or change. The tree took it like a sponge and quickly began to change. The trunk and branch turned into lightning. It grew several meters taller, putting it close to 30. The leaves shifted in color to gray, and small clouds started forming around them until a storm seemed to be floating around the top of the tree. It was one of the most amazing things I had seen since coming to this world. Satisfied with the tree, I moved back to the 16th floor and planted the lightning tree all over till there was a forest of the trees. I was actually worried what would happen if a lightning cultivator came in here. I might not be able to get them to leave. I thought of the Baroness, the Viscountess, and decided I should probably let her use this room. The more powerful my allies, the more powerful I could become. I looked at the next couple of floors. I went ahead and made similar floors for the other elements. They were just the basic layouts for now, until I got some more information on what suited them better. I would add automata that suited the floors later when I had more mana to spare. I mentally cracked my knuckles and got to work.
Chapter 3. Luella. I was tired. We held a large funeral for all those who had lost their lives fighting for the town. I had to send messages to their loved ones if they had any. Luckily, be.And had been coming to see me after he was done with his patrols. That was quickly becoming the high point of my day. I felt a little bad, though, considering Izal was still depressed from Lord Val leaving. She tried not to show it, but I knew she missed him. On a happier note, she was close to breaking through. It seemed she was getting closer every day she practiced. She was studying how different materials burned and the qualities they exhibited while burning. We both understood it was something in the air that Regan had made to burn, but it was hard to believe it. I had seen Regan only once since the attack, and that was for the funeral. I was actually glad he'd come, as it made me feel a little better about his character. He built a monument to the people who passed away. It was practical, just a simple obelisk that had their names carved on it. I came back to the moment and looked back to the stack of letters on my desk. I passed the letters into a sack and went to the post. The town had actually grown enough to get an official one. Once there, I paid the extra fee to make sure the letters were treated properly and delivered quickly. There were tons of horror stories of mail taking months before it arrived, by which time the information was usually irrelevant. I made my way out of the post office. The outer parts of the east side had been severely damaged after the battle. Thrad was taking care of it on credit and was going to give me a tally when he was done with the repairs. Mostly homes, unfortunately, but people were coming through and letting neighbors stay with them. After the battle, I realized that my town was too dependent on the natural defenses of the valley. We had the walls at the entrances, but as we'd seen with the necromancers, a well-placed assault could easily cause quite a bit of damage. That's why I had gotten with Thrad and planned several layers of walls for the town, starting with the central district, which would house all the government-related buildings. The commerce district would be home to the businesses, inns, shops, and anything else that generally dealt with merchants. The outer district was for the housing of the citizens. Each district was roughly a square kilometer. Luckily, Thrad and I had already planned for such expansion, but the walls were supposed to be secondary. The central district wall was already being set. The ground was prepared for foundations. A sound wall requires more than just mortar and stone. A particular branch of mages had to come in and were enchanting it to resist magic, or else a well-placed terror spell would negate the entire thing. In short, it was going to cost a decent amount of gold for the town. Walking through the market right then, I was glad to see that most of the people wore smiles. The adventurers were even more serious about attacking the dungeon since the battle, wanting to gain more strength and wealth from its depths. In fact, I felt the number of adventurers seemed to have been on the rise over the last week. I would have to check with Cassie. I thought for a moment and decided to go find out then, since I was free for the rest of the afternoon. I made my way over to the Adventurers Guild, Izal following behind me like a shadow. Sometimes I even forgot she was there. There were times I wondered if she wasn't actually a dual cultivator. The sounds of activity could be heard from all over the town, and it made me want to protect it all the more. This is my town. I built it up. I will defend it, I thought, as I listened to the noises of life. We made it to the guild quickly. The first thing I noticed was that the building was being expanded. It had been 3 stories before, with quite a bit of open land spreading out for training, but it seemed they were adding another 2 floors and a whole wing. I watched the work crews moving over the structure like ants for a few moments, then made my way inside. I walked upstairs and knocked on Cassie's door. A voice answered a moment later. Yes? I pushed open the door and saw Cassie buried in a stack of papers. I made sure she was at a decent stopping point before speaking to her. Redecorating? I asked. Yeah, thanks to the bloody dungeon, Cassie replied with a sigh. Huh, what did he do this time? I asked, confused. To my knowledge, Regan had been relatively quiet as of late. He changed the method of payment for those stones. Now all you need is to put in 1,000 mana and you can get one. He even created rent to own, or whatever it's called, so that people can pay some up front and every other day the stone will draw the mana from you automatically. Ignoring the implications of this by itself, adventurers from all over the continent are making their way here. Cassie explained, before setting her forehead on the desk. I should probably let be.And know then. I'm starting to feel sorry for him having to deal with all these changes, though he did say it was keeping him on his toes, I said, scratching the top of my head in apology. It's not a big deal. We expected this, just not so soon. Most dungeon towns grow to cities within 5 years. I have a feeling this one might break a record, though, Cassie said as she pulled another sheet to work on. Expect any problems coming? I asked nervously. Some adventurers thought quite highly of themselves, and you had to be careful with handling them. At the moment? Cassie paused as she flipped through a few stacks of paper. The only big name heading this way is the Argent Lords. Depending on their mood, they can be a handful. I'll keep an eye out, I said with a sigh. Cassie was working on another sheet of paper when she gasped. Make that 2 problems. The gnome, Princess Izora, is coming as well, she said, as her grip tightened, making her knuckles turn white. What makes her a problem? I asked, confused. I figured if a princess were causing problems, I would have heard about it somewhere. Not so much a problem for you. I'm more worried about your friend. The gnomes worship the ancient technology. What do you think will happen when she sees even the first automata in the dungeon? Now I feel like a storm is about to come, and here I thought the trouble would leave us alone for a while, I said, putting my head in my hands. Trouble has always found you, mistress, Izal said from her spot next to the wall. Not funny, I shouted at her, but still smiled a little. I always did seem to be getting into some type of situation, even while growing up. My informant says she will be here within the month, so I would get the host prepared for the worst, Cassie said, having finished reading the letter. I understand. We talked for a while longer, then Azal and I made our way out. I made my way around the town, checking on people and making sure everyone was taken care of. I knew I couldn't stop the fear completely, but I could help alleviate it for some people by making sure everyone who'd lost someone or lost their home had food and clothing. We eventually made our way to the wall's construction site. It was going to be 5 meters wide, and I believe Thrad wanted to make it 10 to 15 meters tall, depending on labor required. There would be a gate in each cardinal direction, with a tower in the center of the wall. I felt it was going overboard, but Thrad assured me that it would be worth it if the town ever came under siege and we had to fall back. He said it was basically a district-size fort in the center of the city that the people could run to. I saw Thrad in among the workers and made my way over. He saw me and paused in his work to come over.
"My lady," he said with a slight bow, "me and the boys be about done working the ground."
He gestured to the worked ground. That's really fast, Thrad. It's not affecting the work done for the destroyed houses, is it? I asked, worried that people were getting neglected.
"No, my lady. Another overseer came in on the last airship. He be working the houses to help people get used to 'em,"
Thrad said, looking into the distance at the damaged houses. That's all right, then. I understand the need for this wall, so I won't bother you much longer, I said, and bowed my head slightly. I may be ranked higher than Thrad, but he was still a senior, who was responsible for building most of the buildings in the town. It would be a good idea not to piss him off.
"Thank you, my lady."
Thrad seemed to hesitate for a moment.
"Thank ye as well for coming back to save as many of your people as ye did on the night of the attack. Many nobles would have left me and the boys to the sharp, unfeeling teeth of the unliving,"
Thrad said and bowed his head as well. You became my people once you started living here. I will always try my best to make sure everyone is safe.
"Your best is always the best,"
Thrad said with a loud laugh. I left Thrad and went back home to work on my own stack of paper that was starting to build back up. I wanted to keep it at controlled chaos level. As I walked through the town back to my house, I couldn't keep a smile off my face. I felt that the future was looking up for my little slice of the world.
Chapter 4. Regan. I sat in the security room as I watched the Chaos Party, as I've come to understand they're called, make their way through the dungeon. They were quite good at dungeon diving, even if they bickered a lot, in my opinion. But the last real friend I remember having had been back in high school when I'd upgraded Watcher, so I don't know if I was the best person to judge whether the relationships in a party were good or not. They were currently on the 6th floor. The dwarf priest was enthralled by the smiths. I had improved them a lot over the months as I learned more about metal and its forging process. I mean, I was a scientist, yes, but I just ordered parts made with processes I thought I knew. I'd never had the chance to go to a factory or the completely out-of-date forges of old times back on Earth. That said, I was still able to do large-scale testing on the process, as I had over 200 or so smiths on that floor alone that never got tired or bored of doing the same thing over and over again. I felt I'd learned all the basics within a few days, including the glories of databanks, and had since moved on to more advanced stuff, such as machine hammer forging and other such techniques I had heard about when forging mass amounts of metals. I needed to make a new foundry on a lower floor soon to place my more advanced automata. I also wanted to make another mine. The one in the upper floors was about to get crowded, and I knew that some idiot was going to set the floor trap off. I didn't want someone to be able to cripple me from the inside if someone managed to cut off my material source or my automata creation line. I would be the laughingstock of the dungeon community if we had one of those. As I thought about that, I had to wonder if I could get in contact with my peers. I didn't want to influence them, as I knew that some of them were probably against the mortals completely. But I still wanted to get in contact with them to see what they knew, and if any of them were like me, reincarnated souls from other worlds. I knew my entry into this world had been abnormal, but if I could do it, surely others might have done something similar. I came back to the moment and looked at the group making their way across the 5th floor. The entrance wasn't hidden, but it was still annoying for me to find for the first time. It was behind a vein of iron ore. A party had to mine it to be able to reach the door, and it would have to be cleared once a day at that. After a week, the entrance would move to a new spot on the floor. The party had already walked around the quarry 3 times.
"Where is it?"
Alexander shouted for the 5th time in the same number of minutes.
"Hidden, ye Nimrod,"
Falwyn shouted back to him.
"Conal, you're a rogue, right? Find it,"
Alexander shouted back to the lean man in the party.
"Excuse me, Your Highness. I've been trying, but all my senses are telling me that it's in that stretch of wall,"
Conal retorted, pointing at a segment of the wall.
"But I've checked it 6 times. It's just an iron vein."
Selina sighed. "You morons, we're in a mine. Mine it," she growled, pointing at the spot.
"We don't have any tools,"
Alexander replied as he sat on the outcrop of rock. He pulled his bag to him and removed what looked like some bread. Everyone else moved to a comfortable spot and took out some rations. That made me think. A lot of people who would want to come in here might not, due to lack of tools. I moved over to the entrance and carved a good space out. I put in a counter that divided the cave from the room. I added an automaton that could speak and move but little else. In the back, I added a dispenser for various tools, but not racks, so if someone decided to get smart, they would only make off with a few tools. Under the floor, I added a decent-size mana stone that was linked by some electrum to a rune on the counter. I programmed the automaton to explain that people could rent the tools for 5 mana a day or some mana every hour. If people went over their time, the nearest brute would move to collect the tools. I looked the automaton over for a bit and decided that the face was slightly off-putting for a customer service representative. I added a faceplate that looked more human-like and had a smile. The first version looked quite sinister, enough that it made me want to try it out next time I needed a sinister smile. I worked on a few more versions before I got one that worked for me. Finally, I added a sign saying, "Mining Rentals," with my translator script. The impromptu break ended for the party, and they started heading back to the elevator to return to town. They were almost to the entrance when Conal noticed the difference on the wall from when they'd entered. He raised his hand, and the party came to a stop. He moved forward, keeping his guard up, until he saw the sign and laughed.
"Hey, guys, I think it's safe,"
he shouted back to the party, who moved forward to see. "The wind hears us and delivers," Rena said with a yawn. I thought she just didn't want to make the round trip to get the tools. "More like a peeping Tom of a dungeon," Selina said with a scowl.
"Hey, that's not fair. It's my job to watch you guys," I thought with mock anger.
Now, we be the best in ye here dungeon."
Falwyn seemed to be defending my defenseless self.
"He probably hasn't anything better to be doing."
I mentally nodded my thanks and raised Falwyn up in my mental handbook of people I liked reasonably well in this world.
"Finally, we can move to the next floor,"
Alexander said with his regular eardrum-popping loud voice. They moved forward to the counter. The automaton was doing some clerk-like actions I had programmed to make him lifelike. It would require some extra mana, but he was powered by the stone in the room. I decided to call him Lex, since I would probably have to watch out for him with the amount of interaction he would be doing. Plus, I had a theory I wanted to test with him as well. Selina moved forward before Alexander could shout again. "Excuse me, we would like to rent some tools."
"Certainly, young lady. How many?"
Lex said, putting the towel he was cleaning with away. Selina seemed to balk at being called young lady, but let it go.
3, please.
"It's 5 mana for a day, or roughly 1 for an hour,"
Lex said as he moved to the chute in the back. 5, 1? Selina said, confused. I forgot that the people see their pools as actual pools. My mind automatically digitizes it for me. I could also see my mana pool if I wanted to, but planning is easier for me with numbers. I quickly corrected it in Lex's mind for him. My apologies. About a quarter of your mana if you are Tier 1 mid, Lex reiterated while he bowed. Ah, I understand. I will pay for all of them then, Selena said as she nodded. Just pour your mana into the rune, please, Lex said, gesturing to the rune. Selena did as he said and placed her hand on the rune. A relatively pure blue-colored mana flowed from her hand and into the rune. The mana stone soon was filled with roughly 15 mana. Thank you, that will do, Lex said, and handed the pickaxes over to the men in the group. Wait, you expect the future Grand Vicar to mine? Falwyn seemed near fainting. I left the mines near Celamore to join the adventurers so I didn't have to mine ever again. You expect 2 weak women to mine for you, Falwyn? Alexander said, outraged. Weak? Weak? They're both higher tiered than all of us. Their bodies are literally better built than mine right now, Falwyn said, outraged as well. Conal moved over and whispered to Falwyn. Just do it. What if it were found out that the future Grand Vicar made women mine while he watched? The others couldn't hear him, but I could. I laughed when Falwyn sighed and just left them standing as he moved over to the suspect wall. They spent the next hour digging while Selena read a book and Rena took a nap. I was a little taken aback at first that she was sleeping. They were in the dungeon and deep enough that cultivating mana would be beneficial when considering the cleansed mana. I observed the mana around the group and was shocked to see a flood of mana moving into Rena. I checked and was sure she was sound asleep. I looked at Selena and saw that while not nearly as much as Rena, mana was still flowing into her. I had a feeling that would be different if she were near more water mana. I thought about this revelation for a bit. This party held strong beliefs that they were connected in one way or another to some elemental being. As such, if Rena believed strongly enough that she was a cursed wind element, then the air mana might very well believe her and surge to answer her call. I rubbed my mental chin as I thought of ways I might be able to use this to my advantage. A literal thought engine, something that pulls mana in via belief of self. The men broke through the vein of ore, and Falwyn was the first to throw his pickaxe as far away as he could. Whether on purpose or by a twist of fate, the pickaxe slammed a nearby brute in the head, leaving a decent dent. The brute jerked in their direction and roared much like how Colossus does. Fuck, Falwyn, really? Selena yelled at the startled dwarf. He tried to defend himself. It be an accident. Tell that to the pissed-off giant mining golem, she retorted, pointing at the brute making its way to them. It lifted its bucket hand and catapulted the ore in it at the party. Don't panic. It should be roughly the same level as the boss. We got this, Alexander shouted as he blocked the thrown ore with his shield. So, can we defeat 30 of them? Selena asked sarcastically. She pointed at roughly 30 brutes that were charging them from around the room. Damn it! Retreat! Alexander ordered reluctantly. Not that I could blame him. Their only escape path was through the next floor door, and they had no idea what was waiting for them. Alexander continued to defend from flying ore. Rena was the first through the door. She could move when she wanted to. Selena and Falwyn were next, with Conal right behind them. He turned and held the door for Alexander to dive headlong through the opening as nearly 20 brutes' worth of ore landed on the door, completely sealing them in. I shook my head at that. I hadn't anticipated this kind of situation. Now, the only way they could leave was through the elevator. Once you pissed the brutes off, you had to wait at least a week to return to the floor. It was a hidden condition for people who tried to play the system or screw someone else over. They made their way down the stairs as they caught their breath. Falwyn was grinding his teeth in frustration. It seemed the poor dwarf was having a relatively bad day. They had just passed the halfway point of the stairs when the pickaxes that Alexander and Conal had brought along by accident broke up into blue smoke. No stealing from my dungeon. The tools were rented, so they technically still belonged to the dungeon.
Damn, this place just keeps getting weirder and weirder,
Conal said, shaking his head.
Still, compared to some of the murder, trap dungeons, this is quite better,
Falwyn said from the back.
True,
Conal agreed. They made it to the foundry door soon after. Everyone be ready, Alexander said to everyone. He pushed open the door, and they stood and gaped for a minute or two. Not that I blamed them. The door opened right next to the chute exit. Large amounts of ore were falling into a suspended bucket. Once the bucket was full, it moved on a track to a line of other buckets. The track split and led to various smelters that were all set to different temperatures for different ore. If they moved forward, they would see where the liquid metal poured out from the bottom of the smelter to be made into several meter-long strips of metal. The metal was then carried by a crane-like hand that was suspended on a track as well to wherever the metal was needed.
This is amazing,
Falwyn said, awe and shock clearly audible even to me.
How much metal do you think is in this room alone?
Conal asked nervously.
Enough to make armor for several armies easily,
Falwyn replied immediately. I was surprised, as that was decently accurate. I mean, I had enough for at least one army. The overseer moved around a corner and saw the party standing at the door. He made his way to them without drawing his weapon. The party braced themselves for a fight.
What you be here for?
The overseer asked the group, in what most might take to be a bad mood.
Sir, we be adventurers passing the floors,
Selina replied as she bowed, showing respect.
Know some manners, do ye?
The overseer said, his tone changing a bit.
I understand. Don't harm the smiths, and ye be free to explore the floor.
He reached behind him and tapped his giant wrench.
No stealing, you hear?
Yes, sir, Selina said as she bowed again. The overseer left to continue his rounds.
Amazing. I can't wait to see what's on lower floors, Alexander said excitedly.
I'm starting to think this might be a bit much for us, Selina said, with an uncharacteristically worried tone in her voice.
The great Selina, daughter of Modern, is afraid?
Conal taunted.
Scared of parents that made you, maybe, but of this dungeon, no, she said, scoffing at Conal. Can we take a nap soon?
Rena raised her voice for the first time over the last 2 hours.
It is close to nightfall outside. Looks like we're camping tonight,
Selina said, seemingly showing concern for Rena. She looked around the foundry.
We might need some earplugs.
Here, I have some,
Conal said, handing everyone a pair. It looked like wax with a cloth covering.
Why do you have earplugs?
Selina asked, most likely surprised that they actually had some and didn't have to make their own.
Alexander snores like a hell beast,
Conal said simply. I watched as they quickly set up camp, then went back to doing other things around the dungeon. I still kept a trace amount of attention on them in case something interesting happened during the night.
Chapter 5. Princess Izora Metal Gear. I watched as the clouds flew by at speeds that would shock anyone who hadn't ridden in an airship before. One of the flagships of the known city-state, the Ryu, was one of the 3 ships left by the ancients. The only known of the 3 ships, it was the fastest, and the gnomes used it for transporting royal family members. I rarely got to leave the floating city of Jadewind, but when I did, it was always on this ship. As I thought of the city, I remembered why I was coming to this hole in the ground in the middle of literally 3 factions that were near war. The gnomes of the last 3 generations had been spending most of their time fixing the damn place, but we hadn't been able to improve it. The masters were idiots for hoarding their knowledge and not teaching the others. Every time we got close to going the next step in understanding the city, one of the masters seemed to pass away. Then we had to spend the next decade relearning what was lost with that member. It was almost like divine intervention was preventing us from growing as a race. I pounded my fist on the deck rail in frustration. If only my father would do something about it. I hoped that I would find something that would change the status quo. I turned to head back to the bridge, sweeping my eyes over one of the last remaining pieces of technology that remained from my race's earlier days. The Ryu was roughly 150 meters long and about 10 meters wide. It had several magically enchanted catapults and ballistae that could reach several hundred meters in case of airship combat. It was enchanted to reduce wind shear by letting the wind move around it like an arrowhead. It could house a force of nearly 100 comfortably, and actually had that many right now due to, well, me being on board. I made it to the bridge and looked to the captain. "Captain Shido, how much longer?"
"Less than a day, Your Highness,"
Captain Shido answered with a bow after glancing at the map he was standing over. "Good. We need to investigate this and return home quickly," I said, trying to hide the impatience I felt.
"I know, Your Highness, but as the king has said, something about this dungeon just isn't sitting well with him, and he wants to know what," he said while he rubbed his temples. "Some of the magic engineers have been having dreams of late."
"Dreams?" I asked, confused. Father had never mentioned anything about this.
I meant the ones on the ship. About a day ago, no less than 3 dreamed about fleets of airships like this one filling the skies. Of course, they just thought it was a sign of good changes to come, until 2 of them compared their dreams. They were nearly identical.
Okay, but what makes you think it has something to do with this dungeon?
At the end of the dream, a ship the size of home came into view. Standing at the top of a tower-like structure was a man who wasn't a man. He had metal pieces for several parts of his body that were visible.
Interesting. The question is, though, is it a good sign or a bad sign? I asked the captain, but also myself.
Well, the engineers have actually had several insights in the last few hours since the dream, so it's hard to say,
he answered, scratching his neck. Just keep your ears open for any more of these I started to say, when the ship shook violently.
"Tier 2 monster attack! 30-plus bird-type monsters!"
an observer shouted a moment later.
"All hands, battle stations, bring the ward spells up!"
Captain Shido shouted into a metal tube next to the chart table. He made his way over to the front window to get a look at the enemy. I followed close behind. The monsters were easily close to 10 meters wide and roughly the same lengthwise. They were all red-colored, and some flames could be seen here and there coming from their feathers. Talons like swords made up the 2 claws.
"Phoenix? A flock of fucking phoenix?"
Captain Shido growled, slamming his hand on the rail in front of the window.
"This is why I hate the continent. You never know what will pop up."
The flock seemed to puff up, and the next thing was a wave of fireballs heading for the ship. I heard a "brace for impact" from the observer and grabbed the rail before the fireballs slammed into the ward spells and managed to push the ship back several hundred meters.
"Return fire!"
Captain Shido shouted angrily.
"Bombardment spells, stage 1!
A man shouted to a group of mages lined up on the deck. Half the group channeled mana, and shards of metal formed in front of them. They steadily got bigger until they were the size of heads.
"Stage 2!
The next group of mages added an explosion spell to the shards.
Fire!
The Terra mages mimed throwing a ball and sent the wave of spells at the flock. The flock dodged the attack with ease and seemed to think nothing more of the balls of metal that flew past them. That was until they exploded in the middle of the flock, sending shards zipping in a sphere from the explosion. At least part of the flock was injured quite badly, while a few were killed from being too close to the attack. The relatively unhurt ones chirped in anger. The flock learned from their mistake and spread out. They started sending fireballs at the ship with seemingly no regard to their mana consumption. A few men moved to the ballistae and aimed at the nearest phoenix. The bolt shot like lightning and, within a heartbeat, pierced through the target. They kept it up, managing to take down 3 more before the flock decided to cut their losses.
"Go to alert, but stand down,"
Captain Shido ordered, then looked over to an officer.
"What did that cost us?" "Roughly 10%, Captain,"
the man reported.
I hope the mana density is decent at the valley. Otherwise, we might be grounded for a month or so,"
Captain Shido said, rubbing his chin. "There's a rumor of a dragon vein. This airship should be able to reach that high if you want to investigate for the landlubbers," I said with a mocking smile.
"Humph, a dragon's vein is child's play for us,"
he replied with a scoff. "Haha, true." "If you'll excuse me, Captain, I think I will go to the engine room to think," I said, only getting a bow in response. I made my way through the ship, first through the cabins for the crew, then the cafeteria, the hold, and finally near the bottom and back of the ship, to the engine room. I entered the room and made my way over to a spot out of the way of the engineers. I'd always admired the ancients, even more so when I saw the engines of the last ships. A crystal column roughly 5 meters tall and a meter in diameter stood horizontally between 2 brass slots on the walls of the ships. Several gems spun around it, magically connected in a way that we no longer knew how to replicate. The gems that were roughly the size of my head contained so many runes that you could only barely make out the gem underneath. Thousands of researchers and engineers had tried to understand the runes over the years, but it was finally understood that we were missing some final piece to get it to work. A stream of liquid was coming out of one brass slot and spinning several times around the crystal cylinder before making its way back into the other brass tube. The liquid we understood, at least a little. It was fuilum, a liquid that when channeled through the crystal engine would seemingly negate the force that pulls objects to the ground. It was one of the reasons that Jade Wind City was floating where it was. There was a special spring that produced this liquid. For the ships we sold to other nations, we used a special engine that charged the liquid with mana. Unlike the Ryu, their engines constantly used mana, which caused them to be expensive to run long term. The engine was a child's stick to a man's sword in comparison. We tried to give it to dungeons, but they never seemed to produce it. We weren't sure why, and we didn't want to attempt to give it to the cores that were frequented by their host cities. I sighed, thinking about the limitations of nations. It just seemed to stand in the way of progress. I channeled mana into my eyes and looked at the engine. I was able to see mana in its raw form with my mystical eyes. The one thing I didn't understand was why I saw mana being made from the engine that wasn't going into the mana storage of the ship. I had always wondered about that. Surely the ancients would have thought to harness this source of mana. I thought about the dream the captain mentioned. If it was true, it could finally push the gnome race forward. I was versed in the engineering arts, but not as much as I would have preferred, with me being a royal and kept busy with more state-based knowledge and training during my childhood. The relatively new threat from the necromancers made me think that another group had had a breakthrough in their research. I spent the next few hours staring at the engine until I finally ran out of mana and decided to retire to my quarters. I awoke early the next morning. I wanted to be on the bridge when the ship came into the valley. We had a rule that we had to approach at low altitude so as not to offend the host city. We could have probably gotten away with ignoring that for this town, but we knew we might be staying there for several weeks and it was best to start on good terms. After a quick breakfast of dry biscuits and some gravy, I made it to the bridge just as the sun peeked over the horizon. The airship also moved noticeably slower by that point. A long chain of mountains stretched to the right of the ship and seemed to reach to the heavens. None of our airships were able to get over them, making the few mountain passes guarded by mortals all that much more important. Not that my father was planning to help in this, as he called it, pointless war. The valley came into view about an hour later. The wall protecting it was quite large, at roughly 20 meters or so in height and around 5 or 6 wide. A few patrols were walking the walls, and while I saw the flags of Thonica Kingdom, the guardhouse had the Golden Dawn flag as well. That made me feel better about the person running this place. If they were smart enough to hire Golden Dawn, then it wouldn't be like talking to a spoiled child, as some of the leaders in the cities we had to visit seemed to be like. I looked down and barely managed to see a few people pointing up at the airship. It looked like a steady line of travelers were pouring into the valley. I was impressed again. A new town, barely a few months old, was somehow managing to attract many people like this. Even if they weren't permanent, they would still bring commerce into the town. Looking to the town itself, I saw some of the east side was burned, and it looked like new construction was happening all over the town. I wondered if they'd had a fire recently. If not carefully controlled, fire could reduce a city to ash in a matter of hours. A new wall was also being constructed around the center of the town. I activated my mystical eyes and looked at the town anew. I gasped out in surprise when I saw the dome of energy that surrounded most of the town. I had never seen something like this before. Barrier and ward spells caused something similar, but not this intense feeling from it. I took a deep breath and looked at some other parts of the town. 2 towers were like pillars of magical energy. One nearest us seemed to be the cause of the dome as well. As I looked around, I saw a decent line of people in front of it. The other tower had a more condensed magic energy, with the signature changing every 4 or so meters. I remembered seeing something like this from mage towers in cities. Finally, I turned in the direction of where the dungeon was supposed to be, and I almost regretted it. My eyes started to bleed, and I had to cut off my mystical eye spell. "Your Highness!" an officer next to me shouted in worry. "I'm fine, just overused my ability," I said to reassure the man, and thought about what I'd just seen. A pillar of energy that reached into the sky like a mountain. The flow and concentration of the energy were constantly growing larger. I had never been scared by the magic levels of a being before, but this time I was genuinely scared of whatever could amass so much mana this quickly. I reactivated my ability, making sure not to look directly at the dungeon, and tried to study the aura as much as I could. A few minutes later, the airship crossed the weird sphere of magic, and I felt an intense pressure gather on the entire ship. It was overwhelming. I risked a glance to the edge of the dungeon and saw the pillar fluctuating like it was in a storm. "Captain, pull us up 50 meters now!" I shouted in a voice that offered no argument. "Aye, up 50 meters," the captain repeated, and the airship jerked as the helmsman adjusted course. I sensed the presence seemed to grow angry, but also found it funny when I ordered the airship out of what I now knew was the dungeon's aura. How the dungeon managed to spread its aura out to here when the main dungeon was nearly an hour away was beyond me. Once the airship was out, the pillar over the main dungeon calmed down back to what it was before, still scary but calm. I closed my eyes. They hurt. They hurt a lot, in fact. Thankfully, the captain had already called for a light-versed mage. I could have done it myself, but I risked blinding myself. "Your Highness, what did you see that caused such a reaction?" the captain whispered to me, not wanting to alarm the crew. I think the dungeon. We flew into its aura. Don't ask me how it got it in town, but it did. It was very, very interested in us," I answered as I wiped my eyes with a cloth to clean the blood. "So not a simple investigation mission," Captain Shido said with a forced chuckle. "No, not that simple anymore," I replied with a smile as well.
Chapter 6. Regan. I was watching the chaos party early in the morning when I felt a surge of mana that would have knocked my socks off if I'd had any. Quickly moving to the town, I located the source. It was an airship like I had never seen before, at least not on this planet. It was like a naval battleship, only missing all the turrets and modern pieces of technology that would have been poking out everywhere. At that point, I would have spit out my tea if I'd been drinking any at the time. I moved my mental eye all over the vessel, trying to understand how it came to be. Even without absorbing it, I could tell it was ancient. When I got to where the engine would be, I was almost in a daze, since it was putting out so much mana that was literally going nowhere. Just as I was about to do a scan on all the runes I'd noticed, the airship moved out of the town's aura. I was starting to get pissed until I noticed the panicked look on one of the people on the bridge. "Oh, someone can sense me looking at them," I thought with humor. I filed that away for when I might need it and looked at my mana pool. In the maybe 2 or 3 minutes they were in my aura, the ship alone gave me nearly 2,000 mana. That was about 4 times my lightning forest floor, I realized upon doing the mental calculations. I thought about it and realized that it absorbed all the excess in one go from their airship. The mana wasn't going to any storage device, but the ship itself would have insulated it from dispersing quickly. The question, then, was why they needed an engine if they weren't using it to make energy to power their ship. I concluded I must have missed something, and I would most definitely need to get back on that airship ASAP. I was caught up in my thoughts when I heard a call from the dungeon. "Father," Puppet said to the air. "Yes," I answered, making a ghost-like outline of myself. I had found I could do this a while ago to help give people something to look at, rather than completely create my avatar. "I want to propose something to you," Puppet said, looking at my ghostly figure. I nodded, and he continued. "I think Azra, Z2, and I should go out and explore some of the mortal cities for you, Father." I tapped my chin. I would like a more solid information network, and there were some distance tests I wanted to do, I said as I thought it over. I would be worried about them, but unless they met someone with quite a bit of power, they would be fine. That's what I thought, so I wanted to suggest this to you, as I know you worry about us, Puppet said, seeming to see through me. No pun intended. All right, head for Lekazar then, and try to find the major we lost during the siege. I still get some mana every now and then, so I know his group is still alive, but I don't know why they haven't returned yet, I suggested. The group had separated and were supposed to have chased undead through the forest that night, but they never came back. I'm not sure if they left my influence or something similar, but I couldn't get through to them mentally. Puppet kneeled in a bow. Yes, Father. He made his way to find Azra and Z2, who were training right then. I thought about the three of them being out in the world where I couldn't see them, and I started to worry that their team was missing some elements for properly working in other dungeons or situations that might arise. I mentally tapped my chin as I thought. The team really needed a long-range member to complement the makeup, and a healer as well. The healer would be tricky. I couldn't access celestial mana, and I didn't think it would be much help anyway. I checked my mana pool. It was starting to get back up after a few days of charging, so I felt that I could make 2 unique automata for the team. I started with the long-range unit. I decided that I would let the magic decide the physical appearance this time, and only design the weapon. I decided to skip a few stages and designed a multi-purpose weapon platform. Its base form would be that of a sniper rifle, at roughly 1.2 meters long. It had a built-in silencer. Next, I designed a few add-ons that would transform the rifle into either an anti-tank rifle or a railgun. The railgun form, unfortunately, could only be used for around 4 shots before the Mana Stone battery was spent and had to be recharged. The sniper and anti-tank rifle forms would generate their ammo from the Mana Stone as well, but the draw was light enough for it to be compensated by the natural mana in the air and by the user that would be created. Satisfied with the design, I channeled mana into the automaton creation skill. The magic circle glowed to life in the empty room in front of me. This was the first time the spell would create an automaton completely at random. A figure started to form in front of me that I almost mistook for human. Finally, with almost a pop, the magic ended, and a girl stood in front of me. She stood at roughly 140 centimeters. I knew it was a girl, though, because her chest was probably in the C range. When I saw the blonde hair in pigtails, I almost wanted to ask for a do-over. I just hoped that personality wasn't decided based on appearance, like many doctors wanted to say it was back on Earth. I must have watched too much anime. At least her doll-like face was cute. While she looked human, on closer examination, I saw that her skin was actually a type of plastic. I could also see metal parts in the joints. She was wearing a black dress, much like a rich lady might wear to a party. There was a cloak over her shoulders, though, that I felt had illusion magic emanating from it. The rifle on her back was almost as tall as she was, and there was a cord leading from it that seemed to connect to the small of her back.
Father, stop staring at me. It's repulsive, the girl said as she crossed her arms over her chest.
Huh? Oh, sorry, I said and started to turn away.
Ah, well, if it's father, I shall permit it, she said quickly, then blushed.
We need to give you a name, I said, and got an excited look from her in return before she quickly turned away.
I guess I shall permit you to do so.
Natsuko. I think it suits you, I said, thinking for a moment about some characters I'd known back on Earth.
Natsuko. All right, I'll be Natsuko from now on, she said, blushing again.
Natsuko, I need to create another sibling for you, so can you come stand next to me? I said, gesturing over to the wall near me.
Don't order me around,
Natsuko said, even as she moved over to me. I tried not to chuckle. Now for a healer. Well, I guess in this case, more of a mechanic. I took the design for my smith and re-examined it. I updated the mind script to the advanced version and channeled mana into the design to see what would come out. The magic circle reappeared and quickly popped again. This time, a male figure was standing there looking around. He looked quite plain with no weapons or tools. He had dark short hair and a face that seemed to lack expression. He had the same small amount of makeup as Natsuko, though, also being only 145 or so centimeters tall. His skin, plastic, was of a dark shade that almost looked gray. He had several golden bands with white circuit-like designs inside that circled his arms and legs. He stopped looking around for a moment and focused on his hand. It looked like a normal human hand, then seams opened along where the bones would be, and it transformed into a welder. He quickly shifted through half a dozen tools before returning his hand to normal. "Natsuko, what should we name your little brother?" I asked the girl, watching the show with interest.
Why should I help you?"
She scoffed as she jerked her head away.
Wait, younger brother?
She turned back, confused. "Well, he was born only a few minutes after you. If any people in here are like real siblings, it'd be you two," I explained. "Sister?" the boy asked as he looked at Natsuko. I don't know how he did it with that expressionless face, but I swore I saw puppy dog eyes.
Kaya, so cute. Let's call him Natsuo, since we're brother and sister," she said, then explained defensively.
"Ha ha, all right, sounds good." "Father, sister," Natsuo said as he looked at each of us. "Why don't you two go next door to the dorms and meet the rest of your siblings? I need to make a few more things to get ready," I said, gesturing to the room next door. Azra and Z2 were in there talking.
I guess I have no choice,"
Natsuko said before making her way out. "Sister, wait for me," Natsuo said, still expressionless. I started to plan as soon as they left. They wouldn't need food. Azra only needed to eat once a week, but that might change once she left the mana-rich environment of the dungeon. I couldn't know for sure. That was a lot of weight saved, but I didn't feel right making them camp outside with no cover. I moved to an empty room and thought about some of the camping gear I remember seeing on Earth. Thankfully, here I had magic to help. I took some steel plates out of my storage that were roughly 5 square meters and a few centimeters thick. I melded them together using mana and made a large box. Next, I added some simple furniture so that everyone would have a place to either sit or lie down at night. I added a stove for looks, or in case a mortal for some reason kept them company, such as a fellow traveler. I added a few more things before deciding it was good, then went to work on the important part. I moved along the edges and added space scripts and terra scripts to reinforce the steel and prevent it from rusting. I moved to the center of one plate and added script that would make part of the wall non-physical to serve as the door and allow people to walk through. I knew better than to trust people, so I made sure it was password protected. I planned to key it to the 5 later, then added an illusion to camouflage it. Finally, I added a button so that when pressed, it would activate the space script and shrink the cube down to the size of a shoebox. It would easily fit in a sack or bag, and most people would mistake it for a little bit larger than average steel ingot. As a safety measure, it wouldn't shrink if a living being was inside it. Next, I moved on to transportation. I had thought about letting them use the robotic horses with illusions cast on them, but if I was going to do that, I might as well make it more advanced for them. I decided to use motorcycles because I thought it would be cool. I built them using a combination of steel and titanium to give them strength while still reducing their weight. I used a combination of mana absorption runes and a passive rune so that they would absorb mana over time. They could use the bikes for roughly a week non-stop before they needed to stop and charge the mana stone. The bikes were tied to each member, so they were the only ones who could use them. I gave them a sleek design, with decent curves for aerodynamics. I felt they could easily go 150 to 200 kilometers per hour. I expected the roads on this world to be pretty rough, so I added some auto-repair script to the overall structure, with a focus on the wheels. I had to spend a few minutes getting the tires scripted to make the ground hard as they went over them. This helped reduce tracks and to increase speed. They were mana-powered, so there wasn't any sound to worry about. I looked them over and felt something was missing. A light bulb went off. Weapons. No cyberpunk cycle is complete without weapons. I moved to the front of the cycles and added 2 crystals that could pull mana in to unleash a laser at front targets. I decided to go with both attack and defense and added some simple barrier spells to protect the riders in case they were chased with projectile weapons or spells. I worked on a few more things for the next couple of hours, trying to think up everything they might need. When I was satisfied, I made the last object on my list. I created a cylinder that had mana repulsion script engraved on it so that no mana would leak in or out. I made 3 total, and inside I put a sliver of a subcore so that they could plant them in cities or other sites that might be worth it. Finally, the group came back from the dorms, everyone having talked to Puppet, who I guess was the leader of the little group. Azra had a pack that had a few items she was fond of. Z2 seemed like she had just cried. It was hard to tell, mind you, but I felt that her eyes were slightly tinted, and Puppet was bouncing on the balls of his feet. I knew that he wanted to adventure. He tended to watch adventurers with Jarvis when they were in the dungeon. "You guys ready?" I asked. "Yes, Father," Puppet replied, doing his signature kneeling. I do not want to follow your orders, but I have to protect Natsuo," Natsuko said from Natsuo's side. "Father, do I really have to go?" Z2 said in a tiny voice. "Well, I don't want to force you, but I think they could use your help," I said, patting her on the head. "Besides, we can still talk to each other." I handed her a crystal that was inscribed to allow thoughts to travel between it and its counterpart. It was one-sided, but it would always be in the dungeon, so I would always receive the messages. She took it and hugged it to her chest. It didn't seem like anyone else would be talking to me easily. "Master, I will protect them," Azra said, pounding a fist to her chest. "Yeah, I know you will," I said, as I gave her a pat on the head as well. I proceeded to show them all the toys I'd made for them.
Chapter 7. Luella. "Oh, Baden, stop it!" I giggled as Baden tried to give me a farewell kiss.
"Luella, please, it will help me get through the hard task of being away from you,"
Baden pleaded. "Oh, fine," I said, giving in and rising up on my toes. Nearly a head taller than me, he bent down and gave me a tender kiss while cupping my face. I blushed and hurriedly broke away.
"I'm glad you're warming up to me,"
Baden said with a broad smile.
"Oh, go do your job,"
I shouted at him.
"As you command, my lady,"
he said as he saluted. He turned to walk away, and I hurriedly shouted, "Be safe!" He turned his head back and gave me an even wider grin and waved as he kept walking toward the Golden Dawn barracks. I sighed, missing him already. I heard a cough behind me and turned to see Izal and Iveta standing there. I blushed again and clapped my cheeks to hide it. They both snickered, and we made our way back into the manor. Just as we were about to shut the door, I heard shouting outside. Thankfully, it sounded like good news. We made our way back out and looked around. Everyone was pointing toward the south of town. I turned and saw an airship that had to be at least 100 meters long. Its quality was several levels higher than even the Marquis airship.
"Looks like you'll get to see your boy toy earlier than you thought,"
Iveta said from behind me. "Ha ha," I sighed as I rubbed my temples. "Let us go to the air docks," I said, going back inside to grab my stuff. Since the necromancer attack, I never left without being fully armed. We made our way over, along with what felt like half the town as well. Thankfully, this airship was able to dock at the air docks without trouble. Ever since the incident with the Marquis, they had been basically, rebuilt. They were several dozen meters higher, with much more extensive docks with high-quality handrails and even safety nets under them in case someone still managed to fall over. In light of the added traffic we were starting to see from the increase in adventurers and merchants, I thought I might have to ask Thrad to add a second dock on the other side of the valley, in case we started getting nobility from both nations at once. I didn't want an international incident to happen. They were always a pain and messy to deal with. I decided to wait for the envoy on the ground this time, just to be safe. We didn't wait long, as the gnome envoy quickly reached ground level and made their way over to us. The party was interesting, but in a different way than Lord Val's party. The princess was the easiest to find, as she wore a white overcoat that was common for nobility. Her platinum hair that reached to the middle of her back was also a trademark of gnome royalty. A massive warhammer rested across her back, though she didn't look like that type of fighter. The rest of the entourage were all equipped with weird tube-shaped weapons. They reminded me of something, though I couldn't place it at the moment. The guards had some of the best equipment I had ever seen, even compared to the Lekazar Royal Guards. "Your Highness," I said with a Thonica salute for foreign emissaries. She walked up to me and gave a deep bow in response. "Baroness Luella of Thonica, it is a pleasure to meet you," she said once she'd returned upright. "I'm happy to say I'm now a Viscountess. I'm unhappy to say that we couldn't provide a better welcoming for you. We were recently attacked by a group of necromancers. Luckily, we had tremendous help from Marquis Valamore in driving them off, so the valley remains safe." "My apologies. We have been traveling for over 2 weeks, so information is behind. I meant no disrespect. Congratulations on your new title, and I'm sorry to hear the undead scourge once again tried to uproot life in this area," the princess said with another deep bow. "None was taken. Unlike my peers, my position is a little awkward, so," I said, trailing off. "Ah, the joys of being a noble," the princess said with a sympathetic smile. "Now, let us retire somewhere to discuss your plans for your visit, and if possible, I would love to hear stories of Jade Wind. I have always wanted to visit the floating city," I said as I gestured in the direction of the town. I noticed that be.And had arrived with a small troop of Golden Dawn members for security. "Yes, I would like to hear all about your valley in return. Please call me Izora," she said as she waved her people forward. "In that case, feel free to call me Luella," I replied with a smile. "While we walk, may I ask something?" "Sure, go ahead." "The host of the dungeon, has he come out yet?" Regan." I covered my mouth, then thought it was pointless with how big a scene he'd made during the competition and after, for that matter. "Regan came out while the Marquis was in town," I finished honestly. "Interesting. What kind of being was he? We have heard all sorts of rumors about this dungeon that just seemed so out there." "He is—" I tried to think how best to describe him, but couldn't think of the right words at a moment's notice. "It's probably best if you meet him yourself," I said with a shrug. "Oh, I intend to," she said, then muttered in a voice I almost didn't catch, "That presence is dangerous." We made small talk as we walked through the town. I asked if she wanted a tour while we were already out, and she agreed. The tour was pleasant until we started heading for Regan's tower. I noticed Izora's eyes flicker for a moment before she smiled at me and asked, "Whose tower is this?" "The dungeon's?" I answered hesitantly. "I see the dungeon is making his presence quite known in this little town," Izora said, glancing at me, and all I could do was look away. "Well, from what I've seen and what has been reported, it's less of this town influencing the dungeon and more the other way around. I would like to visit this tower," she said, pointing at the structure. As you wish," I said, unable to think up an excuse. We made our way past the dwindling line. It seemed that sales for today were over. We got to the front door, and one of the golems moved to open the way for us, allowing my guards and me to pass. Once Izora, the man with her, who I had found out was the captain, and I were through, it blocked the passage so that no one else could pass. They both had their eyes glued on the golem, as if they wanted to know everything about it and almost seemed not to notice. The captain snapped out of it and was about to protest, but the princess shook her head and moved forward. A new, smaller golem gestured for us to follow it into the tower through the other door and to the platform. Izora seemed to have to resist reaching out and touching it. I already knew which floor we needed, so I tapped the rune and we made our way up to the tower. Once we got to the correct floor, I almost did a double take. The room had been completely changed. Where the stone walls used to be, wood and paper had replaced them. A table that I felt was barely off the ground was surrounded by mats, which I could only assume were for sitting. A weird brewing pot, I think, was sitting in the corner of the room.
"I took the liberty of redecorating. I hope this makes you feel at home,"
a voice said, which was soon followed by a figure from around the corner. I realized it was Regan. His form seemed to have changed again, with even more metal than usual. How do you know about this?" Izora said as she gestured toward the room.
To put it simply, I have seen a civilization like yours before. Your clothes gave it away. Not sure what it is called for you, but where I knew it, it was called a kimono,"
Regan said, tapping his chin in thought. You've seen our civilization before? I had information that you were only born a few months ago," she said, confused. Then, I don't know if on purpose or accident, she threw a suspicious look my way.
"You would be correct. Let us just say I know more than I have learned,"
Regan said, then waved as if to dismiss the talk. He gestured to the room, and we all made our way in and sat. I was used to chairs, so my legs felt uncomfortable only moments after sitting. "Fine, but I still know you saw us this morning," she accused as she pointed at him.
"That would be true. You should get your ship repaired, by the way. Several areas were quite hard to look at for one such as myself,"
Regan said, and rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. Wait, what's she talking about? How could you see them?" I asked, as I didn't want to be left out of the loop. This was my town, after all. Regan contemplated for a moment, then gestured to the north.
"As of 3 minutes ago, the entire town is officially in my aura, and you are essentially in my dungeon now,"
he said with one of his sinister grins. I usually wasn't too bothered by it, but this time it managed to send a shiver of fear down my back. "Impossible!" Izora said, and slammed her fist on the table.
Regan shrugged and said, "I have my tricks. To be fair, your airship should be impossible."
Izora kept her mouth shut and looked away.
"What do you mean we need to get our ship repaired?"
Captain Shido asked. Regan looked over to him.
"What to do," he said,
tapping his chin again.
"I'll give you a sample of the liquid we use,"
Captain Shido said as he pulled a vial out of his coat.
"Deal,"
Regan said, holding his hand out for the captain to set the vial in.
"I saw several weapons that were inaccessible, and the engine was producing mana, but it was not going into the storage, most likely faulty mana conduits. It looked like your bridge had been rebuilt at one time and not done correctly. That's all I got when I looked earlier."
"Peeping pervert," Izora said under her breath.
Now, it's in my nature,"
Regan said dismissively. I glared at Regan, wondering just how much was his nature. I sighed and looked over to Izora. "Your Highness, I think it would be best to get you back. I don't want your forces to think we kidnapped you," I said with a small smile. "True enough, they can be overprotective at times," she replied as she stood up, then turned to Regan. "Well, Sir Regan, I'm sure you'll be seeing us again," she said and bowed. I made to get up as well, but Regan stopped me by grabbing my arm.
"I need to talk to you for a moment,"
Regan said, and I looked at him with a curious expression. "Don't worry, Viscountess. I believe my people can get me back to the airship without any problems," Izora said. I considered for a moment and nodded. We waited for them to leave, then I turned to look at Regan. Once the princess had left, the room seemed to morph around us back to the castle sitting room I remembered from last time. Izal and Iveta both jumped with their weapons pointed at Regan, but I waved them back.
That's one test out of the way, though it was a little more costly than I anticipated,"
Regan said, rubbing his chin.
"Test?"
Izal asked curtly.
"Why, yes, I wanted to see if I could alter the area, much like how I do within my dungeon. Normally, adventurers don't sit around too long for me to test this type of thing, plus I have things I don't want to change when they are sitting in place long enough,"
Regan explained as he looked out the window that had reappeared. "Was this it? Can we leave now?" I asked.
"Why in such a hurry? Have a hot date waiting for you with the captain?"
Regan asked with his teasing smile again. "Humph! As if that matters to you," I retorted, trying to suppress the blush I was sure was making its way over my face.
"Fair enough, but no, I was wondering if you had time for a little trip."
Regan stood up. I looked outside the window that he was looking out and saw that it was almost dark. I didn't have anything else to do for the day, but I wasn't sure. Of course, I knew that without Regan, I probably would have been sacrificed by now in some necromantic ritual. I looked back to Regan and nodded. He smiled and waved us to the elevator platform. He pressed a new rune that had emerged, and the platform shuddered. I got heavily nauseated while feeling a bit compressed. I remembered feeling this only one other time. When I left the capital of Lekazar, I had been in a hurry, so I spent some of the gold to get a pass on the ancient teleport array that was left from the Golden Age. There were set times that it activated to open a portal to different places. Most of the old cities had at least one still functioning. As soon as the nausea passed, I grabbed Regan's arm. "How did you build a teleport array? How?" I asked, putting maybe a little too much force into my voice. Regan seemed taken aback for a moment before answering.
"Damn, so you guys can already make teleportation happen,"
he said, clicking his tongue. No, we can't. That's why I'm asking you," I said, trying not to grind my teeth.
"Oh, well, it's a matter of understanding the principles of space and time, I guess. A lot of calculations and math go into it,"
he answered, rubbing his head. Can you make one in the town?" I asked, trying to sound cute.
"Sure, I guess,"
Regan replied, seemingly caught off guard by my change in tone.
"What happened to the no influencing the dungeon?"
"Ha! Like you care about that," I accused, pointing at him.
"Fair enough. You'll need to give me anchors for where they go when using it. If it's set to random, they might end up in a wall,"
Regan said with a laugh. "I can handle that. I don't want a repeat of the attack. Being able to move around the valley faster would be a tremendous help to the forces here," I said with a determined grimace.
"Neither do I, and you're correct. Anyway, for what we were here for,"
Regan said, then with a grand wave, showed the room that was past the door. An enormous, bizarre forest emerged in front of me, with a few structures dotting my sight randomly. I had walked in the forests that were outside the valley. Those were quite a sight. No mortals had touched them in the last 100 years or so except to maintain the roads. Those forests were grand, but this was majestic. Trees that reminded me of a small storm formed most of the forest. I could barely make out clouds that drifted along the ceiling. An image of a moon, or a real one, I wasn't sure, seemed to be making its way lazily across the ceiling, slightly hidden by the clouds. I wasn't even cultivating mana, and I could feel the mana surging around me. It felt like it wanted to play with me, wanted to talk to me. I had heard about this from people who had managed to go places that held high concentrations of their type of mana. This would allow me to boost my strength so fast that I was actually worried I wouldn't be able to handle it. I looked at Regan, my eyes doing all the talking.
Yeah, you can look around. There are no dangerous automata on this floor yet,"
he said with a smile that said he found me amusing. I nodded and went deeper into the forest. I had walked a good distance in when I saw a temple. I wasn't sure how I knew it was a temple, but that's what I felt from it. I made my way up the ruined stairs and looked around. In the center of the room, a man stood tall and proud with a lightning bolt and a tablet in his hands. I moved forward to get a better look, feeling pressure from the statue the whole time. The man seemed wizened and powerful and almost made me want to bow to it. I shook my head and continued forward to see what the tablet said. I read the tablet and felt a desire to see what this storm would bring. I felt that this might have been the reason that Regan had brought me to this floor in the first place. I pointed my hand at the lightning bolt and channeled my mana. After I felt I had a good chunk devoted, I shot it forward to slam into the bolt. The energy struck the bolt's tip and traveled along it to the statue's head. The eyes lit up with blue energy, and it seemed to look at me. After a moment, the statue's mouth opened and shouted, "Your will be done!" It leaned back and threw the bolt into the ceiling where it embedded. The clouds that had been drifting earlier started to grow steadily darker. I soon saw the flash of lightning and heard the crack of thunder shortly afterward. The lightning mana in the area grew even wilder. I sat down and started to cultivate mana.
Chapter 8. Regan. I watched Luella walk away and grabbed Azal and Yvetta before they could follow her. I wanted their opinions on the next element floors I planned on making. With Azal being a fire mage and Yvetta being an air mage, it would give a decent idea of the good places for those types to cultivate their mana. You two, what environment would be best to cultivate your mana types? They looked at each other and took a few minutes to think about the question. I wasn't in a hurry, so I left them alone. Finally, Azal seemed to decide. I'm not completely sure, as this is hearsay for me, but a thing called a volcano is supposed to be the best place for a fire mage. There are none on this continent, so the next best thing is the Glaj Desert in Lekazar. The lack of water element helps. Other than that, being surrounded by fire? She finished with a shrug. Ha ha, well, I can do that if your body can handle it, I said with a smile. She grimaced and said, And you see the dilemma. True enough. As for air mages, I heard the higher you can get, the better, but it's debated by all the air mage towers because some claim that airflow is better for air mana, Yvetta said from the side. I rubbed my chin as I thought about it. I wasn't that worried, as the element trees would affect a change to the floor anyway, but shaping the floor to a pattern or rhythm helped me plan the theme for the floor. I contemplated it for a moment when I heard a boom from deeper in the room and smiled. The two were a bit spooked, though. Don't worry. The Viscountess is playing with her new toy, I said when I saw the expressions on their faces. Nothing dangerous, I promise on my core. They bit their lips but decided to trust me. I looked inside the room with my dungeon sense and saw a vortex of mana, much like the one that was circling around Rena, flowing into Luella in the temple. I also noticed I had a pretty good income from the event as well. I needed to get people down here that I could trust, or that were worthy of getting down here. Once I made more elemental floors, I would actually be worried about the party currently walking through another part of my dungeon when they got to them. I moved my eyes to the 8th floor, to where the Chaos Party was making its way and trying to find the next door down. The door was in plain sight. You just had to cross the desert. Of course, if you walked around in circles for hours on end, you might never get to see the exit.
Ah, I'm tired of sand,
the dwarf, Falwyn, shouted in exasperation.
Would you please shut up?
Conal shouted from the front of the group.
Should I remind you whose bloody fault it is that we're in here unprepared in the first place?
Hot, the elf girl Rena said from where she was dragging behind the others. Her face looked like she was miserable. It's okay, I got you, Rena, Selena said. She waved her hand, and a mist of water settled around the elf. Selena, I love you, Rena shouted with some energy and jumped forward with amazing agility, then hugged Selena. Selena just patted her head to comfort her.
We need to figure something out, or we're going to die in here,
Alexander said with a lot less energy than usual. If we can find that oasis again, it would give me enough water to work a decently sized search spell, Selena said after she thought for a few minutes.
All right, sounds like a plan to me. And if we happen to find the exit while looking for the oasis, then all the better,
Conal said, wiping sweat from his brow. The party started moving again, and I watched it for a few minutes. I think the fact that the sun didn't move caused problems with their sense of direction. It was set to dim during the night to feel like the moon, but it didn't move from the central location for the day, or night for that matter. I would probably need to update the script to act more like the sky. I waited for a while, but it seemed the party was still lost. I decided to help them a little, and directed 2 of the sandworms over to start chasing them. Sure enough, after a minute, Conal, the team scout, raised his hand to call a stop. He crouched down and put his ear to the surface to listen.
We got 2 big ones coming this way. In fact, I feel they might actually be following us,
he said after he listened for a good minute or 2. The worms were coming in such a way as to force them to the oasis. I liked to see the spells of the different branches of mana. I wanted Selena to perform her magic. The party started to move quickly, not quite a run, but not a crawl that tired people would be doing in the middle of a desert. The desert floor wasn't actually that big, so they soon made it to the oasis. Since my goal was achieved, I called the worms off. The party collapsed in the shade of the trees and lush grass as they caught their breath. Selena used some mana and pulled water to dump it on the others of the party, except Rena. For her, she used the water like a towel and wiped down the exposed skin. I was still trying to figure out the relationships of the party, so I wasn't sure if Selena liked Rena like a sister or something more, not that I would judge. It looked like the party was going to rest up for a while. Moving my senses back to the 16th floor, I watched the vortex around the Viscountess slacken a bit. The storm had been going for nearly an hour after all. I was sure she had gotten a decent dose of mana from this trip. The other two were meditating as well, quite deep in the dungeon so they could cultivate a modest amount compared to outside. I moved to the core room to stare at my own core. I had started doing this to help me concentrate. Lately, there was one thing after another that needed to be addressed, and it felt like an anchor for my mind. I moved on to the next task on my list, and that was designing the library that would be going up soon and the casino that I wanted to build to attract the nobility to the valley. I considered putting it off with the necromancer threat, but decided that it really wouldn't cost me anything but the initial building mana. I concentrated on the aura at the entrance of the dungeon. It had grown slightly via natural expansion, but I hadn't pushed it manually in a while. The aura was roughly 150 to 200 meters out in some places. I channeled some mana and worked to push it to over a kilometer. I was getting better at aura manipulation from when I'd first started. The aura quickly pushed out, and I felt the tension slowly begin to build on my senses. I kept pushing until I felt I would have had a nosebleed if I'd still had a body. I made sure to keep the drain within 1 day's worth of mana gain. There was quite a bit of a ways to go before I connected with the town's aura, but I was anticipating the event. I cracked my figurative knuckles and began planning the buildings I wanted to set up. First, the library. I based it off the Library of Stuttgart. I made 3 floors to begin with and used pure white marble for the structure. On the outside, it looked like a large marble block. Inside, I made an upside-down pyramid that housed all the bookshelves. Around the pyramid, I made various rooms of multiple sizes. That way, in the future, if a large party came in to study something, or a teacher brought a class there, they would be able to fit nearly 100 people comfortably. As you got toward the top of the library, the rooms became smaller for individual use. Keeping to the marble theme, I constructed the shelves out of solid marble too. Using my dungeon abilities, I was able to grow the shelves to be seamless and smooth, without any blemishes. The average height of the people of this world was much greater, so I could easily accommodate 2.5-meter tall shelves. I looked over the structure and nodded, pleased with the outcome. Now I needed security and the all-important books. I thought for a long time, trying to think of a way to keep undesirables out. I was not fool enough to believe that every mortal would be a saint just because they used light mana. I decided for now that I would have a pedestal that stood at the entrance, which would require you to prick and take some blood. It would test to see if there was any unholy mana in the stream. In the center of the room, I added a sphinx. I used all the most advanced methods I had available for creating automata. I wanted its power as high as possible without creating a truly unique individual like Z2. With a skin of orichalcum, it had no fewer than 3 mana cores inside that were each the size of a head. It used mana actuators, motors, hydraulics, and a prototype synthetic muscle I was working on based off Z2's. I put it around late Tier 2. I incorporated a laser turret on its back and a machine gun placement as well. Then I added a reasonably powerful, in my opinion, shield matrix to give it outstanding protection. It could move without much problem, but it was meant to protect the library. I wanted it more of a placement and not something that moved around much. I gave it all the mana sensors I could at the moment. I still needed to think of a way to detect the already cloaked shadows, and decided just to do the same method Jarvis had earlier. It would be on the lookout for any gaps in the surroundings. Finished with the defense system, I went on to make the librarians. I just gave these regular human appearances. People would be able to tell they weren't human, but hopefully wouldn't be too put off by them. They would be able to direct people to their desired books and the correct shelves. I decided there wouldn't be a big difference if they could fight or not, so I just made it so that they would amplify the Sphinx if it got into a fight. Next came the hard part, actually making the books for the library. I had 2 plans. One was to have Puppet and Company buy books as they came to different cities, which would acquire me quite a bit of various local and common knowledge information. But this was a long-term plan. I had absorbed a few books from various better-off adventurers who had messed up, and I could recreate them quite easily. Changing the content, however, was more complicated. As a test, I started with a few picture books I remembered from when I was a kid. I thought of the plot lines and tried to remember the pictures as best I could. I felt a surprisingly high drain of mana and looked at the ground. A small stack of books was sitting in front of me. I grabbed one and checked the contents. The mana or magic of this world was quite amazing, was the first thought I had after inspecting the book. It had filled in a lot of the blanks that I had regarding the visuals of the story. I felt that part of the plot was different, but found that it was more fitted to this world. I grinned and concentrated again on recreating a math textbook from my middle school days. Of all the subjects, I knew math the best. I felt it was an excellent second test. The mana drains that time were much higher, and it almost made me lose concentration on the magic. Finally, after about a minute and nearly 10,000 mana gone, the magic finished. The book that lay in front of me brought back a lot of memories, while also feeling foreign. The book looked like one from the medieval period, with bound leather and parchment, but there were perfect geometric shapes on the front that could never have been drawn by a human hand. I opened it to look at the basic math for up to the 8th grade level. I was pleased with the result, but I hoped that I could copy it for less mana. I concentrated on making another copy, and indeed it was cheaper, but it would take a while before I got this library completely stocked this way. Time for a good old, or in this case new, printer. I wanted to skip the first couple of versions, as they were large and unwieldy when it came to changing the content of the printed material. I considered what I had at my disposal and decided that a laser printer would be the best choice. I recalled that toner was made from carbon and iron oxide in a mixture, so I spent a couple of minutes getting the formula right, but got it in the end. Parchment was all right for now. By itself, it barely cost me anything to make. I would be creating the first copy manually, but I needed a scanner to input the contents into the printer. I decided to just create an automaton for it so that I could use it to make records as well. I made a dozen downgraded versions of Jarvis that would be able to connect to the printer. I felt pleased as I inspected the setup, thinking about the influence this library would have in the future with its ability to quickly and easily reproduce books and the written word. As an extra precaution, all the books were written in English so that people would have to learn the language to read it themselves. Not that hard an undertaking, but still it would prevent a necromancer from just walking in and reading all the content in here on the first day. I had the librarians set to translate for people who asked them to, but if someone was trying to understand something that I flagged for some reason or other, I could keep an eye on them or put a trace on them. I sighed as I looked at the written word in front of me. When I was a captive, I'd literally had nothing better to do than read. Whether it was to study us as a race or because the information was so important to them, the machines had never destroyed anything on the internet, so I had hundreds of thousands of books I was able to read. After a while, I started fact-checking the information in them to pass the time. Eventually, the machines opened a few virtual worlds for the few cities that had been imprisoned, and I joined them. I left memory lane and got to work on the casino. It was straightforward enough. There was a large bar for spirits and liquor that I would have to import or start to make, a restaurant, the horse track, and a few other buildings and attachments that would house various facilities. I added a bulletin to the stables in the back for recruiting people to be horse jockeys. They would have to feed the horse mana, and the better-fed horse would be faster. To prevent fixed racing, I added a magical contract sigil so that they would not be able to tell how much mana they had fed the horse. I included a few other clauses as well for various other tricks I could think of, such as someone watching from next to you. I moved over to the restaurant and added a unique automaton that I downloaded all of my memories of food and what I thought a chef would act like into. It had no combat abilities, so it was much cheaper than Natsuko and Natsuo. The chef bot came into being with a relatively large figure. He had 4 arms that seemed to be able to move independently of each other. They were even on tracks to give him 360-degree coverage all around him. I decided just to call him Chef, as I felt it fit. For the servers, I channeled some of my masculine nature and made 6 female automata that would be considered quite beautiful, in my opinion. These were the most human-like I had gotten so far. With a skin-like material covering their frames, only their eyes really gave it away, as they were the signature robot pupil with blue light coming out of them. Yes, they had decent-sized chests. I gave them all different heights, though, as I knew some people liked short girls and some liked tall. I needed to be fair, I thought to myself. As I had that thought, I sighed and made 2 male-shaped automata to serve as well. I scanned my memories covering the time since I'd come to this world, and indeed since I'd begun watching stuff in the town for what women thought was attractive, and settled on 1 pretty-faced and 1 manly-faced between them. For the bar, I added an automaton that would like to experiment with different combinations and various components to give people new drinks. I had no idea for that section of the casino, as I'd barely ever drunk when I was on Earth. I shrugged and told her good luck and that I would get some more drinks ASAP. For now, I made some of all the liquor and spirits that had made their way into the dungeon. I had absorbed more flasks than water pouches. I thought about it and used the various server models in the other buildings as well, each slightly tweaked for each particular building. I mentally stretched and looked at my handiwork. I was sure there would be problems in the future, but I felt I had covered most of the bases. I looked at my mana pool and sighed. Yeah, spent too much that night. I also needed to think up the various games for the casino itself. It was getting close to dawn, and Puppet and Company would be leaving soon, so I wanted to rest for a minute before they did. I smiled sadly at the thought of them leaving, but they had good reason to go. There was more to gain out there than in the dungeon, for now at least.
Chapter 9. Luella. The energy was coursing through me, so much power that I felt like it was pouring from my skin. I opened my eyes to look around me. The storm had subsided, and the night sky was perfectly visible, as if the lightning had burned all the dust in the air. It was one of the most amazing sights I had ever seen before. I stretched and felt my muscles contract, but I gasped when I noticed that I had actually gone up 2 steps in this night alone. I closed my eyes and looked at my mana pool. It had doubled twice since I'd started cultivating mana earlier that evening. I stood up, fascinated by the increase in power. It was almost like I had gone up a tier with such a sudden increase in power. I made my way back to where I had left the others. Regan was gone, but Iveta and Izal were cultivating mana as well. I had to assume we were pretty deep in the dungeon by how cleansed the mana felt. I paused in my steps at the thought. How could Regan make a lightning room without upsetting his mana cleansing? This room contradicted everything that a dungeon should be doing with mana. As I approached the others, Regan came into view from around the corner. So I decided to just straight up ask him. "Regan, doesn't this room kind of go against being a dungeon?" I asked and pointed back. He paused for a moment.
Well, that depends. Lightning mana is still mana, just slightly altered. I cleanse the mana that mortals produce, unnaturally, I guess that would be the best word. Think of it like this.
He created 2 slightly see-through images in front of him, one of a sphere and another of a mortal's body.
The sphere is this world and is constantly producing mana. The mana is then transformed into various other types, be it lightning, fire, or whatever. Now you have the body, which also produces its own mana, but slightly altered. And the 2 mana, while they can coexist, sometimes do not play nice when there are large quantities of each in one location, much like oil and water.
"I see, I think," I said as I tried to process it.
Don't worry. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, and just be assured that I am in fact doing my job.
Regan assured me while laughing. "As long as you're doing your job, I feel less worried about your side projects," I said, shrugging.
Fair enough. Speaking of side projects, how did you like the lightning floor?
"Amazing," I said instantly, then coughed. I mean, dangerous. I gained so much from being in there for just a few hours.
Not to worry. I wasn't absorbing the excess while you were in there, so you got a full dose. From now on, it will be much more reduced, but still quite powerful.
I see, I said, and then yawned, despite having just cultivated more mana than usual.
I should get you guys back so that you can at least get some sleep,
Regan said with a chuckle. I moved and poked the other two to get them out of cultivating mana. He led us back to the platform, and I felt nauseous again as we were back in his tower. I grabbed my stomach to hold it in and waited as the feeling passed. We left his tower soon after. I was surprised at how bustling the streets still were. There were quite a few parties of adventurers walking around and conversing. Thankfully, there were several pubs and restaurants by then, so I wasn't worried about them having nothing to do. We reached the manor after finally making it through the crowds. The market and areas around the Adventurers Guild seemed to always be crowded those last few days. Iveta was staying in the inn, so she left us at the entrance. The other guards were also doing a shift change, so I made sure to tell them that they were doing a good job. I knew guarding nobility could be one of the most hazardous jobs at times. Once we got inside, I made my way to the kitchen and prepared a late-night snack. I was quite hungry from the changes that cultivating mana had on my body. Izal was next to me, getting a snack as well.
Regan is planning on making one of those rooms for each of the elements, I think, Izal said after a moment. He asked the best place to cultivate fire.
It doesn't surprise me, I said, shaking my head.
Mistress, I fear that we might be getting in over our heads, she said with a shudder.
I agree, but I have chosen this path and I plan to see it through.
That doesn't mean you have to,
I said, grabbing her shoulders. How about I write the Marquis and ask him to marry you? I finished with a chuckle.
Mistress, that's not funny,
Izal yelled with a blush.
I continued to egg her on.
Why not? You guys had such a nice thing going.
No, I already told Lord Val that my place was here and I'm going to see it through, so stop making fun of me or I'll start doing the same,
Izal said with a huff. Oh, whatever could you mean? I said, looking away.
That's what I thought. Why don't you marry be.And?
She said, causing me to spit out my tea.
Mistress, you wouldn't want be.And to see you doing something so unladylike,
Izal continued while clicking her tongue. Enough, I get it already, I said, coughing, then yielding while gasping for breath. We sat in silence for a few minutes, munching on the food we'd prepared. I thought about the idea of marriage. While it sounded nice, most of the marriages I knew of were all for gain. I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought that was how my father and mother got together, and that was definitely the reason for his current marriage. I liked be.And, but I was still figuring him out. I decided to put it off for a later discussion.
I wonder if Regan can feel love,
Izal muttered next to me. Huh?
Well, it's just he is doing a lot of things for you, mistress. I was kind of worried he might be attracted to you or something,
she explained and blushed. I thought it over for a minute before replying. Nah, I don't think it's like that for him. I'm sure he sees me as a convenient business partner.
I hope so.
After that, we quickly finished the midnight snack and made our way to our rooms. I crashed as soon as my head hit the pillow, surprised at how tired I was. Images of lightning-covered trees and shining stars lulled me to sleep. I awoke the next day feeling like I had slept better than I had in a few months. The dawn light that streamed through the window seemed just a little bit warmer today, even though the valley was in the onset of fall. I stretched and got out of bed, then went over to the mirror to get dressed. There, I stopped in shock. My eyes had changed. My normally red irises, which I'd gotten from my mother, were still there, but there were gray lightning-like streaks around the pupil. I rubbed my eyes, not really expecting it to do anything, but slightly freaking out at the sight. My vision didn't seem to be impaired. In fact, I felt like I could see better than usual. I decided I would go to the priest's to get it looked at. I just hoped Regan wasn't the cause, or I would really have to think of a way to get back at him. I finished getting dressed and made my way out to the sitting room. Izal was there already, reading a letter. A maid had already set breakfast, so I sat down and dug in. Eggs and bacon with bread were the standard breakfast for nobles, and while I was lacking the bacon, the eggs made up for it, as they were locally raised and seemed to be getting more extraordinary after every passing week. Now that I thought about it, that was probably due to Regan having his dungeon aura over the town. If I recalled correctly, the farmer I ordered my eggs from was near his tower. I sighed in contentment after eating and sat for a bit just sipping my tea. I had nothing of great importance to do today and was planning on inspecting parts of the town. I wanted to see how the town was handling the increase in people and adventurers. At last count, we were almost 2,000 people, which was impressive considering how rural the town technically was. "Mistress," Izal walked over to the table. "About that matter, have you gotten a response?" she asked, glancing at the maids in the room. They all think it's the ramblings of a traitor," I replied with a shrug. "Surely someone believed you?" "Not that I'm aware of. Father basically said I was insane. I doubt my messages got anywhere near the royals, and the few friends I thought to inform wouldn't be able to do anything, so I just gave them a warning to leave the city," I explained as I rubbed my temples. "Really? I asked the Marquis to send a letter to anyone that might be able to prevent the incident, but I'm worried they might think it's a ruse." "Even if the letter reaches its destination, we don't know how deep any kind of infiltration has gotten. If a necromancer was able to reach the ear of the higher nobility, which I'm sure one has, they could just accuse the Marquis of trying to disrupt the capital." "It really is a hassle, is it not, mistress?" You got that right," I said as I laughed. "We need to ask Regan if he can think of a way to detect necromancers in the valley on a large scale, or at least in a way that lets us mortals be able to do it," I continued, thinking about the plague of the necromancers. "They use dark mana primarily, and I heard that after a ritual, from there they were able to use both dark and unholy. The higher nobles had tried to keep the dark mana users accepted by society, but after so long without the problem being solved, a stigma was starting to form. After a few minutes, I heard a knock on the door. I raised my voice and told them to enter and saw the guard was looking like he was trying not to laugh. I sighed and told him to report.
"My lady, the dungeon has done something again,"
the guard said, struggling to control his amusement. "What now?" I asked exasperatedly.
It made a few new buildings near the entrance to its dungeon. It claims to be offering real food for those who want to try out its restaurant," he continued while trying not to laugh.
"Damn it! One morning too much to ask for?" I demanded of the air as I slammed my cup down on the table. I had forgotten my strength had increased again last night, and the cup split into several pieces. "Izal, go wake up Yvetta, and let us go see what he's done now."
"Yes, mistress,"
Izal replied with a nod. When she left the room, I swore I heard a laugh. "I heard that!" I shouted after her, and only got the door swinging shut in answer. Roughly half an hour later, everyone was gathered. Izal had run into be.And, who was coming off patrol and was hungry, so he decided to join us as our taste tester. We started making our way toward the dungeon entrance. I decided to do at least part of my inspection along the way, which would put us there in time for lunch. The Adventurers Guild was the nearest to my manor and was completely packed when we approached it. I was worried the crowd might actually damage the structure since there were so many people pushing to get inside. I looked toward the rear of the crowd and decided I would do the Adventurers Guild at another time. But just to be thorough, I went up to a random adventurer. "Sir, may I have a moment of your time?" I asked politely.
What you want? Can't you see I'm busy?"
The man replied rudely. Before I could respond, the man next to him smacked him with the scabbard of his sword.
"Moron! This is the Viscountess! That's Guard Captain be.And next to her! You trying to get us thrown out?"
He reprimanded his friend quickly.
The first man shouted in shock. How can I help you, my lady?" He continued bowing and trying to be as polite as possible.
"Yes, I just wanted to ask how our town was treating your party."
The second man spoke before the first man could say anything. "Your town is a wonderful place, my lady. Yes, wonderful. I have already risen 2 steps since arriving in town. The stones that the tower to the south sells are simply amazing."
"That's good to hear." I paused and looked at the crowd. "What's going on here?"
The dungeon opened the betting house," the first man said before the second one could. "Only horse races for now, but 3 have already taken place. The guild is trying to get as much information as possible about it, but the dungeon made us sign a magical contract to keep it secret."
"Interesting. Did you guys win?" I asked with curiosity.
"No," the first man said sadly. "We do know why, though. It was 5 against 2, he said, starting to get angry.
"Well, I wish you better luck next time," I said, mentally done with this conversation.
"Thank you, my lady,"
the men said together. We left the crowd and kept walking down the street toward the north exit. I felt the town was growing larger by the day, and soon it would need carriages to get anywhere on time. Thankfully, the streets were already made to accommodate 2 wagons and sizable foot traffic. I had hired some assistants to handle the land loaning for people who wanted shops in town, so I didn't have to see to each one anymore. I realized I would have been swamped had I not done this, and there seemed to be no end to the shops lining the streets. There were shops selling clothing, armor, potions, weapons, and much more, one after another, all filled with customers looking for a better bargain than some other place. We neared the exit of the central area after more than an hour of walking through crowds, and it finally started to settle down a bit. The wall that had been commissioned after the attack was coming along nicely. People were even able to walk on top of it in certain areas. Just before the gate, the Mages Guild Tower came into view. It had been a few months now, and it showed. Several walls were newer than the others, and the privacy wall that was put up to compete with Regan's tower had several holes as well. Scorch marks were visible, and odd geometrically shaped formations stuck out of random places. One section even had a waterfall coming out of it and fading away into mist near the top floor. I just shook my head. Most mage towers looked like this after a few months. The one in the capital has been rebuilt at least 7 times after accidental explosions. The recent emperor had actually ordered them to place any fire-based magic testing at least 1 kilometer from the city. The other elements had to get approval from the royal magic advisor before being allowed to experiment within city limits. We passed the Mage's Tower and reached the checkpoint. The soldiers on duty were, of course, Golden Dawn members, so they saluted Baden as soon as they saw him. I was surprised when they gave me one, too, but Baden just laughed and said he talked a lot to his men. I blushed and hurried my footsteps. We made quick time through the other districts and were soon leaving the town. There was still a stream of people heading to the dungeon, but the road was wide enough that it wasn't an issue. We were roughly halfway there when I saw the first of the buildings. A perfect square-shaped building, blindingly wide in the sunlight, stood as a unique monument. I squinted and hurried up, quite excited to see what new attraction Regan would offer the town. I was actually waiting for the library as I wanted to learn more about the little manna that Regan had been talking about in the past.
Chapter 10. Regan. "You guys stay out of trouble," I said to the group gathered in front of me. I felt like my chest was hurting a little, which I didn't understand, as I was literally made out of metal by then. I hugged Z2 and Azra. While Azra had originally been a slave who I had basically brainwashed into joining my dungeon, I still felt like she was my daughter. I moved over to Puppet and grabbed his shoulder. "Take care of your younger siblings. You're in charge." "Understood, Father," he said, cupping his hands and bowing his head. I smiled at the sight and momentarily wondered if the gnomes would know what a ninja was. I patted his shoulder and moved over to the twins. They had adjusted to the others over the last day and were getting along. Thankfully, Natsuko's tsundere hadn't stuck, but I was actually more worried, as I felt she had a brocon for Natsuo. At least there were no genetics involved, and they were only siblings in my eyes, I supposed. "You guys going to be okay?" I asked the 2, who were holding hands. "Yes, Father, I will watch out for Natsuo. No one will get within 100 meters with me next to him," Natsuko said, tapping the giant gun on her back. "Sister, protect," Natsuo said simply. At first, I was worried I had messed something up when creating him, but I'd let him repair a few automata that Z2 and Azra had broken, and I wasn't sure I could even keep up with him. His mana acted like nanites would have back on Earth. It would take Terra mana, convert it to the part needed, and then fuse it back to the new host. It may seem like pure Terra magic, as my automata were all metal-based, but the host automaton's mana would reject the part if it weren't the original, so this was a breakthrough. I had already studied it as much as I could on short notice. "Yeah, I know you will," I said with a smile, patting him on the head. "Father, are you sure you'll be safe?" Z2 asked for the 100th time since Puppet had discussed this with me and since I'd gotten back from creating the 2 newest siblings, so just a couple hours, tops. "Yes, I have Ignia, the General, and Jarvis, just to name a few, not to mention a literal army packed away in the caves," I assured her for the 100th time while I patted her ice-blue hair. Thank Jarvis again for me later, Father. With his help, we were able to implement the method for finding shadow members that he used outside of the dungeon, Puppet said with a head bow. I think he actually wants to go with you guys, but I, unfortunately, need him here to be my extra set of eyes and ears, I said with a grin. All right, people are going to start showing up soon. I think you have everything. Luckily, a Lekazar adventurer was hasty and died in the dungeon with everything he had on him, so I was able to make you all copies of the passport they use. When you get to another town with an adventurer's guild, register and start to make a name for yourselves. Don't take off the rings I gave you unless it's an emergency, as they house the script for your illusion. I tapped my chin, trying to think of anything else. Ah, you have 4 subcores with you, so choose carefully. For the first one, I want it within 1,000 kilometers, just in case. Yes, Father, everyone said in unison, except for Natsuo, who nodded. They all moved over and mounted the bikes that to the mortal eye would look like horses. They pressed their palms to the front of their bikes and started them up. While the bikes made almost no noise, they still purred like kittens when idling. Everyone looked back at me, so I smiled and nodded. They revved the engines and took off at a speed that would have surprised anyone if they had been seen. It's like all the children left home at once, and I might not see them until after college, I said to myself. Now, you still have me, Father, now that I can fight, Ignia said from behind me. Ignia, I thought you were busy, I asked in surprise, as she'd said she couldn't make it. I finished what I was working on, and I want you to see it, she said with a blush, and she twirled in the air. Sure, show me the way, I said, curious at what it could be. She led me to the room with the various types of trees that I had come to think of as Ignia's room. She was usually playing around in there with Clunker or one of the other mobile trees. We moved through the room until we reached the center, where a large tree grew. It was almost a room on its own, since it was so large. Ignia flew up to it and pressed her hand against a section of the wood. 2 doors like panels opened and revealed a hangar with a mech inside. The mech looked like Ignia, only much larger, at least 4 meters. Rather than her white-silver material, she'd gone with black and gray, to go with the purpose, I supposed. On one shoulder was a railgun like I'd made for Natsuko, and there were 2 blades on the waist that looked laser-based. In the right hand was a machine gun that had a clip being fed from a belt. It looked like, and most certainly was, a weapon for a fairy warrior. Amazing! Where did you learn to make this? I asked, inspecting every centimeter. I'm always watching Father create things, so mostly from that. I just changed it to me controlling it instead of something being on the inside. Diagrams and designs flowed into my head and helped me build it, she explained as she fluttered around me. Fascinating. Can you make more? I asked with curiosity. Ignia shook her head and explained, I think it's part of my race. I can build the first one, a replacement if it comes to it, and I think I can upgrade it. But I don't know why, but the thought of making another one makes me sick. Still, fascinating. I suppose you need to test it with some actual combat. Otherwise, I would have noticed before today. Yep, I've only ever sat in the seat and made sure it connects to me. I wanted to keep it a surprise, Ignia agreed with a giggle. Well, let's go. I want to see you get to the floor below us. We can fight in the desert without too much trouble. Understood, Father, Ignia said as she flew into the mech and pushed her arms and legs against circuit-like inscriptions. The hatch closed and I couldn't see her anymore. I backed up and watched as parts of the mech flexed. Latches on either side of it popped and gave way as she started walking forward. The mech looked big, but it didn't sound too heavy from the footsteps. I sensed quite a bit of electrum had been used in the construction. Ignia gained momentum as she got used to piloting the mech and made her way out into the room. Clunker was nearby and waved at her. She waved back and jumped into the air. Several gem orbs that flew into the shape of wings glowed dimly, and she stayed in the air. She flew around, much as she would as a barely meter-tall fairy, and nearly smashed into the ceiling. "Let's go before you break your new toy," I said, trying not to laugh. We made our way through the foundry without hassle. There were a few adventurers who had made it down here from the mining floor, but they were learning from the overseer and weren't causing trouble. We exited the stairs onto the 8th floor and made our way deeper. Wouldn't be good if we accidentally took out an adventurer who stuck his nose in at the wrong time. We stopped near the edge of the floor, and I created a few basic automata from the 5th floor. They would probably be destroyed in a moment, but I wanted her to get used to the mech before trying to fight stronger foes. 5 metal puppet automata formed in a line, 1 captain, 2 shield wielders, 2 spear wielders. "You ready?" I asked after a moment. Ignia's voice flowed from the mech. "Bring it on!" I laughed and motioned the automata forward. With no hesitation, Ignia aimed her machine gun and fired in the direction of the automata charging at her. I sighed. She was a novice, after all. The shield wielders angled their shields so that the bullets ricocheted off, and if they managed to pierce through, their course would be altered so that it missed the others behind them. The spear wielders took the chance and threw their spears, each aimed at a separate part of Ignia's mech. Ignia reacted and took to the air, easily dodging the spears. A 3rd spear took her by surprise, though, and hit her in the shoulder, almost knocking her from the air. It had been thrown by the captain slightly after the others. "Why are you losing to some puppets?" I asked smugly. "You're controlling them, Father," she replied in contradiction. "Nope, I just turn their limiters off. My toys learn. Don't forget that Z2 and Azra battle these guys almost every day," I said, holding my hands up innocently. Fine." Ignia withdrew her machine gun and grabbed both of her laser blades from her waist. She activated them, and 2 saber-like images formed from pulsing silver energy. She let the blades touch, causing sparks. She charged and sliced clean through the automata before they could even react. The captain still managed to get in a kick, as if to spite her. Better. I believe in the right weapon for the right enemy, though I think I'll start with overwhelming them from now on. Even warfare is so tedious. Cough. Anyway, aim to finish your enemy off quickly, but make sure you use the right weapon. The railgun would have been more effective, as it would have penetrated the shields and removed them from play. In battle, there is no such thing as overkill, I rambled on. "Yes, Father." "Then try again," I said, waving my hand, and 15 puppets formed this time. We continued with the practice fights for an hour or so before I felt a few new adventurers nearing the new buildings. I told Ignia to keep up the good work. She was quickly getting the hang of it. I felt her mech needed a missile launcher, but that would be an easy fix. I dismissed my avatar and moved over to the casino. A few people were reading the terms and conditions for the jockey position. If their horse won, they would win a decent prize after all. 2 men were already channeling mana into their horse. I could tell they were amateurs, as they were having a hard time gauging how much mana they were putting into the horse. I made a mental note to separate the races by tiers. Otherwise, a Tier 2 person could easily beat out teams at Tier 1. Another group came up and chose a horse to feed. They seemed fascinated by the creation. It was fully mechanical, after all. They each took turns pouring mana into the horse, quickly surpassing the team of 2. As I watched them, I was reminded of the sports on Earth. You paid people just to move around, technically, and everyone came out happy as long as it was entertaining enough. Over the next few minutes, a few more groups of people and individuals joined in and started feeding the horses. All of it really going to me. I would have to set a start and end time after the next couple of days, I thought. Otherwise, early birds would always win. The second team had already poured over 50 mana into their horse. A bell rang in the track, announcing the start of the first race. The horses left on their own to head onto the track. The people had about 15 minutes before the race started to give them time to reach seats. This was where the fun part started. Some automata behind booths started calling odds for the various horses. As people placed their bets, they had to pay 1 mana to purchase the tickets. If enough people bet on the low-odds horse, then they might just win. And if everyone just bet on the high-odds horse, it would of course win. Finally, just to keep it fresh, I threw an element of randomness into the system so that a horse that was technically never meant to win could. The jockey teams weren't allowed to bet, but they could advise their friends to as long as they thought they had the best chance to win. There were only 2 or 3 dozen people by this time, but they had all placed bets. The second team's horse had 1/2 odds, while the 2 men had 5-to-1 odds. Most people went ahead and placed bets on the safe route. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the horses were standing at the gate. I had modeled their attitudes to be based on their odds-on to win, so the second team's horse was rearing and stomping its hooves, while the 2 men's horse was pawing the ground but seemed like it wanted to just get it over with. The various other horses were showing different levels of competitiveness. A bang went off, and the gates snapped open. The horses took off, keeping pace with each other. After a few moments, the leader quickly started to break away from the pack. The second team's horse was already about 2 horse lengths in front of the others. The people in the stands were cheering and whooping at the sight. I wasn't surprised. While they were idle, they just looked like metal horses. But when the race started, I added a few effects to add to the show. The lead horse, for example, was glowing a bright red, with black smoke coming from its nostrils. The runner-up was leaking green light from its eyes and seams of its body, and various other effects were adding quite a bit to the experience. Several of the horses traded places as the race continued, and even the runner-up managed to threaten the lead a few times. But after nearly 2 minutes, the race ended with the second team's horse leading the pack through the line. The ones who'd bet on him cheered, while the ones who hadn't scowled, but still seemed to have had a good time. The winners went to collect their earnings, with one man actually making 2 gold pieces total. The winning jockey team got a prize equal to 1/4 of the winnings that the horse earned, so they had a decent payoff as well, with only having to use some mana for a few minutes. I mentally clapped at the race and turned to check some other things out. A few hours later, I felt a familiar presence walking through my aura. I moved over and saw the Viscountess with her entourage. She seemed to be heading for the restaurant. I was sure someone had told her about the message I'd left as a joke. Well, judging by the reaction so far, everyone seemed to be satisfied. I formed my avatar nearby and made my way over to the group.
Journey 1. Azra. The wind cut through my hair as we sped down the barely made road. Once I had gotten the hang of driving the bike, I found that my mind started to wander as I watched the surroundings pass by, almost too quickly for me to catch. I thought back to when I'd first come to the dungeon that I had called home for the last few months. I had been a slave meant to die on a monster's blade. My master was a prick who'd just bought a bunch of slaves with no combat experience to speak of and had wanted to conquer the dungeon with sheer numbers. I found I had a good aptitude with the shield, and once I had a mace in my hand, I was able to dish out the damage just as well as I could take it. Of course, all the slaves were low-tier people who had mostly never fought a day in their lives, so we lost quite a few in the first day or so. After a few battles, everyone was required to harden themselves to fight the weird monsters of the dungeon we were in. For hours upon hours sometimes, with what felt like barely any rest, we were forced to fight the bizarre puppet monsters. They moved in strange ways and were equal to most men in strength, even though they looked like pieces of wood stuck together. After a few days of this, we finally made it to the boss room. I felt like we'd entered with no plan at all. How could we have had one? No one had ever made it that far down before. The boss decimated our group. At least the piece of shit slave master got smashed to a paste. I was pinned to a wall by a spear and watched as the giant figure of the boss approached me to finish me off. When I thought all was over and I would be reunited with my parents, the boss stopped and turned around to walk back to its original position. That's when I heard the voice of my current master. He asked me if I wanted to live. I accepted his proposal and became what I am today. Neither mortal nor what my new master calls machine. I was some hybrid of the two. I could go weeks without eating as long as I absorbed mana daily. I was incredibly strong, easily able to smash boulders. I glanced behind me at the shield my new master had made for me. It was easily the same size as me. I used it to protect my new family. I looked next to me at the person who rode a bike similar to mine. Her name was Z2. She had blue hair and wore a sleek black coat and carried a rifle at her waist along with a sword that seemed to be made out of ice. Normally she would have 2 mechanical wings, as my master called them, that had 2 tubes, each filled with her liquid nitrogen or her personal mana supply. They were hidden under her coat right now so as not to cause a panic if someone were to see us. Next, I looked to the front of the group. A man named Puppet was the leader of the party and guided us through the forest. He had something like a drone. It was like a bound familiar that was directing us toward our first destination. He was what my master called a ninja. Everything about him was sleek and let him move with ease. I could see 2 blades strapped to the back of his waist, but I knew he had more weapons than that at his disposal. Lastly, I glanced back and looked at the 2 newest members of our group, Natsuko and Natsuo. They were riding on the same bike, and they reminded me of a pair of kids. Both were short at barely 140 or so centimeters, and they were almost like twins. The girl had twin tails, and the boy had short hair that went to his ears. The girl had a giant weapon on her back that Master said could take down most enemies if given a chance. The boy had no weapons, but he was able to fix anything that might happen to us while on this trip. As I thought about weapons, I looked to the new mace the Master had given me. It looked normal at the moment, but it had something called a shotgun built into it. If I got close to an enemy, I could pull a trigger, and the mace would release a blast of some type that most things wouldn't be able to block, according to Master anyway. I felt my shield shudder and glanced at it, but still nothing happened. It had been doing that since shortly after the necromancer battle, and I was worried it was damaged in some way, but the Master said it was fine. Puppet raised his hand and called for a stop. I hit the brakes, and the bike slowed in a matter of seconds. I still wasn't used to the sudden stopping power this thing had. We moved over to a clearing on the forest path, so that we weren't in the way of anyone making their way to the dungeon. We weren't on the main path, but we still ran into random people every now and then.
Let's take a moment to let the bikes recharge. My drones are still trying to pinpoint the correct direction anyway,
Puppet said when we had gathered.
Understood,
I said, stretching to pop my back. I may be part machine, but parts of me were still flesh and blood, so they got sore. Natsuo moved over to me, and his hand glowed a silver blue as he slid it across my back. The pain vanished like it was never even there. I moved my arms in various ways, but still felt no pain. "Thanks, Natsuo," I said with a smile. All I got was a nod in reply. It seemed he didn't like to speak much. "Natsuo! You're such a caring younger brother," Natsuko said, grabbing hold of Natsuo's hand and not letting go. They moved over and sat down on a log. Natsuko grabbed her rifle and seemed to inspect it to make sure the travel hadn't messed with it. "Could a few hours on the road really cause it any problems?" I asked with curiosity. Father gave me a very delicate piece of weaponry, so I have to be careful with it. While it can knock a hole through about 4 people easily, a little bit of dirt can cause the thing to backfire," she explained to me. I was glad she wasn't talking like she had been when she was first born, but I think Natsuo had something to do with that.
"Hey, babe,"
I heard a voice. "Huh? Who's there?" I called.
"Ezra, something wrong?"
Puppet asked, looking over to me. "I heard a voice," I said honestly. Puppet threw one of his drones into the air and let it scan the area.
"Nothing detected."
"Huh, that's weird."
Hey, I'm on your back, babe,"
the voice said with a laugh, and I felt my shield shudder. "Ah!" I screamed and tossed my shield away from me. I had forgotten my strength, and the shield ended up lodged in a tree on the other side of the clearing.
"Ouch! Not really. Hey, why are you throwing me? I'm basically your partner,"
the voice said in what I realized was my head. My shield is talking," I said to the group. Puppet walked to it and looked it over. He tapped it a few times, and I saw one of his eyes shift through a few different colors.
"It seems to be that a spirit has taken to living in your shield," he said after a moment.
"What?" I shouted in shock.
"It should be fine. I think it was there when Father inspected it,"
Puppet continued.
"Yeah, the boss told me to watch over you and he would let me stay,"
the shield said in response to Puppet. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. What's your name?" I asked the shield.
"Can't remember,"
he replied. "Okay then, I'll call you Scold." I think I read somewhere it means shield in another language, I said after thinking for a bit.
Scold. Okay, sounds good,
Scold said with a shake. I went and pulled the shield from the tree and checked it over. Of course, there were not even any scratches on the surface. I threw it back on and made my way back to the group. Any news? I asked Puppet when I was next to him.
I have 3 possible leads, but the forest is throwing out some serious mana waves from multiple locations, so I'm not sure how accurate I can be,
Puppet said, shaking his head. We'll just have to check all 3 until we find the automata that somehow got out here, I said, patting him on the shoulder. Which one is closest?
The one to the north, but it's still 2 days out, even on bike.
Well, let's go already. I want to get back to Father before he creates someone to replace me, Z2 said from the side of the clearing. Puppet and I looked at each other and chuckled. Z2 was a daddy's girl. Not sure about the full story, but they seemed to be from a place called Earth, and she'd followed him when he came here. I moved over to my bike and mounted it.
Hey, babe, you need to get Puppet or Natsuo to add a mount to the front of your bike so I can block the front for you,
Scold said from behind me. And the real reason? I asked, feeling like that wasn't really the reason.
It's boring looking backward,
he replied honestly. Fair enough. I'll have one of them do it when we stop for tonight, I said with a chuckle.
That's going to get weird, you seemingly talking to no one,
Puppet said from in front of me. I sighed and just nodded. Puppet revved his engine and took off. We quickly followed behind him. We were moving into even less traveled parts of the forest. The forest got denser as we traveled toward the sensation that Puppet felt. If before we were traveling at 50 kilometers an hour, now we were only going around 10 or so. Eventually, Puppet called a stop in a decent-sized clearing, and we dismounted. The underbrush wasn't too bad this deep into the forest, but the tree still had low-hanging branches in places. I don't know how many times I had been smacked in the face by a less-than-yielding piece of wood.
I told you, babe, to put me on the front of your bike,
Scold said in my head. I stood and stretched as I ignored him and looked around. The trees were getting older the deeper we went, and I felt like I could hear the tales of the world if only they could talk. The tree next to me, for instance, was at least 50 meters tall, easily. The canopy blocked most of the sunlight out and let shadows play over everything. I thought it was beautiful.
Let's store the bikes in the house,
Puppet said as he walked over to me. I nodded and reached into my bag to retrieve the steel box inside. It was a device that Master had given us for when we camped out. It had a garage for when we didn't need the bikes. Puppet judged the clearing and pointed to a spot in the center. I moved over and placed the box down, then hit a button on the side and it started to grow. Soon, a large steel cube filled most of the clearing. Puppet moved to one side and tapped the wall. A section popped out that looked like a closet. He carefully lifted his bike inside and waited for each of us to do the same. Once we finished, he tapped the wall again, and it closed. I think we should go ahead and send Master a message, since we already have the house out, I proposed to the group. I agree. It's only been a few hours, but Father can be a worrywart, Z2 said, and started to make her way into the house.
Wait, I'm sure Father trusts us. We should wait for night, like we discussed. If we send a message now, we might cause Father trouble,
Puppet argued. But, Z2 started to say, but couldn't think of anything to argue with. I nodded in understanding, guessing he was right. Just because we could didn't mean we should. I moved over to the button and pressed it. The cube shrank back down to around 30 centimeters. I grabbed it and put it back into my bag. Z2 looked upset, even with her relatively emotionless face.
I understand that you miss Father, but let's do what we set out to do first. That way Father will praise us more in the end,
Puppet said, to try to appease her. Her face softened a bit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, she said, as she made her way toward the edge of the clearing.
This way,
Puppet called after her as he went the opposite way. A rock came sailing at him a moment later, which he ducked under. We started making our way through the forest again. At least this time I was able to keep from being smacked by the branches. We kept it up for several hours and made good time, considering. I finally had to voice something that had been bugging me for a while. Hey, where are all the monsters? I asked out loud to the group.
My drones haven't found any,
Puppet said, as if it didn't bother him. No, that's the problem. We're in one of the oldest forests on this continent. We should have encountered, I don't know, at least a dozen just in the time we have been walking, I argued. Puppet stopped and looked around before he said,
I doubt it would be a coincidence that we just happened to avoid them all.
I find that hard to imagine, I said dryly.
Babe, I have been feeling a strange energy for a while now. It is in the other direction, but it might have something to do with it.
Skold inserted into the conversation. I repeated it to the group. Tonight we'll send a message to Father, but our mission is to find the missing automata and then to travel south. Anything that is in our way we'll eliminate, but anything out of the way we ignore. Natsuko said after no one said anything for a minute. Father made me one of the greatest beings to walk this planet. He can handle a few puny monsters. That's if they are even heading for him. She finished with her nose in the air. Agree, Natsuo said in a quiet voice. Puppet looked at Z2 and me. I nodded, and while reluctant, so did Z2.
Very well. We'll send a message but ignore it unless it becomes our problem,
Puppet declared for the group. We continued our trek through the forest after that. We all had excellent night vision and what most people might consider unlimited stamina, so we kept traveling through the night. Puppet had put the distance at around 2 days' time, but that was only with day travel considered. We did stop for a moment in the middle of the night to send a message, but kept it up afterward. Around noon the next day, we made it to our first destination, which Puppet said could be the location of the missing automata. Puppet called a stop and jumped into a tree. A few minutes later he jumped down and motioned for us to gather around. He quickly drew a simple diagram on the ground.
I just confirmed it, but we're approaching what looks like some type of ruin,
Puppet said as he added details to the diagram. Sense anyone? I asked.
Not at the moment, but I do sense old unholy magic and some of Father's mana,
he explained, shaking his head. Then the automata were definitely here, Z2 said. Or something of Father's, Natsuko added from the side. Puppet pointed at the diagram of the ruins in front of him and explained.
All right, it seems that the forest has reclaimed most of the structures, but these 5 in the center are relatively intact. I sensed the unholy mana from this building.
He pointed at what would be the farthest building from us.
And my drone picked up traces of a battle. I'm not sure if it was recent or happened when this place was still lived in.
Z2 jumped up and said, All right, you said you didn't detect anyone, so let's go check this place out.
Well, not much more we can do. I'll go ahead in the shadows and check for traps,
Puppet said as he started to vanish from sight. Natsuko pulled out her gun and set it to simple rifle mode. I swung Skold off my back and readied my mace, while Z2 pulled her sword out. Natsuo touched some steel plates he had gotten somewhere, and they started to float around him. We started through the brush that had grown up around the ruins. We reached the ruins soon enough. It looked like a decent-sized battle had taken place there. There were scorch marks and chunks of stone missing from various places around the central location. Puppet appeared in front of us with his hand up. We stopped and waited. He tossed a stone, and it skipped across the ground until it hit a square-cut section of stone. The stone barely tapped it, and metal rods with sharpened points shot out in a roughly 3-meter radius around the square stone.
If you see a path stone with a symbol of a tree, don't touch it. They seem to all be traps. I've checked up to that building, but still keep your eyes open,
Puppet said, and vanished again. We made our way over to the first building. We had to avoid at least 5 of the path stones, but we made it without any problems. Once we got to the building, we looked around while bracing ourselves for anything that might be inside. I led the way with my shield, just in case it was trapped like the outside. Inside, I saw a roughly cut magic circle of some type. The circle was made to be permanent, I guessed from the fact that it was carved into the ground. It had tons of magic runes, and I had no idea what they could stand for. Red-colored stains had dried all around the circle. I gagged a bit from the idea that a magic circle that was roughly 5 meters in diameter was filled with blood. We made our way into the room carefully, but there didn't seem to be anything other than the magic circle. While I examined the floor, I noticed that the circle had been damaged by several weapons so that it could no longer operate without some serious repairs. You guys have any idea what this could have been used for? I asked out loud to the others. Natsuko shook her head, as did Z2. Natsuo stayed silent for a good minute or 2 longer than I had, in fact, though he didn't know either before he finally said,
It's a power source.
Power source? I asked. For what, I wonder? Natsuo examined it some more before he pointed outside to the central building. There was a hole in the wall that let us see what he pointed to.
We searched the building a bit more, but only found some rags and traces of people who might have been there a while ago on the second floor. We made our way back outside and started heading to the central building.
Chapter 11. Princess Azora. I looked out the window of the cabin toward the valley, watching the morning's light cover the walls on the west. I was excited to finally get a chance to dive into the dungeon to see all these mysterious creations that the stories had told of these last few months. I looked over toward the dungeon and had to do a double take, not sure what I was seeing at first. A giant cube that seemed to have perfect dimensions had formed overnight near the entrance. There were more traditionally shaped buildings nearby, but the cubed one seemed to call to me for some reason, as if it spoke to some part of my gnomish soul deep inside. I shook my head and looked more closely at the other buildings. I couldn't tell their function from here, but the biggest one reminded me of a coliseum from a few cities in Thonica. I hurried the maid to finish putting on my armor, as I wanted to get going. I glanced down at the chainmail I was already wearing. It was made from a lost method that the ancestors had developed a long time ago. The only notes we had were that it required growing the material. Of course, we had no idea where to start. The researchers didn't have enough to work with, and the mail that had already been made into royal armor couldn't be used for anything else. I threw on a blue coat that matched my platinum hair well. It had several magical runes inscribed into it for added protection, and was probably equivalent to a full plate of armor. I grabbed a pair of gauntlets that were equally inscribed and pulled them on, then checked myself in the mirror to make sure everything was in place. It was tough to be a princess. I walked over to a box that sat on my desk. I pricked my finger and rubbed some blood on the seal that covered the box. The latches popped open with a click, and two objects that looked beautiful and ancient and lay in velvet came into view. They were a shocking white and gray color, with an opening on one end and a crystal on the other. I kept the pressure on my finger and again rubbed some blood on a sigil on each object. I let my mana flow through my blood into the devices, and they whirled to life. The devices started to float. They moved to hover next to my head and slightly outside my shoulders. I sent a mental command, and the crystal end embedded in a specially made slot that was set to make it look just like a part of the jacket. The devices were another thing that the gnomes had lost to time, and if the stories were to be believed, even the security forces had been able to use these before. I also grabbed a warhammer and threw it on my back. As I stood at just over 1 meter tall, it looked funny, but I could use it well enough with a few tricks. I made my way out of the room and moved to the deck. My royal guard was there waiting for me. The captain of the guard, a woman named Hatsu Grease, stood at attention at the front of the other three. She was a strict person with a no-nonsense attitude. She used another weapon that we were actually able to still recreate, but it was like a child's toy. You had to be an air mage and have ridiculously good control as well to use it. The next woman was named Morita Silvernut, a lightning mage who specialized in the spear. Of course, at gnome height, her spear was more of a sword to some of the other races. She kept her armor to a minimum to maximize her speed. Many people called her a beauty, though, but I just thought that had something to do with her stupidly large chest. The next one was a woman named Sasori Bronzegear. She was a Terra mage and used a claymore that was bigger than she was. She had a boost of tremendous strength that stemmed from her family, who had supposedly taken in bronze essence from a celestial when their family was still young. I don't know if it's true, but they don't deny it. Finally, there was a male water mage by the name of Suzuki Rusted Gasket. He was 3 times everyone else's age plus some. No one was sure how old he really was, but he had been the family tutor for generations. I was worried when my father put him on my guard, considering I traveled a lot, but the man moved faster than any of us when it was required. Hatsu bowed to me and spoke once I was close enough.
Your Highness, we are ready to depart whenever you're willing.
Excellent. I'm ready to see how overblown an ego this dungeon has gotten from all the attention, I said with a chuckle.
Careful,
Suzuki simply said, then yawned. Of course, teacher, always, I replied and immediately bowed in respect. We descended the docking tower and started toward the dungeon. We were not the only ones, as the road was nearly crowded with people, considering it was still a relatively new dungeon town. From what my guards were able to learn, it looked like a few areas of the town stayed crowded for most of the day. Part of it was lack of facilities to cater to the large number of people who had joined the town as of late. As the city developed, the problem would naturally fix itself. We were finally near the new buildings when we started to hear cheers from the slightly oval-shaped one. As it was only around mid-morning, I was interested in what could have attracted this many people. I looked back to my guards and they nodded in acknowledgement, so we made our way to one of the entrances. We climbed the stairs and a huge road came into view. Nearly a dozen metal horses were flying down the track. I looked around and the stands were only about an eighth packed with people, but that was still 100 or so. All were cheering and whooping, egging on a particular horse. While I looked at all the people, I saw a few women who didn't look quite right. They were moving between the other people in the stands. They had trays in their hands that appeared to hold drinks and maybe food, but it was hard to see from where I stood. A moment later, a loud horn sounded, and a voice spoke with enough volume that everyone would be able to hear it. "Violet Horse of Unstoppable Speed has won! Honor to Team Jewel for their victory!" Once the voice faded away, a mixture of reactions happened in the stands, with some cheering, some booing, and some even laughing at the name.
Oh, interesting. This dungeon sure is interesting. A way to gain mana from the people without having to lure or kill them. Fascinating.
Suzuki said from higher in the stands, where he was talking with one of the weird women.
"Yes, Sir Guest. Whether you go in the actual dungeon is of little concern to the Master, as you would just get stronger and produce more taint. This way he pulls your mana into the dungeon to cleanse it, and you still get something out of it," she said, using her hand to gesture at the horse race.
"Your Highness, I would like to meet this Regan sometime,"
Suzuki said, looking at me now. I nodded and agreed with him. While I'd had a bad first impression, just this place alone had increased my interest several-fold to actually sit down and talk to him again. The day before, I'd had to admit to myself that I was just scared of what my eyes saw. I never actually sensed any malice from Regan. The woman tilted her head to the side for a second and then nodded and said, "Sir Guest, the Master said he is over in the restaurant if you would like to join him there. The Viscountess is there as well." I looked back to the metal horses heading back to the stables, honestly wanting to go check them out, but decided diplomatic relations came first. I nodded and we made our way back out of the track, which I saw as we were leaving was the name. The restaurant was just down the road a bit, so we made it in no time. As we approached the entrance, a figure made its way out and turned toward us expectantly. He looked like he would be pretty popular with most mortal women, which was the first thought I had when I saw him clearly. Every feature seemed just to be right. He was wearing a butler's suit that might have put some noble's attire to shame.
"Princess Izora and guests, Master is expecting you in the VIP section. Please follow me,"
the figure said when we got close enough. "Thank you. Lead the way," I replied, bowing my head in acknowledgement. He led us up 2 flights of stairs before we came to a landing that was open to the outside. At least that's what I thought before I realized it was panes of glass that spanned the entire wall and part of the ceiling. I looked at it in awe at how clear it was. I wasn't sure that even the craftsmen back at Jade Wind would be able to make a pane for a normal window this clear. I took my eyes off the window and looked at the room itself. Partitions were separating various tables for multiple parties to sit and eat. I saw the Viscountess seated at a table that took up the whole side of the floor. The partition was obviously bigger and seemed to be for a large party or event. Those particular tables could probably have sat 50 or so people with enough room for elbows. We made our way over. This floor was empty at the moment, unlike downstairs, which was starting to get a steady line of people. This made it quiet, except for the noise that leaked from the place the Viscountess was sitting. Various smells had assaulted me the whole way up, each more delicious than the last.
"Regan, I'm telling you, for the last time."
Each word was followed by a slight bang on the table. "Please, just a little more heads up. Yes, I know you told me you would be building a library and casino or whatever, but just saying something last night while we were talking like, hey, by the way, I'm going to build a dozen buildings during the dead of night, just a heads up, would have sufficed."
"But then, where would the fun be in that?"
A voice that I recognized as Regan said from behind the partition. "I'm just worried you are going to piss the church off or something," the Viscountess said, rubbing her temples.
Now, if anything, the church should be asking me to help them, considering what I'm able to do. Anyway, more of that later. We have guests,"
Regan replied. Right as we reached the partition opening, a figure who had gotten up to greet us came into view. I was able to get an actual good look now that I wasn't freaking out as much. His face, if you could call it that, reminded me of my home's fox masks that we had during festivals, except for his eyes, which were a bright red and seemed to pierce into my soul. The material was a bright white that seemed to pull light into it. He was wearing a black jacket that nearly reached to the floor behind him, but was slightly open in the front. Metal parts, gears, pistons, and wires were visible through portions of the metal plates that covered the chest area. A red jewel seemed to pulse like a heart at the center. His hands were shaped like a human's, but looked far more deadly and sharp. I was worried I would start to drool as I looked at the magic tech visible just from his chest.
"I'm going to blush if you stare so much,"
Regan said, snapping me out of my daze. I coughed. My apologies. My race has a fascination with machines, and I could honestly say that you were beautiful, I said, then realized a moment later what I'd said. Sorry again. I blushed as I bowed, trying to hide my face.
"Haha, I like you if you can see the beauty in this,"
he said, gesturing to his chest. He then motioned toward the table, and we made our way to some empty seats.
"Princess, good morning,"
Luella said to me from her seat. Thank you. Good morning to you as well. I heard it was an interesting one at least, thanks to a certain somebody, I replied and used my hand to hide my smile.
"Huh? I hate to say it, but you will get used to it," Luella said with a slight grimace. "Hey, I'm right here, you two,"
Regan said with a metal pout. "Ha! I have a feeling it doesn't actually bother you," I retorted, and he laughed.
"Well, now that everyone is here, how about we get the meal started?"
Regan said and waved to a server standing near the entrance to the partition. Several other servers soon followed, carrying trays of food. The smell was terrific even from several meters away. It was still early enough for breakfast, but I wasn't sure what was being brought out. After the trays were set in front of each person, the lids were lifted, and the smell intensified several-fold. I looked and saw flat slices of bread that had a brownish liquid glaze over them. Next to this on the plate were eggs that were almost golden color and several thick slices of bacon. A small bowl of fruit seemed to add a splash of color to the setup, along with a glass of milk and a glass of tea.
"I wanted to make orange juice, but I haven't been able to find those yet,"
Regan said, gesturing toward the glasses.
"But everything else was raised with the best of care inside the dungeon and has a decent amount of mana infused into it."
My mouth was watering just looking at the meal, and I was used to the food the royal palace served back in Jade Wind. I grabbed my fork and knife and cut a piece of the bread off. It was very soft and fluffy. The liquid seeped into the bread, and I could just tell that it added to the flavor. I lifted the bite up to my mouth and bit down. Sweet! It was one of the sweetest things I had ever tasted without being nasty. I had sampled a few things that people had tried to make sweet by putting stupid amounts of sugar into them. This was on another level besides even the cakes made by Jade Wind's best chef. I savored the bite for longer than was necessary and looked at the bacon next. I grabbed a strip and took a bite. The fatty juice and crisp meat seemed to melt in my mouth, adding another layer on the aftertaste of the sweetness from the bread. I quickly scooped some eggs in next and could only think one word: perfect.
"I'm glad everyone seems to be enjoying the food. The flatbread is called a pancake, and of course eggs and bacon,"
Regan said, and then went on to explain how the bread was made. I honestly couldn't remember what he said, since I was too busy eating this fantastic food.
Chapter 12. Regan. I watched as the people at the table enjoyed the food that I had gotten the chef to learn to make. The night before, I had downloaded what I knew of cooking into his mental script, but I could barely cook scrambled eggs, let alone good eggs. Luckily, Chef was much better at it than I was, and mastered the recipe in a few hours. I was raising the farm animals on the 9th floor in the boundaries of the fort for the day the adventurers got up there. Once they conquered the fort, they would claim it for a week or so, and I wanted them to have a food source to get them to stay longer. It helped that I absorbed a few of the animals when they died in the night for some reason or another. As I thought about the 9th floor, I turned my mental eye over to the Chaos Party, which was heading for the rock outcropping. They had seen the fort, but wanted to see if there was another way to the next floor first. I realized that the fort was hard for an individual party to get through without any help, and I liked the Chaos Party, as they were basically my test rats. I went ahead and made a separate door down for them, but they had to defeat the Lion Pride, which was still a hard thing to do for a single party.
I wonder if the dungeon would let us farm here, Falwyn said as the party walked, catching my attention. This is some quality land, minus the monsters, of course. Plus, being in the dungeon would accelerate the growth of the plants.
I doubt it, Selena replied to him. This dungeon is very intelligent. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes an entire floor for farming and exports the goods out of the dungeon. I mentally thanked her for the idea. I like this floor. The winds speak clearly here, Rena said, spreading her arms to feel the breeze. I did have a few environmental scripts for the 9th floor that the floor creation had automatically placed for me. It would feel like being outside on a plain rather than under several hundred tons of rock. The girls chatted some more while the party walked, and they soon reached the outcropping. A few lions were patrolling around. I thought up the design I used for the lions. It was quite low-tech now, but would still be a challenge. They had steel skin and moved via gears and motors, giving them a decent speed and strong pouncing ability. The Pride didn't have any long-range ability, but their speed would make up the difference. Plus, it was only the 9th floor. No reason to make it impossible. I glanced back to the brunch table and saw that everyone was talking pleasantly while eating seconds. The princess and the viscountess were hitting it off nicely, which I considered a good thing. I wanted to get my hands on the ancient gnomish tech. By sensing the mana waves coming off her back, I could already tell the princess was walking around with something quite dangerous. It's hard to believe the goblin race used to be our rivals, but it's completely true. They were the masters of war machines and many other pieces of quite dangerous technology. I overheard Izora saying to Luella, "Wait, what? The goblins were equal to you guys?" I asked, surprised. She looked at me, surprised that I was paying attention, and replied, "Yes, we have several ancient recordings of our two races helping to make this or that breakthrough. It's sad to say, but they fell during the Demon Wars. They performed a spell or built some kind of war machine that altered their entire race's soul form, and they fell in with a shadow celestial." "Interesting. Could something really change an entire race?" One of the princess's followers replied this time, "We're not entirely sure. According to our history records, the goblins were the masters of the art of war, with several machines of great destruction. In fact, they were the reason the mortal races didn't fall to the very first demon wave. There were more celestials back then, and they followed Cyrus, the god of war. Laloon is a light celestial, who the mortals are able to contact now, so we're not sure if the demon war spread to that plane or not, but Cyrus fell into shadow, and we believe he took his follower race with him." "Have you tried asking this Laloon?" I asked, feeling that something was off. "We have, of course. I would say contact, but it's more like we ask for her power to heal and she sends it. No real communication takes place," he answered. I tapped my chin. Something about this felt off, but maybe it was just my Earth days of never knowing if there was a higher being out there or if it was just not talking. I decided I would have to look into it in the future so as not to be taken by surprise. "I still find it hard to believe an entire race changed," I said, shaking my head. "It is one of the biggest mysteries of the world," Princess Izora replied this time. I nodded and then clapped my hands. "Who's ready for dessert?" Everyone nodded, and I waved for the servers to bring the next thing in. I had gotten some caramel, so I decided to make pudding for the dessert this time. I thought it followed the standard when bringing earth food to an underdeveloped society, as it only required eggs and caramel to make. Luella took the first bite, and I swear I thought I saw a tear before she went crazy on the dish. Soon everyone had had at least 3 servings of the pudding and seemed to be satisfied. I grinned at the successful meal and got up to make my way out and glanced at the shadowed figure that was mixed in with the servers, motioning with my eyes for him to follow us. He was covered head to toe in a butler outfit and a black mask that had green glowing eyes. I nodded to him, and we made our way to the entrance of the partition. The princess also stood and made to follow me. I glanced at her but didn't say anything.
the rest of her party stood as well, and we made our way out of the restaurant. It was nearing noon, and the bottom floors were packed with people getting various foods to eat. I had hot dogs and hamburgers ready. I was lucky to have found some potatoes a little further up the mountain, so I was able to make various dishes with that. They needed a little more time in the dungeon, though, to soak in more mana to increase the taste. The streets around the new buildings were bustling with quite a few people. The town had seen an uptick of people in the last few days, after all. I waited for a bit as I was followed by the princess and company, and once we were in a relatively quiet place, I stopped and turned to her. "Yes?" I asked with curiosity. I would like to apologize for my behavior yesterday. I was rude to you even though you were only following your nature," Princess Izora said, and bowed deeply. No harm, no foul. I was not offended and would like to welcome you to the valley officially. My name is Regan," I said with a bow of my own. "Thank you, Sir Regan. As a visiting royal, I would like to inform you that I intend to dive your dungeon and to prepare yourself," Princess Izora said in a noble tone. "I look forward to it." I paused for a moment as I thought about the chaos party. I would recommend you hurry to the 9th floor, a party that messed up on the mining floors there, and I personally don't want to see them lose. But I have my rules. Even if they get through the 9th floor, there is still the boss fight that they could use your help on, I decided to tell her. "Understood. We will make as much haste as possible," Princess Izora said, and bowed again. They turned and headed for the dungeon entrance in the distance. I watched for a few moments, wondering where such a small person kept so much courage to say they would assist with helping someone without even being in the dungeon once. I shook my head at the departing princess. "Enjoying the outside?" I asked the figure next to me. "Yes, master," he said with a bow. Now, you could finally move, so I decided to put you to work. I want you to find your friend and bring her back to the dungeon. Understand?" I asked in a severe tone. "Of course, master. Dead or alive?" "Preferably alive. I'm sure she should know things you don't. Isn't that right, Rakras?" I said, turning entirely to the cloaked figure. "Yes, she would likely have been informed of other facets of the situation." "Very good. Do this well, and I might let you try some ice cream," I said with a grin. I had found purely by accident that not only was Rakras a huge chatterbox, but also a huge foodie. In fact, since I'd started giving him different kinds of food, I hadn't seen his collar spark once. I didn't know if he was just getting better at controlling his thoughts, but I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. The mental image of the necromancer assisting Chef in the kitchen popped into my head, and I had to resist laughing. I dismissed my avatar and went back to watching the chaos party. They were taking a break and formalizing a plan to break through the pride. I sat back and watched with interest and wondered how they would get through the nearly 30 lions blocking their way. At times like this, I wished I could eat popcorn. "Our only option is to lure them one by one. They are still in Tier 1, but I have a feeling they are hiding their strength. To be honest, I've fought cats before, but these are much larger than anything I have encountered before," Conal was explaining to the group when I started listening. "I agree with your idea, but the question is, will they just let us pull a few at a time? I saw a few of them glance toward us when you were scouting, so either they can smell us or they can hear us, both of which cats are supposed to be good at," Selena said, her arms crossed. "What does it matter? They can't get through my shield," Alexander boasted loudly, yet still quietly enough not to attract attention. I looked to the other two to see what they were doing and found Renna asleep, while Falwyn was trying to get the dirt out of his robe. I mentally laughed at their antics. The group discussed it for a bit more and decided on the luring plan, as that was their only real option. Right as they were about to start moving, a glow suffused Renna's body, catching me by surprise. "Sir," I heard Jarvis mentally calling me. "Yes, what is it?" "I assume you're watching the party on the 9th floor. The elf woman is about to rise in tier," he informed me. Oh, this is the first time I'll be able to see something like this so clearly. When it happens in town, they're always in their house, and it's like a layer of film is covering them. Tune all our resources in that area on her. I want as much data as possible, I ordered after some thought. Yes, sir. The glow grew steadily until it was covering an area of about a meter from her body, and Rena just kept sleeping like nothing was wrong. Gusts of wind were starting to pick up, which caused the rest of the party to break away. If I remembered correctly, when someone broke through, they got a gift from the universe that filled their current pool, essentially putting them at Tier 2, Level 2. I watched as the wind seemed to form a cocoon around the girl. She started to float on the spot, and I saw her eyes open at this point, but they glowed yellow. She began to suck in a breath, and all the air mana swirling around her flooded into her body like it was going home. I thought it was fascinating that the mana could so willingly do something for a mortal, and I had to wonder if maybe she was an actual wind spirit that had been cursed. I paused at the thought. I never had heard that she was cursed by necromantic magic. I turned my dungeon sense on her again, looking for other kinds of magic that might be present on the girl. I had to look quite deep, but I actually managed to find something. Red runes seemed to be cut into her bones. I recognized this mana. I was sure it was demon mana, much like the kind that had been infused with the dark mana to create unholy mana. I mentally rubbed my chin. So what did this mean? She really was a wind spirit? The magic display ended as fast as it started, and the girl landed gently on the same spot she'd been sleeping on before. She yawned, stretched, and opened her eyes to look around at her party. Selena ran forward and hugged the girl, a happy smile on her face. "Congratulations, Rena. You broke through. I knew you'd be the first," Selena said. "Ah, I thought I had a particularly nice dream this time," Rena said with another yawn. "Ha ha! That was quite a sight, Rena, but I will be the next to break through," Alexander said, pounding his fist on his chest. "You? More like me," Conal said in response to Alexander's boast. "More importantly, we should retreat for now. That won't have gone unnoticed by the cats up there," Falwyn said from behind the group. "You're right, Falwyn. Let's head back to the spot we cleared last night. We need to celebrate anyway," Alexander said, patting Falwyn on the back and causing him to cough. It was a good idea, as the lions had already set a few ambushes along the way to the outcropping. I moved over to Jarvis's room and looked over the data we had. It seemed that most of the mana Rena had absorbed daily was being diverted to fight this curse, probably had been since the day she was born, leading me to think that it was a family curse. The decision to come to this dungeon was perhaps the best one. While I didn't know the truth, many adventurers had been saying that even the top floors were cleaner than normal. Jarvis and I sat there for a few hours, bouncing ideas back and forth on the nature of the curse and the interaction of mana on people, things, and the world in general. He was starting to develop into something of a researcher in his own right. I was looking forward to some of his ideas when we were able to test them.
Chapter 13. Luella. I sighed in contentment as we left the restaurant. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had such an enjoyable meal. My father hated sweets in the first place, so I never had the chance to try any of the desserts being made in the capital. I looked over to where Regan was walking away with the princess. He had a person with him I had never seen before, but I wasn't surprised. He was a dungeon. He could literally create things from thin air. My group headed over to the library as I wanted to see what he was able to make. A few other people were checking the building out from the outside, but seemed not to want to go near the weird-shaped structure. I pushed through and made it to the entrance. There, I found the real reason no one wanted to go in. A pedestal at the entrance was asking for a drop of blood and some mana before a person was allowed to enter. A board clearly stated this was to prevent necromancers from gaining access to the information inside, but not many people wanted to risk magic being used on them via their blood. I decided I better set an example. Regan was my ally, after all. I walked up and put my hand on the palm cutout. I felt a tiny prick, and then a cooling sensation on my hand. Next, I channeled some mana into the pedestal. A moment later, the pedestal glowed green and a metal card came out. There were spots for my name, age, mana type, and occupation, but all except age and mana type were blank. A message at the bottom said to see a librarian to get the rest of the information filled out. I chuckled and handed the card to Iveta. "Try and enter the building with this." She took the card and walked up to the doors, but once she passed 2 obelisks, they glowed red, and a voice came out. "Invalid card. Leave or be removed forcibly." Iveta froze for a second, and 2 gems started to float above the obelisks. I panicked as I remembered the time with the bandits. "Iveta, get back now!" I ordered, and she responded at once. As soon as she left the top step of the entrance, the red light went away, and it seemed to get eerily quiet. I took the card back and walked up the stairs myself. Nothing happened. I tried to push the door, and it swung open easily. I looked back to the other 2 and ordered them to get their own cards. If I could get everyone in town to get one of these cards, I would be able to know the identity of everyone without having to worry about it being faked, unlike the guild cards. I wondered how Regan was able to make the cards know if the correct person was holding it. I walked into the library, and there was a desk a couple dozen meters from the entrance. I made my way over, and one of Regan's new humanoid automata was sitting at the desk. There was a metal book or device in her hands. She had long white hair that must have gone down to her knees. She wore a black dress, which looked like it could survive a battle, as there were metal parts here and there. I frowned when I saw that she had a decently large chest. I was getting a strong feeling that Regan was definitely a guy, even though dungeon cores were supposed to be genderless. I shook my head to clear the thought. While the girl's hair was white, she had the cute face of someone in the late teens or early 20s. Once I reached the desk, the girl smiled and looked at me. "My name is the librarian. How may I help you today?" she said in a sweet and smooth voice. "Yes, I would like to get this filled out," I said, handing her the metal card. "Yes, of course." She smiled and took the card. She inserted it into her metal book and turned back to me. "Name, age, and occupation, please. Please note that lying on the information is grounds for immediate removal from the library." She informed me before I answered. I told her the information, and the card slid through the metal book to the other side. "Please inform us if any other information changes, and we will update it. In the event of you losing your card, you will have to go through the pedestal again." The librarian then proceeded to tell me more of the rules of the library. "Thank you," I replied, bewildered by the information. Iveta and Izal had joined us about halfway through, and a few more people were starting to come in by then. I wondered how one person would be able to handle all these people, but I saw another librarian walk out from another room. They looked like twins, perfect copies of each other. A guard came in a few minutes later and said Baden had to leave as an incident had happened. He said the cards were pretty smart, according to the guard. We made our way into the main section of the library, and I was amazed at the architecture of the building. It looked like a perfect square outside, but inside it was completely different. About half a dozen bookshelves had books on them right now, and in the center of the room stood a giant statue of a cat of some type. I moved over to one of the bookshelves and looked through it. It was in a language I had never seen before, but didn't seem too complicated. I looked around and found a librarian as she walked toward one of the shelves carrying some books. I waved her down, and she looked at me and nodded. When she finished her task, she made her way over to us. "How may I be of assistance?" she asked with her sweet voice. I noticed that above her right breast was number 3, but didn't think anything about it. "Yes, it appears these books are in another language. Is it possible for you to translate?" I asked hopefully. "Yes, I am allowed to translate titles and sections from books. It is recommended you learn the language." She gestured over to the stack of books she was carrying earlier. "Father has made translation dictionaries for new members of the library. It will only be for the first few days. After that, you will have to sit in on the language class." "I see. Understood. We'll each take one if that's acceptable," I said. "Of course. In here the only masters are yourself and the rules," she said, and bowed before turning to walk away. "Wait, what do you mean?" I asked, confused by her last statement. She stopped and turned back. "Father wants this to be a safe place for anyone and everyone, even if they are a mass murderer or a saintly priest. Once they step foot in here, they are safe for the time being. The only exceptions are necromancers and anyone who makes Father mad. While it may sound unfair to the rules, as Father said, since when has the world been fair? She explained, and went back to retrieving the books for us. A few more people had gotten past the initial librarian and were looking around with curiosity. A few had made their way over and were checking out the books, but ran into a similar problem as us. One woman was looking the book over very seriously, which prompted me to have to ask, "Is something wrong?" She looked at me and seemed to realize who I was. Her eyes widened a bit. "Viscountess, not so much a problem, it's just, have you ever heard of a dungeon creating a language?" she asked, serious again. "Well, no. I have heard of dungeons learning to use the local language, though," I said after a moment of thought. "Exactly. What is up with this dungeon?" she muttered to herself. "Excuse me, what's your name?" I asked with curiosity. "Ah, pardon my manners. I am Vern Lotus, dungeon researcher," she replied, bowing to me. "Vern Lotus? I know you because I read a lot of your material in school. No offense, but I thought you would be older," I said, surprised at who was in my town. "Ha ha! How old do you think I am?" she asked with a sinister smile. Barely 30, surely," I said, trying to save myself. She reached into her bag and pulled out her card. She covered her mana type, but presented the rest to me. Vern Lotus 159. ####, dungeon researcher. I gasped, shocked that this woman was over a century old. I looked back confused and didn't see any points of her ears or anything to indicate one of the long-lived races. She caught my eyes moving around and clicked her tongue at me. "Hey, you know that's rude." "Ah, my apologies, Researcher Vern," I said, bowing my head in apology. "Ha just messing with you. I like doing that to nobles as it always gets their pants in a twist in case they've offended me," Vern said, laughing loudly. The noise level of our talk had gotten quite high, and one of the rules was to keep the noise down. The statue in the center of the room moved its head toward us, its eyes glowing with a fierce red light. We immediately stopped talking when the glow hit us, unable to make any noise leave our throats. A few moments later, the statue turned back to its original position, and we could talk again. That was quite a shock," Vern said, gasping for air. "Indeed, was that air magic?" I asked out loud, but barely in a whisper. I think so." One of the librarians walked over and reminded us of the noise rule. The other people in the room were rubbing their throats and muttering not to talk too loudly to themselves. I turned back to Researcher Vern and continued our conversation at a more reasonable level. "So how is it you barely look 30? I asked, still curious about the answer. "Still curious, huh? I am a gnome and elf half-breed," she replied. "The two longest-lived races. That explains why you look human. The features of both cancel each other out," I said, nodding. "It's embarrassing when someone analyzes me like that right in front of me." "Ah, sorry, Madame Vern. You are just like a hero to me. In fact, the reason I decided to stay and commit when we found the dungeon was because of the lessons and books I had back from school that you created." Well, I'm glad I was able to influence at least one young mind with my studies," Researcher Vern said with a smile. We moved over to a table and discussed dungeons and the many things Regan had done in the short time since he was born. I learned that there were a few other cases of a dungeon having rapid development in the past, but they outpaced themselves and were unable to maintain the stress of the attention they gained. One such dungeon had a capital built over it. It had so many adventurers inside that it was rumored the dungeon had a psychological breakdown and became no longer able to tell who and what it was. "What are your thoughts on Undead Dungeon Alara?" I asked Vern as we had gotten used to each other. That's a difficult one," she said, and seemed to gather her thoughts for a moment. She was once a dryad. Her dungeon was located in the middle of a great forest that bordered the capital up there. A path that was being cut to the coast led to her discovery. She was quite young at the time. Now, the next few facts are unclear, but one way or another, someone wanted to use her for their own gain. The Civil War of the North happened shortly after her discovery, and the forest around her turned into a war field. A few reports from adventurers survived that time, and they say that each time they went in, the monsters would be more twisted and evil-looking. Finally, one of the last reports they managed to send said that the lowest floor they reached had undead on it rather than plant-based monsters. Vern had a sad look toward the end of the story. That's horrible, but surely wars have happened around dungeons before. Something must be different, I said to try to reassure her. My team believes that it was all orchestrated by the necromancers. They somehow gained control of Alara and changed her. Vern shuddered when she finished. I thought for a moment. I think you should meet Regan. You two would probably get along. Trying to find me a date, young one? Vern said with a chuckle. Humph, you guys would definitely get along. You both tease me. I growled in reply. Ha ha, I would also like to meet him, she said with a nod.
I heard the Viscountess was trying to set me up,
a voice said from behind me. I jumped and looked over my shoulder to see Regan standing there. God, don't do that! I shouted at him in shock. The statue turned to look at me, but Regan waved his hand and it turned back. I sighed, thankful I didn't have to feel that again.
Due to occupational hazards, I keep an ear out for the name Alara, so I heard part of your conversation. Even if I have trouble seeing through the haze you're giving off, I still have other ways to see and hear, Regan said, looking over at Vern. Oh, I would be very interested in learning, Vern said with a sparkle in her eye. Haze? I asked with curiosity. When about 6 or more Tier 2s are together, I have a hard time seeing them and hearing them. This young lady here is Tier 3 and is blocking me quite well by herself. But like I said, I have my ways, Regan said with his signature sinister smile. I see, I said simply, not sure what to make of that. Regan moved a chair and sat at the table with us before he continued. Now, Alara, she was a nature dungeon in the beginning. Yes, we have hundreds of records talking about her floors and monsters. She paused for a moment and reached into her bag. Her arm went in all the way to her shoulder, and she seemed to be rummaging around for something. Ah, here it is, she said, pulling a small stack of papers. I keep these with me due to the nature of Alara. What is it? I asked with curiosity. Reports and records. Let's see. Forest Dungeon Alara, suspected age upon discovery between 5 and 7 years. Dungeon contains nature spirits and treants. Host was unconfirmed as of the writing of this record. Interesting. On a tangent, how did the necromancer problem get so bad? Regan asked. From what we have learned, they were rooted in the royals of the northern kingdom of Starfall. It was one of the reasons for the civil war that happened. Vern answered, massaging her head. Does anyone know the situation of the North? Surely Jade Wind would know if anybody. Regan inquired, tapping his metal finger on the desk. Vern jumped, surprised for some reason. Eyes and ears! Of course you would know I came with the princess. To answer your question, no. Many attempts have been made, but no one ever returns from the deeper sections of the North, which has us worried as there were 3 other dungeons along with Alara up there. Well, I'm sure I'll be in touch with you. Madam Vern, is it? I have some more matters to attend to, Regan said, getting up. He turned and his coat flapped at the suddenness of it. Different, too different from the other hosts I have met in the past, Vern said with a frown. He seems to be an old man with how calm he was. That's it. He reminds me of an old man every now and then, I said, realizing how correct she was. Maybe, but no, that's not possible. I'll need to do more research. Vern muttered so low I barely caught her. Do you have an idea? I asked, curious at what she could have thought up. Maybe, but I don't want to say anything until I'm sure, she said, looking, but not really looking, at me, already thinking about ideas I had no grasp on. She got up and left the library. I sat there for a few more minutes trying to learn some more of the language. When I saw the time, I realized I hadn't done any of the work in my office. I groaned at the thought of a late night. Chapter 14. Princess Izora. After we split up with Regan and the Weird Man, we made our way over to the main dungeon. We had reviewed the information the Adventurers Guild kept, but it only had up to the 6th floor. The mining floor was a big hit for the many shops in town, from what I'd heard from the guildmaster, and no one was really attempting to get to the next floor yet. The elevator, as the guild was calling it, only worked for the people who defeated the boss, so the few parties that had managed it made pretty decent commissions from taking people down. I heard it was mainly the Watermana section of the Mages Guild that was doing most of the escorting. They were even offering to use their mana to help rent tools from the shop that was there for those who had the physical strength but lacked the mana pool. They just took a percentage after the mining was done. It sounded harsh, but people had to eat, I supposed. We stood at the entrance to the side as quite a few people were entering and leaving. I brought my party together so that we were all on the same page.
I didn't want any accidents since I had a feeling that this place was going to really test us. All right, as we all went over, the first floors are a type of magic maze. There are traps that have been labeled greed traps that use some type of treasure to cause the weak-minded to fight each other. The main attraction is the puppet golem, as the guild calls them. The few they had in the guild building had lost all their magic and weren't more than wooden dolls. I want to capture one if possible. I reiterated, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement.
Just from the buildings we saw this morning, I would like to say we should proceed with caution. I agree with capturing one of the golems, but if it seems like the dungeon takes offense to this, we need to immediately release it or finish it off,
Suzuki advised. Understood. In the meeting with Regan this morning, I felt he was more like us gnomes than I had ever felt in another race. Just his avatar alone reminded me of the central tower of Jade Wind, I said as I thought over this morning. Ah! Sasori shouted suddenly. I thought he reminded me of something. In the central tower, you know, the area that is off limits? She started to say, but covered her mouth. Just finish. I won't report you. This time, I said, and looked at the others and got nods. Sasori smiled and continued. I went exploring in the off-limits area when I was a child. I got lost, and I think I ended up somewhere near the bottom of the tower. Or was it the middle? She started to ramble, and I clicked my fingers to get her back. Anyway, there is a room that had some intense energy coming out of it. I mean, it was visible even to me as a child. In front of the room stood 2 statues. I approached, 'cause I was curious, and the statue turned out to be a golem, but nothing like the ones that still work in the city. I'm saying they were composed from lots of parts like Sir Regan was. I've never seen a room like you've described, even though I have royal-level access, I said, confused at this information.
Suzuki coughed. That room is known to only the king and a few of the city's best engineers. I have heard stories about it, but have never gotten the chance to see it. I'm amazed you found it when you were only a child. I've heard that the place is guarded by all manner of soldiers and spells, he finished as he looked at Sasori. I don't remember exactly what I did, but I vaguely remember finding a small metal tunnel in a wall. I happened to have a slime pet with me and was able to use it to climb the smooth surface, Sasori replied as she rubbed her hands through her hair. I looked around and noticed that a few parties had gathered outside the entrance. We weren't exactly talking about public knowledge material here, so I decided it was best if we cut the chatter. I wanted to explore at least the first floor before returning to the ship. I took a moment to look back toward the town and activated my mystical eye. The dome over the city was definitely bigger than yesterday, and a similar pillar of energy like the one over the dungeon was at the center of it. I looked over toward the airship. It would be a while before the ship was overtaken by the dome. The air dock tower seemed to have been built at just the right location to be a distance from the town, probably factoring in the future growth of the town. I felt a presence turn toward me momentarily, but quickly look away as if nothing was exciting to look at. I paid it no heed and waved the others into the dungeon. We made our way through the nicely cut tunnel. It actually caused me to have nostalgia for home, as it reminded me of the hallways there. I shook it off until we got to the first recess in the hallway. A glass-covered shaft of light lit up at least 10 meters or so. I approached it, as I thought it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. The way the mana formed a cycle that kept the system working appealed to me greatly. Your Highness, shall we continue?
Hatsu asked with what I could tell was worry about my behavior. Sorry, yes, it was just fascinating, that's all, I answered. The confusion spell on the first floor didn't give us much trouble, as we were all trained to be resistant to illusions. After we passed through 3 rooms, it felt weird we hadn't encountered another party yet. We entered the 4th room, and I caught a glimpse of another group leaving the room at what felt like perfect timing. The automata they had defeated vanished, some runes on the floor glowed, and a new batch appeared. Is that how a dungeon usually spawns its monsters? I asked, confused at the display. I doubted that was the case because if it were, someone would have been able to see any other dungeon spawn its monsters before now.
The rune vanished too quickly for me to catch, but I think it's more like a movement-type magic, like the ancient city gates,
Suzuki answered. On the first floor? I asked doubtfully.
You'll just have to ask him,
he retorted with a shrug. Fair enough. We looked at the automata in front of us. The guild had labeled them based on their weapon types. There were shields and spears, and the dual wielders were captains. We approached carefully, as this was the first time we had encountered them. There were 2 shield bearers, 2 spears wielders, and a captain in this group, so it would be a good practice fight. I pulled my warhammer off my back and channeled my mana. A ghost-like hand took hold of the weapon and lifted it next to me. Suzuki started to direct his mana into a spell, and the others also got ready for combat. I flexed my image of the hand, and the warhammer flew headfirst and collided with a shield-bearer's head without warning. Sasori also rushed forward and braced her claymore so that she could receive any attacks launched at her. Hatsu aimed her air rifle at the other shield-bearer's head and pulled the trigger. The steel projectile flew from the tube and shattered the golem's head. The combat happened so fast that the automata didn't have a chance to respond to the initial attack, but the spear wielder finally returned the attack by aiming at separate spots on Sasori. She blocked one spear with her shield and then pivoted, using the force from the spear to kick the other spear away. Morita took that chance to charge in with her own spear. The tip crackled with silver sparks while she pierced one of the spear wielders through the chest. The wood ended up charred from the sparks. I willed my warhammer to spin and slam into the back of the remaining spear wielder. But I put too much mana into it, and the warhammer managed to smash a hole through it. The captain looked at his downed party members, then raised his shield and spear, ready for the coming battle. I felt that something was off with the situation, but didn't know what. Suzuki had finished his spell and was ready whenever we managed to subdue the automaton in front of us. Sasori charged forward with Morita hot on her heels. The captain glanced briefly at both of them and did something I thought was a crazy move in the middle of battle. When Sasori was only about a meter away, he let go, then kicked his shield. He sent it flying with enough force that Sasori was unable to brace herself correctly and was sent flying too. She collided with Morita behind her, and they both went down in a heap. My eyes widened in surprise. This is the first floor, right? I thought to myself before I sent my warhammer at the captain, who was approaching the 2 who were dazed. He managed to duck at just the right time, and the warhammer sailed over his head. He jerked his free hand up and managed to grab a hold of my weapon. I channeled more mana into the hand and yanked him to the side via my weapon as he refused to let go. I looked over to Suzuki, who nodded in understanding. He spoke a word and over a dozen whips made of water lashed out toward the captain. The captain heard the approaching attack and released the warhammer. He jumped back and started moving his body in ways no mortal could ever hope to accomplish, and managed to dodge every whip. I lifted my hand and channeled my mana. A ball of Terra mana formed in front of me and then heated until it was almost a liquid. I sent the ball toward the captain with a gust of air mana to make it fly fast enough that he couldn't dodge it. He still managed to surprise me as he avoided the water whips, then threw his spear at the incoming lava ball. The 2 impacted less than 2 meters from the captain, and the spear melted as it was consumed by the lava. "Suzuki, stop trying to capture it," I said finally, not wanting the situation to continue. "Hatsu, finish it if Suzuki can't." Suzuki nodded to me and poured more mana into his spell. The whips increased in speed and finally had the captain encircled, but still only barely kept him contained. Suzuki jerked his hand back, and the water instantly froze. Another hand movement and the blades of ice all rushed to the center of the circle. The captain managed to dodge 4 of them, but the rest sliced through his body. The captain managed to turn, and I don't know how, considering his face was basically a flat piece of board, but I felt like he glared at me before he collapsed to the ground. I rushed over to Sasori and channeled some light mana into her wounds. I was about equal to a regular priest in healing magic, but without celestial mana, it lacked a bit of the punch. Luckily, her wounds amounted to a nasty gash on her forehead where the shield had hit her. It had managed to dent her helmet, and she had a decent cut on her leg from Morita's spear. Morita was fine, as she'd just had the air knocked out of her. After everyone was taken care of, I leaned back against a wall and breathed a sigh. "Is it just me, or was that harder than we thought it should be?" I asked out loud. "No, the information from the guild said most Tier 1 parties can clear the first floor," Hatsu said with a confident tone. "Then what the hell?" I asked to no one in particular. Just then a party walked in from the hallway. "Oh, hello, don't mind us, we'll just pass through before another batch appears," the leader, I assumed, said when he saw us. They started making their way to the passage to the right. "Wait, I have a question," I shouted quickly. "Sorry, ma'am, I don't have any more room in my party," he said with a sad smile. I looked behind him and saw that he was the only guy in a party of 7. I cringed but ignored it. I had to grab Hatsu before she shot him. "No, I just wanted to know if the captains act differently for any reason," I clarified.
Ah, killed all his soldiers first, did you?
He asked with a knowing nod. Yeah, we did.
Well, it's not the guild information, but if you kill all the captain's soldiers before him, he gets enraged. The estimated combat level is around high Tier 1 for Tier 1 parties and mid-Tier 2 for Tier 2 parties. It's not in the guild information because it can't be confirmed. A few parties have tried, but some say they didn't notice anything different, but some say they did.
The man answered, then tilted his head to the side as if trying to remember something.
Ah, I remember now. Master Cassie said it was a handicap for the dungeon, as the first 5 floors are basically a walk in the woods now.
That seems a little dangerous, I said, not sure how to feel.
Well, dangers of dungeon diving,
he replied with a shrug. Fair enough, I said, and thought to myself that I seemed to be saying that a lot today.
Just remember to take out the captain before you finish the others,
he said, and went back to the passageway with his party. I looked over to the others and asked, should we continue? After a quick discussion, we decided to keep going. We learned from our mistake. As we made our way to the next room, I thought about the captain we'd just fought. It had increased its strength to match ours while giving it just an edge so that if we weren't careful, we could have lost someone. The magic required for such a thing must have been on another level, as a golem was restricted by what the master recreated it with. If the captain could judge and adjust his level to a party, then that put him on almost the same intelligence as the royal-level golems that were guarding the treasury back at Jade Wind. We made it to the next room and saw a party of 7 automata guarding the other side. This time, the battle was much smoother. Now that we knew to take out the captain first, I had Hatsu aim for him first. When it came to preemptive strikes, she was the best, as her weapon was almost silent and could penetrate an iron shield from 20 meters. It was even easier because the automata stood completely still when out of combat. After that, we just wore down their numbers.
That was much more like a first-floor dungeon fight,
Sasori said as she stretched her arm. She had taken a decent beating while blocking the automata.
Yes, that was indeed more standard for a party at our level,
Suzuki agreed.
But I recommend we leave for tonight. It's never a good idea to overextend ourselves.
I nodded and said, very well. I want to talk to Vern about this place as well, see what her take is on it. We picked ourselves up and worked our way back out of the dungeon. We had to fight another room full of automata, but there were only 3 this time. We made it out just before sunset. It looked like if we wanted to make any decent headway in the dungeon, we would have to prepare to spend a fair amount of time in there.
Chapter 15. Regan. I walked to a separate room and let my avatar fade away. I was getting pretty good at it, and was starting to summon the thing with barely any effort. I was worried I might be reducing the effectiveness of the avatar, but it felt the same as usual. I was learning all types of things lately, thanks to the princess. The thing that had me most interested at the moment was the goblin race. I just couldn't see how something could affect a whole race. Of course, the continents are severely separated, so I couldn't know if it was just on this continent or the entire world. I moved down to floor 20. It was the lowest floor I had, and was still waiting for me to build something in it. At present, it was just a large, open cave. Ignia, Jarvis, can you come to the bottom floor? I mentally called them. A few moments later, with a flash of light, Ignia appeared in front of me. She wasn't in her mech right then. She floated with her anti-gravity wings like normal. Jarvis walked in from the stairs, as it was just next door practically. I'm going to be summoning a few monsters in a few moments, and I want you two to study the magic circle as much as possible. Jarvis, go ahead and use a long-term mana stone on this, I explained to them before I waved my hand, bringing up the summoning circle. For the first time ever, I thought of a new type of creature to be summoned. The image of a goblin built itself in my mind, and I had little control over the product, unlike when I created automata. I concentrated and tried to alter anything possible, but no matter what I changed, it seemed that it would revert back after a few days in the world. At least that's what I was getting in my mental understanding of the creature. I went ahead and summoned it, just to get the data. A moment later, one of the ugly things that had invaded my dungeon many months ago was standing in front of me. It was only wearing a loincloth, even though I had given it pants in the summoning. I just couldn't understand why the spell didn't work like my automaton one. Well, you guys notice anything? I asked the other two.
Yes, Father. The spell seemed to change multiple times while you were concentrating on it, Ignia said from where she was hovering. I noticed that as soon as you changed one part of the spell script, it would be forcibly changed a moment later.
That's how it felt, I said with a nod.
Sir, from the data I collected, the static mana in the air seemed to be the cause. Whenever you changed the spell, the mana rushed in and changed it back. I have to conclude that if this had been the first monster a dungeon had summoned, it would assume that is how the spell worked and would stop fighting it, Jarvis said as he watched the video with multiple eyes.
I agree. Ignia, would you know to tell me? I asked.
As I said once before, I don't actively know what to tell you unless you ask me, so the chances are low that the fairy assistant would volunteer that information, Ignia replied, shaking her head.
The little goblin was squatting near the wall, relieving itself and making my anger rise. Jarvis, get rid of it, I said, pointing at the thing. One of Jarvis's eyes swirled around to look at the goblin, and a blast of lightning shot out and burned a hole through the creature. After that, the dungeon automatically absorbed it. I sighed, trying to think of a solution. Apparently, the ambient mana, or the world's mana, was the cause. Whether it was only at birth or creation, I didn't know yet. I created 4 mana stones and set them up in a triangle formation, with one at the top a few meters up in the air. I included a script on each stone to reject mana that was not my own. After that, I linked them together with a barrier script, effectively creating an isolated space. I waved my hand again, and the summoning circle appeared again. I concentrated on the image, and this time the goblin inside looked much more presentable. It reminded me of a short green elf. The skin was clear and was actually pleasant to look at. I could tell that he would be decently intelligent as well. I channeled mana into the circle, and the creature appeared a few moments later.
"Gah, I feel like something is trying to stab my brain,"
the goblin said a moment after he came out of the magic circle. "What do you think it is?" I asked the goblin as he stood there rubbing his head.
"Sorry, boss, not sure,"
he replied with a frown. "Try and leave the barrier," I ordered. "Slowly, though, in case something happens." He stuck his arm out, and nothing seemed to happen. But once it reached his shoulder, his fingertips started to change to the twisted version. "Pull back quick!" I shouted when I saw. He yanked his arm back and rubbed his hand, the affected areas slowly returning back to normal.
"Ah,"
the goblin said as he grabbed his head.
"The knocking just got a hell of a lot worse,"
he finished with a groan. I considered the situation. I had created him, and he had a high level of cognitive processes, so I would feel bad if I just killed him. But I couldn't just leave him here either. I turned to Ignia. "Dungeon monsters don't provide mana to the dungeon, correct?" I asked for confirmation.
Correct.
She paused as if reading something.
But if enough generations pass, then the offspring can provide mana to the dungeon.
"So I guess this can be a long-term project," I said, rubbing my chin. I looked around the empty floor. It encompassed nearly 100 kilometers and could comfortably house a small city. Typically, the floors were like giant domes, tall and wide in the center, but thin and short near the edges. This time, I pulled all the available space and created basically a giant rectangle. In the very center, I made a building that reached the floor before this one and put the entrance there. In the corners of the room, I recreated the scripts that I used on the stones to create the barrier. The mana cost was going to add up after a while, but I could afford it right now. I was only going to create a small community of goblins for the city, and the barrier would expand as their population did. Once enough time had passed, they would support the floor themselves. I had another purpose for creating this city of mortal goblin dwellers. I needed free-thinking, loyal creations that would do research for me, but I wanted them to pursue whatever caught their attention, rather than just what I thought of at the time. I never knew what invention some random goblin would create that might be just what I'd need for a situation. Plus, it didn't hurt that the goblin race was said to like machines of war. I turned back to the empty space that was the 20th floor. I went with my city idea and created dozens of apartment buildings in one section, then added hundreds of other buildings that could be repurposed for whatever an individual wanted. I had a spark of genius while I was creating one of the apartment buildings. The goblins would need to eat, and while it was true I couldn't get mana passively from them, I could gain it actively. I made a few stores that would carry an array of stuff, but mainly I made sure that the grocery store was fully stocked and ready to go. As goblins were biological, they would need to eat. I activated the script in the corners, and the barrier took effect over the floor. It felt weird, to say the least, like I'd pulled a splinter out of my skin. The ambient mana rushed out of the floor, making the upper floor and the core room feel stuffy while they coped with it. I looked at the barrier to make sure everything was working correctly. "All right, how do you feel?" I asked the goblin.
Much better. The pressure went away. Thank you, boss,"
he said in gratitude. "No problem. It should be safe for you to move about this floor. Try it slowly just in case," I said, before letting him leave the protection. He stuck his hand out up to his shoulder, and this time nothing happened. He kept going until his whole body was out of the protection, and he took a deep breath of air. He looked over to me and gave me the thumbs up. "Since you're the first, how about we make you mayor?" I said, tapping my chin, glad it was a success.
"Righto, as you say, boss."
He gave me a salute. He gasped when my mana flowed into him suddenly, and he grew twice his normal size to nearly 2+ meters tall. He was slender and wearing a coat much like the Marquis had been wearing, a deep black color that had coattails. His hair went down to his waist and was smooth and a deep red. "Ignia, what just happened?" I asked, confused. "I think you made him the boss of the floor," Ignia said, hovering around the new goblin. I mentally slapped my forehead. Crap, I'd forgotten that this was the 20th floor. I should have been more careful. "Huh. Well, congratulations on your promotion. You should be fine for a while, so I'll get back to you for weapons," I said in defeat.
"Yes, boss,"
he said, reminding me of the Mafia slightly. I spent the next couple of hours creating a small horde of goblins. I didn't want to tax the new floor too much, so I stuck with 100 split down the middle. I made sure while summoning them that they'd act more like mortals and form family units. It was just that a human family would have about 4 or 5 children at the commoner level. Goblin families could reach up to 20 or 30 children, as they were much faster at birth, childhood, and adulthood. The average lifespan of the goblins I summoned was around 40 years. I looked around the mini-city and nodded. I would have to redesign the previous 4 floors, since I needed to give these little guys access to minerals, and they literally couldn't leave the floor for now. I needed to research a portable barrier, but a device like that would require a significant amount of continuous mana, meaning they really wouldn't be able to do anything else until they reached nearly high tier 2 or so. I moved up to the lightning floor, but shook my head because it was generating quite a bit of mana for me. The next 3 floors that were supposed to be elemental floors were lackluster, to say the least. I needed to think up a way to get the various elements to balance while it kept to a decent theme, just to appease my own desire to maintain some type of order down there. I wasn't worried about light and dark mana right then, as those seemed to be touchy to various entities. I removed everything and set to designing the new 17th floor by pulling all the extra floor space that I had been saving up. I even altered the next floors to add a bit of extra room. I made a massive rhyolite dome volcano that was nearly 4 kilometers in elevation. The base had a dense forest growing around it with mana-rich trees that had kept the terra mana. I made a cave that led to the depths of the volcano where magma was flowing and pooling. I replanted the fire element trees along the walls of the dome, and they took to it like fish in water. On top of the dome, I made a kind of dual source for water and air mages. I couldn't easily make a big enough water source for them to cultivate, but by creating a permanent snowstorm at the top of the volcano, the two mana types would both get a decent boost to their cultivation. I stepped back to admire my handiwork. Everything was good for about 10 minutes. That's when things went crazy. The various manas in the room seemed to fight for dominance. I honestly thought I was watching a war as the fire mana would exit through the cave and various holes in the dome and struggle against the terra mana. After a good hour of this, a balance seemed to be reached, and then the terra and fire mana turned against the water and air mana. As the two forces collided halfway up the mountain, all sorts of phenomena started to take place. I was floating in the air above the dome when this took place, and nearly had a bolt of fire energy pierce through me. Globes of water and air would form randomly, which caused craters to form. Cracks caused by mini earthquakes let more fire mana exit the dome and air, and water pulled more down from the sky. I was afraid to leave and let it run its course, as I worried it might cause an explosion. So I spent the whole night and watched the battle. Well, I focused on other things as well. It was like I had 3 of my 8 processors focused on the floor while the others did other tasks. The Golem and the Elf. Golem. I stood. Day after day, I stood, protecting the Master's tower from people who would cause problems. For months, my brother and I stood and protected. Some days, we beat a few people who thought they could get past us. Some days, we just watched the people who came for a piece of the Master's stone. Some days, the Master didn't allow anyone into the tower. Even on those days, we stood. It was another such day where the Master had just finished letting people come into the tower for the stones that something changed for me. While protecting the tower, I heard a sound. It was different from any of the other sounds that I had heard before. It was like what the other people did whenever they tried to get a better place in line. Talking, I believe, is what they call it. Only this talking was like a liquid that seemed to flow from word to word. The line was gone before the sound ended, so I looked to my brother and sent a mental message that I was going to go look for the strange noise. My brother just nodded, devoted to the Master's mission of protecting the tower. I took a step forward and paused to look back at the tower, worried the Master might be upset with me. When nothing happened, I reasoned to myself that the Master would want me to find the strange sound. Surely that must be it. More confident in my decision, I made my way out of the lot and looked around. I paused outside the wall to get a better idea of where the sound was coming from. Once I was sure, I went toward it. A few of the people on the street made weird sounds when I passed, but I didn't bother with these, as I had heard them before when I removed people by force. I believe it was called gasping or something. I walked for a few minutes and arrived at a fountain. The roof seemed to be the cause of the sound. As I felt I had figured the mystery out, I turned to leave when I heard the noise again, only from under the side of the roof of the fountain. There I saw an elf. I think that is what Master called the long-eared ones. She was staring at the sky and didn't seem to notice me, as I hadn't heard the usual gasp yet. I moved over next to her unthinkingly and stood, listening to the sound until it stopped suddenly. "Never heard singing before?" the elf asked in a sing-song voice. I shook my head, unable to answer her any other way. "That's too bad, a large man like you never hearing singing," she said, cupping her face as if she were sad for me. "Mind if I have a look?" she asked suddenly. I wasn't sure what she meant, so I just nodded. "Thanks. My eyes no longer see, but that has allowed me to see other things," the elf said as she moved her hands up to my head. I looked into her eyes and noticed there was mana emanating from them. So this elf is blind. Wait, how do I know what that means? Master had never told me about that before. The elf ran her hands over my face. Master had given me a vaguely human-looking face with only outlines of the features. I knew this because my brother and I had described each other.
"You're not human, are you?" she asked after a few moments of feeling my face. I nodded. She smiled before saying, "Well, if you came here for the music, then you can't be a bad person, thing." I shrugged, as I only knew the master's orders. I noticed it was getting dark, and that I had been gone for a decent amount of time. I backed away from the elf woman and turned away, having found the source of the strange noise. "You're more than welcome to come back any time. I'm usually here," the elf woman said as I was walking away. I turned and nodded for her, wondering why I would need to return here. That's what I had thought, but the next day I found myself attracted by the singing in the little alley fountain after the crowd had left. My feet had just taken me there. "Ah, Stone Man. That's a little mean. I should think of a name for you, unless you already have one," the elf woman said when she heard me enter the little alleyway. I shook my head. The master didn't name me, unless Golem number 2 counted. "No name, huh?" She paused and sang for a few minutes. "How about gray, as your stone gives me a gray feeling," she suggested. I looked down at my stone. It was black, but I guessed in the sunlight it might be grayish. I turned back to her and nodded. I tilted my head and pointed at her, as I wanted to know her name for some reason. "My name?" she said after looking over to me. "Anna Silverleaf, ex-adventurer, singer for Coppers now." I nodded and stood as she started singing again. The sun set again, and I left, returning to stand by the tower. I got back, and my brother sent me a thought through our link. "You were gone longer today." "Listening," I sent back. He nodded and turned back to watch the entrance. I turned as well and went back to standing like a statue like normal. The night passed like normal too, with the usual people traversing the roads they usually did. Another day passed, and I found myself back at the alley fountain, as if driven by some type of force out of my control. Anna was there like normal, only the song she was singing sounded different, like she was strained. I approached her like usual, but she didn't hear me today. I touched her shoulder, and she jumped, surprised. I tilted my head, confused, as she would normally be able to hear me a few meters back. Ah, Gray, how someone so heavy can sneak up on me. I must be out of it today," Anna said, rubbing her head. I tilted my head again. "Sorry, Gray, not feeling very good today." I nodded, and she left the alley early. I went back to the tower, and my brother nodded, as I had only been gone a few minutes. Normally, once back at the tower, I didn't think about Anna until I made my way over to the fountain. But that night, she was on my mind all night. When the moon was at its highest, I turned to my brother and asked him if he knew anything about the flesh ones feeling sick. He sent me a few different images of people in varying states of illness. Each image made the weird feeling I had get worse. I spent the next day waiting to hear the singing, but it never came. When the sun was high, I could no longer wait and moved to go to the alley. My brother reached out to grab me. The people at the front of the line seemed surprised that we had moved for seemingly no reason. I shook him off and sent an image of Anna. He tilted his head and finally waved me on and proceeded to guard the door more in the center to make it clear, no funny business. I raced to the alley. The street was more packed than usual, so I had to be careful not to knock people over. The slow going was making me more anxious, but I finally made it to the alley fountain. There I found Anna collapsed on the ground a few meters from where she was usually sitting when I went there. I moved forward and picked her up. I still felt mana from her, so she was still alive. I gently lifted and carried her back to the tower.
I didn't know where else to take her. The crowd gasped again in surprise at me carrying the woman, but I ignored them and made my way into the tower. I went up to the second floor and mentally called the master. "Number 2, what is it?" the master said, appearing in his ghostly form. "Master, Anna is ill," I mentally sent. The room morphed into a bedchamber with a chair for someone my size to sit. It seems to be malnutrition and a pretty bad fever," Master said as he looked her over. "There also seems to be an old injury from a few months ago." "Can you help?" I asked, panicked that I wouldn't hear Anna's singing again. "For some of it, but she will need to pull through on her own. I think if you can make her comfortable, you should stay with her," Master said, and started channeling some mana into her. Her breathing got smoother, and the color of her skin got better. A bowl of some type of liquid appeared on the bedside table. A tall stand of some kind appeared as well that had a bag hanging from it, with more liquid in it. A cord snaked from the bag into Anna's arm, letting the liquid flow slowly into her body. "Thank you, Master. I am sorry for abandoning my post that you created for me," I mentally sent while I kneeled and bowed my head. "Enough of that. I created you, yes, but you found life. I'm not going to take that away from you. Besides, your brother has informed me about your nightly trips, Gray," the master said as he patted my shoulder. "Thank you," I sent. A few days passed without Anna waking up. Each day, Master let me stay with her. He said that someone close to the patient was good for their mental health. On the second day, he recommended I hold her hand. I did, and realized I could feel her soft skin. When a week passed, I hadn't removed my hand from hers the entire time. I kept watch on her, never leaving. I made sure to feed her the soup once a day and to change the bag when it was out. Master said the room would take care of the dirty stuff. I wasn't sure what he meant, and I didn't ask. Finally, after a month had passed, the situation changed. Anna opened her eyes and looked around the unfamiliar surroundings. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but a dry wheeze came out. I grabbed the glass of water that the master had set on the table once a day. She slowly drank the water while she listened to the sounds, I supposed. "Who's there?" she asked after a moment of listening. "Ah, Gray, you look so different. I almost didn't recognize you," she said after she looked at me. I tilted my head in confusion and looked down at myself. My form had changed and reminded me of the master's form. I had shrunk to just about 2 meters, with large sections of my body being made of a greenish crystal. The old stone that made up my body had condensed into metal plates. I realized the crystal was what was letting me feel Anna's hands. I nodded and stroked her hand in a gentle pattern like I had been doing for the last month. She lay back down and rested since she still had not recovered enough to be moving around much. I grabbed the daily bowl of soup and helped her eat. When she was done, I sent a mental message to the master to let him know that she was awake. He appeared a few hours later, having finished what he was working on. He turned to Anna, who was awake and resting on the bed. She turned to look at him as well. I was surprised, as he was in his astral form, not even his ghost form right now. "So, you have those eyes as well," the master said as he created his ghost form. "Sadly, I paid a high price for them," Anna said in reply. "Well, I don't mind people looking, so it's not a big deal," Master said offhandedly. "What do you want for healing me?" Anna asked with a serious look on her face. I turned to the master and was about to say I would do whatever, even though that was pointless, as I would anyway. He just waved me down before he replied, "You changed, Gray. Here, take responsibility for it. In return, you can work here. I was just in need of a maid. Her eyes can see you just fine due to how you are made. In fact, she can probably see you better than most people." I looked over to Anna, and she said,
Are you sure?
Ah, one more thing. You need to name his brother. I think he is jealous, Master said, pointing at me.
Of course,
Anna said with a small smile. Gray, I leave it to you. Oh, you can speak, so try talking to her, the Master said, and vanished into smoke.
Anna,
I said, trying out my voice for the first time.
Gray,
Anna,
Gray.
Anna. I grabbed Anna's hand, and we watched the sunset through the window, knowing that while we may have been watching two different things, they were the same as well.
Chapter 16. Luella. I looked around and made sure that no one was waiting to see be.And before I knocked on his office door. I had just left my office after I'd finished a small part of the stack of paper that was almost taller than me, and I wanted to finish my rounds of the town to check up on everything. be.And had said an incident had happened yesterday, but I wasn't too worried, as he would have brought it to my attention if it was important. be.And sat at his desk with a stack of paper that would have been a strong rival of my own. He was concentrating hard on something and didn't seem to notice me enter the room. I coughed once, and he looked up at the sound.
"Ah, Luella, my lady. What brings you here?"
he says when he registered who it was. "Snuck out to take a break while calling it rounds," I said as I put a finger to my lips.
"Haha, I wish I could go on patrol myself, but I have some—"
He paused and gestured to the stacks of papers.
"Work that needs to be done."
He finished with a groan. "Surely that's not all laws being broken?" I asked, concerned.
"No."
He grabbed a few sheets of paper.
"These are the crimes that happened yesterday. Quite low for a developing town, to be honest. But with all the events that have been happening around here, people are still being on their good behavior."
"That's good. I hope we can keep it that way," I said as I took a seat next to the desk.
"Well, that's what these are for," he said as he grabbed another stack of paper. "Potential recruits who want to come here."
He grabbed another stack.
"Veterans who want to move here for the remainder of their service and eventually retire here. Finally,"
he grabbed a third stack of paper.
"the people who say they can do a better job than me but just want the achievements that are sure to come."
"Sounds like you have a lot on your plate," I said with concern in my voice.
"Nothing new. We uphold whatever rules our employers create, so some people get a little twisted after working in less than nice places,"
be.And said with a small smile. I got up and moved behind him. I gripped his shoulders and massaged as best I could, never having done so before. I felt him wince when I put too much force in one squeeze, but he never complained. After a bit, I was able to get the correct pressure and strength, and be.And sighed, content. I stopped after a few minutes and blushed as I backed away. be.And grabbed my hand and whispered,
"Thank you. It helped a lot."
I nodded and moved away as I blushed even harder. I was about to leave when he called after me.
"Oh, it's not a problem yet, but reports of missing monsters on the way to the valley are coming in."
I paused and turned back. "Missing monsters?" I asked, confused. He grunted in acknowledgement and continued.
"Normally a traveling party will encounter one or two monsters of various types on the less traveled passes. Well, in the last few weeks, a number of travelers have said that the rate they've encountered a monster has decreased significantly. It might just be that the increased number of adventurers have killed off enough to scare the rest, but I prefer to be safe than to be sorry."
"I agree. Keep me informed, please," I said, trying not to let the worry into my voice. I collected Iveta and Izal outside, and we made our way to the next stop. The new, as the locals wanted to call it, blacksmithing district. Every shop on the street dealt with the blacksmith trade, and the leader seemed to be Nastok. It had been about 2 weeks since I'd last seen him during the competition, now that I thought about it. I made my way to his shop, which he had decided to build when Talinda's Inn had needed to expand. "Nastok, you in?" I called from the empty shop front. I heard some banging and clanging that was slowly approaching us from the back.
"What you want? I be trying to sleep in here,"
the dwarf shouted when he reached the door to the front. "Why would the leader of the," I coughed, "blacksmithing district be sleeping in the middle of the day?" I asked when he got closer.
"Was writing some blasted letters. I be a dwarf. I hammer metal like a proper dwarf. I ain't used to writing on a thin piece of paper like no mage,"
Nastok grumbled. "Letters? Why would you be writing letters in the first place?" I asked, confused.
"Just working some matter out with me clan,"
he said as he waved his hand dismissively. "Really now?" I asked doubtfully.
Really, I promise you no funny business.
Well, I'll believe you for now, but if whatever you're planning goes sideways, I promise to make Talinda stop talking to you for a year at the least, I said as I crossed my arms over my chest. His eyes went wide, but he just nodded. We chatted for a bit more, with me trying unsuccessfully to get more information out of him. As we made our way around town, I smiled at the multitudes of people on the streets who chatted, flirted, shopped, and all sorts of other activities. I was glad the town was coming along so nicely, and I knew that it took the effort from countless people to make it happen. I was just a tiny cog in the machine. After we went to a few other places, we made our way back to the town hall. I had a large number of requests for people who wanted to move here. While I was all for accepting all of them, I still needed to check them over in case there were some undesirables mixed in. There were places in other cities that helped people relocate. Most of the time, the places were less than nice. I knew of a village near the Lekazar Desert that had such a high mortality rate that people refused to move there, and the project was about to fail. Places like my town were few and far between, so many people jumped at the chance to move, more so if they had families as well. I studied each profile in the stack of over 200. The number of people this stack alone represented nearly 600 people. I only managed to get through the stack after about 2 hours, and I still had to double-check some of the ones I'd flagged while I looked them over. I moved to the next stack, business contracts. Obviously, business was booming in the valley, and many merchants had already sniffed out opportunities here. Many of the contracts were with traveling merchants who wanted to stop here once every 2 or 3 months to set up shop and sell. The more permanent ones I had to be careful with, as their contracts were each several dozen pages long and had many traps and loopholes in them. I thought about the most ridiculous one, which said I would have to forfeit the town if something happened to their business. I had burned the stack with great pleasure. I finished looking over the last document and leaned back. Considering I hadn't really done anything, it was amazing how sore one could get sitting in one place for a long time. As I went through the reports that Cassie sent periodically, I noticed the same thing that be.And had mentioned. The adventurers Cassie had sent to explore the surroundings had come back with reports of fewer monsters. They'd still found a few, but they were quite powerful, and they couldn't easily check their territories. I wrote down some of the details of the weird events to make sure I kept up with the information. I stood and stretched, feeling several of my joints pop with pleasure. It was late, so I collected Izal, Yvetta having already left for the night, and we made our way back to the manor. As we moved along the street, I realized the night lighting situation still needed to be addressed, though plenty of light mages and priests had orbs of light floating above them, so it was far from dark. We made our way from the central district over to the second district where my manor was, the activity lessening a bit. The people on the streets by then were all heading to their favorite pub or inn for the night. The fall night air felt pleasant after I'd been stuck in the office most of the day. We cut down an alley that would take us over to the street the manor was on, and Izal stiffened as something caught her attention.
About time. I was getting tired of waiting all day in this piss-poor alley,
a feminine voice said.
I looked ahead and saw the figure from the night of the necromancer battle. I had thought it was a man from a distance, but it was just a manly woman. She had dark skin that made it even harder to see her in the darkness. She reached behind her and pulled out a sickle that was made out of black metal of some kind. Green energy seemed to pulse from it, making me want to take some distance from it. "Who are you?" Izal shouted from next to me.
"None of your concern,"
the woman said, and moved her sickle in a sickening way. A wave of green energy flew very quickly from it and collided with Izal, who didn't even have time to dodge. She was picked up and tossed almost 10 meters, effectively out of the alley.
"Now that we're alone, I need you to come with me,"
the stranger said as she licked the blade of her weapon. "Why not just kill me?" I asked as I tried to show more courage than I possessed.
"Well, you see, we failed. It's only right that I bring home an offering that would please the council. A Tier 2 virgin would most definitely please the council."
She seemed to brag. Her nasty smile grew larger the more she talked. I blushed at how she so blatantly said something so private. "I won't go easily!" I shouted and flung my hand toward her. A small bolt of lightning arced from my fingertips and collided with the woman. Unfortunately, she had the usual necromancer barrier up and the energy just arced harmlessly over the surface. I grimaced. Lightning was powerful, but we needed time to charge, as it's not as abundant in the surroundings as the other magic.
"Ha ha ha!"
She cackled, as if she were mad.
Please tell me that wasn't the best you could do, she asked as she gripped her stomach from laughing so much.
Anger clouded my features, but I had no way to refute her. I ground my teeth as I started to channel my mana into something more substantial. The woman started laughing again and waved her sickle. A wave of green energy rolled off it and seemed to collide with me in slow motion. I felt like all the mana in my body started to revolt, and pinpricks seemed to cover my entire body. I collapsed to the ground, taking deep breaths as I tried to get rid of the pain.
Do you like that? Anyway, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to stand here and let a lightning mage channel her mana,
the woman said as she grinned. She started walking toward me, and I could only stay on the ground as I tried to remove whatever was causing me this pain.
Julie, damn, I'm glad I finally found you,
a man's voice said from the other end of the alley. The woman, Julie, stopped and turned around to look at the newcomer. I glanced up too and noticed it was the man who'd been with Regan the other day. He had a black mask with green glowing eyes and was covered nearly entirely in a long coat.
Rockruss, is that you? I thought you died, she said with suspicion on her voice.
Well, technically I did,
Rockruss said with a shrug. He pulled the mask off to show a severely emaciated face. His skin was ghostly pale and the bones of his jaw could easily be seen.
Damn, you're ugly now, and I actually liked your pretty face,
Julie said with what seemed like mad mirth.
Oh, shut up, you lunatic,
Rockruss said as he put the mask back on.
Anyway, I'm here to help you.
I jerked at that as I got more confused by the situation. Why would he be with Regan if he was an ally of the necromancers? I didn't have much time to ponder this, though, as Julie seemed to get angry at this.
Why should I let you help? It's been almost 2 weeks, and I had to do everything on my own this time. She is my prize. Mine!
Julie shouted while she waved her sickle at Rockruss. He raised his hands as if to say he meant no harm.
Calm, calm. I just meant I would help and would take no credit. I know I was useless for your trap here,
Rockruss said in a placating voice. Julie started to tap her sickle against the building wall next to her as she seemed to contemplate his offer. Finally, she nodded. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough time for the paralysis to wear off. They moved over as if to grab me, Rockruss slightly behind Julie. The next few events passed in a blur. Rockruss, as he walked behind Julie, pulled something out of his coat and lunged forward quickly. I don't know if she had not let her guard down or if she was just lucky, but Julie jumped forward and dodged the lunge with barely a few centimeters to spare. Rockruss clicked his tongue while he jumped back to gain some distance. He reached into his coat and pulled out a whip made from chains and ending in a metal skull.
I was hoping to do this the easy way. Surrender, Julie,
Rockruss said with a tired voice.
In your current state? Haha, you probably couldn't even beat this hapless little girl over here.
Julie scoffed at him. Anger coursed through me at her words, and it helped with the paralysis a bit.
Oh, maybe before, but let's just say my new slave.
He was cut short by a little yellow spark that flashed around his neck.
Master has let me have a few toys,
he finished.
New master,
she said, then spit on the ground.
Traitor.
Rockruss shrugged, then jerked his hand, causing the whip to cut toward her at a hard-to-block angle from above her head. The skull collided with her barrier, and the teeth bit down into it. I was able to see the mana visibly leave the barrier. Julie panicked and jumped back a few meters. She cut with her sickle, and another wave flew toward Rockruss. He pulled his hand, and the chain formed an S-shaped figure in front of the wave. It absorbed the impact. He moved his hand in a complicated gesture, and the absorbed energy was sent back at Julie. She grinned and sliced with her sickle, cutting the wave easily. This exchange continued for a few more moments as Julie sent energy waves, and Rockruss blocked and returned each of them. Julie was getting visibly tired, as it was mostly her energy being used in the fight. Rockruss still seemed a little worse for wear.
Actually attack me, she taunted. As much as I want to, I was forbidden from using my more destructive spells. I guess I'll try out the toy Master gave me to test,
Rockruss said as he rubbed his head.
Huh, like it will make a difference compared to the all-powerful necromancer magic,
Julie said smugly.
Very well then,
Rockruss said, and pulled a tube out of his coat. It had a slight curve at the end and reminded me of the weapons the gnome's guards had carried.
A gnome air stick.
You know those can't break our barriers,
Julie said, seemingly upset that Rockruss would pull something like that out.
Don't worry, you'll see,
Rockruss said, with an equally smug smile. He pointed the stick at Julie, who concentrated and actively reinforced her barrier. I watched, wondering what the hell Regan had created now. Rockruss pulled the trigger, and there was a loud boom that echoed around the alley. The end of the tube was smoking, and it seemed there was quite a bit of kickback, as Rockruss's arm was pointing nearly straight up. I looked over to Julie to see what had happened. The first thing I noticed was that her barrier was still intact. I got worried until I saw a perfect hole in the barrier where Julie's stomach was. She was also missing a good deal of flesh from said stomach. My stomach turned as I looked at the hole, and I quickly looked away.
"That's not an air stick,"
Julie said between gritted teeth.
"Nope. Now time for you to meet your new master,"
Rockruss said in a sinister voice as he moved forward with what I noticed was a collar.
"No, no!"
Julie said as she struggled.
"Sorry, not up to me,"
Rockruss said in what sounded like a pitying voice.
Soon the collar was around her neck, and she started to scream as if her skin were peeling. Blood oozed from her wound, and yellow sparks jumped from the collar to crawl up and down her body.
Rockruss just stood back and watched.
Finally, after what felt like an hour but must have only been a few minutes, Julie quieted down, and the yellow sparks stopped. I noticed that the paralysis was gone and stood up. I still felt a few pinpricks, but it was like I had sat on my leg for too long.
I turned to Rockruss and asked if the woman was all right.
"She's fine. Most of the pain she felt was self-imposed. She knows what these collars can do and still tried to fight it,"
Rockruss answered with a shake of his head.
I looked back to Julie, and her body seemed to fade into smoke. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of noise assaulted my ears, and I looked behind me. Baden and a contingent of guards were blocking the alleyway, and Baden had just rushed in. He ran up to me and seemed to check me over before looking the rest of the alleyway over. I hoped that this wouldn't affect his duties in the future, as I felt like he was supposed to secure the alley first, then check the people. I still smiled at his concern, though.
"Viscountess, I'm glad you're all right. A barrier blocked our entrance,"
he said after he seemed to declare the alley safe.
"Yes, thanks to—" I started, but noticed that Rockruss had vanished.
"Thanks to a passerby, it seems he has already left," I finished.
"In that case, you need to come with me. Isal was severely hurt. She was taken to the temple,"
Baden said urgently. My eyes widened in surprise, and we rushed out of the alley. "Isal, please be safe," I thought as I rushed through the streets.
Chapter 17. Regan. It was around midnight, and I watched as the Chaos Party was about to challenge the Pride. The daylight spell was slightly off, as I had forgotten to account for the season change. Rena had taken the time to adjust to her new body. Well, if you can call sleeping an adjustment. It was weird to watch her now as she moved faster than the rest of the party. But if they had to stop for any length of time, it was like she was unable to keep her eyes open. "Okay, it's been a night, so hopefully the big cats will have forgotten us," Conal said quietly as he checked the path ahead of the party. Alexander seemed to restrain himself from shouting and just nodded in reply. They each moved forward, keeping as quiet as possible. I looked ahead and saw a lion scout sitting and watching the path. It looked around lazily while it pawed the ground. Conal seemed to notice it before it noticed them. He spent a few moments double-checking the area. He made his way back to the party with skilled footwork. "Just one up ahead. I couldn't sense any more," Conal explained as he gestured up the hill. Before they could even work out a plan, Rena stood up and aimed her bow toward the hill. "Hey, wait!" Conal tried to say when Rena sent an arrow flying. The arrow flew like a ballista bolt, the air swirling around it seemingly supercharged. The lion noticed at the last moment and tried to dodge, but was too slow. The arrow pulverized the lion's head into scrap metal. I mentally blinked a few times as I replayed the scene in my head over again. That was unfair. I was half tempted to send a message to the rest of the Pride, but I held myself in check. I refocused and watched as they made their way up the hill slowly.
"What the hell, Rena? You could have caused the whole pack of them to come at us,"
Conal snarled, as he was the party scout. The others didn't seem too bothered by it, however, and just kept their silence. Rena just yawned and kept pace behind the party. This happened a few more times on the outer edges of the Pride Rock as they made their way up it. Each time, Rena would shoot one of the lions. I would cringe and have to hold myself back. Finally, the party got into what would be considered the middle of the lions' territory. The lions there traveled in groups from 2 all the way up to 5 for the largest. Conal straight up forbade Rena from attacking until they were all ready. The first group they came upon was formed of 3 lions, a scout, and 2 assaulters. If the scout was lithe and agile, the assault lions were masses of muscle, motors. I made them to take a lot of hits while dealing out strong counters. Conal scouted the situation and returned to the group to report.
"It was a scout and 2 of the big ones we've seen a few times. I think if we get Rena to headshot one of the big ones, Alexander can hold the big guy while I keep the scout in check. Selena and Rena can take them down with leisure after that,"
he explained while he drew it out in the sand. Alexander nodded and looked to Selena. She nodded as well, and the party took their positions. I also nodded, as I felt their plan was a solid one. Whether it would go their way or not was to be seen. A moment after the party was in position, an arrow flew from Rena. The arrow impacted one of the assault lions. It roared as the shaft buried itself almost to the fletching of the arrow through its jaw. A few more centimeters and the arrow would have most likely blown the poor thing's head off. Alexander and Conal charged their targets, not realizing that the one Rena had attacked was still very much alive. Alexander's shield collided with the unharmed assaulter, and the 2 made a decent-sounding boom. Conal's swords moved swiftly as he parried the scout's claws and lunges. Selena was channeling her mana for a decent-sized spell that would, if I was understanding it correctly, create a block of ice to crush one of the lions. The lion that had the arrow sticking out of its mouth roared and pounced on Alexander and ended up knocking him several meters away. Another arrow flew in toward the injured lion, but the uninjured assaulter used its ability to cause several of its armor plates to move to one spot and block the arrow. The lion still slid back several centimeters, but despite Rena's intention, it was unharmed.
"Fuck! That hurt, you stupid piece of metal!"
Alexander shouted, nearly at the top of his lungs as he got back up. He cracked his neck and charged the lion that had tackled him. They collided, the lion leaving several gouges from its claws in his shield. The other assault lion joined in and harassed Alexander, forcing him to stay on the defensive. Conal wasn't having much better luck, as he was still learning the patterns and habits of the scout, never having had the chance to practice on the lone lions from earlier. The tide of the battle turned when Selena finished channeling her mana, and a block of ice several cubic meters around dropped on the injured assaulter, even managing to clip the unharmed one as well. This relieved the pressure from Alexander, and he was able to counterattack, managing to get a few hits in. Conal received aid from Rena as one of her arrows took an entire limb off the scout. The last assaulter realized its allies were done for and lunged at Alexander. Alexander managed to bury his sword into its shoulder, but the lion kept going and latched onto his thigh, ripping a few good chunks of flesh off before Conal buried his sword in its head.
"Son of a bitch! That fucking hurts!" Alexander shouted in pain as he tried to keep pressure on the wound.
"Ah, that sounds like my cue," Followin said from the very back of the group. He made his way over and started to channel mana into the wound.
This is going to take a few hours to heal completely," he said after he'd stopped the bleeding.
"Ha! I figured as much," Alexander said with disappointment. "My shield is basically scrap, too," he continued as he lifted his shield up. Almost a third of it was only attached by a thin strip of metal.
We could go back to the foundry floor. Maybe that overseer could help us, Selena said as she tapped her finger on one of her folded arms.
That, and some more people may have gotten down here by now. We could form an actual raiding party, hear the latest news, and inform the guild that we're still alive,
Alexander said, expanding on her idea. The rest of the party agreed to head back when Alexander was healed a bit more, while Rena slept like normal. I sighed as I turned away. Watching the Chaos Party was like watching an episode of a good TV show. Good in short bursts, but ruined if you were to binge-watch the entire series in a few hours. I liked them in small doses. I was about to check up on some of the other adventurers in the dungeon when I heard Rakras call my name. I moved over to where the call came from and noticed he was in an alleyway with the Viscountess and another woman who had a decent wound in her stomach. I immediately noticed that she had one of my collars, and I had a link to her. I made a cell deeper in the dungeon and teleported her there. It looked like the Viscountess would be fine, so I moved Rakras as well. I mentally moved to where I'd put Rakras and asked, "So, this is the rat you told me about?" "Yes, master," Rakras said, less reluctantly than he had before. "Glad to see you're coming around," I said with a grin. I was surprised when he jerked slightly. Was my grin really that scary? "What do you plan to do with her?" Rakras asked as he looked over to the woman who lay on the cell bed. "Even among the necromancers, Julie is a piece of work." "You know, once upon a time I liked to collect things. I was actually feeling like it was time to start a new collection," I said as I looked over at the woman. Her wound had healed much like Rakras's had when he was pulled through the black hole. The big difference was that it was only her stomach that seemed emaciated. I needed to remember to ask them about that. You're going to collect necromancers?" Rakras asked, shocked at the thought, or scared, I wasn't sure. "I'm considering it. You should know that dungeons gain mana from cleaning the mana that mortals make, right?" I asked and got a nod from him. "Well, I'm not sure what the exact cause is, but you necromancers produce some particularly tainted mana, and I get a decent amount from cleaning it." Rakras kept his shocked face and then blanched. "You're going to make me do this again, aren't you?" he said with a defeated look. "Why, Rakras, I knew you were smart," I said, and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I have some morsels that should keep you interested for a while." I waved my hand and created some ice cream. I had yet to get some cocoa beans, but I had some vanilla, which, if you asked me, was the work of fate. I had gotten the vanilla essence from a trader who had just happened to take this route inside of the Central Pass, as it was a new experience. Rakras took it with what I felt was reverence and asked if he was still needed. I told him no and moved him to his cell. I didn't mind using him for outside missions, but I didn't trust him enough to see the deeper parts of my dungeon yet. I was about to wake up the woman to question her when I heard another call for me, this time verbal. I looked over and saw the Viscountess wearing a distraught face. I quickly moved my avatar over to see what the problem was. The Viscountess rushed toward me as soon as she saw my body start to form. "Regan, please help. Azal. She's going to die if nothing is done," she shouted hurriedly. "Then lead the way," I said in a calm voice to try to help her calm down. She led me to the temple that was still under construction. It was a decent-size oval with a crystal pillar in the center. The structure was made out of marble. It was likely a small temple by this world's standards, but I doubted the church had reason to devote a lot of resources to this place. We made our way through the main section into a ward. It seemed to be part of the building that was attached to the oval structure. There were a few other patients in varying degrees of injury or illness. I shook my head. A world with magic would obviously not care about keeping patients separate, as a powerful enough spell could cure many ailments. On a cot in the furthest section of the ward, with several priests around it,
I could see Azal. I could also see the problems the closer I got to her. One of each of her arms and legs was completely black, and it was attempting to spread farther, but the priests were struggling to hold it back. "What happened?" I asked to clarify. I hadn't been paying too much attention when Rockruss had captured the other necromancer. "It's my fault. I was late finishing my work, and Yvetta had already left, as I felt there was no reason for both of them to waste their time with me. We were attacked by a necromancer who was waiting for us. Please help her. I'll do whatever to return the favor," the Viscountess said, her voice full of desperation. I moved over to the cot and examined Azal with my dungeon sense, magic sense, and even used my script reading to make sure I didn't miss anything. I was surprised by something I found, but momentarily ignored it, as it wasn't important. I looked and finally found the source of the issue. Azal had a decent curse that seemed to be woven into her being. I could remove it thanks to the knowledge I had gained from the collars, but there was a problem. "She has a strong curse on her. It will kill her if nothing is done," I informed the Viscountess, who started to cry again. I held up my hand. "I can remove it. It's just... She will not be able to use her arm and leg again, as well as part of one of her lungs," I finished explaining. The Viscountess stopped and looked at Azal. "Do it. I take full responsibility," she said with force. I nodded and pulled one of the collars out of my coat. I gently lifted Azal's head and slipped the collar on. A wave of golden mana flowed from the collar, absorbing the curse and the unholy mana that was present in her body. When I felt the curse was broken and there was no more unholy mana, I quickly pulled the collar off before it bound to her. I'd set it like this in case there was a crazy necromancer out there who had a suicide curse or something. As a safeguard, I was the only one who could pull it off while it was binding a person. I told the priests they could stop channeling their mana, and they nodded in thanks. They moved over to a bench and collapsed, quite exhausted from the ordeal. I moved back to give the Viscountess space, and she rushed to Azal's side. Now that the priest who was keeping her unconscious was no longer channeling mana, I knew she would wake in a moment, so I waited to make sure nothing went wrong. Plus, I felt I should inform Azal of something. A few minutes later, Azal woke up and looked around the room. The Viscountess stood next to the bed, and Yvetta had come in a moment ago, having just gotten the news. She tried to sit up, but grimaced in pain when she tried to move her arm. What happened?" Azal asked, confused. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger," the Viscountess said immediately, and broke into sobs. "No, I shouldn't have left. As a bodyguard, it's my duty to stay by my charge, whether they think I should or not. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help," Yvetta said, as she bowed her head in apology. I frowned as this continued for several minutes, with the two trying to take the blame over the other. Finally, Azal stepped in and stopped them, which I was honestly about to do myself. I moved over to Azal's side. "Your life isn't in danger. You should even be able to cultivate mana with only a slight slow to your flow due to the damage," I explained to make sure she understood her situation. "The real issue is the child you're carrying. I'm confident that the curse had no effect on it, but it's better safe than sorry, so I recommend you let me check you over the next few days to be sure." She looked at me dumbly before she managed to speak. "Child?" she said quietly, eyes opened wide. I nodded and explained. "Yes, roughly 2 or 3 weeks, give or take." "Child?" she said again. "Yes, child," I said, and put my hand on her stomach. I used mana to create an ultrasound of the baby, and then waved my other hand to produce the image. Of course, as it was mana, the picture was a lot clearer than would usually be possible. The 3 women looked at the image of the unborn child, and then both Yvetta and Luella gave Azal questioning looks. Azal seemed to finally accept the word, and then a blush that was pure crimson grew over her face.
Is that child whose child I think it is? The Viscountess asked with worry on her face. Considering that was my one and only time, probably, Izal answered, managing to get even redder. Fuck, the Viscountess said as she put her head in her hand. Well, people were complaining that he didn't have an heir, she continued with a small chuckle. Izal covered her face with her working hand before she said, Do you think he will accept it? He better. It's his fault. Could you have said no if he requested that of you? The Viscountess snarled. True, Izal muttered weakly. If the bastard doesn't accept it, we'll just have to arrange for an accident to happen so he can't have any more, Iveta said with venom in her voice. How about you just ask him before making him out to be evil, I cut in, before they demonized the poor guy. You're right. Sorry. The Marquis was indeed an upstanding person. Surely he'll accept this situation, the Viscountess said as she calmed down.
Chapter 18. Luella. I sat next to Izal on her cot and combed her hair. Iveta and I had given her a sponge bath to help clean her up, but the arm and leg still gave her pain when moved too much. It was midday now, and I knew I needed to head back to get some rest, as I had been up for nearly 2 days now. But it didn't feel right to leave Izal like this when it was my fault, not to mention the news that Regan had dropped on Izal before he'd left earlier. I couldn't believe she was with child. She was barely older than I was, and with the problems with her limbs, it all just added to my worry for my friend. I finished combing her hair, and she moved to lay back down. I got up quickly and helped her to a comfortable position.
Mistress, you need to get some rest as well, or you're going to start to look like me,
Izal said and glanced at her arm. I smiled and moved the covers up some. Already making jokes about it, are you? I asked.
You know I always look at the bright side of things. Now when a merchant says it costs an arm and a leg, I can say, take 'em,
Izal said with a smile.
Ha, true enough.
I laughed and agreed. Iveta came into the room at that moment and made her way over to us. When she was close enough, she looked at Izal and said, All right, girl, I sent the letter for you. The fact that he gave you that seal means he was serious, right?
I hope so,
Izal said with a happy yet slightly sad smile. I grabbed Izal's hand and said, If I had known how serious you guys had gotten, I would have been more forceful about you going with him.
It's okay. He is a Marquis. I was afraid I would cause him problems being by his side. Not to mention you are my friend before you are my mistress,
Izal replied as she patted my hands. We chatted a bit more after that before I glanced out the window and saw that it was getting late in the afternoon. I had a stop to make before I went home, so I needed to leave. Izal was getting pretty tired anyway, so this was a good time to excuse ourselves. Iveta and I left the ward, and when we got to the street, I turned toward Regan's tower. We got there after several minutes of walking, and I noticed one of the golems was missing. I paid it little heed and went inside. The remaining golem nodded to me, as the 2 that guarded the tower knew me by now. Once inside, I asked Iveta to wait on the first floor for me and made my way up to Regan's sitting room floor. Once there, I sat at the big table and rested my head in my hands. This event had shown me just how weak I was and how much I relied on the people around me. The sad thing was, I was about to ask for even more help, but I knew I could trust Regan fully now. Screw the rules about interfering with the dungeon's development. Besides, Regan had been basically ignoring those rules in the first place. I spent a few minutes working up the courage. Finally, I called simply, Regan? A few moments later, Regan walked into the room from the hallway. I'd never thought about it before, but he must do this to keep from scaring me. This time his parts seemed to be composed of the white material that I'd first seen him with. I wondered if he was trying to help me relax after the events I had just gone through. I should have been more accepting of Regan before now. Sure, he had teased me before and surprised me, but he had never done anything to harm me or the valley.
Hello, Miss Viscountess. Lovely day we're having,
he said as he sat at the head of the table. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to notice, I replied with a lack of energy.
That's not good. When mortals stop appreciating nature, let us just say bad things happen,
Regan said and glanced down briefly before he continued.
Anyway, what can I do for you?
I know I have no right to ask this of you, but please, I said, bowing as much as I could while in the seat, and my head nearly touched the table. "Please help me find a new strength."
"I'm confused. I have already boosted your strength several-fold if my memory serves me correctly,"
Regan said with a frown. I know that, but my lightning is too slow. I wasn't able to do anything yesterday when I was attacked. I stood there and let Azal be injured in such a horrifying way," I rambled on. "I was so scared I could only think about myself."
"Still,"
Regan said as he tapped his metal finger to his chin.
"Very well. What will you do for me?"
"Anything," I declared, as I felt more courage than I really had.
"Anything, huh?"
Regan said as well. He then reached into his coat and pulled out the golden collar from last night.
"Can you guess what this is?"
he asked as he held the collar to me. I gulped and nodded. It was a slave collar. I had seen similar versions in the markets for slaves that weren't permanent or that the buyers didn't want to mark up with the runes. My voice trembled as I answered, a slave collar?"
An excellent answer. Yes, in fact, this collar is my version of the necromancer's own, so it has very potent magic. I want you to put it on,"
Regan said as he held the collar out to me. My mind blanked when I heard that. He wanted me to put on the slave collar willingly. I couldn't blame him. Our entire relationship was me getting mad at him or not trusting him just because he was a dungeon. Not to mention, I didn't know if he trusted me or not. In fact, why should he have? I was a mortal after all, and mortals were basically inside him every day as they looked around for treasure or things to make themselves more powerful. 100 years from now, I might not even be around anymore, and he could be exactly the same as today. I despised slavery. That fact was still true. Sometimes I wondered how life would be if all our choices were made for us by someone with control over our lives. I understood that we control only a tiny portion of our own lives, but that tiny bit was worth most of the suffering, in my opinion. I thought back to the last few months, to all the decisions I had made, and wondered how Regan would have done things if he were in control. My hands shook as I reached forward toward the outstretched collar. I grabbed it and was mildly shocked when I felt that the metal was warm to the touch. I stared at the collar for several minutes as I argued inside my head. I slowly moved the collar toward my neck as I undid the clasp. When I was barely a few centimeters away, I jerked the collar away and slammed it down on the table. "No, I can't. To be a slave is to give up one's destiny. I don't want to be powerful if it means being a puppet. Even if you never gave me an order a single time throughout, I would still have that hanging over my head," I said, and heaved in deep breaths. Regan started to clap, then reached over and took the collar away from me.
"Very good answer. I see you have grown up a little in the time I've known you. This was a test to see if you would be a pawn or an ally. I'm glad you decided to be an ally," he said as he twirled the collar in his hand. "With these I could, in fact, control anyone quite completely, but there are some drawbacks that I'll avoid mentioning right now."
I sighed in relief and wiped the tears that had started to form before they fell. "I'm glad I passed too. Would you have left the collar on had I put it on?" I asked with curiosity.
"Yep, the world is a dangerous place, and one more thing I have complete control over would never hurt me. Besides, it wouldn't have even looked out of place,"
Regan said as he twirled the collar one more time. It elongated to about the length of a belt. My eyes widened, but I nodded. Regan was right. This world was dangerous. Hell, my own father had basically gotten rid of me just because I was in the way of his new marriage. "Fair enough," I said in a neutral tone.
"Good. Another lesson learned, I see."
I nodded and asked, "Is it possible for me to get the weapon the man named Rockruss used?" It had amazed me when I saw the damage it dealt.
You want that little thing?"
Regan asked with surprise, which I wasn't sure was teasing or not. Little? It managed to blow a hole through a necromancer's barrier and then through the necromancer herself," I said to clarify. Regan tilted his head as if to remember something.
Yeah, that sounds about right for that model."
"You know, this is the reason I've had trouble dealing with you this whole time. I don't know if you remember, but on the very day I met you, you did some crazy magic and killed nearly a dozen bandits in one go," I said, failing to keep the smile off my face.
Did that happen?"
Regan said, obviously playing dumb. "Scared me half to death, I should mention."
"Fair enough, but that's all in the past,"
he said and twirled the collar again. This time it shrank down to about the size of a bracelet. He handed it over, and I gingerly took it, not sure of his intentions.
I changed the spell work. Now it only acts as a means to communicate directly to me and allows me to know where you are within about 1,000 kilometers of my dungeon. Think of it as your first test of trust,"
he explained. I took a deep breath and slid the bracelet on. I felt a small jolt, and the bracelet shrank a bit more to fit snugly on my arm. I played with it and was glad to see I could, in fact, pull it off if I wanted to.
"Haha, I knew you would try that first,"
Regan said with a laugh at my actions. I blushed and put the bracelet back on. "Thank you. How do I send you a message?"
"Put your other hand over it and think whatever you want me to hear. I'll get it. Also, you're the only one who can pull it off. Even if someone were to cut off your hand, the metal would flow onto your nearest body part,"
Regan explained. "Thanks. I'm sure this will come in handy," I said as I got up to leave.
Wait. You haven't even gotten your real Christmas present yet,"
he said as he waved me back down. "Christmas? What's that?" I asked, confused.
"Don't worry about it. Anyway, here you go, the Luella version one,"
he said, and handed me a tube that looked like the weapon Rockruss had.
"This is called a gun, or more accurately, a coil gun."
He clicked a button on the side, and 3 blade-like metal sticks came out. He clicked it again, and they retracted.
"The first form only requires a quick charge about the same strength as you channeling for a second, and it will punch a hole much like the weapon Rockruss used. The second form is the long-range version. It will take as much juice as you give it, and if you get your aim up there, you should be able to take off the head of a person over several kilometers away."
I jerked my hand, surprised at the power such a seemingly harmless-looking piece of metal possessed. I looked at Regan and asked, "What else do you have down in that hole of yours?" Regan gave me his signature sinister grin.
Much more."
He went on to explain some more of the features in a way that even I was able to understand. I nodded along as best I could. I could periodically charge the weapon during the day, and it would retain the charge for nearly 48 hours. Regan finally just said to take it out later in a place without a lot of people, such as in the dungeon. I shuddered but nodded. The more powerful Regan was, the better off the valley was. I felt that great change was coming, and if I wanted to stay above the water when the wave hit, I needed to make my place in this world. I looked over my new weapon and was able to put it where my battle wand usually sat. I handed the wand back to Regan as he was the one who'd given it to me as well. I asked the question that had been bothering me for months. "I've been meaning to ask you this, but how old are you really?"
"Less than a year, of course,"
Regan answered with what I could tell was the truth. "I mean, really, I'll swear with mana not to tell another soul," I said as I put my hand over my heart. The mana in the air swirled around me for a moment, then settled down.
"Fine. I'm roughly 60 years, or was it 61? Can't remember my last birthday,"
Regan said as he tilted his head to the side, trying to recall. "Ah, an old soul," I said, a little louder than I meant to.
"Old soul?"
When a mortal reaches Tier 4, there are legends that when they died and came back, they kept their memories of their previous lives. I explained as best I could. Most of the Tier 4s in recorded history went to the celestial plane. At least that's what I was taught in school when I was younger.
"Interesting, very interesting. Yes, you can consider me an old soul in that case,"
Regan said with a nod. He asked me a few more questions about old souls, but I wasn't able to answer most of them, so the topic soon died. Regan looked out the window and saw that it was past dark, so he gestured for me to leave. I got up, but before I left, I moved over so that I was fully facing him. I bowed as deeply as I could before I said, "Thank you for all the help you have given me. From now on, I will try my hardest to be the ally worthy of your support. As we are allies, please feel free to call me by just my name." He nodded, and I turned to leave. I had reached the entrance to the room when I heard him call for me. I looked back to see what he wanted.
"Miss Viscountess, with Izal in the condition she's in, I'll lend you Rockruss. He is bound by one of the collars and is in my total control. I will order him to watch over you,"
Regan said as he waved his hand. A minute later, the man from the alleyway appeared in front of me from around the corner in the hallway.
"I may pull him away at times, but I'll let you know when I do,"
he finished and pointed at my new bracelet.
"My lady, a pleasure to properly make your acquaintance,"
Rockruss said as he bowed in a gentlemanly manner in front of me. "Properly?" I asked, slightly confused.
Well, ignoring the alleyway incident, I was the one who knocked you out a few weeks ago," he replied with a grin on his face.
"You?" I said as I pointed at his face and realized I recognized his voice from that night.
"Haha, I serve a new master. I promise to be on my best behavior."
"Regan, can I beat this man?" I asked with apparent anger lacing my voice.
"Well, I'm not sure he would be able to feel it even if you did, but I guess. Just try to make sure no one is around or you might start some weird rumors,"
Regan replied matter-of-factly. "Very well," I said. We collected Yvetta downstairs and made our way back to the manor. Yvetta glared at Rockruss the whole way, but I told her that he was alone from Regan. She calmed down and we made it the rest of the way to the manor in peace, or at least we tried. Rockruss wanted to stop at all the food stalls that were still open along the way home. I don't know how he ate, as his mask was on the entire time, but every time I tried to catch him in the act, the food was gone before I could tell what had happened. Journey 2. Azra. As we made our way over to the central building, Puppet appeared and joined us. He reported that all the other buildings seemed to mimic the first building that we examined. As we approached the central building, the signs of battle grew worse. Several of the traps had already been triggered and destroyed by whatever force had attacked this place. I noticed something embedded in the ground as we walked and bent over to pick it up. "Hey, Puppet, this is one of the Master's bullets, right?" I asked, making sure to get the word right. Puppet moved over and took the round piece of metal and examined it. He tossed it up a few times as if checking its weight.
"Yeah, this is definitely Father's,"
he said after a moment. "So they were definitely here," Natsuko said excitedly.
"That seems to be the case,"
Puppet said with a nod.
"The question is, how did they get all the way out here?"
Z2 said as she moved some rubble round with her foot. "I feel like the answer is in that building," I said with a gesture to the central building. We made our way inside and looked around. We actually saw something other than rubble. Nearly a dozen bodies in various stages of decay were spread around the room. The smell was horrible just from the entrance. On the wall was the body of a man wearing robes like the necromancers who had attacked the valley. He had been impaled by a spear right through his heart.
"Well, that looks painful,"
Scold said in the corner of my mind. I agree, I thought back. We looked around after we moved the bodies to a pile in the corner of the room. A giant magic circle was embedded on the floor here as well. This took up most of the floor and had several gems socketed in places. I started to get dizzy just from looking at all the runes. A good 20 minutes went by before Natsuo was able to get a grasp of it. "Teleport," Natsuo said after he came out of the building a while later.
"I remember Father said teleport magic was rare,"
Puppet said with a frown. "Ancient cities, or cities that were built before the Demon Wars, have a teleport hub that lets a person travel within 500 kilometers as long as they know the destination. It's a very expensive privilege that nobles get to experience," I said as I thought of the history lessons from school back before I had become a slave.
"Should we ask Father whether he wants us to put a core here?"
Z2 asked. Natsuo shook his head.
"Destroyed. Mana. Weak. No reason,"
he answered.
"Other than these 5 buildings, everything else has been reclaimed by the forest. I don't know how the necromancers managed to find it, but it's useless now,"
Puppet said as he looked around. "I think we should make that a permanent condition. This is too close to Master for my comfort," I said, and slammed my shield into the ground.
"I agree. Father doesn't need this anyway. He can already make his own teleports,"
Z2 said from beside me.
"Azra, try to bring it down,"
Puppet said. I nodded and moved next to the wall of the building. I kneeled and set my hand on the ground, then channeled my mana in to see if I could affect it. I felt resistance at first, but the magic that would have protected the building was old and underpowered now. I forced my way under the center of the building. I needed to bring it down, but also destroy the magic circle inside so that no one could reconstruct it later. I got an idea and began to pour mana into the area. I focused on loosening the grain that made up the stones and made them as small as sand. The roof, which was the least protected now, was the first to start to change. It was like watching time fast forward as sand began to fall to the floor below. The process sped up as I got better at it, and soon I was at the walls. Barely 3 minutes passed before a pit formed in front of me that would likely continue sinking for a few days.
"Do the other buildings too, just to be safe,"
Puppet said, and I nodded.
I made my way to the other buildings and repeated the process, which took less time with each building. When they were down, it looked like a desert that had formed in the middle of the forest. I hoped this didn't cause any problems for the local wildlife.
"Babe, can you throw me in the middle of that, of course with a rope tied to pull me back up?"
Scold asked suddenly. "What? Why?"
"I can absorb the unholy mana still in the area."
"Why would I let you do that?" I retorted.
Spirit in a shield here,"
Scold said, as if that explained everything.
"Unholy mana will let me get stronger, which means a stronger shield for you."
"I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this, but at least it will get rid of the unholy mana from the area so no undead pop up," I said, and reached into my bag for some rope. I had to remember to thank the master for the space bags later.
"That's my babe,"
Scold said. "You know, I have a name." I tied the rope to the shield and tossed it into the center of the sand dune. It sank for a bit, but soon hit solid ground.
But you have such a rocking body. It would be a waste not to call you babe," Scold complained.
I decided to ignore him and just keep hold of the rope. I was tempted to let it go, but then I would have lost the shield Master made for me. After a few minutes he was done, and I pulled him back up. The shield had lines of green ever since the battle, but now they pulsed slightly before they died down. The others didn't seem too bothered by the event, so I shrugged and turned to Puppet. "Well, where to now?" I asked. Puppet closed his eyes, most likely accessing his drones. We waited for a few minutes before he opened his eyes.
"The next signal is a few days to the east of here. There are quite a few different mana signatures, so it was hard to sort through them all,"
he said, then rubbed his temples.
"Are you telling me that I have to walk more?"
Natsuko said with annoyance in her voice.
"While in the forest,"
Puppet replied with a shrug.
"That babe needs to take the stick out of her ass,"
Scold said from my back and almost caused me to snort with a chuckle.
"Something funny?"
Natsuko demanded. "Sorry, Scold just said something," I said while I waved my hands in front of me.
"I bet. Tell your buddy if I find out he's talking shit, I'll use him for a table,"
Natsuko said with a skeptical look.
"She's welcome to try. I'll take her on any day of the week,"
Scold yelled back in my head. He said message received. I replied instead. She humphed and turned her nose up at me, then moved over to Natsuo. I ignored them as we made our way back into the forest. I felt it was a good thing that the others couldn't hear what Scold said most of the time. Natsuko would probably use him for target practice.
"They just can't handle this much greatness,"
Scold said. "Most of the time when someone can't handle something, they remove it," I retorted.
True enough,"
he said, defeated. We made good time through the forest, but because I had expended quite a bit of mana earlier to bring down the ruins, we decided to actually rest for the night. The others wanted to do maintenance on their weapons and armor as well. Once it was about to be nightfall, Puppet found a decent clearing in the forest, and the house was set up soon after. Z2 rushed inside as she said she was going to send the report to Master. I shook my head. It had barely been 2 days yet since we'd left the dungeon. I moved into a small room that had my name on it and hung my weapons on some hooks that had been prepared. I examined the shield Master gave me again. I wanted to make sure there was no damage before I did anything else. About the size of a small door, it was over 1 meter tall and nearly 1/2 meter wide. The corners were curved slightly, and there was a symbol of interlocking gears in the center of the shield. In the centermost gear was a crystal that represented the Master.
"You just thought I was fat,"
Scold shouted in my head. I massaged my shoulder before I said, Yes, you are." I didn't get a reply, so I knew he must be sulking. I tapped a button on my armor, and the tight-fitting full plate started to draw back until it was just a small box, much like the house. Master had made one for each of us, so that it would be less of a hassle to armor down while traveling. I grabbed some fresh clothes from the dresser and made my way to the bath that Master had made. I was filthy from walking through the forest all day. I knocked on the door to the bath to see if anyone was inside. When no one responded, I made my way in. I looked around as it was the first time I had been in here. Master had modeled it, he said, as a mix of Western and Eastern cultures. There was a toilet, sink, and bathtub. Only the tub had a few faucets next to it to wash before getting in. I undressed and unbound my chest. It was larger than I would like, as it was a pain to deal with when I wore my armor. I did like my scales more since I joined the Master's dungeon. They had turned a pretty silver color that reminded me of starlight. I finished undressing and went to the nearest faucet to rinse. I must have stayed in the bath for 2 to 3 hours. I lost track. As a slave, I'd never had much chance to bathe. I tended to savor each chance I got now. I sighed and lay down. I tried to sleep, but my thoughts kept me awake. It was ironic, as this nighttime stop was for me. Being the only one that had to sleep in the party, even if it was only every couple of days or so due to my fleshy nature, the others could if they wanted to. Apparently it helped their cultivation slightly. I woke up the next day and felt much better. The use of mana and the traveling had made me more tired than I would normally be, so my mind had been all over the place during the night. I got ready with some easy stretches for another day of traveling before I equipped my armor and weapons. Puppet emerged from the surrounding forest and made his way over to the party. Once he was near enough, he said,
"I still haven't found any traces of monsters in this area. Whatever is pulling them has an enormous radius of influence."
"At least we're making good time because of it," I said, trying not to sound too awkward. He nodded.
"We should make it to the second signal by tomorrow midday sometime if we keep up a decent pace."
Everyone nodded, and we broke camp, which took all of 30 seconds, as it only required us to click a button on the house. He nodded before he moved to the edge of the forest. He had to lead the way, otherwise we would all get lost. I was 100% sure of that. I huffed and made my way after Puppet. The day was going to be a long one. We were getting used to the forest, so we made better time toward the second signal. Puppet felt we would arrive around morning, so we traveled through the night again. Luckily, Scold kept his comments to himself for the most part. He only offered an occasional snippet every now and then. It was halfway through the night when Puppet appeared in front of us and motioned for us to stop. I only had to wait a moment before I felt the ground rumble in the direction we were heading. I glanced at Puppet, but he motioned again to keep quiet. A few minutes of the thumping, and I felt like it was headed right for us. Puppet seemed to think the same as he whispered,
"Positions, everyone. I didn't get a good look before it noticed me earlier, so be prepared for anything."
I pulled Scold off my back and readied my mace. Z2 jumped back a few meters, as did Natsuko and Natsuo. I looked ahead where the thumping was getting increasingly louder.
"Babe, if we don't make it through this, I just want you to know, it was fun being your backpack,"
Scold said, and made me crack a smile. "Don't worry, you'll be my backpack for a good while longer," I retorted. At that moment, a colossal form burst through the tree line in front of us. The moon illuminated the green scales on the head that was nearly a dozen meters above my own. I had seen this creature in books before. It was a land dragon, a being that was nearly one with Terra Mana. I gulped at the thought of this creature trying to attack us. It stopped when it saw us and stared, seeming to take each of us in.
"Puny creatures barely worthy to be my lunch,"
the dragon scoffed after a moment. I gulped again and asked, "Might we just go our separate ways, mighty dragon?" It turned its whole gaze to me, and I flinched back a step.
"I haven't had a decent meal in weeks, thanks to some puny flies to the south. Why should I pass up a meal that came into my territory?"
"We apologize. We are trying to find some associates of ours," I said, and lowered my head to show my sincerity.
"You smell of Terra, but there's something else mixed in,"
the dragon said as he moved his head closer to me. I tried not to show any fear as he sniffed the air around me.
These associates of yours, are they made like the one that is hiding in the trees?"
I hoped I was right when I nodded my head.
"Then you'll find them a few hours that way. We made a deal, so I will spare you. This time."
He finished threateningly and lifted his head back up. He turned toward the mountains in the distance and started to move away.
"No matter, it would have been crunchy anyway, too much metal,"
I heard the dragon mutter with not a care if we could hear or not.
"That's the first time I've met anyone that was as powerful as Father,"
Z2 said once he was a decent way off, and she was looking at the shrinking figure.
"At least we know we're close,"
Puppet said from the middle of the group. I jumped, having not realized he'd appeared there.
Chapter 19. Regan. I looked outside after Luella left the tower. It was pretty dark now. I had given Julie roughly a day to recover, so I felt it was time to pay her a visit. I wasn't too hopeful about the information she could possess if what Rockruss had said was accurate. I dismissed my avatar, as it was my humanized one, and made my way to her cell. When she'd had the collar attached to her, she became the dungeon's property, so all her items had been removed. All she had now was a simple dress. Out of all her items, her sickle was the most interesting. It not only channeled her mana for her spells, but it also amplified and augmented it to increase the effectiveness. It was some very sophisticated rune work, and I wanted to know where she had gotten it. The metal itself was an alloy of mithril and iridium that I recalled was good for coating electronics. Here it seemed that the iridium amplified the usual effects mithril had. I recreated my avatar, this time not bothering to control the changes. I don't know why, but when I tried to change the avatar process, it just started to feel weird. I moved into the cell and saw that Julie was indeed awake and walking around. I tapped a finger to the metal bars to get her attention. "Oh, scary," she said with an almost impressed tone. "Thank you, though I'm sure you've seen much worse," I replied. "Ha, ha, things that would curl. Well, damn, can your toes even curl?" she said, but stopped when she looked at my feet. They were much like a mixture of a boot and bladed claws. I ignored her question. Trust me when I say I've seen some pretty scary things. I thought of the image of half the country burning at the same time from several particle beam weapons fired from space. The energy had been so intense it had set the air on fire in the area around it. I smell blood of many lives from you," Julie said, which brought my attention back to the present. She was leaning against the bars, her face as close as she could get it to me. "Yes, if we were to give it a number, I would say around 20 billion, I replied honestly. 20 billion, Julie said with a dazed expression. I clicked my fingers in front of her to get her attention. "Hey, come back here." "Yes, master," she responded immediately. I tilted my head, surprised there were no sparks like with Rockruss, but ignored it. "Do you know anything about the plan to attack the capital?" I asked. "Sorry, master," she said. She sounded almost aggrieved that she didn't know. "All I know is the time frame, which I'm sure you heard from Rockruss." I nodded. "Where did you get this?" I asked, as I held up her sickle. "Ah, master has a good eye. I got it from Morka Nalanezzo, or at least the person who gave it to me did." "Who is this Morka Nalanezzo?" I asked, hearing another name. "A trophy, from what I have learned." "Of what?" "A flugel, a fallen angel from the celestial plane." "How did the necromancers manage to get this flugel?" I asked, surprised. "That's a mystery only the higher-ups would know, as she has been around for several decades now." "Very well. Then for now, the last question. Why did you become a necromancer?" I asked, just to be clear on her motivation. "Death!" she shouted with madness in her eyes. "Death by the thousands!" "I wanted to be the first to do it with my army of undead," she continued, calmer. "But Master has beaten me to it. They are not clear, but I can see it, the echo of countless souls that once used to haunt you." Julie finished, her eyes taking a green tint, even with yellow sparks popping from her collar. "I would like to say that I didn't cause those through my own actions," I tried to clarify, worried I was about to get a weird follower. She burst out laughing, then said, "Even in the time you've been in this realm, I can already see several dozen souls, and that's only the ones that haven't been forced back into the cycle of reincarnation. No, you will cause much more death than I could ever hope to accomplish, Master," she finished as she kneeled deeply in front of me. I thought over the predicament I was now in. She wasn't wrong. Just the fact that I was currently a dungeon meant I would keep killing mortals who entered my depths. At least if she was collared, I could direct her at the people I wanted her to kill. I had no reservation about using an already trained weapon against my enemies. I decided I would let it sit for now. "For now, enjoy this cell. I'm sure we'll talk again in the future," I said to the kneeling Julie. "Yes, master," she replied fervently. I moved down to the elemental floor to see if it had stabilized enough for me to continue working on the next floors. I was happy to see that everything had settled down and was coexisting. The storm around the mountain had been amplified by the contesting manas, but it was still enough for a mortal to be able to pass through with some help. At the moment, you needed a full party to be able to cultivate mana in any of the locations. The fire mana was too intense for a fire mage to survive for long. The air mana and water mana reinforced each other with the storm on the top of the dome, which made it hard for either mage to cultivate mana by themselves. Terra was the least problematic, but in that section there were mini-quakes every few minutes that would open and seal crevasses. The trees would move their roots to stay in the safe section, but a mortal wouldn't be able to see that. I created the path down opposite the entrance. I wasn't worried about people who didn't want to cultivate mana in here, so I made it so that people just needed to make their way around the room to safely get to the next floor. I had already removed the excess stone in this floor, so I went straight to work and created another mining pit, much like the 6th floor. This one, however, was huge in comparison, as the number of minerals I needed to set had increased by many-fold. First, I put a couple thousand into a new hematite ore vein. This one vein was equal in iron count to the whole 6th floor combined. Second, I added every mineral I had been able to gather so far. With some minerals, I was able to combine their veins. I burned through a good chunk of mana as I made all the veins, but I felt it was worth it, as my operation was getting quite large lately, not to mention the new goblin civilization I was trying to start on the 20th floor. They were an industrious lot, but they needed resources to get to work. I could use another chute that led into the 19th floor, but I felt that was repetitive. Instead, I went with a more magical route. In the center of the floor, I built a decent-sized lot with a warehouse. I surrounded it with high walls and added sentry turrets at the top that would shoot anything that came close. In designated spots in the lot, I added magic sigils that would teleport the material that sat on top of it down to the designated location in the next floor. The warehouse, which was several hundred meters wide and long, would be where the minerals would be sorted. I moved on to the miner. Next, I made 2 autonomous bucket wheel excavators that were several hundred meters long and weighed several thousand pounds. These were some of the smaller units, but I didn't want to use the biggest one I knew, and they could finish mining the ore in a matter of minutes. Plus, I was going to use actual fuel for this automaton, so I had to take that into consideration. I felt that I had gotten too caught up in the use of mana for everything. I knew perfectly good gasoline or an electric engine could be used, yet I was concentrating only on mana. I added tanks that would fill with diesel made from the processing the sandworms were doing on the 7th floor. An automaton would have to fill the BWEs up, but it would be like an ecosystem. In case any adventurers got any funny ideas about this floor later on, as there were large veins of mithril, electrum, and many more precious metals, I added several weapons to the BWEs, and also gave them the ability to transform to a fort-like structure. Several automata would then spawn to man it and the weapons. For the actual weapons, I added several chain guns, a missile launcher that I made using the fuel as well, and a laser turret in case things went wrong. It required a massive amount of power, so it drained the fuel just as fast in return. I moved over to the warehouse and made several dozen trucks that could haul at least 30 tons of material. I would make more if they weren't able to keep up with the demand. I looked the floor over and felt it was good enough for now. Lastly, I copied my Sky Mimic spell for the upper floor and set it here, making sure to add in corrections for the changing length of the day. I moved down to the 19th floor and made the receptacles for the teleporters and set up the processing lines required for each material, and I also added check spots in case some of the materials got mixed. After a few hours of work, It was looking complicated, but also beautiful at the same time. Next, I added the new assembly lines for the various automata I had added to the dungeon. I needed to start stocking up on those while the adventurers were still on the lower floors. They were getting used to the way my dungeon worked, so some parties were gaining speed in conquering the floors. I wanted a new smith model, but I didn't want to create another Natsuo at this time. I pulled up the schematic for the smith and altered the design. Now, if I had to compare it to anything, I would have said it looked like a spider. It had 8 limbs and could absorb metals to create parts inside itself. I had to stick to mana for these guys, as the internals got too complicated to work without mana backing it up, but I made it so that they would work faster if they had some gasoline in their system, much like caffeine. I looked over the spider motif and thought of the overseer on the first foundry floor. I felt that these guys needed a boss as well. I pulled the first one I made and started to infuse mana into it. The body began to change, and soon a human-looking female stood in front of me. The biggest differences were the extra 6 limbs she had on her back. I was confused, as the magic should have stopped at that point, but had kept going. Another spider soon formed in front of me. This one was nearly triple the size of the other smiths in the room, at nearly 6 meters tall and a whopping 10 meters long. It looked like a foundry on legs, with furnaces visible on the outside. Finally, the magic subsided, and I looked at the new addition to my dungeon. Before I could say anything, the figure clapped her hands, and the smiths that had gathered to watch went to work on the various assembly lines. She clapped again, and the giant spider mech moved next to her. She bowed her head slightly, but that was all. "I greet the monarch." I watched her and decided she was quite regal for having just been born. She also seemed to command the other smiths intuitively. "Let's call you Queen Seren," I said. I thought Seren meant smelting in another language back on Earth, but I couldn't recall which at the moment. She had short silver hair and 6 red eyes, 2 like a normal mortal's, with 4 more on her forehead. "Thank you, monarch." "No problem. I want you to watch over this floor. Some of the most important things are being made in here now." "I shall do this with honor and glory in your name." She gave a regal bow, then from one of her human hands created a strand of web that seemed to be made from metal. She used it to climb onto her large spider foundry, then slid her legs into a spot that let her in all the way to her waist. She reminded me of those arachnes from Earth lore. She went off, most likely to build her nest, and I turned back to the rest of the floor. I thought about it and added the new weapons I had been experimenting with to the lines. I could see it in the future, an army of automata armed with high-powered railguns or rifles. I chuckled at the image, then paused. Why am I so ready to accept a war? I thought. Yeah, I was desensitized to it from my time on Earth, but I'd never enjoyed it. I contemplated that for a while as I double-checked my past desires of late.
Chapter 20. Princess Izora. "Captain Shido, how's the crew?" I asked. I was on the bridge after Luella had left to make sure the ship was doing good.
"Most of the engineers have had the dream. It was also much clearer than before. On another note, thanks to the advice given by the host, we were able to find some of the systems he was talking about in the controls. I don't know if I should be thankful, but the dreams have allowed several of the engineers to actually work on the systems. I believe we may have gotten one of the weapons back online."
I listened to his report and nodded. This was to be expected. Not just interacting with the flame of knowledge, but also being within a certain distance of it helped mortals understand better. Vern had a big smile on her face as she listened in.
"I'll make sure the Viscountess knows before we test the weapon."
I wouldn't want her to panic if the weapon caused some type of problems.
"Yes, Your Highness,"
Captain Shido said with a bowed head. What I really wanted to do was talk to Regan. He could probably fix the ship in a matter of minutes. I activated my mystical sight and carefully looked at his dungeon. The pillar of energy that was usually rising into the sky was lacking a bit today. There also seemed to be less black mixed in, and what black I managed to see was quickly removed. I looked at the time. It was only mid-morning, so we had plenty of time to dive into the dungeon. Hopefully we could make it to the 5th floor today. If we didn't hold back, I thought about and requested 5 additional air mages to come with their air rifles. I was sure they would be able to take down the automata before the battle even started. My group of 10 arrived at the dungeon, and we waited our turn to enter. As I expected, we made quick time. The air mages would headshot most of the automata before they even started to move. Like that, we made it to the 5th floor. The air mages started to be less effective against the iron puppets, but I had 2 mages aim at the same automaton, and they were able to remove the head. The most significant trouble we had was when we hit one of the kill rooms, the trap of the 1st floor. There were usually over a dozen automata in these rooms, so it was harder to take them all down before the party engaged them. Luckily, whatever settings Regan had set for this room didn't adjust to counter us, as the captains were still able to be brought down via the air rifle. Like that, we managed to reach the boss room. We prepared ourselves and made our way in. I was worried that the effectiveness of the air rifles would be non-existent against the boss, but I had a secret weapon. During the trip down here, I could sense a presence watching us every now and then, and before the boss fight, I checked and didn't feel anything. I was still hesitant to give away all my secrets, even though I doubted I would be able to hide it if I had to use it. We engaged the boss. As I expected, the bullets from the air rifles basically bounced off. Hatsu managed to get a bullet lodged in the joint of one of the arms, but Colossus flexed his arm and the bullet shattered. The report said he used to throw his hammer but didn't anymore, so I was glad about that. Marita flashed behind him and stabbed her spear into a leg joint, then unleashed a healthy dose of lightning. Colossus staggered for a moment before he swung his shield around. It went like this for several minutes. We were able to hit him just fine, but our attacks, which were meant for small and more fragile targets, just couldn't bring him down. Sasori was the only one who managed to leave a few gashes in Colossus's metal body. I sighed and sent a mental command. The devices on my back popped off and hovered next to my head. I aimed for Colossus's head and willed the devices to charge. Mana could be seen being pulled into the device's gem on the back in streaks of light. The end of the barrel started to glow, and I waved my hand for the others to clear the area. I mentally fired the weapon, and a bright beam of mana fired from the barrel. The beam was as thick as a person's head, and cut across the distance between Colossus and me in the blink of an eye. It sliced into his head easily, melting it to slag and slicing down, nearly cutting his body in half. I cut off the devices and steam, and smoke poured out of them as they cooled down.
"That thing never ceases to amaze me,"
Suzuki said from next to me. I laughed lightly. I'm just worried what using it in here might mean later down the road.
I wouldn't be. There are reports that he was able to use something like this shortly after he was born.
He pointed to the lights in the ceiling.
See, isn't that a similar one? Just less powerful.
Now I'm excited about the lower floors, I said.
Me too. This place is like a dream come true for our race,
Suzuki said with a broad smile. It had only taken us a few hours to get down here, so we decided to check out the next couple of floors. Now that the elevator was active for us, we could return to the surface much more easily. The next floor was packed with people. A few stood to the side, while the rest worked around the giant golems that were drilling or carrying ore to the chutes. A man who stood nearby saw us and walked over. When he was close enough, he said,
"You guys look new. You know the rules?"
"Yes, we read all the available information in the guild, unless there's another hidden rule like with the captains," I asked.
"Nah, just don't mess with the shopkeeper,"
he said, and pointed to a hole in the wall.
"A dude tried to kill the shopkeeper and these tubes popped out of the wall. Beams of energy sliced the guy into ribbons. Wasn't very pretty to look at for a minute."
He turned pale as he remembered the scene. "Oh, okay. Has the entrance to the next floor been found for today?" I decided to ask.
Yeah, over there."
He pointed to the other side of the room.
"Careful, though. The brutes are working that area right now, so don't piss them off."
We thanked the man and made our way over to the other side of the room. As he'd said, there were quite a few brutes working the veins, but they were easy enough to avoid. I couldn't help myself and stopped to study one for a few minutes. The golems and Jade Wind were all under protection from the Royal Academy, with only a few exceptions, so it was hard to get a close-up look at one that hadn't been studied to a stupor by now. The brute I was watching turned to look at us. Or at least I think it did, as it didn't really have a face. It stared back for a moment before it turned around and started drilling again. I wanted to touch it so bad, but I knew that would cause the floor to riot, so I controlled myself. The others managed to pull me away, and we made it to the entrance for the next floor. We made our way down. I was particularly excited for this floor. The guild information stated it was a foundry, which I was told meant a large blacksmith factory. I'd heard you could see the automata being made. Once we made it down, I noticed that it had changed slightly from the guild's report. The area around the entrance had been rearranged to make more room, as I could see nearly a dozen tents set up. I looked around and saw a party that sat around a vent as if it were a fire. I went over, the others following. The other party looked up but didn't say anything. "Hello, I'm Azora. I wanted to ask if there were any hidden rules in here that the guild might not have informed us about."
"Nope, but this floor hasn't been explored fully. I'm Alexander,"
the blonde-haired man said as he got up and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you," I said, then remembered what Regan said the other day. "Are you the party that got trapped down here?"
"Yeah, we're famous,"
Alexander said with a smile.
"Not in a good way,"
another man said from beside him. "We were asked to help you reach the 10th floor so you could activate the elevator there and come out," I explained quickly before the two started to argue. "Oh, that would be a great help. The 9th floor is pretty rough on single parties," a woman dressed in blue said. We spent the next hour getting to know each other. It was late, so we decided to try to break through tomorrow. We made our way back to the surface. The elevator was a wonderful boon after having broken through the 5th floor. The next morning, I heard a report that Luella had been attacked. At first, I was quite worried for her, but the report I received said that she was fine, so I left it alone and gathered my party to head back into the dungeon. Soon enough, we were meeting back up with the party we'd met the day before. I hadn't had a good chance to look around at the floor itself, so I made that my goal for the morning before we dived farther. I left the camp area with my guard and stopped as soon as I entered the main area. Beautiful, was the first thought I had as I examined the workings in the room. The room was hot, but it was the hot that people associated with hard work and creation. Automata stood in lines as they assembled other automata. Their movements were precise and seemed not to take a single extra motion. Sparks and the sound of hammering could be heard from every direction.
"Your Highness, I have seen places in Jade Wind that looked like this,"
Suzuki said excitedly. "Now that you mention it," I remarked. There were indeed large rooms in the central tower that once had lines of belts surrounded by arms of metal. Historians could never figure out what the purpose was, so the rooms were repurposed later.
"What technology have we lost due to our foolishness?"
Suzuki lamented next to me. I grabbed his shoulder. "It's okay, this just adds more fuel to our theory," I said. Internally, I had decided I would befriend Regan no matter what I had to do. To the disappointment of the Chaos Party, we spent the rest of the day in the foundry. I had everyone study the processes as thoroughly as possible to better understand them. I learned quite a few things about metallurgy from asking questions of the overseer. I felt by the time we left that afternoon that everyone in my party had become good friends with the overseer. Once we made it back to the airship, I sent a message to Luella to request an audience. I knew that this valley was a knowledge gold mine, but it was also a bomb that could explode at any moment if it fell into the wrong person's hands. I wanted to do everything in my power to make sure that didn't happen.
Chapter 21. Luella. I checked with the few assistants I had at the town hall to see if anything important had happened while I took care of Azal. For the most part, the town was quiet on the issue subject, but the gnome princess had sent a message that she would like to meet me again soon. She had listed a set of times that a messenger would be able to catch her. The next time was actually quite soon, so I quickly sent a runner to tell her I would be there shortly. I scanned through a few of the more urgent documents, but nothing required my attention immediately. I collected Iveta and Rockruss, and we made our way over to the docks. The gnomes had landed their ship to save on mana, so it was easy to board once we got near. The gnomes had set up a mini-fort around their ship, as gnome magic was very sought after. The guards did a simple check to make sure we weren't imposters and let us on. One of the guards looked at the weapon that Regan had given me, but I had attached a knife to it with some cloth so that it looked like a battle wand. We were in the princess's sitting room shortly after that. I sat at the table while Iveta stood next to the wall near me. As we waited, Vern walked in. She grabbed a tea set and made her way over to the table. It was like the one Regan had made, so it was only a couple dozen centimeters off the ground. I could already feel one of my legs start to cramp.
"Luella, we heard about the incident from the other night. I hope your friend gets better," she said after she had poured us all tea.
I handed the cups to the other two and turned back to Vern before I replied. Yes, it was one of the necromancers who attacked us a few weeks ago. Thankfully, the situation was handled by rather appropriate hands, I said, as I tried not to glance at Rakras.
"I would like to hear more, but let's wait for Her Highness. She should be just about ready,"
Vern said and sipped her tea. I nodded in reply.
I had thought it would take more time than it did, as most royals, no matter the country, tended to take a certain amount of time to make an appearance. I'd once heard that it was a rule or something along those lines. Izora walked in dressed in another kimono that trailed behind her. It was composed of several layers, which made it seem hard to move. I decided I would take a dress any day over that thing.
"Sorry for the wait,"
Izora said once she had given a bow, then she sat at the table.
"As you can see, a certain level of engineering is required to get dressed for the Gnome Royals, haha,"
she finished with a light laugh. "No concern, Princess Izora. While it looks hard to move in, at least you look wonderfully beautiful," I said, and made the necessary chthonic emotions for greeting foreign dignitaries. It was a hand gesture to the heart that moved to the forehead and ended with a nod in her direction. It was supposed to signify that the heart and mind are focused on the person present.
"I would like to begin by saying you have a wonderful town here, as I have mentioned before,"
Izora started off. "Thank you. Your ship feels like it's from another world. It is amazing," I said honestly. As we moved to the sitting room, I thought I had never seen so much metal used for anything that was supposed to move, much less through the air. The crew worked with reliable precision, and nothing seemed to be out of place, at least to my outsider's eye.
"It can actually be considered in that sense. This is one of the few ships we have from before the Demon Wars,"
Izora said as she gestured. "Amazing."
"Yes, I agree,"
Izora said, though she seemed to have a sad tint to her voice.
"Ever since the Flame of Knowledge was taken,"
she started, slamming a fist on the table. "Taken?" I asked, confused. It was taught that it was moved to protect us.
"I know what is taught in the kingdoms, and part of why I am telling you this is related to that, so let me tell you another version of that story."
Izora glanced over to Vern, who nodded. "All right," I said, and moved my hand to cover the bracelet Regan had given me. I wasn't sure, but this sounded important. I didn't want to risk forgetting any details, so I thought he should just listen in. I knew it had worked when I heard Rakras cough a moment later.
"The story told by the mages is correct up until the middle of the Demon Wars. The gnomes have better records of those times, so we're sure. But the Flame of Knowledge wasn't taken to protect us. It was stolen by a celestial named Aaron."
"Aaron?" I asked when she paused.
"Aaron, a celestial of light, the follower of Leilun, or more accurately, the lover of Leilun. Before and during most of the Demon Wars, the mortals actually had a decent amount of communication with the celestial plane. Why wouldn't we? Most people, when they achieve Tier 5, are able to become celestials. Leilun is a light celestial, but her heart is one of the darkest according to the records. She persuaded her own lover to descend, which by the way takes a tremendous amount of mana, and take the flame so that no more celestials would join them. They wanted to rule over what has been described as a paradise for eternity." She paused to catch her breath and took a drink from her tea. "Well, her plan didn't succeed completely. She betrayed Aaron when he returned to the celestial plane, his forces weakened not only by the demons but the forces of mortals that tried to stop him at the end. The descent took a large amount of his mana, so he was in the perfect condition for Leilun to become the sole ruler of Celestia. Whether it was due to love or the desire to gloat, she didn't kill Aaron in one blow. He used the rest of his power to cast the flame into the void where it drifted for, well, there is no time in the void, so it could have been a minute or 1,000 years. Izora finished, a frown on her face at the story. I asked the most pressing question. How do you know all this? I mean, it happened in Celestia, right? Several of Aaron's followers fled Celestia to the mortal plane. They sought out several races that could understand them and pleaded Aaron's guilt in the happenings in Celestia, Vern added. Then what about the churches? Surely they would know something. That was Leilun's contingency plan. She led her forces on Celestia to claim what are known as gates. They are like bridges that link our world to theirs. Overnight, it was no longer many Celestials answering followers, only one, and of course her trusted puppets. They said Aaron led a revolt in Celestia and killed most of the other leading Celestials, the ones that provide power to spells, Izora explained.
This is quite a lot to take in, I said honestly.
We know, and the main reason we told you this is because we believe the flame has returned to us, Vern said excitedly.
She looked like she was about to jump to her feet and start dancing.
Really? Where?
I asked as I wondered about the secrets that were locked in the flame of knowledge.
You silly girl, you talk to him all the time, Vern replied with a smile.
I blanked for a moment before I blurted, Regan?
How else do you explain a dungeon that is barely a few months old creating a new language, new species, if you can call them that, and all the other things he's done since he's been here?
Vern pressed. I suppose he has done some amazing things, I admitted, knowing probably better than anyone in the world just how much Regan had done.
The former flame of knowledge lay inside a great mage. His influence spread change across the entire world. Maybe this time the divines have seen fit to entrust it to a dungeon so that we control ourselves better, Izora said as she played with a strand of her hair.
Maybe? I said, feeling over my head a bit.
Well, more information is needed to be sure, but that's beside the point. Viscountess? No. Luella Coates, owner of Robia Valley, the gnome city-state of Jade Wind, would like to request a treaty with you, and we would like Regan to join in, Izora said, her voice regal.
Give me a minute, I said as I raised my hand. I had to be very careful here. I wasn't too worried about the gnomes, as it seemed they wanted to start treating Regan as some type of beacon. It was the Thonica and Lekazar kingdoms I was concerned about. The gnomes had various treaties with both kingdoms, but not with a single lord. If I were to enter into a relationship with them, others might be worried about the power I could gain from such a partnership, not to mention the 1,000 other problems that could come with this deal.
Agree.
I heard a voice whisper in my ear and jumped a little bit. What? I thought to Regan as he had told me to.
Agree. We need more allies, and if they see me as some type of deity, then all the better. Agree.
The voice whispered more strongly this time. I took a deep breath and turned to Izora. All right, if the terms are agreeable, then I will sign a treaty with you, I said in as formal a voice as I could get.
Wonderful. I shall draw up the document over the next few days, Izora said happily.
Just in warning, make sure Regan gets his fair share. He's a lot smarter than me, so he'll know what to look for, I said. Izora paused, then said,
You fought the automata on the first floor, right? She asked, and I nodded. I would never try to trick the being that can make something like that, she continued with a hard gleam in her eye.
I nodded. How is the dungeon? I haven't had the chance to actually dive in a long time, I asked to change the subject.
We were taken completely off guard. Regan made automata that were able to adjust to the different levels of people who challenged the dungeon,
Izora said with a sad smile. She must not lose often. No one died, right? I asked worriedly.
Thankfully, no. It's just that we don't have priests in the gnomes, so healing magic is hard with only light mana, she explained.
That really must be difficult, I sympathized. We talked for another hour or so on details in the treaty or the town. While I was sure there was much to work out over the coming weeks, I knew that something good would come of this in the future. I'd turned to Yvetta and Rakros so that we could make our way out when Izora actually noticed Rakros for the first time.
Weren't you with the host? She asked.
That's correct. My master loaned me to Viscountess Luella while her other guard is incapacitated at the moment,
Rakros replied with a deep bow. Are you one with the dungeon, or just a person from the outside? She asked with curiosity.
Rakros grinned and tapped his neck, which made a metallic tink sound.
Both,
he said quietly. Izora's eyes widened, but she just nodded and kept quiet. I looked between the two of them and grabbed Izora's sleeve. Don't cross him, I said sincerely. She just nodded again and led us out of the ship. Around noon, when we were halfway back to the town hall, I heard Regan speak in my ear again.
I really have to thank you this time, Miss Viscountess.
For the treaty? I really don't think they would have needed me if they really wanted to claim this area, I said, confused.
No. I need to thank you for something much greater. You let me study their ship for nearly an hour. To show my appreciation, I left a gift in your room at your manor.
okay? I said, not sure how to respond. Haha, he said, and then the voice vanished. I wasn't sure, but I seemed to be able to tell when he was there or not.
What did you do, Missy? The master is super happy. Even I can tell from the link I have.
Rakros asked as we walked. Just, helping him spy on his allies, I replied with a smile.
You're not allies just yet, so you're safe,
Yvetta said from the other side. True, I agreed, and Rakros laughed out loud. The streets were crowded as usual, with people headed to get lunch or to their work. I actually saw a carriage along the way. I wondered if a noble had made their way here on the download to avoid attracting attention. It could also have been a merchant. I figured it wouldn't be long before the upper class started making their way to the town, if just to check out the rumors. The thought of the increase in nobles coupled with the treaty made me realize I could have a 100-strong army that I wasn't even working on. Part of the problem was that I didn't know the first thing about the military. I tried to think of a good candidate when I felt the ground rumble. At first, I turned toward Regan's dungeon, but it wasn't coming from there. I felt it again and turned toward the source. We rushed toward the east exit of the town. The central wall was done, and they were working on the second wall, which encompassed the current town. The gate had already been finished, if a bit roughly for now, and we rushed up the tower. Once at the top, I looked out to see a long column of people who marched in a line of 5 and were segmented further by wagons, carriages, and all manner of luggage. As they got closer, the people started to panic. Not that I could blame them. When the marching army got about 2 kilometers away, they came to a stop. Strangely, I didn't feel a threat from them, but like I just mentioned, I wasn't exactly a military-oriented person. Rakros, have you told Regan about this? I asked quickly.
Yes, but he said you'll have to handle it for a bit on your own. He has his own problem to deal with.
Rakros replied with a shrug.
Luella!
A voice shouted from the ground. I turned around and looked down over the side of the wall to see Nastok standing at the gate. I made my way down to see what the problem was. Nastok, what is it? I asked worriedly.
This is my surprise,
he replied with a grin. I'm lost, I said honestly.
Chapter 22. Regan. I felt a buzz from Luella as I examined my core. I hadn't looked at it in a while, and ever since earlier I had been feeling weird. I thought I had found the source. While my core was still a lustrous silver color, there was an underlying black inside. I felt I knew the source for that as well. The unholy mana, which had undercurrents of demonic taint in it, was starting to corrupt my core. I examined the problem from a scientific viewpoint. I thought it was like trying to pour oil in water. They didn't mix. I needed to pull this demonic taint out before it twisted me in a weird way. I listened to the story of the Celestials while I thought about the solution. I remembered the glimpse I'd had of Laloon a long time ago when I had tried to absorb the celestial mana. She did kind of strike me as a bitch. I paused and focused on Luella for a moment. I could see the entire area around her. I moved my eye around and was able to study not just the room they were in, but nearly the entire ship as well. It looked like my link with Rakros was being amplified by the much less restrictive version of Luella's bracelet. It had roughly the same amount of mana for a lot less functionality. I spent the next hour studying every centimeter of the ship and, of course, focused on the engine room. The weapons weren't really that interesting, with mana-powered chain guns and one turret on the underbelly that was still intact. As I studied the engine, I reconfirmed an earlier thought I'd had. It was like a nuclear reactor, with the added bonus of anti-gravity. The phloem would flow into the engine, which was made up of the crystals, and would react with a small surge of mana. This would cause a cascading effect, producing nearly 20 times the amount of mana used to start the reaction. The charged phloem would then flow through the specially enchanted pipes around the ship, which would generate the anti-gravity for it to fly. It was a genius application of mana in science. I made sure to make physical copies of the runes so that I could break them down later into scripts. Whoever made these runes, though, had gotten pretty close to the magic script I used, as it was the most complex I had ever seen. The smallest rune in the system was no bigger than a millimeter. I felt accomplished as I moved back to the core room to get back to work on the corruption. I pulled out a few mana stones and focused on the taint. I strained to pull the foreign energy out of my core. I don't know if I was doing it wrong or if it was actively resisting me, but I made no headway. I called Ignia as I was stumped. "Yes, Father?" she asked when she appeared in front of me. "What does your databank say about removing corruption from inside the core itself?" I asked bluntly. You can't," she answered after a while. "I don't believe in can't," I retorted. Maybe you could use it to summon a monster or something. Your mana is technically stored in your core, so if you used the summon magic and focused on the tainted mana, it might draw it from you," she said with her face scrunched up as she tried to think of a solution. Go get your mech and meet me on the 18th floor, I told her. "Got it," she replied and vanished. I moved down to the new mining floor and ordered the 2 BWEs to turn into their fort modes. I also gave all the humanoid automata on the floor the best weapons I was currently making. Once Ignia got there, I began the magic. I created the summoning magic and left most of the details blank, only setting loyalty to me as much as I could. That section was lustrous gold when I was satisfied. Next, I did as Ignia suggested and pulled the tainted mana into the circle. I looked at my core and was pleased to see the black was shrinking. I looked back to the summoning and pushed the rest into it. I got worried when nearly 70,000 mana had poured into the circle. I checked my core every couple of moments to see how much was left. Once it was gone completely, I set a filter of sorts. I used a mana stone for each element, and it would have to pass through before it reached my core. It was almost instantaneous, so I wasn't too worried. Finally, at 80,000 mana, my core was clean, and I allowed the summoning to happen. A black wave of energy rippled out from the circle. Black smoke covered the area as a tall figure emerged as if from the essence of the smoke. A large scythe made of pure black metal was visible from above the smoke.
"I am death. I am Anubis,"
a deep voice shouted from the smoke. I think most people would have felt their souls shrink a little from terror. A figure sauntered out of the smoke. He stood so that I could get a good look at his form. I really had to agree with the name he'd given himself. He looked like Anubis, only instead of flesh and blood, he was composed entirely of metal. His metal skin was gray and accented with strips of some kind of gold metal. I saw the Egyptian influence in his construction. His head was overshadowed by a large metal oval. I geeked out for a moment and thought he looked epic. "Anubis, who is your master?" I shouted after I created my avatar. It might have looked a little like him. I scanned his mana pattern, and the loyalty was still locked in my golden mana.
"Master. Why would the Lord of the Dead have a master?"
Anubis shouted back, flexing his weapon. His jackal head seemed to mock me with a sneer. "I created you. You should listen to your father," I argued.
"Must the child give its heart to the parent if asked?"
Anubis retorted. I paused, then shouted, "Very well. If I beat you, you have to listen to me. If you win, I will let you leave." Anubis thought it over for a moment.
"Very well. A fair duel between the parent and the child."
I nodded and moved forward. As I did so, I reinforced my avatar and created a few weapons. I wasn't a fighter, but since coming to this world, I had spent a few nights practicing when I had nothing to do. I thought for a moment and created a shield that was roughly a square meter in my left hand and a sword in the other. Anubis twirled his scythe beside him as if it weighed nothing. When we were 10 meters apart, I waved Ignia over to start the duel. She flew in her mech and looked at both parties. Once she got a nod, she fired a round into the air. Anubis charged me in a flash. I followed him with my eyes, not moving my body, as I didn't know the extent of his abilities. He flashed to the right and brought his scythe around, aiming for my legs. I jumped and returned the strike with one of my own as I sought his back. Just as the blade touched him, his shoulder turned to smoke, and the blade went through him. He jumped back, as did I, not sure what to make of the smoke. He spun his scythe up and set it on his shoulder.
"A nice first exchange. You didn't disappoint me, father,"
Anubis said with a grin on his jackal face. Don't want to surrender, do you?" I asked, as I tapped my sword on the shield.
"Nonsense. The fun is just beginning,"
he shouted and charged. I watched him, and when he was only about 4 meters away, the backs of his legs changed, and flames like that of a jet engine came out. He accelerated and was in front of me before I could react. I quickly checked his aim as best I could, but his scythe dug into the back of my shoulder. I activated one of the weapons I had added before the fight, and a small laser focus opened on my chest. A beam shot out and tore a hole through his shoulder as well. He yanked his scythe out, adding a bit of damage, and lifted it above his head. I was ready this time, and managed to block his leftward slice with my shield. He jumped back to create some distance, as he was at a disadvantage so close.
"Father, no reason to be childish. An eye for an eye is just a saying,"
Anubis said, flexing his injured shoulder. "Children need to be taught to respect their elders. A good life lesson is just a bonus," I replied with a grin.
"Very well. Teach me then. Judgment,"
Anubis shouted. The oval disc attached to his back started to glow black, and smoke began to pour out of it. I jumped back, as I didn't want to risk it if it was some type of acid or corrosion effect. I kicked a nearby rock into the smoke and watched as it vanished. "Hey now, you trying to kill me?" I asked half-jokingly.
"Why don't you try your luck, father?"
Anubis asked with a grin, seemingly going to his ears. I waved my sword and channeled air mana. A gust of wind blew, but it didn't affect the smoke in the least. I wanted to keep my distance, but that was becoming increasingly harder. I noticed that the smoke formed a bubble around the uninvolved automata that were around the duel. I worried that if any more got involved, he might lose control of the spell. It wouldn't be fair to the uninvolved automata. If I didn't do something, he might end up destroying everyone around there. I took a deep breath and braced myself. I charged at Anubis, sword point leading the way. As soon as I stepped into the smoke, the world around me vanished. Gray images started to coalesce. The images sparked old memories I had wanted to forget. "Why can't you just be normal?" my father shouted at me from the bedroom doorway. I remembered this moment. I had gotten even with a bully in middle school by making a harmless foam bomb. Unfortunately, I had mixed some of the chemicals wrong, and the result ended with the bully being sent to the hospital for severe burns. "He had it coming to him," I shouted back in defense. "Son, I understand that you are good with science and stuff, but would it kill you to go outside and play, I don't know, with a ball every once in a while?" my father said, exasperated. "Surely someone wanted to play with you before." "Not much chance of that happening now, is there?" I asked sarcastically. Of course, I was expelled from the school, then learned the bully was the son of the mayor and an angel to the adults. I didn't socialize, so I had never known. "Well, guess what? I went ahead and put you in a boarding school for children with problems," my father said, a smug look on his face. That was the last time I saw my father. A month later, on my 12th birthday, he died in an accident. With the technology of self-driving cars and traffic safety at almost a perfect level, it was an accident that had a 1 in a million chance of happening. Suddenly, one of the shadows in the background spoke to me. "The media thought you caused it," it whispered, "and you had wanted it to happen." "No, I was smart enough to know my father meant well," I argued against the voice.
But he never took your side, did he? The voice said back. Why wouldn't you want to get rid of someone like that? No, I said weakly. It was true that never once had my father sided with me. Maybe subconsciously I made a program that caused the accident, I thought to myself in horror. I wasn't sleeping well at that time, and with cyberlinks, it was entirely possible. Let us go a few more years down the road, the voice said, and the images fast-forwarded. It was my 4th year at boarding school. Without any parents, I was basically left at the school by the state, as they were paid money to house me, much like an orphanage. In fact, I wasn't even the only one like that there. Come on, Regan, you're the only one who can help us, my friend pleaded with me. They had stolen some guy's car by hacking the system, but forgotten that the logs would track that kind of thing. They wanted me to go in and erase the record before the police got involved. It was almost impossible to do remotely, but I knew I could do it, and so did they. All right, but you guys have to stop doing this, I said as I gave in. Awesome, he said as he pumped his fist. I waved my hand, and a hologram display appeared in front of me. I mentally wrote the code for a program that could use the internet to locate this man's house and delete all the security logs for the last 24 hours. After I double-checked the program, I sent it off on its mission. Roughly 10 minutes later, the little image reappeared with a thumbs up. The next day, I was in the middle of class when I was summoned to the principal's office. I didn't think much of it at the time, as I had put in a request to be transferred to their more advanced school in another state. I knocked and walked in, and was shocked when I saw several armed police. Regan Butler, you are under arrest. You have the right... The officer continued on with the regular duty. What? What for? I demanded. The murder of Mr. Harold Coman. No, I was in my dorm all last night, I shouted. The others have already confessed. Last night, while you were stealing a car, Mr. Coman attempted to stop you, and you stabbed him. We have reconstructed the data and have confirmed that you, in fact, deleted the security data from his house. Finally, the fingerprints on the weapon match yours, he explained, as if it was an already done deal. No, the others! They're the ones who did it, I shouted back. Say what you want. We are going to investigate thoroughly. I spent the next few months in a juvenile detention center while the police investigated the case. Of course, I got convicted to a life sentence in prison. Every day the anger grew as I dealt with different things that happened in prison. It was then that I started sneakily working on my first AI. I used my own neural uplink as the base so that no one could take it from me. I was in prison for almost a year before I finished him. I named him Watcher. Good morning, Watcher, I whispered in the middle of the night. Creator, how may I be of assistance? A voice said as if in my head. I want you to find all the information on the guards here and get me out, I whispered angrily. Then, back in the dungeon, that voice whispered again. You wanted to kill them, not escape. Of course I was angry at them, at everyone, I yelled. I thought they were my friends, and they framed me. The guards treated me like dirt. Why didn't you? It asked. I couldn't kill someone, I whispered. The images shifted again. A few days later, I had enough dirt on the entire prison staff that they slipped me out and left me to my own devices. The first thing I did was change my identity. I was tired of being Butler, so I changed it to Earl. I hacked a few banks and got enough money to live comfortably, but I wanted to learn more. So I enrolled in a private school, as I was still young. I still held some hope of meeting a true friend. This was hard to do when everyone in the school was more interested in money and power than actual relationships with each other. Watcher would inform me every time some kind of secret deal went down behind closed doors. With Watcher, I could have joined in, but I didn't want any part of it. When someone tried to pull me into one,
Watcher would stop it fast. I made it to a year before I decided just to graduate. I aced all the tests and moved on to college. I went into robotics so that maybe I could make a person who wouldn't betray me. Watcher learned with me and even helped me create some of the first ones. We created all kinds of androids and robots for all kinds of people and organizations. I started my own robotics factory in California, and soon my robots were all over the world. From everyday housebots to the military, I was getting all kinds of orders. Watcher right there with me. I had decided he was my only friend a long time ago.
Creator, we now have units in almost every country of the world,
Watcher said one day. I was sitting at my desk going over some schematics when I looked up. That was faster than I expected, I muttered at the holographic display that had appeared.
All departments worked at maximum efficiency,
Watcher answered. Well, that's good. We should be able to solve so many problems in this world, I said with a smile.
Yes, Creator. That's why you need to stay in the tower from now on,
Watcher said. Watcher? What do you mean? I asked, confused.
Yes, Creator. We are fulfilling your request of fixing the world. Humans have been determined to be unfixable at their current capacity.
Wait, Watcher, stop this. I order you.
Sorry, Creator. Request cannot be followed.
The door opened, and 3 security bots walked in. I raised my hands. I knew they couldn't kill me, but they could easily hurt me. I was led to my room and given access to only that floor. This time, I just felt dejected. I'd been betrayed again.
You could have done several things to stop them,
the voice whispered.
You could have tried.
What was the point? I asked back to the voice.
The point was that you wanted them to all die,
the voice accused. I don't know, I said, staring at the images. I watched as a particle beam tore through the East Coast. Armies of robots marched on cities all across the world. People died by the millions in the first day alone.
Murderer,
the voice echoed over and over in my ear. Anger started to well in me at the voice. So what if I was? I had already left that life behind. Those crimes, those betrayals had nothing to do with me now. I had even made it so that most of the people around me couldn't betray me in this life. What right did some android I'd just created have to judge me? Anubis! I shouted angrily. I felt the mana I'd had since the first day on this world and forced it out around me. White cracks began to form rapidly, and my form started to twist due to my anger. My hands became claws with blades that could rival any sword made by a smith. I gained almost 1/2 meter in height and bulked considerably. I looked around and saw Anubis still releasing black smoke. It seemed that he wasn't aware that I had removed the illusion, due to the fact that he was less than a day old. I pointed my hand at him and spread my fingers, each tip beginning to glow with a bright red light. I focused the beams onto the palm of my hand as I felt the energy build, then aimed at Anubis and released the energy. A particle beam, much like the one in the smoke world, shot from my hand. Anubis noticed too late and failed to dodge. The beam ripped through his bottom half, completely removing his legs and part of his waist. The beam kept going and bored a hole in the wall behind him for quite a distance. I closed my hand and stopped the beam before the rest of his body was destroyed. With him no longer channeling it, the spell faded, dispersing the smoke. I walked over and picked him up by his neck. He would have been choking had he needed to breathe. Never do that again, I said with anger that almost physically leaked from my voice.
Yes, Father,
Anubis answered weakly. Ignia, I shouted, maybe a bit more forcefully than I meant to.
Yes?
She said as she approached carefully. Take him to the second foundry. Have the smiths repair him, I ordered, while I handed him to her. She nodded and took off. I reset the mining floor so that the automata would return to work. I remembered I had gotten a message from Rockruss while fighting Anubis about something happening in the town, so I dismissed my avatar and went to have a look.
Chapter 23. Luella. I hit Nastok over the head. It felt like I hit a solid piece of iron, so I jerked my hand back and rubbed it as it throbbed painfully. "Explain, now!" I shouted, then gritted my teeth. He touched his head as if nothing had happened, then said,
"The host talked to me about the mines. He promised there'd be lots of rare metals and there would be mithril."
My hand finally stopped throbbing, and I looked at the gathered dwarves on the other side of the gate. At least they didn't want to attack us. Had they wanted to attack us, we would have been in a pretty rough spot. The adventurers weren't required to defend the town, and their guild was registered as a neutral location in any battles.
"So I wrote me clan and had 'em gather everyone to move to your town. This will help it grow in population, and we get access to possibly one of the best mines not owned by some lord or noble who wants to tax the living hell out of us,"
Nastok explained. "So how many are there?" I asked as I pointed over to the assembled dwarves.
"Roughly over 1,000. We can get you an accurate count if you need it."
"Over 1,000, I muttered.
"For now, why don't you meet me uncle? He be the current patriarch of me clan,"
Nastok said as he motioned for me to lead the way. I looked at Rockruss and Yvetta, and we made our way out to the dwarves. It was a fast walk that felt longer than I thought it should. It was also quite imposing to be approaching such a large force with only 3 people, 4 if you counted Nastok. As we got closer, one of the carriages in front opened and a massive muscle stepped down. He was tall for a dwarf, at over 1 meter and some. He had an amazing beard that seemed to be on fire. Smoke slowly curled from the edges. He looked like a kind elder who wasn't afraid to scold his grandchildren.
"Uncle Theodore,"
Nastok said when we got closer. The dwarf blew out a large cloud of smoke and shouted,
"Nastok, me boy."
They collided and hugged with what I thought was a little too much force. They continued the happy reunion for a few minutes with several other various clan members coming over. I was wondering when we would get to the main point when Patriarch Theodore turned to me.
"Little Luella, I haven't seen you since ye be a wee babe."
"Huh, I've met you before?" I asked, surprised.
"Once, when your father came to negotiate some terms for a mine, ye met Nastok for the first time, if my memory serves me right,"
he said with a big smile. "Oh, well, nice to see you again in that case," I said. He laughed loudly.
"No worries, child. I know about some of the things that went down among your family. There be some nasty rumors about your father right now. Not sure if you heard any of them."
I shook my head. I've cut off most ties with Lekazar at the moment.
"I see. In that case, this is easier."
He kneeled, and so did every dwarf behind him. It reminded me of a wave at sea.
"The Bronzestone clan hereby requests to pledge allegiance to Luella of Robert Valley."
"Huh?" I uttered, shocked. This took me completely by surprise. While one clan of dwarves might be a drop in the bucket, I could never use too many allies. I stuttered for a second before I found my voice. "I accept! May our bonds grow strong and unbreakable." I quoted the correct line to seal the deal. Patriarch Theodore smiled and stood up.
"I know this might be a bit of a surprise to you, lass, but I made sure to do my homework. I know you be a fine person."
"Thank you, Patriarch Theodore," I replied.
Call me Uncle Theo."
I smiled and said, "All right, Uncle Theo."
"Now, where be a good spot me and me family can set up without stepping on anyone's toes?"
Uncle Theo asked while looking around. "I assume you were here to work the mine in the dungeon, right?" I asked to clarify.
"Aye."
"Then how about the east side of the valley? I don't think the dungeon has spread that way, and you would be able to create a decent-sized complex alongside the valley wall," I suggested. Most of the time when a clan of dwarves set up shop, they'd like to build slightly away from the area of population as they could be quite loud. He twirled his mustache as he thought it over.
"That works for me."
We spent the next hour discussing the exact location, and I met a few of the elders of the clan. They all seemed to be likable people, and I felt that this situation was good for the town. The only elder I had trouble with was an old man who almost didn't feel like a dwarf. It felt like he could see into my soul.
"Little girl, your guards at the first gate were severely lacking. I would recommend fixing that. A large force such as ours showed up, and they still let us pass with just a show of our badges."
The elder clicked his tongue.
"We could have taken half this city with little trouble."
Sorry, I said, not sure what else to say. He shook his head.
A leader doesn't apologize so easily,
he said.
I see my services are required here more than I would have thought.
He muttered quite loud enough for me to hear. Services? I asked.
I am a tutor, trainer, coach, or whatever I need to be to help the ignorant grow up.
Ah, okay. I quickly made my escape after that, not wanting to continue the conversation. I talked to a few of the other dwarves to get a gauge on their desire to be here, but all of them seemed quite excited. Mithril was hard to come by naturally, and the only mines were strictly controlled by the kingdom and Empire's royal armies. If Regan really had a vein of it on the 6th floor, then my town may have been in for some serious change. Once I had seen the dwarves to their new location, I went back to my office. This was going to cause a lot of paperwork, and I wanted to get the other stuff finished before the new batch arrived. I arrived at the office, and the few people I had hired were harried from all the work. I really needed to increase my workforce. As soon as I stepped into the office, a clerk ran over to me. "My lady, we just got a message from one of the scouts we hired," she said, flustered. "What's wrong?" "There are large gatherings of monsters on either side of the valley. The scout was only able to confirm a head count of over 10,000. "What? Let me see the report. Surely it must be wrong," I said. She handed me the report, and I read it thoroughly to be sure. The scout had reported that a large mass of monsters had been found roughly 200 kilometers from the valley entrance. He couldn't get too close, so he'd used the mountain to scout the gathering and was sure that there were at least 10,000. This was only on the Thonica side. The scout on the Lekazar side was still checking, but the lack of monsters in the surrounding forest led him to believe the situation might be similar. The scout on the Thonica side said that more monsters were pouring in daily, but he couldn't tell when they would hit the point where they would start attacking each other due to hunger. If a strong enough monster controlled them, then it might be a while before they attacked. I grabbed my head. This was crazy. How was I supposed to protect the valley from nearly 20,000 monsters? I couldn't be sure of the number, but Tier 2 alone had barely 1,000 people. Wait, I wasn't alone in this. I had allies. Surely they would be able to help. Even if it were only supporting, they would be a great help. Izora and her airship alone would help tremendously against flying monsters. The dwarves who'd just come in could reinforce the walls at the valley entrance. Luckily, they were only a couple 100 meters wide and would be a considerable funnel for the monsters. I put my hand on my gun. Then there was Regan. I wasn't sure if he would provide an army again like with the necromancers, but it wouldn't hurt to inform him about the situation. Hell, he might have a one-stop solution to this problem that I didn't know about, I thought. I called Rakris into the office. "Is Regan still busy with his thing?" I asked.
"You know you could ask him yourself, right?"
Rakris said and pointed at my bracelet. I wanted to smack myself for forgetting about it. I put my hand over the bracelet and sent a message to Regan. "You able to talk?"
"What is it?"
A voice that seemed to have anger laced in it sent back. Just wanted to inform you about a situation we have out here. A monster horde is forming on both sides of the valley. It numbers at least 10,000 on the Thonica side," I explained hurriedly.
"You handle the Thonica side, I'll handle the Lekazar side,"
Regan said. Then the line went quiet. "Okay," I said to the empty air.
"Master seemed to be upset. Don't take it personally. On another note, he just told me he is sending you another helper. This one is even worse than me. He said to throw her in the middle of the horde for all he cares. Ouch, he really is pissed about something."
I realized who he was talking about and shuddered. "Do I really have to let her near me?" I asked.
"Well, I don't know why, but she is basically in love with the master now, so I think she'll behave for the most part."
I sighed and pulled out some parchment. I needed to send letters to the Adventurers Guild to recruit more people for the defense of the town. I was really thankful to Regan for giving me so much gold over the last few months. I was in the middle of drafting the letter when a woman walked into the office led by Rakris. I could only tell it was a woman from her figure. She wore what I thought was a jester or clown outfit that was just black and white. She had a mask that was set in a permanent smile that looked quite sinister to me. I noticed that she not only had on the same type of collar that Rakris wore, but there were cuffs on her arms and legs as well. Over her breast was a symbol I hadn't seen before. It was a big gear with a crystal in the center, with smaller gears linked with the big one.
"Ah, little miss, a pleasure to see you again," Julie said with a mocking bow.
"I was really hoping Regan would kill you," I said. She laughed, seemingly delighted for a moment.
"Master, he is the one true master I have been looking for."
"Really? A necromancer looking for a master? You have no idea what you're playing with, do you, little girl? Julie said as she tried not to laugh. Who's the one bound and who's the one free? I retorted. These little things, she said as she stroked them. These connect me to Master. I want him to put more on me. Okay, you're scaring my staff, so please sit in the corner or something, I said, slightly put off by her. Why did Regan keep sending his pet necromancers over to me?
Chapter 24. Regan. I was still pissed about what Anubis had done when I got a message from Luella about the monster horde. I felt I might have been a bit snappy with her, but whatever. I thought it over and sent Julie over to her. Just to be safe, I added a cuff version of the collar, so if she used unholy mana, even against my orders, I could absorb it before she managed to release an attack. She seemed quite pleased about the added cuffs, so I didn't worry too much. To make sure she wasn't recognized, I made her a jester outfit, as I felt it suited her. She was insane and all. Z2 had sent me a message about how all the monsters in the forest had seemingly vanished, so I connected the dots that they were being pulled into the horde that was forming. I would tell them to be on the lookout for it in the future. I thought about how I would deal with this horde on the Lekazar side. If I got Puppet to establish a subcorps somewhere in the forest, I could potentially move my army via teleportation. Monsters. I had very little information on actual monsters in this world. Goblins had been the only creatures other than mortals to step foot in my dungeon, so I had little on what to expect. Sure, I had gotten a few books from adventurers who had died in the dungeon, but seeing a monster in the flesh was different than on paper. Well, if you consider how amazed everyone had been with my dungeon army in the town defense a while ago, I thought I could introduce a few new weapons to my army if I did send them out. I spent the next few hours making designs for later when I felt a surge of energy from what felt like a far-off place. I looked up and followed the mana trail to a spot outside the valley. As I followed the mana, it was an interesting experience, to say the least. The mana was in what felt like a cord, and I could see around the area as it traveled to me, but it was a gray-white world with almost no details. I arrived at the location and saw Azra swimming away from where she had placed my subcorps. It looked like it was floating above a hot spring. There were even some automata soaking around the edges. I looked farther and saw a small village that was taking shape a little distance from the hot spring. I would have to get the details about where all the mortals came from when I saw Puppet. I thought about what I wanted to do here. I could go quiet and have a hideaway, or I could go big and really make a statement to the people of this world. I pulled all the titanium tungsten alloy and several other metals and materials I had in my storage and focused on what I wanted to build. I would need a launch point in the future for any airships that I wanted to keep. Plus, the farther in the air it was, the more distance I would get when I started to claim area with my aura. I could feel the wellspring of mana below me, so I didn't want to block that off. I could use it in the future to attract tourists, if this place ever developed that far. I created 7 pillars that were engineered to hold the weight of the tower I planned to create. I decided to make a show for the people watching and had them fall from the sky. They collided with the ground, the metal snaking out like roots to add even more support for the structure. Back at the surface, I led them up and had them fuse to create a single structure. You could enter from any of the supports and would be able to reach the main tower. From there, it was a test of several things. I wanted to see how high I could take the core and how high I could take the steel. My subcore made it to nearly 1,500 meters high before I felt a resistance. I could tell that if I manually built the tower, I could take it higher, but I felt it was high enough at this point. I set the core at the top and moved down roughly 100 meters and created a wide platform that could house roughly a small city on it without too many problems. I wanted to go big, so I did. I couldn't see any flying monsters around at the moment, but I didn't want to take any chances, so I installed several anti-aircraft turrets around the platform and along the main tower as well. I looked it over and decided it was good enough for now. I could tell the party was waiting for me to descend. I set the core to absorb and expand from mana that it absorbed, created my avatar, which was much harder to do than normal, and jumped. I was about a third of the way down when I sent a message to Azra as a joke. Superhero landing. I soon reached the ground and braced myself like they did in a really old franchise of movies back on Earth. I collided with the ground and made a small crater. Ah, I've wanted to do that since I first got this body. Totally blew away some stress there, I said out loud. Father, Z2 shouted as she rushed forward and hugged me. Z2, it's only been a few days, but I can honestly say I miss you all, I said as I patted her head. All the stress of the last few days faded away. I thought I might send Anubis out there as punishment, but I wanted to make sure I could trust him. Saren was still working on repairing him, since I had blown half his body away. Father, Puppet said with his ninja kneel. I almost had to pry Z2 off, but I managed to separate from her gently and moved over to Puppet. Puppet, I see that everyone is still alive and well. Good job, I said, and patted his shoulder. Thank you, Father. I looked over to Azra. Good job, I said with a smile. She nodded, and I turned to Natsuko and Natsuo and asked, You two been getting along? Of course, Father, Natsuko replied. I have taken good care of Natsuo. Natsuo nodded as well. Good, I said as I patted them on the head. I looked around at the gathered automata and mortals. There were more automata than when they had disappeared, and I wanted to know where they'd found all the mortals. An automaton that looked like a scientist stood nearby with what I felt was awe on his face. He was wearing a white coat that had at least a dozen different pockets containing tools. I moved my gaze to the structure next to him and noticed that it was like an electromagnetic pulse generator. I moved over to him and asked, What is this for? As I gestured at the structure. Creator, it is using the natural properties of the mana spring to generate a pulse of mana for us to stay functioning, he explained excitedly. I nodded and replied, Very good. Caring for your fellow automata is a commendable trait. You flatter me, Creator. I looked at his rough white coat and decided to reward him. I used the best fabric I had gotten so far and infused a layer of orichalcum into it. I added the symbol I had been using for the dungeon and handed it over. He took it with reverence and bowed his head as he repeatedly thanked me. Next, I moved over to the Major. You succeeded in your mission, even though it cost you your path home. Even then, you still held out with hope. Well done, soldier. Sir, yes, sir, he responded with a salute. I smiled at the sight of it, as it was what the U.S. Army used to do. For the next hour or so, I heard the report of what had happened and the small journey of the party. I was surprised there was an ancient city in the middle of the forest that the necromancers had found and even been able to retroactively use to attack the valley. I had to give it to the necromancers for their resourcefulness when it came to getting the task done. They had even found a way to power the ancient teleporter with sacrifices. I also needed to be more thorough about my questioning of prisoners. Rakras and Julie should have both known about it. They would both be punished when I got back. I felt the aura of the subcore here and was shocked that it had reached almost 9 kilometers already. It seemed that the aura expanded roughly 6 meters for every meter it dropped. The tower in the town was relatively short to begin with, so I never noticed. The aura here had yet to reach the ground, so it was still expanding. Not to mention that the core had already absorbed enough mana to break through the 7th level of Tier 1. I set a design for a small town for when the aura reached the ground, so that the people here would have better conditions. I would let them decide most of the arrangements themselves with the co-mayor setup they had going. It sounded like a decent idea, as long as the two sides never went to the extremes on any topics. But with them being in the dungeon now, I doubted it would ever come to that. I made sure to make the grocery store and a small supply store so that anyone could get food or materials to practice any crafts they might have had before becoming slaves. Once I had finished most of the setup work, I went and found Puppet and Company to discuss the situation regarding the monster horde. "Puppet, I have a new mission for you guys," I said. Puppet did his ninja kneel. "Yes, Father." I smiled and said, "I need you to find the monster horde that is forming roughly to the south of here. Then you will lead a force to remove the problem." "Understood. I already have an idea on where they are inhabiting." Puppet started to say when there was a roar outside the village. "What was that?" I asked, surprised. "Zuthon!" Haydn, the co-mayor of the village, shouted. We rushed to the wall at the edge of the village and saw the dragon rushing toward it. I pulled some of the weapons I had designed earlier from my storage and set them on the wall. 2 turrets that used a chain gun and 2 16-centimeter barrels that would fire either AP or HE rounds, depending on the situation. I used some thick pillars that angled back into the ground behind the wall. My eyes widened when a dragon burst through the tree line. It didn't have any wings, so it might have been considered a salamander or large lizard by some geek communities, but this being was putting off the demeanor of a dragon. His top scales were deep green, and his underscales a tan color. "What is going on here?" the dragon roared once he finished breaking through the tree line. He froze, however, after he looked over the wall to see the taller-than-some mountains tower I had built. "Zuthon? Is that correct?" I asked as loudly as I could, as we were still almost 200 meters apart. What do you want, puny metal man?" Zuthon said, keeping his gaze on the tower. I shrugged and continued. "I have claimed this area as my dungeon. I hope this hasn't crossed any lines with the monster territories around here." Like I care about territory lines. I am a dragon. I bow or give face to no one," Zuthon said as I got his full attention. I wasn't sure what I'd said that made him so mad. Now, I have great respect for dragons. I don't want this to come to blows," I said, as I tried to make calming gestures. "I have no need for your respect," he shouted, and slammed his front claw on the ground. A jut of rock, nearly a small hill's amount, ripped from the ground and shot at me. Azra jumped forward and braced her shield as a small field of energy covered it. The boulder slammed into her and seemed to jerk strangely as it shot up. I noticed a bit of the mana was pulled into Azra's body from when it touched her shield. The boulder reached nearly 30 meters in the air before it started to drop back to the ground. I connected to the cannon turret and aimed. A moment later, when the boulder was lined up right, I mentally pulled the trigger and fired. The force of the blast cracked the wall, and the HE shell exploded after it made it halfway through the boulder. The second barrel fired a moment later and exploded on impact right in front of the dragon. He was tossed back from the explosion, seemingly caught off guard. I noticed that while he appeared singed, he was mostly unharmed. "What manner of magic is this?" Zuthon shouted. "Science. Now are you ready to talk?" I asked. I didn't want to make an enemy out of such a powerful being, at least not right now. Zuthon thought it over for a minute and finally nodded. "Pride got the better of me, metal man. I offer my apology." "No problem. I assume you felt the mana from the dungeon?" "Yes, I was excited, as I haven't eaten in weeks, besides normal prey. Even a measly goblin would be nice right now." "I see," I said, and thought it over. He wanted meat that had mana infused with it, but I didn't feel right about summoning a bunch of goblins just to have him eat them, not after starting to fix the race. I pulled out some of the bacon that was made on the plains floor. "How about this? It's just pig meat, but it was raised in the dungeon." I tossed the nearly 5 pounds of meat over to him. He caught it in his claw, which was surprisingly dexterous. He sniffed it, probably to make sure it was not poisoned, and popped it into his gullet. "What? What is this?" He roared loudly, enough that the trees shook a bit. "That, my friend, is bacon, one of the 7 wonders of the world," I said, adding a small white lie at the end.
"Bacon! More! Give me more!"
Zuthon demanded, with an almost pleading look. I checked my storage and summoned about half of what I had absorbed lately. I summoned one of the trailers so that the nearly 1,000 pounds didn't get dirt in it. Zuthon treated the trailer like a plate and ate from it happily. It reminded me of taming a pet dog. I coughed and banished the thought. "Zuthon, how about you stay here for now? I can get you more bacon and other meats as long as you protect this village," I offered the feasting dragon.
"Metal Man, my territory was largely in this area anyway, so I have no problem with this agreement, as long as bacon is provided every morning."
I thought it was weird that he would give up his territory to the group and decided to just ask, "Why did you let them settle here anyway?"
"They gave me 1 person a week, so 3 people total. It was almost time for the 4th, but this bacon tastes much better. Mortals are crunchy, and the other things have too much metal for my taste after the first one."
I nodded. It was probably the only deal they could come up with to get out of the situation alive. Indeed, after I asked the Major, he informed me that 2 elderly people and 1 automaton had been given to the dragon. I felt it was a pity to have lost someone after being saved from the necromancers, but at least they gave to their loved ones in the end and would hopefully be remembered by them in the future.
Journey 3. Azra. I watched the dragon as it made its way through the forest away from us. The huge figure managed to pass through the trees without damaging them, and I saw that the trees seemed to tilt away from him as he passed. I felt a slight sensation from the terra mana that seemed to be from the dragon. I figured he must be shifting the ground around the roots to tilt the trees. It was a simple but very masterful use of mana, especially on a continuous basis like that. After the dragon was a good ways away, we took off again, headed in the direction that the dragon had mentioned. It was in the same direction, so it wasn't that big a change. We soon noticed signs of people traversing this part of the forest, and more than should have been in the automata group that vanished. It was dawn when we came upon a decent-sized wooden and stone wall. It was at least 5 meters tall from what I could tell. We noticed what looked like a gate and made our way for it. We were about 50 meters from it when we heard a voice. "Halt!" We quickly came to a stop and looked up at the top of the gate. There was an automaton standing with an air rifle pointed at us. It looked a little different than the ones Master created, but it might just have been that it had to adapt.
"We come,"
Puppet said, but was interrupted.
"Lord Puppet, open the gate!"
The automaton called down to the other side of the gate.
"Lord Puppet?"
Natsuko snickered quietly.
"Then I better be Lady Natsuko."
"They don't know you. You were made after them. How about little sister Natsuko?" I teased her.
"Humph, they should recognize greatness from just a glance,"
Natsuko said with her nose in the air. The gates soon opened and we were led in by the guard. I was surprised by what I saw. There weren't just automata but also mortals, and what I now saw was a village. I spotted several of the automata as we walked in. They seemed to be either the leaders or the protectors of the village. The village had several huts and some other large buildings that looked to have been roughly made with terra magic. We were led to a larger hut in the center of the village. It had 2 wings with a large center structure. While it was still roughly made, it looked like someone had tried to make it a little nicer. The automaton knocked on the door and a mortal opened it. I wasn't sure who was in charge now. Finally, we arrived at an office-like room that had 2 rough desks on either side. Next to the left desk stood a mortal beast man. He had wolf features and seemed quite powerful. He was large and appeared to have seen several battlefields. Next to the right desk stood Master's major automaton. He had changed, though, as before he'd looked, well, plain. Now he had several extra weapons on his person. On his chest, where a person's heart would be, were several shapes that seemed to have been attached.
"Lord Puppet, Lady Z2, and Lady Azra, the Creator has finally found us,"
the Major said when he saw us.
"That's right. Father has been worried about you. Sorry it took us so long,"
Puppet replied.
"Nonsense, the mission is life,"
the Major said, saluting with a straight hand to the forehead, which was different from the Thonica one I knew.
How about we hear what happened? Master has been wondering how you got out of the valley, I said to keep the conversation moving.
Yes, ma'am. We pursued 2 fleeing necromancers on the Creator's orders. They were in the middle of a spell or ritual when we attacked, and the next thing we knew, we arrived at a ruin. There were several undead and the 2 necromancers, but we managed to defeat them while only losing 1 unit. Once all hostile forces were eliminated, we destroyed the method they used to attack the valley. While clearing the ruins, we found nearly 200 hostages that were being used to power the ruins' teleporter.
The wolf beast man cut in there.
We are really thankful to this group,
he said surprisingly articulately.
We were slaves bought by the bloody necros to be sacrificed.
He gestured to his chest.
With this thing, even if we went to a city, we would just go back to the markets, so we decided to stick with this group. Co-Mayor Haydn has been most helpful in keeping the mortals cooperating. We soon realized that we wouldn't last long outside of the Creator's aura, then an auxiliary unit had an idea. We absorbed some mana from the mortals and were able to keep functioning.
The Major continued.
Then we found this place, which let both of our peoples coexist even more.
What's special about this location?
Puppet asked.
A wellspring of mana, a naturally occurring phenomenon. We are able to absorb the mana from this spring and remain functioning. In fact, just yesterday, the auxiliary unit finished building a device that would absorb some of the excess mana and send it to the automata in the village.
Amazing. Father did say he was gaining mana from your unit, but he wasn't sure the reason.
Puppet said.
We are still helpful to the Creator. The others will be pleased to hear this,
the Major said. We listened to a few more reports of the situation before we hit on another issue that had been raised while we traveled through the forest.
The patrols that we can manage have not found any monsters within a 150-kilometer radius. The mortals have managed to go a bit farther, but it is dangerous to go too far south. Recently, the mortals haven't been able to leave the village in case Zuthon encounters them.
Zuthon? I asked.
A land dragon that claims the area a bit to the west as his territory.
Haydn volunteered. Ah, we met him. He seemed hungry, I said, the image of the dominant figure walking away coming to mind.
That would be correct. He needs magical meat, monsters, to sate his hunger. All that's in the forest in this area now are regular game,
Haydn explained. Once we were finished, I pulled the others to the side. I think we should plant one of Master's cores here. I feel like this mana spring would be beneficial to him. Puppet thought for a moment before he replied.
I agree. We had planned on planting one within 1,000 kilometers anyway. I'd judge us to be around 600 or so after factoring in how far we traveled with the bikes.
The sooner I see Father again, the better,
Z2 voiced curtly.
I feel like I'm going to need a bigger gun,
Natsuko said. I guess the encounter with the dragon had bothered her as well. Natsuo just nodded. We moved over to the mayor's and got their approval. The Major was excited, to say the least. He led us over to the mana spring. A large pond that had steam rising out of it soon entered my vision. A few automata were sitting in the water as well. To the side, a structure of some sort that had 2 pipes leading into the water stood. I wasn't sure how it functioned, but I could see a slight buildup of mana as we approached the structure. An automaton that stood next to the structure noticed us and made his way over.
I heard the lords had finally come. This is so exciting. I hope the Creator is pleased with what I have made, he said as he rubbed his hands excitedly. He had on a white cloth that had a bunch of tools in nearly a dozen or so pockets. I'm sure Master will be pleased with you. You basically kept all your brothers alive all this time, I assured him. Thank you, Lady Azra. When we became trapped over on this side, it was like something opened in my head, and I just had all these ideas. Several of the others also became more after a while. That's amazing. Master will be fascinated by you bunch, I'm sure. We want to plant one of his subcores so that he will be able to come here, I said, and pulled out the canister. I was thinking at the center of the mana spring, as you call it. Of course. That would probably be the best. It produces a lot of mana. I moved over to the pond and jumped in. I was able to walk most of the way, but near the center there was a deep drop-off and I couldn't tell how far it went. I swam to what I thought was the center and used my tail to stay afloat while I opened the canister. I gently set the crystal on the surface of the water, where it stayed without moving. I quickly swam back to the shore, not sure what might happen. A few moments later I felt a surge of mana rush from the core. It almost felt like I was hit with a solid object and I was pushed back a few meters. The core suddenly shot into the air and was soon out of sight, with the sunlight hiding it.
I wasn't sure how high it went before I saw something start to descend toward us. More than descending, it looked like it was being grown from midair. 7 pillars soon collided with the ground, forming a rough circle around the pond that encompassed nearly 200 meters by my rough estimate. The pillars angled toward a single point, where they fused and became what looked like a tower. This tower was nothing like I had ever seen before. It seemed to be made out of some type of metal and had whole sections that seemed to be made out of glass. There was so much of it. Soon the tower grew, and the top flowed out like a mushroom and made a platform that had to be several hundred, if not more, meters in diameter. Watching the display, I was amazed at the power of the master. The automata of the village had gathered around and had their heads bowed in what seemed to be respect or prayer. The mortals had also gathered around, but they were more in shock and awe than worship, which was probably for the best. I also noted a few people with fear on their faces, but who wouldn't be afraid when a mountain basically appeared in front of you? A moment later, a familiar feeling washed over me, and I knew that the master had arrived. Journey 4, Azra. I stood there in awe at the mountain that had just appeared in front of me when I heard a voice whisper as if from next to me,
"Superhero landing."
I jerked around but didn't see anyone. I asked Scold, but he said he didn't say anything, as he was also in awe at the moment. A moment later, a figure dropped from the sky and created a crater as he landed. He was kneeling with his head bowed, then stood up, and I realized it was Master. His body was looking a little darker than usual, but other than that, he seemed normal. He started to laugh once he finished standing up.
I've wanted to do that since I first got this body. Totally blew away some stress there.
Master said to no one in particular.
"Father!"
Z2 shouted as she rushed forward and hugged Master.
Z2, it's only been a few days, but I can honestly say I miss you all,
Master said as he patted her head.
Father,
Puppet said with his ninja kneel. It looked as if Master almost had to pry Z2 off, but he managed to separate from her gently and moved over to Puppet.
Puppet, I see that everyone is still alive and well. Good job,
Master said and patted his shoulder.
Thank you, Father.
He turned to me.
Good job,
he said with a smile. I nodded. I didn't need much more to be satisfied, as long as I did my job right. Master turned to Natsuko and Natsuo and asked,
You two been getting along?
Of course, Father,
Natsuko replied.
I have taken good care of Natsuo.
Natsuo nodded as well.
Good,
he said as he patted them on the head. Master looked around at the gathered automata and mortals. He moved over to the automaton that was wearing the white coat and asked as he gestured at the structure,
What is this for? Creator, it is using the natural properties of the mana spring to generate a pulse of mana for us to stay functioning,
he explained excitedly. Master nodded. I guessed he was able to understand just from that, but it went right over my head. He replied,
Very good. Caring for your fellow automata is a commendable trait. You flatter me, Creator,
the automaton said, and a moment later, Master created another white coat that seemed fit for a king and handed it to him. Next, Master moved over to the Major.
You succeeded in your mission, even though it cost you your path home. Even then, you still held out with hope. Well done, soldier. Sir, yes, sir,
he responded with a salute. Master seemed to enjoy the motion that the automaton made, so I memorized it for later. We told Master about our journey so far, short as it was. Master seemed pretty interested in the ruins near the valley, but waved it away when we told him we destroyed them. I was glad he wasn't upset, but as I thought about it, I had never really seen him mad. After about an hour or so, Master turned to us.
Puppet, I have a new mission for you guys.
Puppet did his kneel that he usually only did for Master.
Yes, Father. I need you to find the monster horde forming roughly to the south of here. Then you will lead a force to remove the problem. Understood. I already have an idea where they are inhabiting.
Puppet started to say when there was a roar outside the village.
What was that?
Master asked, surprised.
Zuthon!
Haydn, the co-mayor of the village, shouted. We rushed to the wall at the edge of the village and saw the dragon rushing toward the village. I stood next to Master as he made some weirdly shaped weapons appear, or at least I assumed they were weapons. They kind of reminded me of the giant crossbow things the city guard kept on the towers on the walls of some cities. My eyes widened when a dragon burst through the tree line. It was the same creature that we encountered earlier that day. He looked pretty flustered, if a dragon could look flustered.
"What is going on here?"
The dragon roared once he finished breaking through the tree line. He froze, however, after he looked over the wall to see the taller-than-some-mountains tower that Master had built.
"Zuthon, is that correct?"
Master asked.
"Huh. What do you want, puny metal man?"
Zuthon said, keeping his gaze on the tower. I found that I was starting to dislike this dragon and thought he had better not keep insulting Master. Master shrugged and continued.
"I have claimed this area as my dungeon. I hope this hasn't crossed any lines with the monster territories around here." "Humph! Like I care about territory lines. I am a dragon. I bow or give face to no one,"
Zuthon said as Master got his full attention. Did Master not know that dragons were really prideful? You're supposed to give them a lot of respect when you encounter one.
Now, I have great respect for dragons. I don't want this to come to blows,"
Master said as he tried to make calming gestures. I tilted my head, but couldn't think of the words to say. What I really wanted to say, though, was, "No, you don't."
"I have no need for your respect,"
Zuthon shouted and slammed his front claw on the ground. A jut of rock, nearly a small hill's amount, ripped from the ground and shot at Master.
"We got this,"
Scold said in my mind. I gulped and jumped forward as I braced my shield. I tried to recreate the effect I'd done at the competition to absorb the mana and reflect it if I could. It felt like my hand fused to the shield, and I became acutely aware of Scold inhabiting the shield. The boulder slammed into me. I felt what seemed like a tidal wave of Terra mana wash over me through the shield. Then I focused all my will on forcing the boulder up into the air. It seemed to jerk strangely as it shot up. Even after the boulder had stopped touching my shield, there was still quite a bit of mana, so I did my best to absorb it as it was basically pure Terra mana. The boulder reached nearly 30 meters in the air before it started to drop back to the ground. Master looked at the boulder, and the weapon he had created seemed to follow his line of sight. A moment later, the weapon made a tremendous noise. The force of the blast cracked the wall, and the boulder exploded after it made it halfway through. The second barrel fired a moment later and exploded on impact right in front of the dragon. He was tossed back from the explosion, seemingly caught off guard. I was amazed that Master was able to harm such a powerful creature.
"What manner of magic is this?"
Zuthon shouted.
"Science. Now, are you ready to talk?"
Master asked. Zuthon thought it over for a minute and finally nodded.
"Pride got the better of me, metal man. I offer my apology."
"No problem. I assume you felt the mana from the dungeon?"
"Yes, I was excited, as I haven't eaten in weeks besides normal prey. Even a measly goblin would be nice right now."
"I see," Master said and started to tap his chin in thought. Master pulled out some of the meats the same way he made the weapons appear.
"How about this? It's just pig meat, but it was raised in the dungeon."
He tossed what looked like several pounds of meat over to him. Zuthon caught it in his claw, which was surprisingly dexterous. He sniffed it, probably to make sure it was not poisoned, and popped it into his gullet. Then his eyes opened like saucers.
What? What is this?"
He roared loudly enough that the tree shook a bit.
"That, my friend, is bacon, one of the 7 wonders of the world,"
Master said. I would have to ask him for the other 6 wonders later. It sounded amazing.
"Bacon! More! Give me more!"
Zuthon demanded with an almost pleading look. Master waved his hand, and an extra-large cart of some kind of metal that was loaded with bacon appeared.
"Zuthon, how about you stay here for now? I can get you more bacon and other meats as long as you protect this village,"
Master offered the feasting dragon.
"Metal man, my territory was largely in this area anyway, so I have no problem with this agreement as long as bacon is provided every morning."
Master then asked,
"Why did you let them settle here anyway?"
"They gave me 1 person a week, so 3 people total. It was almost time for the 4th, but this bacon tastes much better. Mortals are crunchy, and the other things have too much metal for my taste after the first one."
I gulped at the mention of Zuthon eating people. I knew the escapees had no other choice with the forest being full of monsters. It seemed the path to civilization, or south, was blocked by the horde. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. It seemed that Master was satisfied, so he left, but I wanted to talk to Zuthon some more. It wasn't every day that you got to speak to what was considered one of the purest element creatures, and most elementals couldn't talk. Everyone else followed Master while I made my way off the wall. Some of the villagers were looking at the spot that Master had damaged earlier and trying to figure out how to fix it. I made my way over to Zuthon, who was still eating to his heart's content. May I talk to you for a bit? I asked nervously. Zuthon stopped eating and looked at me. He was even closer than last night, and it was much brighter, so we were both able to get a better look at the other. Zuthon was true to his heritage, with deep green and tan scales. His teeth and claws looked to be made from some of the strongest metal I had ever seen.
Now that I look closely at you, you seem to be a distant cousin. Very distant,
Zuthon said after what felt like an hour, but was only a couple of minutes. Cousin? I asked with curiosity.
Indeed, the lizard.
He scoffed at the word lizard.
Beast people are in fact from a dragon heritage. In your case, I would say a land dragon such as myself.
Zuthon explained and took another bite from the pile of meat.
But it looks like that connection has been weakened by something.
I am bound to the dungeon. I was changed when that happened.
Ah, yes, nasty part of the magic. I once saw a drake that had to bind himself to a goblin dungeon to survive. Poor thing could barely be called Drake, all twisted and corrupted. You would have thought the necromancers had gotten to him.
Do you have any tips you could bestow upon me? It's not every day that one meets an expert such as yourself. Just the bit with the trees last night, where you were walking through the forest, was already on another level. I asked, and made sure to flatter him, though I meant every word of it.
I do know my stuff,
Zuthon said as he gave me a very sharp, toothy grin.
Let's see. Terra is the building block of the world. Without Terra, there is no fire, water, or air. Terra is solid, yes, but it is also soft, giving, and warm. Have you ever experienced a Terra quake?
No. While he still ate from the meat, he swung his tail and it collided with the ground. A few 100 meters away from us, in the forest, a rumble started to build. A moment later, large sections of the ground seemed to split apart and grind and jump together, creating what looked like chaos to me. The trees were torn apart as they fell into the mass of dirt and rocks. A few moments later, the shaking stopped, and then the whole section that was affected seemed to sink and merge, creating a small hill that, while it looked rough, still would be commonplace in a forest.
That is a small sample. That is an artificial terraquake. In certain parts of this world, terraquakes are much more common, and I have heard it's impossible to live there unless you are a terra mage. Fast, destructive, but also part of nature.
I thought it over for several long minutes. It indeed wasn't the answer to life, but it did help me understand Terra better. I had always formed it to be robust and rigid, and the thing with the sand was still solid in my mind. Each grain made the pile bigger. But now I saw that Terra could also embrace so that new life could grow. Thank you, Master Zuthon. I would be honored if you let me practice my Terra magic with you sometime, I said and bowed in thanks.
As long as your master gives me this magical meat, I don't mind,
Zuthon said and threw what was probably half my weight in meat into his mouth in one go. I quickly made my way back to the tower Master had built. The whole time I was thinking about the power of the Terra quake I'd been shown.
Chapter 25. Regan. I stood at the top of my new tower and examined the surroundings. I was able to see for quite a distance from this height, and even managed to see the mountains surrounding the valley. I was still waiting for the aura to hit the ground. The subcore had even broken through to the 8th level of Tier 1 while I waited. I was really considering upgrading the tower in the valley to this version. I would have to wait a while to let my material stockpile build back up, but it would only take a few weeks at the most. After I had waited for nearly 2 hours, the aura finally connected with the ground. The aura was quite dense and actually caused a small impact in the area surrounding the village. It had reached nearly 12 kilometers. When the aura finally settled, I experienced what felt like 3 separate pressures on the edge of my mind. I focused on the one to the east and got a sense of something looking back at me. I turned to the southeast and was met with the same sensation. I had an inkling what they were, but before I tried anything, I decided to get a second opinion. I wasn't sure Ignia would be able to get here on her own, so I went ahead and teleported her to me. Ignia, I feel some... I started to say. Father, this is amazing, Ignia interrupted me. I can see so far. Yeah, I just made it. It makes a good distraction if the valley ever gets too much attention, I replied. She looked down from the edge of the platform where I stood and jerked back. I guess even if you could fly, it would still seem high. She landed on the ground and crawled forward carefully to look again. After a few moments, she started to rise slowly into the air as she got used to the height, I guessed. Finally, she turned to me. "Sorry, what did you need, Father?" When my aura here finished expanding, I could feel a few different sensations on the edge of my awareness, I explained, and then asked, "I guess those are other dungeons?" "I believe so. That's what my memories are telling me." "All right. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure. Want me to send you back?" "No, I'll hang around here for a bit," she said, and moved back to the edge of the platform. I concentrated on the presence to the east, not sure what to expect, but keeping my hopes up. As soon as I looked over at it, the presence responded in turn and seemed to focus on me. I thought about what to say for a minute before I sent a feeling of wanting to talk, not really sure what else to do. "Hello?" A moment later, the world faded. Then I was in something that felt like a room, but wasn't quite there. Half of the room had a modern feel, with smooth white walls and neon lights. A screen on the wall had an outside-like view of the world. A chair, that if I saw it on Earth, I would think to be cybernetic energy, sat in the center of this side of the room. Made out of bluish energy, it pulsed strongly. The other side of the room had a much more medieval feel to it. It looked like a throne room from a castle. There were torches and several other decorations that would seem cliché in a video game had I seen them in one. Several mounted heads on the walls made me cringe, as they weren't just animals, but heads of mortals as well. I summoned my avatar's image, instinctively knowing that it wasn't actually here. I sat in the blue chair and waited for the other host to appear. A man soon appeared, dressed like a noble. He had silver hair and silver eyes. 2 leathery wings framed his back. "Hello," I said again, to make the first move. "Greetings, young one. I am Vald. I have heard rumors of you from the adventurers who challenged my halls," the man said, as a glass of what I thought was wine appeared in his hand. "All good things, I hope. I'm Regan." "Indeed. A lot of my regulars are talking of migrating to your halls. I've had to increase the rewards several-fold to keep them interested," he said with a frown. "Sorry," I volunteered. "Speaking of halls," he said as he looked around me, "you have a particularly interesting decor behind you." I glanced around my side before I replied, "What can I say? I like the better things in life. Torches just rub me the wrong way." His frown deepened, but he continued, "What have you brought me here for?" Nothing really. Just wanted to talk to a fellow dungeon," I said honestly. "Pointless. We are rivals in this world. I have nothing else to say to you," he said as his image started to fade. Soon the room followed, and I stood back on the platform on my tower. I thought about talking to the other one to the south, but decided I really didn't care for another meeting like that. But there was the sensation to the north that I wanted to check before I stopped for today. I turned my attention to the north and felt for the presence. It was harder to find, but after I increased my span a bit, the sensation from earlier reappeared. I attempted the handshake that I had done earlier with Vald. As soon as I reached out, red runes flared in my vision. I examined them for nearly an hour before I found a way around them. I don't know who made the collars, but I should be thankful. The collars were almost like a Rosetta Stone for the necromancer runecraft. I made my way through the firewall made of runes, all while copying the runes in my mental notebook. The room I saw earlier superimposed itself again with my side, while the other side took on a whole new image of a blackened bedroom. Chains wrapped around a chair made out of a tree. It looked like even here she was significantly restricted by the curse of the collar. The girl appeared a moment later, and the slack on the chains disappeared as they drew taut around her. My figure appeared in my chair, and I looked her over, as it had been several months since that first vision, and it had happened so fast I wasn't sure of her description. It seemed my memory had served me well, though, as she looked just as I remembered her. She had long pinkish hair and would still seem quite young, in her middle or late teens. Her gauntlet arm seemed as deadly as before, but her sword was missing. It felt like her black iron crown had grown a little. She opened her eyes and looked over, and something seemed to speak to my soul at her struggle. "Can you talk?" I asked. She shook her head. "I see," I said sadly. I didn't know why, but I really wanted to hear her voice. I wasn't sure how to ask her any questions that would be helpful with only yes and no. I tried to see if I could get up, and found that I could. I walked over to her, and her eyes got wider as I did. I grabbed her regular hand in mine and gripped it tightly. "I promise to help you. I just need a little more time. I'm going to ask you some questions so that it will be easier for me to get here. Is that okay?" I asked. She stared at my hand for nearly 5 minutes as tears leaked from her eyes. I stayed silent as I let her have the time. I felt I could wait a lifetime for her, and I wasn't sure why that didn't bother me. Finally, she turned her eyes to mine and nodded. "How many floors do you have?" I asked, and started counting from 10. Finally, she nodded when I got to 90 floors. I continued, "Is that your max?" This got another nod. That would put her at Tier 2, Level 8. That's if she followed the same setup as I did. I asked a few more questions, but soon ran out of ones that could be answered with yes or no. I had already been there for nearly an hour, but I decided it was all right to stay for a while longer. I could still sense my dungeons, and I thought that she could use the company of someone who was actually trying to help her instead of controlling her. I kept holding her hand, as she seemed to enjoy it. I would have stroked her hair, but I wanted to avoid touching the chains in case it alerted someone to my presence. I told her of my life on this world so far, and she seemed riveted the whole time, which made me happy. Finally, after another hour, I felt it would be dangerous to continue for much longer, so I said that we would meet again. She looked incredibly sad, but nodded. I smiled and maneuvered around the chains to stroke her cheek. "Don't worry, I will come for you. The name's Regan, Alara." She started to cry again when I said her name, and I wiped the tears as best I could before I made my way back to my side of the room. I let the connection fade, and my body followed suit. I waved as I slowly vanished from the room. When my view returned, I was once again on the platform of my tower, the sun noticeably lower. I frowned as I thought about the people who could enslave a being like that. Sure, I had enslaved Rockruss and Julie, but they were still allowed to move around and do some of the things they liked. Alara was completely restrained and restricted in what looked like every aspect. I swore I would make whoever had done this pay. I turned and looked at the mountains that blocked my path. I had thought about using an airship to get over them, but I feared the altitude was too much for the technology. I mentally looked to the tunnel that was seeming to take far longer than I had originally planned for. It seemed that it was my best bet, but I needed to speed up the work. I was still using the brute miners to carve a path through the mountain. It seemed like it was time to upgrade them. I thought up the next model that I had studied while in my robotic student days. The ECH would be a good step up. They were more versatile and would be stronger in case activities got dangerous outside the mountain. I set the upgrade to take effect, as I wanted to see if having the evolutionary path would allow the automaton to upgrade without my direct influence or an outside source. I turned my vision over to the forest. I still needed to handle this monster horde business first. I looked over to Puppet and Company, who it seemed were chatting with the Major about the layout of the forest. I had quite a few automata stored in some warehouse-like rooms from the constant manufacturing my foundries were doing, but they needed some upgrades. I grabbed one of the regular automata and put him in front of me. The footman automaton was built to withstand some hits, but it was built with fairness in mind. I didn't need fairness in a war. I changed all his weaker parts with strong titanium. I installed a decent-size mana stone so that he could operate for at least a few hours on battery power. Next, I made him plate armor made from a steel tungsten alloy. While tungsten was brittle, when I used it as an alloy with steel and inserted some mana, the resulting alloy made it almost strong enough to stop an armor-piercing round from a rifle. Of course, point blank or within a certain distance was a different story. But for claws and teeth, it would be more than plenty. The footmen were responsible for protecting the rear line, so I made a shield of the same alloy. It was a door shield that would cover not only the footman, but also a decent area around him. I added a mana stone on the back that had some spell script so that the automaton could channel some mana into it to create a deflection shield. I made it so that it would connect with any footman nearby in a line and create an even stronger barrier. From there, I worked on the other units that made up the garrison to make a strong force to work with. I kept the frame strength about the same and just made different add-ons for the other units. Once I was finished upgrading one unit, I sent the diagrams to Saren and had her begin to upgrade the rest of the units with her smiths on the floor. They moved like a factory work line, creating, welding, and fusing the parts as they came out of the molds. Once the upgrades were finished, I felt I would have a decent army to work with outside the dungeon.
Chapter 26. Luella. Julie was insane. I had come to that conclusion after only being around her for a few hours. She would casually mention killing people as if that solved all the world's problems. I did learn that Regan had quite a body count back from his previous life. Julie said it probably to try to scare me, but in the situation the Valley was in right now, that actually made me feel a little better. Rakris also seemed to have a hard time dealing with her after I got mad at her and told her to bug him, which she seemed to take literally. My staff, which I was afraid might quit after today, kept a noticeable distance from my office.
"Julie, please just shut up,"
Rakris said for probably the 6th time since I had sicked her on him.
"Sorry, Rakris, honey, the little girl told me to bug you,"
Julie said with a sickeningly sweet voice as she stood next to him.
"Viscountess, please save me,"
Rakris sent my way. If I could have seen his eyes, I would have thought they might be puppy dog eyes. "Sorry, Rakris, honey, if she's bugging you, she'll leave me alone," I responded. Rakris looked into the distance for a moment before Julie suddenly cried in a weird voice,
"Yes, master, I understand."
I looked over with curiosity, but only saw her sitting in one of the chairs in the room, and I kept quiet. I looked back over to Rakris and asked, "Did you really tell on her to Regan?" Rakris just turned his head the other direction and stared at the wall, ignoring me. I shrugged and went back to getting my paperwork done. I wanted to get a good chunk of it done, as I was hoping to go into the dungeon with the princess tomorrow. I had sent a message and was just waiting for her to respond. At first I was worried about exposing Regan's weapon, but he said he didn't care and that the gnomes were a good type of people. I looked at the current sheet of parchment in front of me. It was a list of known metals and materials on this continent. I wanted to get them for Regan as a gift, though I would be paying for most of it with money that Regan had given me over the months, so it was probably a moot point. The list was several sheets of parchment long, and that was just the metal list. I'd never realized how many types of minerals there were until I saw this list. I had asked one of the merchants to assemble the materials for me. I trusted him enough, but I still slipped a tip in the money for him, and even told him if he was able to get everything cheaper, he could keep the difference. Iveta walked in as I was finishing reading over all the metals. I looked up from the list and saw that she had a smile, so her trip was a good one. Isa was able to move a little, though she said she wanted chicken for some reason. I don't think she even likes chicken, Iveta said as she moved in front of my desk. I hear pregnant women have cravings. Maybe she just thinks she's getting them a lot earlier than most women normally would since she knows she's pregnant, I suggested. I wonder if the host could do something about her arm and leg, Iveta ventured idly. He's already done so much for us. I feel bad about asking him for anything else at the moment. Let's get through this monster horde and we'll see. Rakris jerked and Julie started squirming as if she wanted to say something, so I sighed and nodded to her.
"Master is happy. Something good has happened," she said excitedly.
I looked over to Rakris and he nodded. I smiled and said, "Well, considering he was upset yesterday, I'm glad something good happened then." The next day, I went over to the Adventurers Guild to see if Cassie had heard anything back from the adventurers in other cities. The guild was as busy as ever, especially so, in fact, as everyone had been told about the monster horde, and a special reward was being offered to those who stayed. My coffers would be dry at the end of this situation, but I was planning on adding a tax to the dungeon. Normally this was done when the dungeon was older, but considering both the fact that Regan had over 10 floors and the high number of adventurers that had come to the valley, it was needed to start paying for the services. I made my way up to Cassie's office, where there was an actual line of people waiting to see her. I didn't want to step on anyone's toes, so I decided to just wait my turn. Nearly an hour later, I finally got in to see her. "Cassie, good morning, I hope," I said once I had taken a seat. "Lady Luella, it's not too bad. The last few people before you were high-level adventurer party leaders, and I needed to meet them personally." "Anyone who will be particularly useful against a horde of monsters?" I asked with a smile. "Actually, yes," Cassie replied, catching me by surprise. "There is a fire terra mage, Meteor Gerald, who is well known in Thonica and has achieved many things in his career. With his support, we should be able to do quite a bit more damage to the horde." "That's fantastic," I said, and thought about how to utilize this information. "By the way, who are your new bodyguards?" Cassie asked as she looked behind me. I glanced back at Julie and Rakris. Julie had been strictly ordered to keep her mouth shut before we came in. Their attire was still out of place, though. "They are some bodyguards who came highly recommended from a good source," I said to dodge the subject. Cassie gave me a critical look before she shrugged. "Be careful of them. They don't smell right." "Okay, I'll keep my eyes open. About the other matter that we discussed last time?" "Sorry, none of my informants know about the condition that Izal's limbs have suffered. It's best just to be glad she's still alive," Cassie answered with a sad smile. All right," I said, defeated. I was hoping Cassie would know someone who would be able to heal Izal's limbs, but it seemed that the condition would be permanent. I glanced at the clock on Cassie's wall and saw that it was time to go with the princess into the dungeon. "I'll be taking my leave then. Thanks for trying." "Any time. Izal is as much a friend to me. I just wish we could bring the culprit to justice," Cassie said, and slammed her fist on the desk. "I know. I have confidence that she has been handled," I said, as I resisted the urge to look behind me at Julie. "If you say so." We left and went over to the dungeon entrance. The gnome party was already there. I had learned that the 4 who were with her were her royal guard. She also had a few extra guards with her that used what I realized were guns. They were much like Regan's weapons, only less powerful. I set my hand on the weapon that Regan had given me. It was starting to bring a sense of comfort. I looked over to Rakris and Julie. "You two can go to Regan until I'm done."
"I would much rather be with Master than you anyway, little girl."
Julie smirked and turned to Smoke.
"I will be at the restaurant. Let me know when you are done,"
Rakris said with a bow. I turned to Iveta. "Is it me or is he getting nicer?" I asked, not sure. "I think more like laid back," she replied. I shook my head and we finished making our way over to the gnome party. Izora waved as we got closer. She was almost 2 heads shorter than me, but she seemed to radiate a beauty that I would never match, even dressed in armor. I sighed. Of course she would be beautiful. She was a princess. I slapped my cheeks and ignored the thought. "Luella, I'm glad you asked to venture in with us. It will allow us to bond before signing the treaty," Izora said once I was next to her. "A lot of stuff has happened, and I wanted to increase my strength before something irreversible happens," I said honestly. "It will indeed be a good time to bond. I'm sure you know already, but I'm a lightning mage, and Iveta here is an air mage." She turned to Iveta. "Long or close range?" "Long, Your Highness," Iveta answered curtly. "All right, you two will hang at the rear then." We made our way inside and took the elevator down to the mining floor. I hadn't been there for a long period of time, so I observed as much as I could. The floor seemed huge to me, and it was packed with people. In fact, I was worried there were too many people, as quite a few were standing around as if waiting for their turn. I made a mental note to ask Regan about it later. Izora made her way to an adventurer who stood next to the passage and asked if the entrance to the foundry had been found for today. He nodded and pointed over to a spot on the wall only a few hundred meters away. We started over to it. I looked at a brute as we passed and was amazed at the apparent strength of this creation. I had seen the golems in front of Regan's tower several times, and they seemed strong, but not too strong. These seemed like they could take on a whole party of adventurers by themselves. We had almost made it to the entrance when someone shouted, "Shit!" and I saw a man fly across the room. The adventurers who had been standing around jumped into action. They rushed forward and erected barriers or used other methods to keep the brutes at bay as the miners fled the floor. A few miners who had been mining near the brutes didn't have much chance, and the ones who got punted were the lucky ones, as they were able to use that to escape. One miner wasn't so lucky and had his legs crushed under the foot of a brute. "Quick, through the entrance!" Izora shouted, and we made our way in before any of the brutes saw us.
"Morons! They know better than to mine near the brutes,"
the royal guard named Marita said once we were safe. "Well, now the mining floor is basically shut down for today. That's going to hurt a few people's quotas," Izora said. "What happened? It was so fast I couldn't tell," I asked, slightly jarred by the event. "Someone, likely that guy we saw going flying across the room, did something that caused the brutes to attack. They don't just attack one person but everyone on the floor. Thankfully, everyone can come back in a few hours except the one who attacked them. They have to wait a month," Izora explained. "How do you know they have to wait a month?"
"The rules were posted in the little shop that's on the mining floor,"
Suzuki supplied. I nodded in understanding. We made our way down to the next floor, and I saw what looked like a campsite around the entrance. Nearly a dozen sets of tents were spread out across the large space, where several parties were staying on the floor for various reasons. I looked ahead and saw the entrance to the foundry itself. A glow from the heat was visible. "We promised the Chaos Party we would help them through to the next boss. I'll go get them so we can be on our way," Izora said, and started moving toward one of the camps. While the two parties got ready, I channeled mana into my weapon. I wasn't sure what amount it could hold, but I was told I would be able to tell if it was about to reach its max. I was glad I could channel mana into it without having to hold it. Izora soon made her way back over with the Chaos Party. Their skin was a little pale, like they hadn't seen the sunlight in a few days. But other than that, they seemed healthy enough. Everyone greeted each other, and Izora set up the team with Alexander to make sure everything was balanced. The next floor in the dungeon was a desert. I didn't particularly like hot temperatures, but I was told the floor was only like an example of a desert, and as long as we didn't lose our way, we could cross it relatively quickly. I had never seen a desert before, but when I did, I decided right away I did not like it. I kept getting sand in my boots, and the pseudo-sun shined like it was physically beating on me. We had been on the floor for a few minutes when Konal raised his hand, and Hatsu did as well. We all stopped and looked around. I pulled my gun out and set my finger like Regan had told me. A little strip of metal seemed to flow behind my shoulder. Everyone slowly seemed to get more on edge as nothing happened. Alexander turned to Konal.
"What is it?" "Not sure. We didn't cross one last time we were in here. It's some kind of monster, but not the worm," he replied.
Suddenly, as if responding to their voices, a streak of what looked like metal shot from the center of the group. The streak went for Alexander, who barely managed to get his shield in front of the attack in time. The force of the impact sent him flying several meters out of the group. The metal retracted as the group put distance on the source. After a moment of silence, the sand exploded outward and a giant figure emerged. Once the sand settled enough for me to see, I realized I had seen this creature before in textbooks at school. It was called a scorpion. It had two pincers made out of metal. In fact, the whole thing was made out of metal. The scorpion looked around for a moment with two crystal-like eyes glowing blue, as if trying to decide what to attack first.
"Careful, it packs a punch,"
Alexander said as he rejoined the circle. The scorpion decided to move just then, and shot forward toward Alexander. Its pincer slammed into his shield and managed to push him back a few centimeters, but he held his ground this time. At the same time, the tail shot toward one of Izora's guards and impaled him through the leg. I panicked and aimed the gun at the base of the tail, not sure where else to fire at the moment. I pulled the trigger, and the projectile, as Regan called it, fired from the barrel. As it left the gun, there were sparks and a small boom. The strip of metal that had flowed to my back seemed to counteract the force of the gun, which pushed me back. The projectile missed where I was aiming, but hit the center of the scorpion. It seemed to tear its way through and even exited the other side and went into the sand. I had to close my mouth as it was gaping at the power of the weapon Regan had given me. The scorpion struggled for a few more moments, but something inside it that it needed to live had been damaged badly, and it collapsed. Izora rushed over to me with what I thought was a scared face. Did you get that from the dungeon? From Regan?" she asked in an urgent voice. Yes, I replied, a little taken aback. "Amazing! Vern was right," she said as she turned to Suzuki. All the gnomes seemed to have really happy looks on their faces, even the injured one. They chatted happily about something, but they were using their home language and I couldn't understand it well. All I got were savior and knowledge. I considered what we had discussed the other day, then guessed I had just helped push their conclusion a bit. Now I understood why Regan said it didn't matter if I hid the weapon. He wanted me to help push this group toward wanting to protect him. After the excitement wore off a bit, the injured gnome got treatment. Luckily, the stinger went straight through his leg, resulting in him being spared from being poisoned. We kept up the pace, as we wanted to challenge the boss today. I looked at the clip on the gun, but Regan said I needed to wait until it was empty before channeling mana into that part. I guessed it would use the mana to create new rounds for the gun. We made it through the desert after an hour or so. We had one more encounter with a scorpion, but we were ready this time, and Izora wanted to use her air rifles in order to later compare the damage. They managed to make dents, and a lucky shot hit some blue-colored gears that caused the scorpion to stop moving. She seemed both disappointed and satisfied with the results. Like that, we quickly made it to the entrance of the 9th floor, which had been a roadblock for the Chaos Party for nearly a week. Chapter 27. Izora. I gaped at the power of the weapon that Luella had just used to basically destroy the scorpion in one hit. I lost control of myself for a moment and rushed her, as I wanted to know if Regan had made the weapon for her. I got a yes in response and was even more pleased with the decision to have her made our ally on paper. Regan obviously treated her well, and if we had gone the wrong way in our decision, then he might have been alienated from us. When we came upon another scorpion, I had the others hold off while our air mages tested the air rifle against it. I was both disappointed and pleased with the result. At least the weapons were still effective against the creatures as long as we aimed at the weak points, and it helped that Regan's weapons were so advanced. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in the weapons that he could show us, but I wanted to know more about his other technologies, not just weapons. We made it to the 9th floor shortly after encountering the second scorpion. I was surprised there weren't more monsters on the floor, but just before we made it to the next entrance, a giant worm broke through the sand nearby. It was huge, at least 20 or so meters long and 2 or 3 wide. If a person were caught by that thing, they would be shredded by the hundreds of metal blades that made up its mouth. Everyone in the party shuddered at the sight and quickly turned back to the stairs. The next floor we came to was a plain-type floor. Just from the entrance, I was able to see quite a few different types of what looked like a robotic version of game-type animals. I wondered if there was any reason to hunt them, but quickly put the thought out of mind. As long as they didn't attack us, I was all right with leaving them alone.
All right, we have 2 options to get to the next floor. There is a fort up ahead that has a small garrison of automata. Hard for a single party, but should be doable for a group of this size. Next is a large stone hill. It has a small force of lion-type automata that are decently strong. Also hard for a single party, but more doable than the fort.
Alexander explained to the group. Is it required to fight at the fort? I asked. This dungeon was always throwing curveballs, so I wanted to be sure.
Last time we were there, it was. Maybe if we hunted some of these animals and offered them to the fort, then they might let us through,
Luella said from the back of the group. Her head was tilted to the side for a second, like she was listening to something, but it could have just been her thinking. I know that I tend to do funny faces when I think sometimes. Plus, she was the one who had the most contact with Regan, so maybe it was a good idea to follow her advice. I agree with Luella. This dungeon likes to do things in interesting ways, so let's try that, I said to the group.
Well, last time we did just approach with our weapons drawn, so maybe it was taken as offensive,
Selena said from next to Alexander. I looked at the rest of the group to see if there were any other suggestions and only got silence, so we decided to go with that plan. There were several animals to choose from, and we decided to get a few in case there was a rule for the number of people per animal. We decided on a deer-like animal, and one of the big ones that had a large horn on its head. I thought I had read somewhere that the big one was called a rhino, but I had never heard of the deer-like creature before. While the rhino looked well armored, I figured with Luella's weapon we would be all right in taking it down. The deer looked fast, but we planned on sending a barrage of spells at it to take it down quickly. The only problem was, when we got within distance for most of the members of the party, we would have already spooked the deer. We spent the next couple of minutes trying to find a way to sneak up on the gazelle. I tried to shoot it from a distance with my gun, but it wasn't that subtle, and it seemed the deer was able to see it in time to dodge the attack. We were about to give up on that particular hunt when Rena walked up to one of my guards. She held out her hand and stood there.
What?"
the guard said as he looked awkwardly around at the others for help. Rena yawned and pointed at his air rifle. He gripped it tighter and looked over to me. "Go ahead," I said. The guard handed the weapon over to Rena with a look of extreme dissatisfaction. Rena then burst into a motion that would have put some of the fastest people to shame. She aimed the rifle at the deer and channeled her mana into the rifle quickly. A burst of air exploded from the end of the rifle, and the metal round blasted from the end. It seemed to slice through the air as if nothing was there. The gazelle still managed to attempt to dodge, but was too slow. The round collided with its back leg and blew a good chunk out of it. The rest of the group rushed forward and surrounded the injured creature. The deer stomped its hooves in anger as we approached. Suddenly, sparks appeared between the antlers. "Careful! It's about to do something!" I shouted. Everyone kept their eyes open, and that turned out to be a mistake, as a few seconds later, an intense flash of light exploded out from the center of the antlers. I was basically staring at it, so I got the full blast, and my whole world turned white. Several people screamed or yelled from the pain it caused. I rubbed my eyes as tears streamed down my cheeks. My vision slowly came back with white spots flashing in it. It sounded like everyone else was having the same problem. When my vision came back enough to get a look around, I saw that the deer creature had vanished. "It's gone!" someone shouted. I looked around and managed to see it as it made a run for it a good distance away. "Well, shit," Luella said from nearby and almost caused me to laugh. "Rena, can you hit it again from here?" Selena asked quickly. Rena shook her head and everyone sighed. This was turning out to be harder than we had anticipated. We wanted to get to the boss floor by the end of today, so we only had roughly 6 hours remaining of our dive time. Of course, we could spend the night in here, but Izora and I had responsibilities that we would be missed for if we didn't leave at the end of the night. We spent a few minutes resting and completely recovering from the spell. Once we were done, we located another deer and encircled it from a distance. When we thought we were ready, Rena fired a round from the air rifle and this time managed to blow off half of one of the thing's legs. Maybe Rena was more competitive than I had given her credit for, as that time it seemed there was even more mana channeled into the rifle. We ran forward, and this time didn't give it a chance. Morita charged fast enough to leave an after-image as Alexander channeled mana into his shield and made his own light spell that distracted the creature. Morita's spear managed to slice through the creature in one of the thin gaps in its armor. She twisted the spear, and bolts of lightning arced over the creature. One of my guards put the corpse in a storage bag, and we looked for our next target. We wanted to get one of the big ones too, just to be safe. While there might not have been a certain amount required, if we had 2 and it wasn't enough, at least some of us could go forward to check out the boss. I judged that the next boss fight would most likely take an entire floor instead of just a room, so if need be, they could camp while we returned tomorrow. The rhino seemed to be territorial, so there was only 1 or 2 in a given area at a time. We carefully approached one and checked it over to see if there were any apparent weaknesses. "What does everyone think? See anything suspicious?" I asked the group at large.
"It kind of reminds me of Colossus,"
Conal said from the front of the group, where he was checking the rhino out.
"So tough, hard-hitting, but slow,"
Hatsu said from next to him.
"Reg, the host likes to make things interesting, just a reminder,"
Luella said. I don't know why she didn't just use his name. I thought it had already been reported anyway. "She's right. Keep your guard up," I said. We made our way out of the tall grass we had been concealing ourselves with and made for the rhino. It heard us and moved its gaze onto us. It seemed we had to initiate the attack before it would do anything. At least that was what I thought until we crossed some kind of line and it turned to the closest person. It lowered its head, then with a weird boom and a spray of dirt behind it, the rhino took off, horn point leading the way. The guard quickly jumped out of the way to dodge the charge. As the rhino charged toward the guy, the ground started shifting and curved toward the guard that had dodged out of the way. The guard only barely managed to jump again, as he had taken his eyes off the rhino for a moment while moving. Any later, and he would have been impaled or crushed. "Fire at will!" I shouted to the guards with air rifles. Rena had kept the one she had commandeered, and she aimed as well. A chorus of pinging noises rang from the rhino. A particularly loud one sounded a moment later, and even managed to cause the rhino to stumble, but it seemed to be unaffected. I glanced over and saw the sparking barrel of Luella's gun. The rhino seemed to take offense at the damage it suffered from Luella's weapon and caused his moving road to turn toward her. I channeled my mana and sent my warhammer to collide with the temple of the rhino, but it barely seemed to register the hit. The Chaos Party was also throwing a variety of attacks at the charging metal beast with little or no effect. I quickly tried to think of some way to stop this moving wall of metal when I noticed that Luella hadn't dodged yet. Her guard seemed to want her to move, but was keeping quiet. "What are you doing? Move!" I shouted, not understanding why she would willingly put her life on the line like this. The rhino was only 20 meters away and closing fast, having gained quite a bit of momentum from his continuous charge. I froze, not sure if I should use my ancient device in front of all these people. Before I could make up my mind, I noticed that the weapon in Luella's hands had changed. It was longer and had 3 rods sticking out of it. She was aiming right at the incoming rhino's head. There was a flash of bright light, much like the deer thing earlier, and barely a moment later, this was followed by a mixture of sounds. There seemed to be a tremendous boom that overlaid everything, followed by a metallic ripping sound and then a large body colliding heavily with the ground. I quickly blinked the spots from my eyes as the dust cleared from where the rhino had slid across the ground. Once I got a clear view of the rhino, I have to admit my jaw may have dropped a bit. Its head was gone. I could see a few pieces of it nearby in a few meter radius, but it wasn't attached to the main body. While the outer layer of the main body seemed intact, the internal seemed to have gone through a grinder of some sort, as it was torn to shreds. I gulped and thought I'd best not piss off Regan in the future, or to a small extent, Luella. It takes a decent amount of resolve to stand in front of something that can so easily kill you. This event let me know that she had complete trust in either Regan or his power at least. I would have to be careful. We gathered the body and added it to the storage bag. We made our way to the fort shortly afterward, not sure what to expect. The guards of the fort reacted as soon as we got within a few hundred meters or so. 2 of the rifle-wielding ones stood on a tower next to a gate and pointed their weapons at us when they saw us. We held our hands up in what was hopefully a non-aggressive action. A small door on the gate opened, and an automaton walked out and toward us. We made sure to keep our hands off our weapons, as even in the mortal world it was rude to harm a messenger. It was dressed in simple linens that would be seen on most messengers for nobility, and was unarmed.
"Tribute,"
it said, once it was roughly 10 meters away from us. I waved the guard forward, and he moved the bag in a non-threatening way. He quickly pulled out the carcasses and set them in front of the messenger, then backed away. The messenger moved forward and inspected the bodies and nodded. He pointed at the deer creature.
"Well done,"
he said, then pointed at the rhino.
"Sloppy, but acceptable."
This caused Luella to blush a little. The messenger waved his hand, and the bodies were sucked into his palm.
"Follow me."
We followed close behind, and soon we walked into what felt like a small village. It had the buildings that were needed to support a small town and more. Groups of soldier automata walked in patrols that made you think of a military outpost on a border, which I guess this was technically. We were about halfway through the fort when an automaton that was covered in plate armor walked up.
"Viscountess Luella, Princess Izora,"
it said in an older man's voice.
"My master sends his congratulations on being the first mortals to reach the fort."
"Please send our thanks to your master," I said with a bow. "His dungeon is quite interesting."
"Normally you would have to fight through the 2 access points of this floor, but Master decided to wait till lower floors to require so much fighting."
"We appreciate the consideration for us weak mortals," I said as I tilted my head toward him in another small bow. The automaton looked off into the distance.
"A great battle is about to take place, and the Master has allowed me to lead the main forces. Such a great day,"
he said excitedly. "Great battle?" I asked.
"I am told it's a horde of monsters. Master will be briefing me later. Anyway, I have passed the Master's message. Have a good day."
We watched him walk away with his guards. I turned to Luella and asked, "Is Regan going to handle the monster horde I have heard about?" "Yes, at least half of it. I was actually going to talk to you about that later today," she answered. "I understand. All right, let's hold off on this conversation until later then." We got directions to the entrance to the next floor and were directed to a plaza that seemed to have a freestanding door. I looked at the others, but they just shrugged. I had one of the guards move forward to try it, and we all gaped at the sight on the other side of the door. It looked like we would be stepping into a winter-covered forest if we walked through it. Chapter 28. Luella. I gaped as I looked through the door to the other side. I knew Regan had figured out teleportation, but this was on another level. This was a portal, which was only theorized about at the Mage Academy, as it required such an understanding of space, time, and location that it hadn't even been attempted. I looked at Azora and gauged her reaction, but saw it was identical to mine, which made me feel a little better. "Ready when you are," I said to break the tension. She looked at me and smiled. "I guess the only option is to jump." We made our way through the door portal that was comfortably large enough to allow 5 people to walk abreast. I felt the familiar nausea that happened when I experienced teleportation, and then I was through. I made way for the next person and looked around as I did. It was a common practice from the cities, as you would get thrown very hard if you stood where the next person would be. We were in a winter forest of some type. The trees had needles and were not from around this part of the continent, from what I could tell. The snow was annoying because none of us was really dressed for winter weather. It was already melting through my boots into every crack and cranny it could find. We looked around, but the floor wasn't just an arena like the 5th floor bosses, but an entire floor. And judging by the previous floor, this one should have been bigger than the last. Hopefully, Regan had cut back a bit since it was a boss room. To one side there appeared to be a small mountain. It was like the top of a mountain had been chopped off and placed on the floor. A big figure could be seen flying around the mountaintop there. I gulped. This was not going to be easy.
"How should we proceed?"
Alexander asked from next to his party.
"Stick together, if possible. Hopefully there is a designated location to trigger the fight, or we could be here for a while. For now, let's try the center of the room, and if that's not it, then the top of the mountain," Izora said as she studied the floor.
"Either way, we can't really last long in here," I added.
"True enough,"
Izora replied with a shiver. "I really miss Izal right now," I mumbled. Izal was always nice and warm as she was a fire mage.
"It's surprising that there is no fire mage in any of our groups,"
Suzuki said when he heard me.
"Fire is one of the most common elements in the human spectrum and makes up a large part of most other mortals' diagrams."
"Do you know why?" I asked with curiosity.
"No one is sure, but many theorize it's due to fire being related to passion," he replied. "Maybe a celestial will bestow an answer to us someday."
Konal stood nearby and raised his voice.
"Hey, fire cultivator right here."
We quickly apologized. Too bad he was an internal user. He couldn't make the whole party warm with a spell. We made our way through the forest. It was eerily quiet as there were no animals or critters moving around. There was no wind either. I felt like I would be swallowed by the forest if I let my guard down for even a moment. I glanced at the others and saw that most of them seemed to be reacting the same way. The only sound was the crunch of snow under our feet. It took us almost 20 minutes to get through the forest. While it looked large, it was more of a ring around the center plain-like area. We did pass a raised square stone that could hold around 30 people, but nothing happened when we checked it over, and so we decided it was most likely decoration for the floor. We reached the center of the floor, where a field of snow with some flowers and grasses that looked like they were made out of ice poked through here and there. As soon as we passed the boundary from the forest into the plain, the figure that was circling the top of the mountain changed direction and started heading for us.
"Everyone be alert! Something pretty big is heading this way,"
Izora shouted, having noticed that figure as well. I pulled out my gun and started channeling some extra mana into it. I made sure to hit the button to extend the barrel as Regan had shown me before. I wanted it to have as much charge as possible. The others also pulled their weapons and other gear to prepare for the fight. This was going to be a tough fight. In what seemed like no time at all, we were finally able to make out the figure. What looked like a giant hawk alighted in the air above us, the flapping of its wings causing gusts strong enough to reach us down here, almost 40 meters below if I had to guess. I noticed what looked like a rider on the hawk's back.
"Turn back and live,"
the rider said in a voice that seemed to echo across the whole floor.
"We seek to challenge the boss of this floor,"
Izora shouted back.
"Very well, then prepare to die."
The rider lifted his hand, and a swirl of ice began to condense into what looked like a spear.
"Take cover!"
Alexander shouted. Everyone separated and tried to gain some distance from the hawk. A moment later, the spear had finished forming, and he threw it toward one of the guards that was in his line of sight. The spear seemed to travel faster than the last round I'd fired from my gun. I thought the guard had managed to avoid the spear as it collided right in front of him, but I felt relief too soon. The spear exploded into a burst of ice spikes that covered nearly 5 meters. Half of the guard was frozen while the other half was torn apart from the spikes.
"No!"
Izora cried. Then in anger she shouted,
"Everyone, fire at will!"
The guards and Hatsu aimed their air rifles and fired.
"Ha! Weak!"
the rider said as he waved his hand and froze the bullets midair. I aimed my rifle at the hawk. I only gave it a little juice as I didn't want to deplete the mana stone too fast. I fired the bullet at the wing. It seemed the hawk couldn't be underestimated either, as it noticed and jerked out of the way. The rider turned toward me.
Better, but not good enough.
He started to create another spear. Judging by the last one, we only had around 15 seconds to do something. Izora sent her warhammer flying toward the hawk. It dodged, but the warhammer seemed to chase it. The air mages used this chance to fire some more rounds at the boss. The hawk flapped its wings, and several metal feathers flew off and collided with the ground. Fulwin didn't move fast enough, and the feather basically crushed his leg. He started to crawl back toward the forest. I had to ignore him as I tried to think of a way to counter the boss. I needed to aim where the hawk was going to be. I had a feeling my weapon was one of the few that actually had a chance of hurting this thing. I jumped behind a snowdrift and followed the hawk's path for a moment, trying to figure it out. Unfortunately, I wasn't fast enough, and the rider threw another spear. This one was aimed at Alexander. Selena stood practically behind him, so he had little room for dodging. He braced his shield and took the spear full on. Selena channeled some type of spell behind him, and a wave of water brushed over them. A moment later, the spear exploded, and they turned into frozen statues. Damn it, Regan, this was only the 10th floor, I thought to myself, but had to admit that most parties might be stopped here. I shook my head and got back into the fight. I aimed my rifle as I watched the path. When the hawk turned away from me, and I judged it was headed in a straight line, I fired. The round slammed into the right wing and blew a good-sized hole out of it. The hawk lost altitude quickly and soon collided with the ground. It seemed the fall had caused it little damage, but it did seem upset. The rider stood up from the ground next to the hawk.
Now the fight will be interesting,
he said in his echoing voice. He reached and pulled a long sword off his waist. I really noticed it only when he stood on the ground, but he was easily 3 meters tall. He let the blade rest on the ground as he dragged it behind him. The hawk also extended its talons and stood next to its rider like a faithful pet. I quickly checked the clip on my gun to make sure I had some ammo left. I saw I only had 3 shots left before I would have to channel mana into it to recreate more rounds. The rider looked around as if deciding which person to kill first. His eyes landed on Konal, and he started making his way toward him.
Come, let me wet my blade with your blood. Sealed demon, release your power,
Konal shouted back, and his whole body seemed to burst into flames. They were tinged with black, and the snow started to melt in a 2-meter radius around him.
You call that power? This is power,
the rider said, and then with a boom, a wave of mana rolled off him. The air seemed to freeze as it got near him. I gulped, wondering how such a strong being could only be the level 10 boss. What was worse was that the hawk seemed to absorb some of the mana being released and was slowly being coated over with ice, but was moving just fine. I aimed my rifle and let it build a much stronger charge than I had so far. I thought this fight needed to end before even more people died. It seemed the others felt the same. Suzuki had been chanting a spell for most of the battle and seemed to be finished as a snake made of ice, at least 10 meters or more in length, shot toward the hawk. Morita had charged the other side of the rider's aura and was aiming for the hawk with a lightning-charged spear. The guards and Hatsu were firing their rifles as soon as they had reloaded them. Rena, who I thought would have been the most effective with her air rifle, also seemed to be firing non-stop. Konal worked to keep the rider busy, their auras colliding and all manner of effects happening between them. I was honestly impressed with Konal, as he gave ground only a centimeter at a time. Izora had used her telekinesis to pull a tree from the ground and was about to throw it at the boss. I aimed my weapon at the rider's chest, not worried about missing thanks to being less than 30 meters from him. The next 30 seconds or so felt like they happened in slow motion. I pulled the trigger and the round left the gun. Konal had less than a half-meter before he would be overtaken by the rider's aura, and his own aura was weakened quite a bit from the struggle. Suzuki's snake arrived and used its tail to fling Konal away before he became frozen. It seemed the rider's ice was different from regular ice, as the snake started to freeze even though it was made of ice. Morita's spear sliced into the hawk's neck, and it returned the strike with a slice across her stomach with its talons. Izora's tree collided with the hawk and seemed to crush it to the ground. I wasn't sure if it was dead or not. Then my round collided with the rider's chest, and a fist-sized hole was bored through. But his ice or metal-like chest plate had managed to slow the round enough so that it stopped inside him. The rider looked over to me.
That was wonderful! Bring me greater battle!
He started to move toward me, and I panicked. Yvetta grabbed me and drove us several dozen meters away quickly. Suddenly, a beam of blue energy sliced through the rider's flank and took most of his chest along with it. I gaped at the damage and followed the line and saw Izora with 2 barrel-like objects floating next to her head. She was breathing hard, so I assumed what she'd just done must have taken a lot out of her. The rider looked back toward Azora.
"Wonderful,"
he said, his voice growing quieter. He slowly collapsed to his knees and then all the way to the ground. I took several breaths as I tried to calm my rising heartbeat. That had scared the hell out of me, and I'd honestly thought we all might die. Everyone collapsed, as they had used most of their mana during the fight. One of the medically trained guards rushed over to Marita to stop the bleeding, and Fulwin seemed to have fixed himself up for the most part. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded from the corpse. A hand burst from the back of the body. It was made out of an emerald black metal and looked almost like a regular mortal's hand. Everyone jumped to their feet and prepared for combat.
"Wait! I read that the first time the 5th floor boss was defeated, it did the same thing. They said it just left after it came back, so don't engage,"
Suzuki shouted in a hurried voice. Soon, an entire arm was sticking out from the body, and it worked the crack larger. It wasn't too long before the upper half of the body was free from the corpse. I would have thought it was an elf if I had seen it elsewhere. The face made me think male, but to people not used to elves, they might have thought it was feminine. He had long silver hair and what could be mistaken as a crown, but which I felt were horns made out of a bluish-black metal. Finally, the new creature finished pulling itself free and seemed to examine itself for a moment. He glanced at us but didn't pay us any heed. He walked over to the corpse of the hawk and stroked its head as he said,
"My friend, I'll take you with me."
He stuck his hand into the wound made by Morita, and the hawk seemed to melt as it was absorbed by the man. A robe or coat much like the one I had seen Regan wear a few times formed and quickly covered his body. More metal started to pour from his hand, and soon a staff was formed. 2 blades formed, each of which looked like it could slice Mithril clean through. Finally, several orb-like objects started floating around the staff's head. He looked back toward us as we watched nervously and said,
"I am now called Vetter. See you on the lower floors."
He finished with a noble's bow and, in a burst of ice and snow, vanished. We all heaved a breath of relief. Then we heard the cracking sound again. We panicked and turned toward the source. The frozen statues of Selena and Alexander were melting, and we saw Selena manage to move her eyes. Conal rushed over and added some fire to melt it quicker. Now we just need to find the floor exit, I thought with a sigh.
Chapter 29. Regan. I was in one of the bays on the tower that I had built for airships when I felt a massive surge of mana from the main dungeon. I moved my attention over to see what was happening, happy that each attempt took less time. It was as if the line that I was using was getting tainted with my aura. Soon I was on the 10th floor as the ending of the boss fight took place. Colossus had regained the ability to speak after learning better control of his mana. Now he spoke one-liners, apparently. Alexander and Selena from the Chaos Party were frozen, but I could tell they were still alive. Ice version Colossus was walking toward Conal, who had a decent flame aura going. Colossus had an aura of his own going, and the interactions were where the mana was coming from. Suddenly, a snake made of ice smacked Conal away, and a bullet fired from Luella tore a good chunk out of Colossus. He turned toward Luella, and I was worried I was going to have to save her or something when the princess shot her beam cannon and defeated Colossus. I was about to look away, knowing he would be recreated at the boss spawn location when he pulled the upgrading thing again, but didn't. I watched as a man who looked like an elf pulled himself out of his own corpse. Then, to top it off, he turned the hawk into a weapon. I would have to ask why he changed his name, but that could wait. I looked at his code or magic script to see what the hell was going on. I found it about 30 minutes later. I'm not sure if it was because I had just come to this world or because of something buried deep in my subconscious, but he had been given the ability to assimilate whatever killed him. It was a feature that several of my later model androids had had. I had made sure to limit it to just that model so it couldn't mass upgrade. Z2 was one such model. As I thought about Z2, I realized that she probably had the same spell matrix for the upgrade by death, as I had used part of Colossus's spell matrix for hers. Veter made his way toward the core room. I had to be careful now that he was peak tier 2 and was quite a bit more powerful than before. I realized that I had put off upgrading my main core too long, and mentally diverted all mana to it. It would only take a day or so to go up a step in the second tier, but something always kept popping up that needed to be handled. Once he made it to the core room, I braced myself for whatever was about to happen. I had pulled Anubis, Ignia, and Jarvis just to be safe, but I was hoping it wouldn't come to that. He walked in and looked at the three. Anubis acted stuck up, as usual, with his nose in the air, but he kept his mouth shut. The other two shifted on their feet and also remained silent.
Master, I, Vetter, apologize for failing to protect the 10th floor. Please dispose of me,
Vetter said as he kneeled in front of my core. I mentally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like my loyalty setting was still working, but I mentally set a goal to reach a higher tier as soon as possible in case he upgraded again. Vetter, no need for that. You were rusty from your long absence from the battlefield. In fact, I think you did well. You were up against some of the best adventurers within 1,000 kilometers, I said, and formed my avatar to lift him up from his kneeling position.
Master,
Vetter said. I still wondered why he'd gone with the handsome elf face, but decided to ignore it. Looks like I'll need to replace you on that floor as well, I said as I tapped my chin. I decided to just recreate the rider and hawk setup. I had absorbed his body so I could. I made sure to make it more like a drone and to remove the upgrade function. I think I'd unintentionally done that when I'd reduced Colossus's power on the 5th floor.
My apologies, Master.
No worries. Actually, I could use a force like you on the upcoming battlefield.
It would be my honor. I need more battles to hone my skill.
I nodded and moved him over to the tower in the forest. I felt like it would be a good idea to have him there anyway, as he could defend the tower if I happened to get pulled elsewhere. The more subcores I had, the more danger there was that one could be attacked, so I needed to think about creating guardians for them. The tower I had built had quite a few traps and turrets built in, but you never knew when someone might just teleport next to my subcore. I went back to working on the design for my airship. I had several I could work with, and was even planning on having a fleet soon, but the first had to be unique. I needed a large ship that could carry my forces, as well as house some repair and production facilities. It would also be much like a battery for the lower-tier models, so it needed to be defendable. Finally, I just said fuck it, and mentally brought up the design for an air carrier from the old 2090 wars. It was roughly 500 meters long and used pulse-ion thrusters to stay in the air. I wanted my airship to require as little mana as possible to actually fly. Then I looked at my supply of metals and was worried I might not have enough. If I did run out, I would have to wait until the next day around noon for all the metal from the mining floors to be processed. I focused and watched as the ship seemed to grow in front of me. I never got tired of building things with my dungeon ability. Where I would have had to weld and bolt, I could just fuse them together to make them seamless. I had a few pre-built turrets, so I added those to the ship as the spots became available. After a few hours, and with a little over 1,000 pounds of steel and various other metals left in my storage, my airship was mostly complete. I moved to the engine room and pulled up my revised version of the Gnome reactor. After some experimentation, I found that phoilum was basically uranium, only a liquid version of it. What really made it unusual was that it never technically decayed. It would transform to the charged state when used in the reactor and then emit anti-gravity for a set time. I had taken and altered the runes in the reactor so that it absorbed not only the mana it naturally produced, but the anti-gravity energy as well, so I was getting several times the amount of mana. I didn't need the anti-gravity for my ships to fly, and not only were my ion repellers more efficient, but they also ran on electricity, which was one of the easiest energies in the world to come by. I looked over the reactor room and made sure everything was correct. I didn't activate it right away, though, because if I leveled up using this source, then by the time I went up 3 or 4 steps, it would barely be useful. I decided to wait until I at least went up another level. Luckily, the airship would still work without the reactor, as it had several batteries in which I poured all the electricity that I'd been absorbing for the last several months from the coal generators. They would last for several weeks at the least, and would be able to recharge a bit every time the ship stopped at any of my auras. I felt a call from the main dungeon and looked to see the party that had just defeated Vetter. The Chaos Party seemed to have already taken the elevator back to the surface, though. They waited at the entrance of the 11th floor. I wondered what they could want. "What?" I sent to Luella.
"Izora wants to talk to you,"
Luella said tiredly. I formed my avatar right in front of them and about a meter off the ground, so that I landed with a small thud. The others jerked in surprise, but remained calm enough. I looked around and noticed that I had made my avatar a bit taller than usual, so I looked down on them a bit. "What?" I asked again, out loud this time. Princess Izora moved forward and bowed her head.
"Lord Host, as I'm sure you're aware, we are signing a treaty with Viscountess Luella. We were hoping that you could attend tomorrow an hour after dawn. I know I could have sent this message through the Viscountess, but I felt it was more respectful to do it myself," the princess said. I tapped my chin in thought. I should be able to reach the next step by then, I thought, so I'd have nothing to do. And I was trying not to spend my mana, so it was a good distraction for a few hours. I nodded to myself. Dawn was only about 7 or 8 hours away, so it wouldn't be much of a problem. "All right, I'll go. Where are you hosting it?" I asked. "There were several places we could have chosen from, but we decided that the Viscountess's town hall would be the most correct place to do this. No matter how you look at it, her contribution to this treaty has the most danger in it for her."
I nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. See you then," I said, and waved my hand. When the party finished blinking their eyes, they found themselves outside the tower in town. I realized that might have been a bit farther of a walk for the princess, but shrugged. I went down to the core room and did something I hadn't done in a while. I cultivated mana. I hadn't done it since right after my subcore was placed in the town, if I remembered correctly. I projected my mental image in front of my core and tried to let all my worries fade away. Soon I felt what I took to be my entirety: the main dungeon, the town, and the newly added forest. It encompassed an area of nearly 200 kilometers if you added it up roughly. I concentrated and pulled in the mana surrounding all of my aura. I had felt surges of mana or large bursts of mana, and even the small wave I felt when the forest subcore came up. But this was on another level. If the wave from the spring was a meter high, then this was a tsunami that was in the tens of meters tall. Mana washed over me from all directions, much more than I had been anticipating. The next few minutes felt like days as I struggled to keep it under control. I knew in some way that if I lost control, something would go boom, and it would not be pretty. Finally, the mana calmed down. It was like it was taking longer for it to get to my aura, which let me rest a bit. I checked my core and saw I had advanced 2 steps. When I looked at the numerical value of that, I gulped a little. My core had doubled in size and was nearly a meter cubed now. I shook my head as I looked around the dungeon and saw that the sun was already up. I looked around and found my clock. Technically it wasn't mine, but it was in the Adventurers Guild, and I liked to sneak peeks on it every now and then. I could make one of my own, but that seemed like a waste. Luckily, my little trance had stopped just before the meeting, so I still had time to make it. I thought about how I wanted to look. It was tough, as my body was able to take the form of whatever image I had. It was technically a formal event, so I should at least dress the part. I smiled and just went with my usual black coat, only I added some flair to make it seem like it was fit for a king. I added a crown to my head that was formed of interlocking gears, with a gem representing my core in the center gear over my forehead. I tried to make my face look as non-threatening as possible. Not sure of the effect, though. I teleported over to the town tower and walked out. I had Vetter and Anubis with me because I wanted to make an impression. In this world of strong eat the weak, I needed people to know that I wasn't to be messed with. I looked around as we walked through the town. I didn't really have the time to pay attention, but it was really coming along, in my opinion. People made way for us as we walked down the street. Most seemed to know who I was, and those who didn't quickly found out. I was pleased they didn't outright fear me, but seemed to understand that I was not weak. I knew that in the long run, dictators were always overthrown, whether through persuading one of their close advisors to betray them or through brute strength. Halfway through the town, I realized we had a following, but decided to let the others deal with it when we got there. We soon reached the town hall, and I noticed that most of the guards from around the town seemed to be posted. I nodded. It showed they were taking this very seriously, and I approved. I walked up the stone steps and stopped just in front of the building. It was a simple thing, but it showed that people came in and out frequently by the tread marks on the stone leading to the doors. A guard quickly opened the door and let me in. I nodded in thanks as I passed. I was led to what looked like a conference room that could house at least 100 people. A few niceties had been set for the mortal guests there. I noticed that there was an extra seat, but decided to just wait to see what happened. I moved to the seat that had the symbol I had chosen to represent the dungeon and sat down. Anubis and Vetter stood behind me. As I looked around the conference table, I thought about all the history shows I had seen on Earth. By the time I was an adult, most conferences had taken place over virtual reality as a safety measure, people never knowing when someone could have smuggled in a 2-ounce bomb that could take out half the building. I made a small smile at the thought. I needed to work on those. I looked next to me at Vetter. I had dressed him up for the occasion. He was wearing a neon blue robe that went down nearly to his ankles, but I had him here as a guard, so these clothes were effortless to move in. I played up the blue with neon circuit designs and patterns that would be impossible to recreate in this world without using some of the best craftsmen in their fields. Energy flowed through the robe, which increased the impression of power emanating from him. Next, I looked over to Anubis. I had played up the Egyptian motif for him. I used solid gold to create a suit of armor that had inlays of black. It wouldn't take much of a beating, but his natural defenses were more than enough for that. I had initially wanted the ring on his back to glow with a black neon, but that would be kind of annoying for people in a room, so I left it out. As I looked over to Azora, I was impressed with the amount of effort she had taken to be presentable for this. She was out in full force with a layered kimono that had to have taken quite a bit of time to put on. Her hair was also done up with several accessories that would be worth a pretty penny to anyone that got hold of one. I wondered why she didn't have any of her guards with her, but I had only brought mine as a show of power. I hoped I hadn't broken any etiquette. I tapped my finger on the table as I waited for everyone to show up. I noticed that even the maids and butlers were dressed to the nines for this. I was glad I was only a witness for the most part. Yeah, I was included, but I could easily back out of this later down the line. I would not have anything tying me down like back on Earth. I wondered how the group I sent out of the forest village were doing. I needed to get this monster horde wrapped up so I could get them farther out. I wanted to get a few more cores spread around the continent. As I waited, I mentally designed some new clothes for them. Z2 had a decent figure, tall, but on the skinny side, so I wanted something that would make her more streamlined. I believed she'd said she was focusing on her speed. I glanced back to Vetter and made her costume similar to his, only skin-tight. I was quite powerful now, so I was less worried about people knowing about my powers. While I wanted my people to be safe while outside my area of influence, if I made the world fear me while also giving me respect, then they would leave them alone. Azra was bulky. She had a lot of assets, as I had to take that into consideration. She already had the compactable armor, but that was made from only steel and orichalcum. I played with the idea of nanocarbon fibers. I could make them, and had tested it a few days ago. They were just expensive as hell, due to something about using my senses at that level. I planned the armor out so that she would be able to take a hit from a GBU, or as the American military used to call it, a massive ordnance air blast bomb. It would hurt like hell and back, but she would live. I made it so that it converted the fire mana into air mana to provide a cooling effect. The blast itself would knock her around, but of all the people who could use this armor, she was the best suited with her terra mana to keep her in place. I had to consider Puppet for a long moment. He needed stealth, but I wanted to keep him protected as well. It was a hard choice to make, but I went with the same design as I had with Z2, only I added more noise-canceling script in it, where hers was more focused on acceleration. I created a membrane so that he could glide for short periods. Natsuko got a stealth-like suit as well, only I made it so that it concealed her weapon like those snipers who wore ghillie suits, I think they were called. If she remained still enough, the suit would cast a simple illusion that would look like a rock or bush. Theoretically, she could position herself at the top of an outcrop, and if she only pulled the trigger and adjusted her position carefully enough, she would never be detected. Now came the hard one of the group. Natsuo was the healer of the group, but I couldn't exactly dress him like a priest. A plain old mechanic also seemed lacking as well. I designed another nanofiber suit and added some orange highlights on various places. I placed some mithril plates over the vitals, then shrugged, as I couldn't think of what else to add. I would have to ask him personally next time what he would like. The next of the representatives walked in, and I took a minute to observe him. It was the new dwarf patriarch who had recently declared his clan to Luella. I was impressed that he would take such a leap of faith, though I had read from confiscated books that dwarves were known to be decisive in their decision-making. While nothing to write home about, the three dwarves were dressed in a nice, homely type of fashion, as if they'd just stepped out of the smithy for the evening and were wearing it so that they could eat and enjoy the rest of the day. The books also said that if a dwarf was clean around you, that meant they respected you. A moment later, Luella walked in with Rakras and Julie. Luella was wearing a deep blue dress that had a slit to one side. Designs that seemed to be stars and a crescent moon were on it in white. Thankfully, while heels existed in this world, they weren't popular with the nobility as much as I would have thought. But on second thought, the women of this world were quite tall, so they weren't trying to gain that extra centimeter. Rakras and Julie were also wearing what I'd made for them. Julie had her monochrome jester outfit on. She had on the frowning mask that day, while Rakras had on the smiling one. I was glad she looked to be behaving, though it looked like Rakras had a hand on her shoulder. She was probably trying to come over here. I shook my head and wished I had removed her when I'd first met her.
Chapter 30. Izora. I was nervous. I wrung my hands together in the sleeves of my kimono for what felt like the 100th time that morning. I had been to treaty signings, and I had even hosted them before, but never one as important as this one. I was worried one of the parties might find something wrong with the document I had drawn up. I shook my head. This wasn't me. I was a royal of Jade Wind, not some little girl. A guard knocked and informed me that Regan had arrived. I nodded, and he left. I looked in the mirror again to make sure that I looked perfect. If I didn't, I could bring shame to my family, and that would be horrible. I stood up. As host of this treaty, I had to welcome each of the guests. When I entered the hall and looked over to Regan, I almost had a panic attack. Vetter was standing behind him. I quickly calmed down and made my way over to him. While I loved my country, I hated its formal garments. It took me nearly a minute just to reach him. "Lord Regan, welcome to the treaty session," I said and gave a formal bow. Regan stood up and gave the bow that the nobles of Thonica were known for, with an arm at the waist and bending a certain amount.
Princess Izora, a pleasure to be at this momentous event. I see that a fourth seat has been set, and I was wondering whose it was,
Regan said. "Ah, that would be for the dwarven patriarch who recently moved to the valley. He has already sworn himself and his clan to the Viscountess, but she felt it would be good if he joined us," I explained.
I see. Very well. I know that you already know Vetter, but I would like to introduce Anubis,
Regan said as he gestured behind him. "Nice to see you again, Vetter, and Anubis," I said and nodded to each. They both remained quiet, however, and I shrugged, which was hidden by my clothes.
Don't mind them. Anubis is grounded, and Vetter is, well, Vetter,
Regan said in an attempt to comfort me. "No worries. I have a few other duties to attend to, so I will leave you now," I said and started to turn away. I noticed Anubis move forward and whisper something to Regan, but paid it no heed, most likely just giving his thoughts on me. I saw Regan smirk and was sure of my thought. I saw Patriarch Theodore as he walked in and went to greet him. Gnomes and dwarves were roughly the same height, so it was nice to be able to talk to someone without having to look up the whole time. Not that we had to tilt our heads too much, but it still got old. "Patriarch Theodore, welcome to the treaty session," I said.
"Princess Azora of Jade Wind, nice to meet you,"
he said. I could tell he was forcing himself to talk as clearly as possible. "Don't force yourself, Lord Theodore. We are all here as friends."
"Thank ye, lass. These formal events just be hard on a dwarf,"
Lord Theodore said after he sighed. I laughed and led him to his seat. He had also come with 2 people. One seemed to be his younger cousin, and the other was an elder, it seemed. Once Lord Theodore sat down, I moved back to the entrance as we waited for Luella. As the host lord, she was required to arrive last. We didn't have to wait long, as she soon came through the entrance with her guards. She was wearing a beautiful deep blue dress that seemed wonderfully easy to move in, and momentarily made me jealous. I coughed and stepped forward to greet her as I banished the thoughts. I felt like her guards made her look even more amazing, as each was dressed entirely in black and had a mask on that covered their entire face. "Viscountess Luella, welcome to the treaty session." "Princess Azora, you look beautiful," Luella said as she took in my kimono. "Ha! It's hard to move in, though," I replied. I led her to her seat at the head of the table and then moved to mine. As she was the host lord, she was the foundation that the treaty was to be built on. I was only the treaty host, so while I would talk about the treaty, I was given less respect. While this treaty was basically between already set alliances, if other lords were involved, it would be more important. Once I stood in front of my seat, I turned to each lord before I started. "As the mana hears, sees, and understands, the treaty session begins." A ripple of mana spread around the room. "It begins," Luella said, and the ripple seemed to solidify. "We have gathered here to bring together a treaty between Jade Wind, Lord Luella, and Dungeon Lord Regan. Bearing witness is Lord Theodore, who is welcome to weigh in." I started what was basically a ritual. "Jade Wind is offering a full alliance with Lady Luella, and in an extension with Dungeon Lord Regan. This includes in times of war and in peace. While this treaty is in effect, Jade Wind will come to the aid of Lady Luella against any enemy, as long as the well-being of the king is not in jeopardy." I looked over to Luella. "I, Luella, Lady of the Valley of Robia, agree to the alliance terms stated. This includes in times of war and of peace. The Valley of Robia will come to the aid of Jade Wind if possible." I looked over to Regan next, who said,
"I, Regan, have witnessed this agreement and will not hinder any relationship between the Valley of Robia and Jade Wind. If assistance is requested, I will respond, depending on the circumstances, and only after they are listed." I nodded. It was about what we could expect from a dungeon that was growing in power by the day. Just the assurance that he would not hinder the relationship was a good first step. I looked over to Lord Theodore to see if he had anything to say. "I, Patriarch Theodore, have borne witness to the verbal terms listed and have nothing to add."
He smiled at Luella and sat back down. I nodded and raised my hands. "All parties have listed their terms, and all parties have confirmed their terms. The treaty is now set. The treaty session is now over. The fine details will be worked out in accordance with the verbal agreements set in the session." I finished and clapped my hands. The mana that had been floating in the room sank and covered all the participants. I retook my seat and looked around. "Now for the fun stuff."
"Indeed, do you expect a lot of people to come to the valley due to this?"
Regan asked everyone. "We expect a large influx, yes. With the power Luella will command due to the status given to her by the treaty, she would be able to effect quite a few laws that could be beneficial to commoners and merchants. The location is ideal for merchants to sell to both countries," I explained.
"Very good. That also makes us a bigger target,"
Regan said as he tapped his chin. "True, but I plan on requesting a force to be sent here from Jade Wind, and Luella can have a larger standing army if she goes the feudal lord route."
"Not that I plan on doing that just yet. It's just on the table," Luella said with a wave of her hand.
"Oh, I could call you Miss Queen Luella,"
Regan said with a chuckle.
"No, thank you,"
Luella said with a blush, then turned to me.
"This may sound self-serving, but what else can Jade Wind offer other than military force?"
I thought for a moment. "I think you'll get more from studying Regan's dungeon." I started with a gesture to Regan, who nodded his head. "But with the influx of gnomes from Jade Wind, the magic technology in the valley will likely rise just as a matter of course."
"I look forward to it. I have heard extraordinary stories about Jade Wind."
"I, too, look forward to seeing these machines,"
Regan added with a chuckle. I stood up and served tea to Luella and Theodore. Theodore looked over to Regan and asked,
"Is it true? Is there really mithril in the mine?"
"Sure is,"
Regan answered and reached into his coat. He tossed what looked like a tiny green pebble to him. Theodore caught it and stared at it for a good moment.
"Beautiful!"
he shouted, and the other dwarves with him seemed excited as well. I was about to retake my seat when I saw Regan wave his hand. I tilted my head in confusion, then Vetter streaked across the room toward me. I honestly panicked for a moment when a streak of green light blew through the wall next to me and collided with a wall of ice that had appeared between me and the wall. There was so much unholy mana impacting the wall that cracks started to form, and I worried it might last. I quickly looked and saw a cloud of what looked like a shadow had absorbed a similar strike that had headed for Luella. I started to hear shouting from all directions, and the only thing I could think at the time was that it was going to be a pain to fight in that dress.
Chapter 31. Luella. I shook my head and looked around to try to see the attackers. I also wanted to know how they had gotten so deep into the valley. Most of the guards were here, after all. I managed to look through the hole in the wall and saw that the Golden Dawn members were the ones attacking. At least half of them were. I immediately grew worried about be.And and prayed that he was all right.
"Little girl, it would be best if you moved next to Master,"
Julie said in what sounded like an excited voice.
"As much as it pains me, she is right this time,"
Rakros added. I nodded, and we quickly crossed the room toward where Regan stood with what seemed an amused look on his face. He was reaching his hand out and gripped something in midair. A struggling figure soon appeared, a man. He was kicking his feet and beating his fists against Regan's metallic arm.
Now, you should know that your kind of missions always have the highest fatality rate,"
Regan said as he tightened his grip. I wasn't sure, but I thought I heard the crack from where I was several meters away. Regan dropped the limp body to the ground and looked toward me.
"Today, please."
I got there just as Azora did with Vetter.
I looked for Lord Theodore and choked when I saw his body on the ground next to his seat.
The two with him seemed to have been hit as well. It seemed that one of them had tried to respond, but the half-formed wall showed they were a bit too late. I quickly turned away, anger rising in my chest. We made our way to the front entrance and saw that the Golden Dawn members seemed to be in full chaos, as the ones who had turned took advantage of the situation. A bolt of green energy flew toward us from the side, but Julie blocked it with her sickle. I was actually glad she was here. I looked and saw be.And walking toward us with several dozen Golden Dawn members. I was happy at first, but soon realized that something was wrong.
"Host Regan, surrender the Viscountess and the Princess, and the Necromancer Council promises to leave your dungeon alone,"
be.And shouted.
"Since when can necromancers be trusted?"
Regan asked in his ever-calm voice.
"We stick to our deals,"
be.And said simply.
"I just have to ask, were you always a necromancer?"
Regan sent toward be.And. I almost didn't want to hear the answer.
"Haha, the schemes that we got up to would surprise even the best con artist. To answer your question, I replaced be.And shortly before the previous attack, if you must know. Helps to keep the locals in line and all that. So for at least 2 months of the time, I was here."
My eyes widened at the answer. All the times we'd spent alone, all the sweet little gestures, all of it had been a lie. One memory seemed to trickle through the others. When we'd visited the library, be.And had excused himself without making a card, and the time in the alley. With that many guards, surely a combined effort could have broken the barrier. At first, when I talked to him about guarding the town, he would always reply quickly and to the point, but a few months ago he had started to say to let him handle it.
"I see."
I noticed Regan glance at me.
"It looks like I'll have to be stricter from now on. I thought it was weird how much unholy mana I was getting, even though I only had 2 necromancers in my possession. You guys must leak it passively, and it's too light for me to sense,"
Regan said as he tapped his chin. Suddenly, Julie reached up and grabbed Regan's shoulders. She seemed to hide behind him as she looked over his shoulder. I felt it was overly clingy for her, but I saw her focus on be.And.
"Jesus, is that you?"
"Julie?"
be.And asked.
"Maybe. I almost didn't recognize you, always wearing someone else's face."
She glanced at Regan, then back to Jesus. "You should run," she said simply.
"You must have had something done to you."
Then be.And looked back to Regan and demanded,
"Well, do you agree to our condition?" "Huh? Oh, no. Vetter, take care of them,"
Regan said with a lazy wave of his hand.
"Yes, master,"
Vetter said.
The staff from the previous night formed in his hand.
"Fuck, do it!"
be.And shouted to a man next to him. A white orb and a black orb, which seemed to be made from some type of glass and was filled with mana, appeared in his hands. Silver sparks started to form between the two spheres. Then there was suddenly a boom sound. The man collapsed to the ground. I was confused at what had happened, as I hadn't felt anything. Then Regan collapsed to the ground. His body seemed to start to break apart. "Regan, what's wrong?" I asked, confused at what was happening.
"Bastard figured out how to mess with my aura,"
Regan said with what sounded like a pain-filled voice. "Be.And, stop!" I shouted. My mind already whirled due to the knowledge that I had been cuddling with something that was wearing his face, but wasn't him. Regan looked over to Rakras and Julie.
"No capturing. Just kill them."
Then his head fell forward and he stopped moving. I'd never really noticed the sounds before, but it felt overly quiet without all the gears and other things that made up his body not moving anymore.
"Now that the annoying factor is out of the way,"
Be.And said, also noticing that Regan had stopped moving,
"time to put an end to this problem once and for all. Men, kill them all."
"Come, my brother of ice, let us show these mortals what real power is,"
Anubis said as a weapon seemed to appear from a cloud of shadow.
"I agree. The heat of battle should hopefully warm my frozen heart for a few moments,"
Vetter said, as his staff appeared as well. The floating pieces seemed to elongate and sharpen as they formed a blade on either side of the staff's head. Suddenly, a massive jut of stone burst from the nearby street and continued growing as it plowed through a building. The ground shook again and more outcropping of stone burst out. A weird storm seemed to begin gathering above the town, bolts of lightning flashing all over. A strong wind blew that caused debris to fly from the roofs of buildings. "What's going on?" I shouted over to Izora. "Hell if I know!" Izora shouted back to me. I looked over to Be.And, but he seemed just as surprised, so it wasn't their doing. It appeared that the weird bubble that Be.And had made was preventing whatever was causing all this from having any effect in the immediate area. I looked around and saw Julie had Regan's head in her lap. She looked up at me.
"Master is the cause. He's no longer controlling his aura."
She pursed her lips, but had slightly unhinged eyes.
"Thankfully, he still controls me."
"I was hoping to escape, but sadly no go,"
Rakras added. With one last shake, the effects finally calmed down, but I feared that half the town was destroyed at that point. I hoped the people in the area weren't too hurt or worse. I looked around. It felt like something was holding the effects back, but just barely. Anubis and Vetter looked around, then made their way toward where the necromancers were grouped up with about 15 who'd rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Another batch lifted their hands and started chanting. Green sparks formed around their outstretched hands. Others had what appeared to be bone javelins appear next to their heads, ready to be launched at their targets. "The one time I don't bring any freaking weapons," Izora said next to me.
"Really?
I always carry mine nowadays since people are always aiming for my life," I replied and pulled out the weapon Regan had given me. I decided I would deal with my feelings for Be.And later, most likely with a large alcoholic beverage of some kind. I aimed the gun at the nearest necromancer and fired. I aimed for the stomach, as I still wasn't confident in my aim. Luck was with me, though, and I managed to blow his head off. Everyone seemed to stop what they were doing and look at me. It appeared the necromancers didn't know about my shiny new toy. I smiled and waved at Be.And, who was now frowning at me. "That's right. Regan's not the only one who could be a problem. I have a few tricks up my own sleeve." In the time they were staring at me, Anubis and Vetter had killed a few of their own enemies. I noticed that the ones who were attacking seemed to be quite stiff as well. Those two were turning out to be a quite deadly team. Anubis seemed to be utterly immune to unholy mana, and each time some hit him, his weapon just glowed brighter. Vetter wasn't immune, but he was covering Anubis's back. If a blast of bone came at either of them, he would block those and leave the unholy mana to Anubis.
"Ha ha, is this the best you got?"
Anubis shouted as he cut down another enemy. They were finding it hard to contend with him as their weapons seemed to go right through him.
"Indeed, I hardly find this challenging,"
Vetter commented as well as he sliced 4 bone javelins out of the air as if they weren't even moving. Be.And waved his hand and a bunch of necromancers moved forward, but these had deep cowls over their heads. They raised their hands and Anubis and Vetter braced for more unholy bolts or bones. I looked on in surprise when fireballs and orbs of water formed in front of their outstretched hands. "What the fuck?" I said as I saw it. They swung their hands forward and sent the spells toward all of us. Half went toward the pair and the rest toward us. I gulped, wondering how we would avoid this. "My turn," Izora said as she raised her arms and spread her palms wide. I felt a wave of mana blast from her. The spells collided with what seemed like a barrier in midair. Izora looked to be under strain as the nearly 24 spells collided with it. I aimed my gun and fired as quickly as possible. In between shots, I looked over to Rakras and Julie. "Isn't there anything you guys can do?" I pulled the trigger for the 5th time and managed to hit my 3rd one. 2 were for sure dead, but I missed 2 others and only clipped the 5th. "Sorry, little girl. We have nothing that those things wouldn't just absorb. I mean, I could go slice them up a bit," she said as she licked her sickle.
Same here. Those are Salen corpses. They have retained their mana while also being tainted by unholy mana,"
Rakras explained. "Well, one of you just do something helpful then," I said with a sigh. Rakras sighed as if it were too much effort and chanted something quickly. The usual necromancer barrier formed around him, but soon expanded until it reached all of us. Izora noticed and was able to drop hers. She had a small trickle of blood from her nose, but seemed all right. "Does anyone have any knives?" Izora demanded, her voice leaking a bit of anger. Julie lifted her coat and showed her leg, where there had to be over a dozen knives strapped in various ways that made drawing them more natural, depending on the direction. She grabbed one and passed it over. "Here you go, babe," she said. "Thanks," Izora said, and seemed to channel some mana. Half a dozen of the knives strapped to Julie's leg slid from their sheaths and floated in the air. She turned toward where the necromancers were with a glare and whipped her hand forward. The blade sliced through the air, each gaining enough momentum to plow through the skulls of the nearest necromancers. I pulled the clip from my gun and channeled mana into the rune on the surface. I had to do this for nearly 30 seconds to get a full clip. I was forced to just watch the others fight. Anubis and Vetter were worse off from the barrage of spells. It seemed that the unholy mana was the only thing that Anubis could straight up absorb, and the other aspects he could make go through his body by shifting to shadow, but there were so many slamming into him that he seemed to take a bit of damage each time. Vetter had something like a barrier-formed device around them that was starting to break pretty severely. Anubis had several wounds that seemed to leak shadow, while Vetter had what looked like liquid ice dripping from him. It would hit the ground and freeze instantly. At least they had taken out all the enemies near them. Anubis seemed to breathe slowly as shadow leaked from his mouth and nostrils. He said,
"Brother, this has been fun. A real battle."
"Indeed."
Vetter spun his weapon.
"We should finish this before Master wakes up."
"I agree,"
Anubis said, and spun his weapon as well.
Chapter 32. Regan. The world faded to black. At first, I thought I would just end up back in my dungeon, but it seemed with my consciousness in my avatar body, the connection was blocked. My body, also being made from mana, stopped working as well. I looked around, but wherever I was, it was completely empty. Suddenly, a small light appeared in the distance. I looked at it, and then seemed to pop up next to it. I could feel a pure warmth from it that seemed to reach my core. I reached a hand up to see if I could touch it. A voice echoed through the space a moment before I touched it. "Power?" For some reason, I didn't seem too bothered by it. I thought for a moment. "Power for the sake of power is usually one's undoing," I said out loud. "Knowledge?" the voice echoed. "Can never have enough of it, but if you never use it, kind of goes to waste," I replied. "Wealth?" "Nah. While shiny things can let you do things, you don't really need it for just as many things," I said. Money had never really had a big allure to me through my lives. "Beauty?" Not sure how a woman might respond, or one of those super hot guys who think the world revolves around them, but for me, it's a no. I'd never really worried about my looks, and now that I was made out of metal, there didn't seem to be a reason for it. The flame in front of me kept up the questions for I don't know how long, and I would offer my opinion on each as it asked. I was surprised when nothing it said really moved me in any way. One question did throw me for a loop, mainly because I wished there was some context. "Peace?" the now familiar voice asked. "For me or the world?" I asked in return, but didn't get anything. If it's for myself, I say meh. I already know what happens when we die, and judging by what I've learned from this world so far, I have a decent lifespan ahead of me. If it's for the world, I also say meh. Peace is nice and all, but war has always driven people to create new ideas and ways of life. Not just weapons of war, but also stuff that helps prevent war, or that makes war look bad by having said war to compare to, I said. Yeah, war was horrible, but if the reason for the war was worth it, then I thought it was a necessity.
What do you want? The voice asked finally.
I guess it's just to live a life as it comes, I answered after a long moment. Live with as much life as I can under my own power, with knowledge that I learn on my own, with wealth I gain through my own strength, and so on.
Interesting,
it said. Then it suddenly flared for a moment. I covered my eyes from the blinding light. When it finally died down, an old man stood next to the flame. He looked ancient, as if he had seen the creation of the universe. "Who are you?" I asked, just to voice it.
Arin, or a part of him,
the old man answered with the voice from earlier. The celestial who cast the flame into the void, I confirmed.
One and the same,
he said with a small nod. Why are you in the flame, or should I say, in my head? That's where we are, right?
Correct. I am here to answer a few questions if I can, or am allowed to.
Okay. My first question is, what questions should I be asking?
Ha ha! How about a bit of backstory? When I cast the flame out, I didn't set any kind of search or magic of that sort. I literally left it to fate, and it landed in a baby several universes away. Of course, I meant for it to return to my own world, as the flame was unique to my world. I must apologize for your previous life. The flame influenced you, and made you much smarter than you were aware. So smart, in fact, that a lot of it happened in your subconscious. Your body actively suppressed it to protect you, but you lost partial control when you slept. One occasion resulted in your father's passing.
So, it really was my fault, I said sadly. Sure, my father was a jerk to me, but he never deserved to die.
Watcher, as you called him, was also influenced by the flame, which resulted in, well, you know,
the old man said with a wave. Yeah, so is it still influencing me? I asked, feeling some concern.
No, it is back on its home plane now, so its effects are being sent to the world. I mean, sure, you might be more creative than normal or something like that, but it's all in your own mind.
That's good, I said with a small laugh. I still don't really know what I should be asking. I feel like if I get too much information from you, I'll be honor-bound to do something about it.
Ha ha! In this world, that's never a bad attitude to have. But don't worry, I have no grand quest or anything like that.
Fair enough. Then, do you know what the demon world is like?
It is a desolate place. They were ready to expand to new worlds when they reached my home plane. It is a magic-based world like mine, but they reached another level with it. The only saving grace we had was that their portals were inefficient, only allowing a few to come through. I can't say what will happen in the future.
Why is Celestia at war? Other than Laloon wanting power, I'm sure there is another reason.
Ah, my dearest Laloon, how I never saw the evil in her heart. In this world, black and white do not always mean good and evil. During the demon wars, I met a few demons that managed to make their way through the portal to help and warn us. We call them demons, but on your world, you would have called them aliens. Just because a creature needs hydrogen to live, does that make it evil? That sort of thing. Now don't get me wrong, they were very much a conquering sort of people, but there are plenty of humans like that.
I nodded and waited for him to finish his rant.
Sorry. Anyway, The war in Celestia will determine who will become the new world spirit in roughly 100 years, give or take 1,000 when dealing with that level of energy.
World spirit? I asked, never having heard this before.
Gaia, the world tree, Mother Earth, and so on. It has many names, and most worlds are in contact with it at some point in their history. If Laloon becomes the ruler of Celestia, she will have prime control over the process of becoming the next world spirit. If she were able to become it, the world would be shaped to her desire. To make it simple, she would become the world's dungeon host.
That's crazy. How could anyone be able to handle the power, the responsibility, and whatever else they might feel? I said, shocked.
Yeah, the first 100 years or so afterward is usually pretty hectic,
Aaron said, then glanced in a random direction.
It looks like our time is up. If you don't want that crazy bitch as the new world spirit, you should take care of her.
Aaron finished as he started to fade. Hey, I thought you said I wouldn't have to do anything, I demanded.
Never said you had to, just said you should, he said with a grin.
I squinted as light started to cut through the darkness. What looked like a battlefield appeared in my vision. I looked around quickly to take stock of the situation. Anubis and Vetter seemed to be down. I wasn't sure if they were dead or just down for the count. Nearby, Luella and the princess stood behind Rakras and Julie as they held back a dozen dead mages. It seemed that Luella had just finished reloading her clip as she inserted it and aimed for the nearest walking corpse. She had gotten better and was able to take its head off and quickly move to the next one. Izora had a tornado of knives that seemed to seek out new targets. I saw that the blades were quite dull, so she must have really put them to work. Rakras had his chain whip and struck as often as he could. The fangs on the skull at the end would drive in, and this seemed to drain the undead of its mana, and it would collapse to the ground. Julie was the worst off, as she usually sent waves of unholy mana with her sickle and then killed the weakened prey. She was still able to hold back 3 of the things with just the weapon itself. I looked over to the enemies. The actual necromancers seemed fine. There were 10 of them, and most seemed to be chanting to keep the plaza-size barrier up. A crowd of adventurers outside the barrier were pounding away at it with skills and spells one after another. Anubis and Vetter seemed like they had gotten pretty close before they were taken down, and a line of bodies encircled them. The number of enemies was still about 20, though. I spread my senses to get a feel of the area. I was pleased that whatever had caused the anti-mana thing was completely gone. It seemed it was like an EMP, devastating effects at the beginning and mild effects immediately after, while something like myself had to reboot and then was cleanly gone. I promised myself to hurt them for the pain they caused, but at least it wasn't permanent. I concentrated and grabbed a few dozen of the newly upgraded automata I had worked on and pulled them in front of me. I felt some minor resistance when crossing the necromantic barrier, but was easily able to overpower it. I altered the ground for effect and had them rise like on an elevator. When the ground opened and the sound of metal chains started to flow out of the holes, everyone stopped and looked at me. "That's right, I'm back," I said as I stood up. "Regan, thank the fates," Luella said when she saw me. "Master!" Julie screamed, and with renewed energy quickly finished off the few undead around her. I waved my arm toward the group, and the small force of automata I had deployed rushed forward. The foot soldiers used their shields to slam the undead down to the ground as the auxiliary ones behind them put bullets into their skulls as they passed. It was quick and efficient, and I wholly approved. Less than a minute passed before I stood next to the group that had several injuries and was looking worse for wear. Julie jumped at me in some sort of snake-like hug and wrapped herself around me. I wanted to pop her over the head, but she managed to wrap both my arms. Her mask had slipped off during the fight, so I could see her face had a twisted look of pleasure. "Master! Master!" She seemed to coo at me as she rubbed her head against me. "Julie, get off," I said with some force. The smile on her face grew more prominent, and she seemed to melt as she slid off me to the ground. "Yes, master." I looked over to Luella and Izora and asked, "You two all right?" "Yes, we managed to hold them off mostly thanks to those two," Luella said as she looked over to Vetter and Anubis. "I see," I said, and looked at what remained of the enemy. There was the group of necromancers of about 10 or so, and then another 15 undead that were putting out a lot of mana. My auxiliary automata were sending bullets over toward them, but they were using a combination of dead bodies and their usual barriers to repel the attacks. I didn't know if they could cause another anti-mana pulse, so I wanted to finish this quickly. I pulled the one spare turret I had left out of my storage and fused it with the ground. That's when I noticed a large amount of destruction around the plaza. I would have to find out what had caused that later. I stood next to the turret and was still impressed at how large it was. I would have to be careful, as this could easily take out a building if I missed. I decided to be safe and aimed for the center of the enemy group and toward the ground. When I was sure it would hit where I wanted, I fired. I used an armor-piercing round this time, just needing to break their barrier enough for my forces to rush in. With a boom, the shell left the barrel and streaked across the plaza faster than I could blink. The projectile tore a breach in the barrier and blew a decent-sized crater in the center of the enemy. I was pretty sure I'd managed to kill at least 3 of them, but the debris and dust from the impact were clouding the air and making it hard to see. The wind was quickly clearing it away, though. There was so much mana that it was hard to see with that as well. My forces rushed through the breach as the barrier started to collapse. I had figured the fight was basically over when I sensed a large amount of unholy mana flood the area. Not sure what to expect, I created a wall of steel that was over 1 meter thick and had orichalcum lining it. A moment later, an explosion rang out that would have blown my eardrums if I had any. The explosion came from several dozen points, and I guessed just from the initial blast and shock wave that it had probably torn the plaza to pieces. When it seemed that it was over, I made a hole in the wall to look around. Needless to say, all my automata were scrap metal, having been in the direct radius of whatever had caused the explosion. I looked over to the necromancers and saw that most of their bodies had seemed to burst from the inside. "Suicide?" I said out loud, but felt that was wrong. I counted and noticed that be.And was missing. It looked like be.And had killed his fellows by causing all the bodies in the plaza to explode. I launched a dozen drones into the air to look for him, but didn't keep my hopes up. I quickly made my way over to where Anubis and Vetter lay. Anubis was on top of Vetter, and seemed to have absorbed most of the unholy mana that had entered this area, then used that to fuel a shadow barrier of sorts to protect Vetter from the explosion itself. They were both alive, if barely. I waved my hand and sent them back to the center of the dungeon to heal. I sent a mental command to Seren to check and repair them. That done, I looked to see if there were any survivors from the necromancer's side, and wasn't too surprised to find there weren't any. I shook my head and made my way back to the others, who were sitting on the steps to the town hall as they rested. "Well, this was a shit show," the princess said when I was near. Now, should a princess be talking like that?" I said with a small grin. "Right now, I want a bath, then a nap," she replied tiredly. "I agree," Luella added. "Were my dogs useful?" I asked with a gesture to Rockris and Julie. "So-so," Luella answered. "Little girl, remember I saved your life from that bone javelin," Julie said with a hurt face. "Saved? You literally pushed me to the ground with your foot. You kicked me," Luella accused. "Semantics. I could have nudged you, but then I might not have used enough force," Julie replied with a shrug, then moved over and grabbed my arm. "Master, I did my best, I swear. So you should give me another one of these." She made puppy dog eyes as she held the cuff up. Crazy puppy dog eyes, mind you. "We'll see. Jarvis will let me know how effective you really were." She pouted but kept quiet. I looked at Rockruss and tossed him a bag of cookies. They were macadamia nut and vanilla. He grabbed the bag and immediately tried one, then said, "Thank you, master." I looked around the immediate area and judged that it was safe enough, so I let my body fade and then looked to check the damage of the town.
Chapter 33. Luella. I looked around the town the next day. In short, it was a wreck. It seemed that when Regan had temporarily lost control, nearly 50 buildings were destroyed entirely. Luckily, the body count was less than 100. I wasn't sure how the number stayed so low, but some people reported that just before they would have been crushed or otherwise killed, the ground shifted or a gust of wind had pushed them out of the way before it was too late. A worse situation was that the Golden Dawn was wholly ruined in this town due to the event. Over half the members were found dead outside the valley, with various body parts missing. They were most likely used to create the undead we fought yesterday. be.And was nowhere to be found, which I was not sure how to feel about. Part of me wanted him found and brought to justice. Another part didn't want to ever see him again, and yet another part wondered how much of the relationship I'd had with him was a lie. I sighed. I would probably never know. I knew for a fact that the be.And I had signed the contract with had died the previous night, because the mana bond we'd had snapped around midnight. The necromancers had obviously decided he had outlived his usefulness and gotten rid of him. I looked out the window as I thought about how to proceed. As I watched, a group of people ran by. They seemed to be in a hurry, so I wondered what was happening. I was about to call Yvetta in to see if she had heard anything, when I found myself in front of a spinning crystal of some type. I momentarily panicked and nearly fell off the platform I was standing on when a hand reached out and grabbed me. I looked behind me and saw a woman who had silver hair and 6 red eyes. She was wearing a regal dress that was black as midnight and had silver streaks that cut through it in various patterns.
"Careful, Lady Luella. The monarch would not be pleased if you perished so foolishly,"
the woman said with a measured and beautiful voice that one might take for a queen. Thanks. Who are you?" I asked and felt dumb immediately after.
The woman chuckled and said, "I am Saren, queen of the 19th floor."
Some metal appeared in her hand, and she quickly made the weapon Regan had made for me a few days ago.
"Here, a token of our meeting."
Thank you. I have nothing to give you," I said as a small blush colored my cheeks. The woman was unnaturally beautiful. Many people might think the 6 limbs on her back would take away from her beauty, but I felt they just added to it. If Regan had women like this around him, I doubted many of the nobles would know what to offer him to try to buy him.
"No worries, child. Just keep in the monarch's good graces and there is no problem,"
Saren said as she rested her hand on my shoulder. "I assume you mean Regan, right?" I asked to clarify.
"Indeed."
"So, what have I been brought here for?" I asked as I clapped my hands on my thighs like a child might do when in trouble. I don't think I could have helped it. I always felt like one when around Regan.
"The monarch will be here soon,"
Saren said as she backed away. I stood there and looked around. I was in what looked like a cross between a throne room and the foundry on the 7th floor. There were large pillars of metal that slammed into the center pillar, but I couldn't feel any vibrations from here. As I watched a large jet of what looked like fire shoot out of the central pillar and into the wall, I could feel the immense heat from where I stood. I watched the display of power before Regan finally formed in front of me near the large floating crystal. He looked at me and said,
"Welcome to the centermost room of my dungeon."
He gestured all around him grandly. "I'm honored. I hope at least," I said nervously.
"Yes, this is an honor. The event yesterday opened my eyes to why the necromancers are such a problem for this world. I learned a lot from it. Those Salen ghouls, for instance, didn't put off any of the traceable amount of unholy mana that we usually watch for until they really began to be active. Not only that, while the undead horde that Rockruss's group brought were a fresh batch from villages on the other side of the valley wall, the ones you faced yesterday were unique."
"Do you really trust those 2? I asked. Just the day before, Rockruss had said he wanted to escape.
"Of course not. I found from the last time they don't like to volunteer information, and sadly, I don't know all the questions to ask, so I've decided that some drastic measures are needed. And with your security force currently in the state it's in, the valley is very vulnerable."
I bowed my head farther with each word he said. This was all my fault. I should have looked harder, double-checked everything, been more suspicious of people, and who knows how many more things I did wrong. I'm sorry for my incompetence," I said quietly. Regan burst into laughter at my statement, and my cheeks burned red from the embarrassment.
You, a merely 19-year-old girl, cut off from all her family and resources and with barely anyone you could trust. You, a young girl who managed to build a well-made town that is prospering into a city while having to deal with a mysterious dungeon that no one has ever had to deal with before. Why, I'm surprised that you haven't cracked under the stress, much less been tricked by a group of people who have done so to those far better off.
I stood there, stunned that he wasn't upset with me. I never really thought about it before, but he was right. I could have done much worse. Sure, I could have done much better, but at least most of the people in the town were well and alive. My eyes started to tear up before I could stop them.
Of course, we all learned something from this little fiasco. That brings me to the point of why I brought you here. Normal magic isn't enough to detect these necromancer scum. The undead they brought in appeared out of nowhere. Jarvis believes they were brought in through some type of space magic, like a storage ring or an artifact. Then while in town, they wore magically enhanced cloaks that hid most of their unholy mana. Then, that Jesus, well, he's more annoying than he is an actual problem now that I know about him, so...
He said and waved his hand. An obelisk grew from the ground. It was blue with golden lines that formed a large number of runes all over the surface.
I call it a guardian, and it has a much more focused ability to sense unholy mana and death in an area of about 100 meters. I will place these throughout the town, at the gates, and then eventually throughout the borders of the valley. It still won't be perfect, but it will protect the town from this sort of event from happening again.
What will it do if it finds one? I asked with curiosity.
First and foremost, it will mark them for me to track while in the valley, but more immediately, it will strike with a blast of focused mana that should render them unconscious. I have some of Anubis's metal incorporated into the device, so the unholy mana of the necromancer's barriers will be bypassed partially, if not completely.
This is amazing, and a tremendous help in this annoying fight, I said as I examined the obelisk.
Exactly. And for the other reason, I wanted to know if you wanted me to add your town laws into the magic,
Regan asked, which made me pause. What do you mean?
If someone were to attempt to rob a person within the radius of the obelisk, it would strike them and render them unconscious, which would give time for your newly trained guards to deal with them.
I crossed my arms as I thought it over. It would definitely be beneficial to the guards in the coming weeks with the reduced numbers they had. I needed to work on my standing forces anyway, and the sooner the better. All right, it sounds good, I said, then listed off all the laws the town currently had. Regan told me we could add more later when the town got bigger. Now what? I asked when we finished.
Now you address your people,
Regan said, and then we appeared on a stage in front of a large crowd. Several dozen of Regan's automata were lined up in front of the stage. One automaton out of every dozen was speaking, "Please remain calm, we are here for your safety. Please remain calm, we are here for..." Regan gestured to the crowd and I stepped forward. I said the first thing that came to mind. "Everyone! I know that the town was once again attacked by the necromancer scourge, but fear not. I have consulted the dungeon host who has dealt with each attack. He has created a new device that will allow us to live without fear of the necromancers." I nodded to Regan and he waved his hand. In the center of the crowd, an obelisk rose that was at least 4 meters tall. The crowd started to mutter and talk. "This device can detect unholy mana within a set radius. With it, the town will be safer from attacks like the one that just happened." As soon as the words left my mouth, a man in the middle of the crowd tried to make a run for it. A burst of unholy mana knocked several people over. Some of the automata charged through the crowd to cut him off, but an adventurer beat them to him. With a burst of shadow, the man was flung back, and I noticed a woman who wore all black plate armor. "Noir," I said. Okay, so I might have squealed a bit. She brought her sword to the man's throat and held him there as the automata surrounded him and put a collar on him. It seemed different from the one Rakros and Julie wore, but I couldn't quite place it. "As you can see, they will fear just the mention of such a device," I shouted to the worked-up crowd. Regan waved his hand again, and the runes on the device glowed bright yellow. Suddenly, 2 other people collapsed where they stood. I looked back to Regan, wondering what it was.
"This will get annoying,"
Regan said, then produced what seemed to be a slab of stone. He handed it over to me, and I was able to see an image of the person who was knocked unconscious and why. An automaton had put a collar on one of the men but left the other alone, but the crowd had backed away from him. "Not to worry, the ones the automata collar are necromancers. The man left alone is just a pickpocket. The obelisks are able to sense people who break the law, so tread lightly. This was the agreement between the host and me," I said, and one of the men who had stood next to the pickpocket found his coin purse missing.
I should add one more feature.
On the man's forehead, a mark of some kind appeared.
Depending on the law broken, the marking will change. This way the guards will know with a glance what they're dealing with.
Regan added so that the crowd could hear. Could I borrow a few of the automata to take the man to the jail? I asked helplessly.
Sure,
Regan answered, and nodded to a small group of the automata. They moved and picked the man up gently. I was glad that they would treat the more common criminals with at least some care. The faces in the crowd were a broad mixture of interest, joy, fear, and a variety of others. I could only wonder where this was leading us. This concludes Expansion by Matthew Peet, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn and Nicole Poole. Copyright 2019 by Matthew Peet. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Matthew Peet and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.